Number 89757. Based on the kindness you accumulated in your lifetime. Your first wish for reincarnation has been rejected. Damn. Your second wish for reincarnation has also been denied. Damn. Your 81st wish to traverse the world of Naruto has been approved. Please spin the wheel promptly to draw your reincarnation talent. Pu Tongren sighed silently. Had he known, he should have adhered to his true self and performed more good deeds during his lifetime. This modest accumulation of kindness stemmed from his childhood acts of benevolence. Buzz. With a flick of his mind, a colossal wheel began to spin before him. The talents within were of an anime caliber. Click. The pointer ceased its rotation. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the talent. Full inheritance of Kokushibo from Demon Slayer. Wait, how could I during the day? Buzz. The realm of the afterlife prioritized efficiency above all else. Before he could finish his sentence, he was whisked away. All that remained in the traversing tunnel was a panic scream. Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps next time. Your brother was already at my level when he first learned. Oh, my foolish little brother. Continue living in such folly. Arrogant. Sasuke, congratulations on your successful graduation. This time it is a crank mission. As the intervals between memories grew shorter, Pu Tongren grasped his current predicament. He had reincarnated as Sasuke in the mission of the Land of Waves. Just moments ago, he had helped Naruto fend off Zabuza's 1,000 needles, only to collapse to the ground, pierced like a hedgehog at the same time. Another surge of information surfaced in his mind. The moon-breathing technique was already second nature to him. However, the techniques not depicted in the Demon Slayer manga would require his own invention. His understanding of the transparent world had also awakened. Most crucially, the undying demon body would only take effect at night. When active, he would possess all the power of Kokushibo. During the day, it would not manifest, but would not bring any adverse effects either. In essence, during daylight, Sasuke was merely a slightly enhanced version of himself. By night, he transformed into a terrifying demon. Exhale. Sasuke felt a wave of relief. As long as he could see the light, it was manageable. His consciousness fully returned to his body, with pain receptors linking to his nerves. His entire body ached, but that level of pain seemed rather trivial. Before his reincarnation, he had been intolerant of pain and discomfort. He would have been considered a weakling. Now, he faced the several centimeter wounds from the needles without fear. His combat instincts had adapted to the environment splendidly. Excellent. This had spared him the tedious phase of evolving from a useless being to a warrior. His eyelids fluttered slightly. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Boom! A classic scene from the early days of Naruto unfolded. At that moment, Naruto stood with his back to Sasuke, his body slightly hunched, enveloped in red chakra, his fingers sharp and thick. 2 rings of spiraling red chakra surrounded him. Above his head loomed a fox head formed from concentrated chakra. I will kill you. Naruto fixed his gaze ahead, his body straightening, as the 1,000 needles embedded in him suddenly shattered. What? What is this chakra? It is so potent that it can be materialized? From a distance, Bai could not help but exclaim as he gazed into the icy mirror. Whoosh! Naruto propelled himself towards Bai, his limbs grounding him. Naruto's speed seemed rather unremarkable. Bai's movements were also considerably slower than during their earlier battle. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Bang! Naruto shattered a thick pane of ice with a punch. Bai managed to evade just in time, prompting Naruto to pursue him relentlessly. With Naruto's presence no longer obstructing his view, Sasuke caught sight of himself reflected in the icy surface. His Sharingan had inexplicably evolved into the 3-mo form. The chakra amplification granted by the Sharingan had nearly doubled. This opening was quite promising. In this lifetime, he finally possessed the qualifications to stand at the pinnacle. Before his transmigration, Pu Tongren had strayed into a misguided path during his middle school years, squandering precious time due to adverse societal influences. As a result, any subsequent efforts to alter his life had proven futile. After all, in that world, individual ability bore little relation to wealth, status, or class. Regrettably, he had realized this too late. Yet this world was different. A sufficiently powerful individual could change everything that I in this life. He must ascend to the highest point in the world. and become its sovereign. Ha ha. Perhaps it was the inheritance of the Uchiha bloodline. Perhaps it was the exhilarating hope brought forth by his transmigration. Sasuke gazed at his reflection in the eyes, letting out an ecstatic Uchiha cackle. The others on the battlefield were suddenly startled by Sasuke's maniacal laughter. Naruto, radiating a murderous aura, turned in shock towards Sasuke. Sasuke, you're okay. That's wonderful. Upon seeing Sasuke regain consciousness, Naruto's murderous intent swiftly receded in the crimson. Chakra that had leaked began to dissipate, leaving behind only a pair of red, demonic fox eyes. Sasuke stifled his laughter, scrutinizing Naruto for a few seconds. This was the true Naruto. "Are you big fool? I'm perfectly fine now." Hearing that familiar taunt, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. This moment. By re-entered the mirror, these two individuals were extraordinary, and he could not allow them to break free now. Transparent world. Sasuke attempted to utilize Kokushime's transparent world. Indeed, this technique could be executed in daylight. The battlefield was astonishingly clear to Sasuke. The fog held no obscurity whatsoever. He could even discern the distribution of others' bodily organs, blood vessels, and bones with utmost clarity. Moreover, the transparent world also enhanced the contraction of his muscles, thus significantly augmenting his speed and explosive power. With a devilish smile, Sasuke slowly brought his hands together in prayer. In the next moment, Sasuke began to form hand seals from muscle memory. But at the very last moment of inhalation, he employed the moon breathing technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom! Sasuke suddenly expelled a massive fireball 4 to 5 meters in diameter, directed at Bei's position. The brilliance of this fireball was even more dazzling than he had remembered. It seemed that the breathing technique indeed enhanced the release of ninjutsu. Bei's expression shifted dramatically. The fireball had grown exponentially more powerful than before. Before it even reached Bei, the surrounding ice mirrors began to evaporate and melt away. Ice release. Ice rock hall. In a hurry, Bei conjured a thick wall of ice to shield himself. Boom! The collision of ice and fire resulted in an explosive blast. The ice wall shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The flames erupted instantaneously, spreading to the other ice mirrors. In the midst of his evasion, flames clung to Bei's mask, just as he was about to enter an ice mirror to extinguish the fire. Tap! Footsteps resonated from above the ice mirror. Sasuke stood poised atop it, nonchalantly stating, "You're a step too slow for disaster." In the next instant, as Bei was startled and had just assumed a defensive stance. Bang! Sasuke delivered a powerful kick, sending Bei hurtling towards the ground. Thud! When Bei struck the earth, it left 2 deep impressions in the rock. Tap! Sasuke's footsteps echoed almost simultaneously at Bei's side. Bang! This time, Bei couldn't even form a defensive posture before being struck squarely in the mask. Crackling! The impact shattered Bei's mask into a myriad of pieces. Blood oozed from Bei's right cheek as his consciousness began to blur. His body was sent flying. Sasuke seized his left hand, yanking him back, followed by a forceful punch aimed at Bei's abdomen. Thud! A dull thud echoed cough. This time, Bei expelled a copious amount of blood. Crack! Sasuke noticed one of Bei's ribs had fractured from the force of that blow. How can it be you? Naruto rushed towards Bei with disbelief etched across his face. Their bond ran deep, so Naruto could handle the conversation. Sasuke turned away, heading towards Kakashi and Zabuza. Bei, bloodied but smiling faintly, murmured, "I have failed. I am nothing but a useless tool now. You may kill me." That moment. Creak. A cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds echoed through the dense fog, accompanied by a flickering blue light. This is precarious. If I do not eliminate Zabuza soon, there will be dire consequences. The heartbeat quickened, without a moment's hesitation regarding whether Naruto might launch a surprise attack. I turned and dashed towards Zabuza's position. Bei was not yet defeated. In an instant, Sasuke caught up with Bei and delivered a powerful spinning kick. Back off. Thud. Bei was sent flying back towards Naruto by Sasuke's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke used Bei as a springboard, propelling himself between Kakashi and Zabuza. The moment Sasuke appeared, Kakashi mistakenly assumed he was Bei and paused momentarily. This brief distraction allowed Zabuza to break free from the constraints imposed by the pack of summoning dogs, creating distance between himself and Kakashi. Few that was truly perilous. Had I been struck by your attack, I might have actually perished. Kakashi, you just claimed my future was doomed to death. Huh, such audacity. Zabuza felt a surge of relief. At that moment, the dense fog on the bridge finally began to dissipate. Sasuke, I'm so glad you're all right. Sakura called out cheerfully from a distance. Sasuke looked at Sakura with exasperation. We are all ninjas. This is hardly professional. This left Sakura feeling exceedingly awkward. She then turned her gaze towards the distant Naruto and another figure. Is that a male or female? Aside from Sakura's peculiar curiosity, the others remained unfazed. Kakashi observed Sasuke and noticed that his eyes had transformed into the three-tomo pattern, slowly dissipating the Raikiri in his hand. Sasuke, you have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan? What about that boy? I've severely injured him. He's currently under Naruto's watch. They share a slight camaraderie. Kakashi appeared puzzled. What kind of camaraderie is that? Zabuza sighed. Had Bai failed? Indeed, he had been too merciful. Sasuke turned back, his crimson three-tomo gaze fixed on Zabuza. Kakashi, let me face him next. You should take a moment to rest. Kakashi hesitated. Are you truly capable? Sasuke produced a kunai, assuring himself of his ability to defend, as battling a Chunin would provide invaluable experience. Zabuza was displeased. You little brat. Though my condition has deteriorated significantly, you are not of a caliber to provoke me. Whoosh. Despite his words, Zabuza charged forward with his large sword at an accelerated pace. The momentum from his sprint granted this attack tremendous force. Die, brat. Whoosh. Sasuke flung a kunai. Zabuza anticipated the trajectory of the attack and tilted his head to dodge, yet maintained his speed. In the next moment, Sasuke launched another kunai. This one flew faster than the first, yet the target position puzzled Zabuza. Clang. As expected, just as Zabuza had surmised, the two kunai collided before reaching him. However, upon colliding, both kunai altered their trajectory. One headed straight for Zabuza's throat, while the other aimed for the inner thigh. Zabuza's pupils dilated as he abruptly halted his charge, pivoting in place to block with his sword. Clang, clang. Two kunai collided almost simultaneously with the beheading sword before rebounding. Kakashi watched in astonishment as Sasuke had seemingly mastered Itachi's throwing technique. Whoosh. Seizing the moment, Sasuke dashed towards Zabuza, extending both hands skyward to grasp the two kunai that had just been deflected. The entire sequence flowed with remarkable fluidity and grace. In this close-quarters combat, the advantage of Zabuza's large sword had dissipated. In such engagements, the kunai were far more convenient. Clang, clang, clang. To the surprise of both Zabuza and Kakashi, Sasuke's strength was indeed inferior to Zabuza's, yet his speed was not markedly different. More crucially, in the realm of close combat techniques, Sasuke had surprisingly surpassed Zabuza, and this disparity grew increasingly pronounced as their battle progressed. How could this be? Both men were taken aback. Sasuke looked so impressive. Sakura, unable to grasp the intricacies of the fight, could only offer mindless praise from the sidelines. As the battle raged on, the combat experience and instincts Sasuke had inherited from Kokushibo became more thoroughly activated. The demonic physique and Kokushibo's formidable strength only manifested under the cover of night. However, the elements of consciousness were unrestricted. Apart from the transparent world and the moon breathing, Kokushibo's centuries of combat experience and swordsmanship were exceedingly formidable. Whoosh. Suddenly, Sasuke hurled the kunai he held, then yanked it back. It turned out that the ends of the kunai had been entwined with black threads by Sasuke. With that pull, the kunai coiled like a serpent, deftly maneuvering through the circular opening of the sword's blade and aiming directly for Zabuza's eyes. Zabuza narrowly tilted his head. Thud. The kunai sliced through Zabuza's mask, leaving a trail of blood on his face. The two engaged in close combat for nearly 3 minutes, and Zabuza finally sustained an injury. Sasuke produced another kunai, loosening his grip as the two kunai dangled in midair. He began to twirl the black threads with both hands. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh. The two kunai were launched towards Zabuza. Zabuza swiftly swung his large sword to strike the kunai, but Sasuke yanked again. The kunai shifted direction once more, weaving around Zabuza. Furrowing his brow, Zabuza hurriedly formed a hand seal. In the next instant, Sasuke abruptly reeled in the threads, binding Zabuza's neck and arms. Bang! Amidst a puff of white smoke, Zabuza was reduced to 3 severed wooden stakes, while his true form gasped for breath at a distance. At that moment, Sasuke formed another hand seal, fire style, great fireball. A colossal fireball, 4 to 5 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Zabuza. Zabuza barely evaded the fireball using the body flicker technique. But when he regained his senses, he discovered that Sasuke had vanished from the battlefield. No matter how keenly Zabuza tried to sense or observe, he could not locate Sasuke's position. A faint sound of flesh tearing echoed beneath Zabuza's neck. His pupils constricted. He had been choked. After years of silent assassination, he had been caught off guard from behind. At this moment, Sasuke was inverted atop the tree trunk behind Zabuza, a kunai poised against Zabuza's neck. You have been defeated. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Sasuke had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and had already vanquished a Jonin upon leaving the village. Although his opponent was not in peak condition, he was nonetheless one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kakashi, momentarily dazed, felt as if he had glimpsed Itachi. Naruto clenched his fists in astonishment, while Sakura's eyes sparkled with adoration. Ah, how Navi! At that moment, a group of unsavory characters emerged from the other end of the bridge. Leading them was a man in a suit and sunglasses, Kato. TCH, this so-called demon of the mist. Zabuza cannot even handle a mere child? Truly pathetic. He scoffed. Oh, and there's that little brat over there, who last time managed to twist my arm. This time, I shall eliminate all of you. Zabuza glanced at Kato, realizing that his mission would have to be interrupted. Young man, might you grant me the opportunity to personally eliminate those scoundrels? He asked, not receiving a response. Zabuza turned back only to find that Sasuke had already returned to Kakashi's side. Who, pray tell, is employing the silent killing technique here? Zabuza chuckled helplessly. From a distance, Naruto observed Sasuke, pouting. His strength has certainly increased, yet he remains insufferably arrogant. How vexing. Although Zabuza and Haku appeared to be nearing their limits, they could easily dispatch Kato and his minions, for their hands were still intact. Ah, a monster. My arm. A bloody slaughter was well underway when, on the other end of the bridge, Inari and a group of townsfolk arrived bearing tools for work. These individuals had finally summoned the courage to resist, but it seemed their moment had passed. They watched Zabuza and Haku combat the assailants, realizing that the disparity between ordinary people and ninjas could not be bridged by sheer numbers. In the future, it would be wiser to simply post missions when encountering ninjas. Inari, Naruto shouted joyfully. The residents had found their courage, a truly significant transformation. Inari, touching his small nose, quipped, heroes always arrive fashionably late. Tears streamed down Dazna's face. Overwhelmed with emotion, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Before long, Zabuza declared, spare me. I will give you all my money. Ah, Kato's bribery failed miserably, as Zabuza swiftly severed his head with a single stroke. The townsfolk were taken aback. Finally, the massacre came to an end. Zabuza returned to face Sasuke. I have been defeated by you. You may now take my life. The atmosphere shifted, becoming eerily quiet. Kakashi and Naruto were about to speak when Sasuke interjected. Did you not abandon your mission? Besides, I do not harbor disdain for someone like you. Zabuza and Haku exchanged relieved glances, sharing a moment of understanding. The villagers around him inexplicably laughed. Zabuza felt somewhat uneasy upon witnessing their smiles. It was clear that the Zabuza of the Mist Village had perished. Haku, I intend to atone here and protect these villagers. Haku replied, wherever Zabuza-san is, I shall be. A roar of excitement erupted from the crowd. Subsequently, Team 7, Zabuza, and Haku attended a banquet in the Land of Waves. During the feast, under Naruto's influence, Zabuza acknowledged his inner feelings, undergoing a profound transformation. Not long after, the banquet came to an end. On the opposite hill of the Great Bridge, gravestones for Zabuza and Haku were erected, a large sword embedded before them. As Team 7 bid farewell to Danzu and the others, Naruto and Inari were tearful. Ah, those two little rascals, Sasuke chuckled. The crowd chimed in. You're not much different. Kakashi smiled gently, remarking, Sasuke, you've grown significantly during this mission. You now possess the strength of a special Jonin. Kakashi-sensei, during the previous battle, Zabuza had turned Sasuke into a pincushion. I thought he was dead. To my surprise, after waking up, the arrogant Sasuke became immensely stronger. You must teach me some of your techniques. Naruto tugged at Kakashi's arm, chattering incessantly. Oh, no wonder. It seems you have experienced life and death, Kakashi acknowledged, nodding in understanding. Very well, upon our return to the village, you shall begin practicing water walking. That very night after Team 7 returned to the village, Sasuke arrived home just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The final rays of sunlight vanished, and in the absence of the Sharingan and the ability to perceive the world, everything around him slowed to a fraction of its speed. Every rustle in the environment became sharply perceptible. Red flame-like patterns appeared on the left side of his forehead and the right side of his neck. A black line emerged just above his eyes, gradually opening. His previously handsome visage now bore 4 additional eyes. Although these eyes were crimson, they lacked the tomo. Nonetheless, Sasuke sensed that these 4 eyes were also Sharingan, merely not activated yet. He realized that by infusing them with chakra, he could awaken them and elevate their rank. However, 6 single tomo could not compare to 2 triple tomo, and 6 triple tomo were inferior to 2 Mangekyou Sharingan. Thus, Sasuke deemed it unnecessary to infuse chakra into the 4 auxiliary eyes for the time being. This sensation of power, was it the presence of a shadow? Or perhaps an actual shadow? Sasuke found it difficult to ascertain, conservatively estimating it to be above that of a mere shadow, certainly stronger than Haiden. Wait, where did the bottleneck go? In the realm of Demon Slayer, Kokushibo had already reached the pinnacle of his power. Progress seemed nearly impossible. Yet now, not only was the bottleneck loosened, but it was entirely imperceptible, in accordance with the customary expressions found within novels. One might ponder if this represents the disparity between 2 worlds' rules. Concerned that his training might cause considerable commotion, Uchiha Kakashi descended into the deepest hall of the Uchiha underground to cultivate. Initially, he sought to comprehend energy. Chakra is an energy extracted and harmonized from both the body and spirit, akin to awakening one's latent potential. However, merely awakening potential without nourishing the body equates to overextension. Consequently, while the world of Naruto is replete with youthful prodigies, it becomes increasingly challenging to achieve breakthroughs after adolescence, with many even succumbing to premature demise. In contrast, the breathing techniques of Demon Slayer involve the absorption of oxygen from the atmosphere to enhance the body. Herein lies the absurdity. The air within the Naruto universe is infused with natural energy. Utilizing breathing techniques in this realm resembles the practice of sage mode. Even more astonishing is that the amplification is permanent. Previously, during his battles with White and Zabuza, he had only briefly employed the breathing technique, and it did not evoke a significant sensation. Now, however, it was time for deeper contemplation. Taking a deep breath according to the moon breathing technique, a gentle breeze materialized around him. This wind flowed into Sasuke's body, manifesting the invisible movement of natural energy. His physical attributes began to grow steadily, and even his chakra and mental fortitude experienced enhancement and transformation. Yet, for Sasuke, this was merely an exercise in breathing. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, one grows stronger simply by breathing. Nevertheless, such pronounced signs of growth were attributable to his demonic form. Achieving this during daylight was unattainable. At present, his body's potential required further activation. Chakra, being the amalgamation of body and spirit, combined with his now formidable physical prowess, prompted Sasuke to refine his abilities. Suddenly, his entire being felt engulfed by a blue flame. Chakra surged within him at an astonishing velocity. This rate of refinement was perilously swift, threatening irreversible damage to his body, assuming he were human. Yet, he was no longer merely human. Thus, he resolved to refine at full throttle. With a resounding explosion, Sasuke's chakra radiated brilliantly. The quantity of chakra swelled dramatically, akin to a gas canister igniting. The earth beneath him even bore a colossal indentation. This terrifying amplification persisted for nearly 2 hours, only beginning to taper off. By 5 o'clock in the morning, the rate of chakra refinement aligned with the breathing technique's overall enhancement speed. However, at that moment, Sasuke could no longer discern how his chakra levels compared to those during his battle with White. By 6 o'clock, as Sasuke emerged from the basement, the sun had long since risen. The enhancement from his demonic form receded, reverting him to the ordinary Uchiha Sasuke. The vast reservoir of chakra diminished rapidly. Yet he finally grasped the extent of his chakra amplification. In the span of merely half a day and night, his chakra in human form had surged nearly 6-fold. He recalled that during the original series, when Konoha faced destruction, the original Sasuke could only unleash the Chidori twice in a day without relying on cursed seals, while Kakashi could do so 4 times. At this moment, I believe I can manage 12 breaths. Just as I was halfway through my morning routine, a sudden, excruciating pain gripped Sasuke's lungs. His frail body could barely endure the moon-breathing technique for a mere minute, although he had mastered all the techniques and experiences. The cultivation of his body was not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time, as he felt on the verge of collapse. Sasuke weakly returned to the dimly lit basement. In the blink of an eye, a revitalized Sasuke emerged from the basement, making his way back to the hall on the first floor. The sensation of exploiting a glitch was exhilarating, even in a place where sunlight could not reach. His ghostly form remained effective. Sasuke realized the necessity of learning a technique for earth manipulation. After enjoying breakfast, just as he was about to leave, he noticed Itachi's room. The door had long been covered in dust, and in his memory, he had not opened it since the massacre of their clan. Perhaps there were useful items left inside. Sasuke pushed the door open, revealing a once meticulously organized room now in disarray, as if someone had hastily fled. Through the transparent world, Sasuke quickly spotted a scroll. It seemed quite deliberate, almost as if it had been carelessly discarded. Yet, Itachi likely anticipated that Sasuke might never open this scroll. Despite this, he had left it behind with a glimmer of hope. Sasuke blew away the dust and unrolled the scroll. It contained nearly all of Itachi's techniques, excluding the forbidden arts of his Inagi and his Onami, as well as his unique ocular techniques. Moreover, there were various notes detailing his understanding of ninjutsu and reflections on battles. From this, one could glean the fighting intellect of a prodigious ninja. After thoroughly reviewing the content, which he successfully replicated, he subsequently set the scroll ablaze, reducing it to ashes. Upon leaving, Sasuke did not rush to the rendezvous point. Instead, he took a detour to the ninja tool shop owned by the elderly cat lady to purchase a short blade. The blade measured approximately half a meter in length and 2 fingers in width, possessing a minimalist design reminiscent of the Kusanagi sword. Its durability and chakra transmission were exceptional, though it came at a steep price. Until he acquired the Kusanagi sword, this would suffice. After arriving at the meeting point, he engaged in some personal training before Team 7 resumed their mundane tasks. During a lull, Kakashi instructed the trio to practice water stepping. Sasuke, however, continued to refine his breathing technique amidst these daily routines. He no longer indulged Naruto. If he sensed any provocation from him, it would result in a vigorous beating. Yet, while assaulting Naruto, he would incessantly taunt him about the flaws in his techniques. Sasuke's strength was rapidly escalating. Additionally, under Sasuke's guidance, Naruto became aware of the doubled effectiveness of the shadow clone technique, leading to a significant improvement in his taijutsu. A month later, many unfamiliar faces had appeared in Konoha. Notably, Naruto's little follower, Konohamaru, collided with a man adorned with purple markings on his face, accompanied by a striking young woman in fishnet stockings. These two were none other than Karui and Temari from the Sand Village. When Naruto confronted his opponent, he was discreetly tripped by Kankuro. Unlike the original narrative, Naruto reacted with remarkable swiftness, using one hand to brace himself against the ground, and, propelled by the momentum of a somersault, delivered a powerful kick to Kankuro's abdomen. Although Kankuro managed to block the attack in time, he was unable to withstand Naruto's force, causing him to stagger back several paces. "Naruto is so cool," exclaimed Konohamaru and his 2 friends, gazing at him in admiration. Chuckling, Naruto scratched the back of his head with one hand while rubbing his nose with the other. "Damn it, I'll have to wipe you out completely." With a thud, Kankuro's face flushed with anger as he prepared to unleash the puppet strapped to his back. "Hey, Kankuro, you can't be serious," Temari exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, a voice called out, "Stop, you disgrace to the village." The group turned in surprise toward the source of the voice. On a distant rooftop stood a red-haired boy, his head adorned with the character for love. In the original story, Gaara appeared behind Sasuke as he was perched in a tree. However, since Sasuke had not yet appeared, Gaara had climbed to the rooftop to better survey the layout of Konoha. I'm Gaara. I was just trying to scare them." Kankuro, flustered, quickly repositioned his puppet. Temari stepped forward, placing herself between Naruto and Kankuro. "I apologize. This is a misunderstanding. We mean no harm. What exactly are you?" Sakura inquired from behind Naruto, her gaze fixed on Temari. Just as Temari was about to respond, Gaara interjected, "They came to participate in the Chunin exams." Suddenly, Sasuke's voice resonated from behind Gaara. Startled, Gaara felt a jolt of fear. Someone was standing behind him. To his dismay, even Shikaku had not activated its protective response. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Both Temari and Kankuro were equally taken aback upon seeing Sasuke. Sasuke casually draped an arm over Gaara's shoulder. Smiling as he said, "You all seem quite surprised. Are your people so easily frightened?" Gaara's heart raced, and he, along with his companions, stared blankly at Sasuke. Why hadn't Tishikaka triggered its defense? What was going on? The trio was utterly perplexed. In truth, this was merely due to the nature of the transparent world, which could conceal all presence. Neither Gaara's mother's chakra nor Shikaku could sense Sasuke, thus failing to activate the automatic defense. Truly, Sasuke had made a striking entrance, stunning them all. How impressive. Damn it, Sasuke, always stealing my thunder. It infuriates me. Naruto and Sakura remained oblivious to the reason behind the shock of Gaara and his companions. Sasuke released the dazed Gaara and waved to Naruto, Sakura, and the others. "Let us go, this is boring." As they walked away, Naruto muttered under his breath, "The Sand Village folks are so easy to scare. Can they really participate in the exams?" Temari and Kankuro were increasingly astonished, questioning the true identities of their unexpected visitors. In Gaara's mind, a single phrase echoed incessantly, "He touched me. He touched me. He touched me." Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, a multitude of ninjas engaged in fervent discussion. "Kakashi, I must disagree. Naruto and the others have only recently ascended to the rank of genin," exclaimed Iruka, his impatience palpable, a scar adorning his nose. Although 9 new graduates were slated to participate in the Chunin exams, it was Naruto who occupied Iruka's thoughts the most, causing him considerable anxiety. Kakashi turned to him and said, "Iruka, I was younger than Naruto by 6 years when I became a Chunin. With all due respect, they are no longer your students. They are now my subordinates." Iruka's expression reflected his dismay, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The Hokage, with a puff from his pipe, remarked, "Iruka, I understand your sentiments. How about we conduct a preliminary examination for these 9? What do you think?" Kakashi and Iruka bowed slightly, responding, "I agree. I also concur." At a certain bridge in Konohagakure, Sasuke and his companions awaited the arrival of someone. Suddenly, Kakashi materialized, exclaiming, My apologies. I seem to have lost my way on the path of life." "Liar." Naruto and Sakura simultaneously pointed at Kakashi. Sasuke nodded seriously. "Kakashi, you have been lost for far too long." Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, astonished that Sasuke actually believed him. Maintaining his composure, Kakashi continued, "In fact, I have recommended you for the Chunin selection exams. Here is your application form. Of course, this is not mandatory. You may choose to participate based on your own circumstances. The examination is set for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 days hence, in classroom 301 of the school." The day after Sasuke and his companions acquired the application, in the vast forest outside the Uchiha residence, Sasuke was diligently familiarizing himself with his self-created moon-breathing 4th form. A man, clad in a conical hat that completely obscured his face, quietly observed Sasuke from a distance. Suddenly, Sasuke turned to glance in the direction of the man. Has he been discovered? Since he has, perhaps it is time to test my skills. The man, startled, swiftly descended from the tree trunk to the ground. Thud, just as his feet touched the earth, Sasuke had already vanished. As the man prepared to turn, he suddenly felt a chill at his throat. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had appeared at his side, a short blade pressed against the man's neck. As the man attempted to speak, Sasuke, with a speed invisible to the eye, withdrew the blade. "Iruka-sensei, you can rest assured here." The man stood in stunned silence. Bang, after a puff of smoke, Iruka reverted to his original form. "Truly remarkable, Sasuke. It has barely been a while since graduation, and yet you have attained such prowess. How did you realize it was me?" Sasuke replied, "Through your aura and emotions." "Iruka-sensei, you did not emit a trace of killing intent. Instead, you radiated concern. This sentiment and sensation are reminiscent of the emotions you displayed on the day of graduation." Iruka was taken aback. Sasuke has already developed an insight akin to that of a genin. On the day of the exam, as Sasuke and his companions ascended to the 2nd floor, the narrative from the original story unfolded once more. Lee was feigning innocence, pretending to be bullied, and even Tintin had received a slap across the face. Standing at the entrance were 2 Konoha ninjas. "You little brats should reconsider participating in the exam." Naruto, feeling a surge of indignation, rushed forward. "Hey, you 2 are also Konoha ninjas. How can you bully your comrades? Oh, are you here to champion the underdog?" The gatekeeper suddenly launched a kick at Naruto, who instinctively countered. But just as their strikes were about to collide, whoosh, Lee appeared unexpectedly before them. catching the attacks of both the gatekeeper and Naruto with his hands. However, Naruto's strength was somewhat greater, causing Lee to stagger slightly. Confused, Naruto exclaimed, "Huh? You're quite strong. How could you be bullied?" Neji, with his Byakugan activated, approached. "Lee, what is going on? Didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention?" Lee's face flushed as he walked towards Sakura. "My name is Rock Lee. You are Sakura, right? Please go out with me. I will protect you until my last breath." Sakura, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too bushy." As Sakura instinctively glanced at Sasuke while rejecting him, she scanned the area but found no sign of him. "Where is Sasuke? Has he already moved on?" Neji narrowed his eyes. "What? He has already gone?" Byakugan, activate. Once activated, Neji noticed a boy adorned with a fan emblem waiting on the opposite side of the door. At this moment, Sasuke turned his head and gazed faintly at Neji through the wall. "What? Has he sensed my gaze? What a terrifying individual." Neji was taken aback. Teacher Guy had mentioned that only those of extraordinary strength could perceive being watched with such acute sensitivity. Sasuke's indifferent eyes conveyed an omniscient aura. With just that single glance, Neji's inner conviction that he was no match for Sasuke solidified. His unwavering confidence crumbled unexpectedly. Indeed, Sasuke now relished in a subtle arrogance. Yet, it was an invisible kind, understated, natural, fluid, and imperceptible. While onlookers remained oblivious, the subject would be left profoundly shaken, even left with psychological scars. At that moment, Naruto, Sakura, and even Lee rushed after them. Neji was momentarily stunned, quickly urging Tintin to follow suit. The group soon arrived at a grand hall. Lee accelerated and appeared not far behind Sasuke. "Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, I am Rock Lee. Would you care to engage in a duel with me? As a descendant of the so-called genius clan, I wish to test my limits against you. However, I believe you shall not prevail. For I am the strongest among the Leaf's genin." Sasuke turned around, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Once, you were indeed the strongest among the genin, I believe. However, that is no longer the case." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sakura were taken aback. Naruto exclaimed, "This bushy-browed guy is actually that strong? Hey, bushy-brow, why don't you have a match with me first?" Lee glanced at Naruto. "All right, from our previous encounter, you don't seem weak either." With a swift motion, Naruto charged at Lee, throwing a punch. Lee, with his left hand, aimed a finger at the back of Naruto's hand, attempting to alter Naruto's forward momentum. Mid-movement, Naruto flipped his wrist, extending his palm to grasp Lee's finger. Lee hastily switched tactics, simultaneously delivering a kick. Naruto had anticipated this, responding with another punch. Bang! Their fist and foot collided, the sound reverberating throughout the hall. "What a formidable opponent," Lee remarked earnestly. Konoha Whirlwind, Rising Dragon Fist. The two exchanged blows for nearly 3 minutes, neither gaining the upper hand. Tintin, with her bun hairstyle, remarked, "Incredible. Isn't that Naruto supposed to be the weakest among the newcomers? How can he hold his ground against Lee?" Neji commented, "It's a pity. I had hoped to witness that fellow's prowess, but it seems he won get his turn." Bang! After yet another clash, the two distanced themselves. Lee gradually crouched down, extending his hands towards his shins. "It appears you are not an easily defeated opponent. Next." Lee, a sudden stern voice interrupted. A red turtle appeared unexpectedly. Lee was startled, wearing a guilty expression. Their battle was abruptly halted. Naruto was astonished that even a turtle could be a teacher. Bang! Suddenly, the large figure of Guy appeared. Naruto and Sakura were left in shock, as if witnessing a father and son embrace in tears, with the turtle also shedding tears. Naruto subtly signaled to Sasuke and Sakura, expressing his appreciation for the atmosphere. After a moment of endearment, Guy rose and addressed the trio. "How is your teacher, Kakashi? Others refer to us as eternal rivals." No sooner had he spoken than Guy suddenly vanished from his spot. In a flash, Sasuke drew his blade, its tip poised behind him. Yet, Guy had already materialized behind the three, delicately pinching the blade's tip between his fingers. "By the way, my record stands at 50 victories and 49 defeats. I am indeed stronger than Kakashi," he declared. "Uchiha Sasuke, your reflexes are remarkably keen." Sasuke sheathed his short sword. "I suppose it is somewhat acceptable." The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Guy continued, "Lee has caused you trouble. I ask that you forgive him." "Considering my charming visage," Sasuke replied, "it's nothing. It's merely children bickering." The group fell silent. Upon regaining his composure, Guy urged everyone to promptly register in the classroom before vanishing once more in a puff of smoke. Lee, while wrapping his hands in bandages, confessed, "I must apologize. I lied earlier. The strongest among the lower ninjas of Konoha is indeed not I, but him. I came to participate in the exams solely to defeat him." Sasuke turned to depart, remarking, "Is that so? Yet, I beg to differ. Can Niji's strikes truly contend with the 8 gates, even the 5th gate? Can his speed keep pace?" Lee is quite the Niji admirer, indeed. Many in the Hokage series merely listen to their teammates' commentary without taking it to heart. Taking it seriously means losing. As Sasuke and his companions turned the corner, they arrived at the entrance of the examination hall, where Kakashi awaited them. After a brief explanation, the trio finally stepped into the arena. In an instant, nearly everyone cast malevolent glances towards them, eager to instill a sense of dread. Suddenly, Sasuke unleashed a formidable surge of chakra and killing intent, causing the very tables and chairs of the examination hall to tremble slightly. "If you stare any longer, I'll annihilate you right here," he warned. All the candidates simultaneously felt as though they were being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit, their bodies turning cold and sweat pouring down their brows. Gaara, too, sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the killing intent, a feeling that sent shivers down his spine. Undoubtedly, had it been night, that disquieting sensation would have been far more pronounced. The crowd hastily averted their gazes, though a few approached Sasuke and his companions. They were none other than the other 6 members of Team 7. In Sasuke's eyes, they appeared as innocent children, and he refrained from exuding any menacing aura towards them. The 6 intended to gather together to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them, but upon hearing Sasuke's words, they instinctively withdrew their negative energy. They were slightly taken aback by this response. At the corner stood Kabuto, wearing round spectacles, who raised his eyes slightly and remarked, "Sasuke is much stronger than reported." He then slowly approached the group, greeting them before distributing informational cards as a gesture of goodwill. The other team members were astonished by Gaara's flawless execution of an A-rank mission. Similarly, Naruto and Sakura were even more amazed by Sasuke's prowess. Just then, the 3 sound ninja, though intimidated by Sasuke, steeled themselves and advanced toward Kabuto. They understood that to abandon this charade would yield far graver consequences. As the trio approached Kabuto, merely 3 meters away, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and glanced at them. Illusion technique. This is a jinjutsu capable of affecting multiple targets, altering their perception. The 3 adversaries found their attacks redirected, turning them against one another. Kabuto was taken aback by Sasuke's impressive insight, having deftly cast the illusion amidst their rapid movements. It was akin to a marksman firing 3 shots in an instant, each bullet striking the heads of the fleeing robbers with uncanny precision. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 were simultaneously struck by their own comrades, the pain jolting them out of the illusion. As they regained consciousness, their bodies were already in midair. Bang. They crashed into several tables just as the examiners from Konoha arrived on the scene. At last, the tedious written examination commenced. For Sasuke, however, the questions proved exceedingly simple. After a considerable amount of time, they finally reached the 10th question, a turning point for many. A number of candidates chose to forfeit. Sakura observed Naruto scratching his head, and just as she prepared to raise her hand, Naruto beat her to it. Then, bang, Naruto forcefully slammed his palm on the table. Under his declaration, those behind him chose not to concede. Subsequently, Marino Ibiki announced that everyone had qualified. Suddenly, with a crash, the classroom windows shattered, and a figure burst in, unfurling a curtain. A slightly voluptuous female ninja appeared before the crowd. "I am your second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. What is this? Why are there still so many of you left from the first round? In this second round, I must eliminate more than half of you." The hearts of the candidates raced in response. The following day, all candidates gathered at the edge of a forest. Sasuke observed the disguised Orochimaru standing behind Anko, a smirk gracing his lips. The first scientist of the Hokage world. Finally, they were to meet. After a while, once everyone had signed the death agreement, Anko began to elucidate the examination rules. "Welcome to the venue for the second exam, also known as the Forest of Death." She produced a map, stating, "The distance from the outer edge to the central tower is approximately 10 kilometers. Then, she revealed a scroll inscribed with the characters for heaven and earth. Each of your teams will receive one of these scrolls upon entering the forest. The victory condition is to obtain both types of scrolls within 5 days and for all 3 members of the team to reach the tower. If any team member is lost, it will be deemed failure. All teams proceeded to their respective entrances according to their identification numbers, ready to enter simultaneously in 30 minutes. As the 30 minutes swiftly elapsed, at the instant the entrance opened, all ninjas eagerly dashed into the forest. Sasuke gazed into the depths of the forest, which were shrouded in darkness, where sunlight barely penetrated. This was indeed troubling. Once they ventured into those areas, they would automatically enter a ghastly state. Although he had learned to completely conceal his 4 eyes in this state, he was fortunate that the transparent world could mask his presence and chakra. Otherwise, the Hyuga siblings and Kiba would undoubtedly detect his predicament. Yet, the formidable resilience of his body and his terrifying regenerative abilities could not be concealed. As Sasuke and his companions made their way towards the central tower, he occasionally slipped into his ghostly form. Merely 5 minutes into the exam, they heard the anguished cries of other candidates. Sakura anxiously scanned their surroundings, while Naruto suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself, even contemplating an impromptu solution. Bang! Sakura delivered a punch to Naruto's head. How can you behave like this in front of a lady? Ow! Naruto clutched his head and dashed towards a nearby thicket. Though his taijutsu had reached a level comparable to Lee's, he did not evade Sakura's strike. Bang! 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 Sounds of combat erupted in the direction Naruto had taken. Hey! Hey! Are you going to wait for me to put my pants on? He called out urgently from within the thicket. Moments later, bang! Naruto was propelled back from the underbrush, finally managing to don his trousers midair. In the distance, a ninja wearing a device resembling a respirator witnessed Naruto land beside Sasuke and, without a glance back, prepared to flee. With a sharp sound, 2 distinct noises echoed simultaneously, the thud of a footfall and the unmistakable sound of a short blade being sheathed. Indeed, it was the sound of a blade returning to its scabbard. Sasuke's assault had reached its conclusion. In a swift motion, the unsuspecting ninja was cleaved in 2 by Sasuke's strike. The bloodthirsty Sasuke inhaled the scent of blood, finding it oddly enticing. He momentarily steadied himself. As the upper half of the ninja plummeted, Sasuke deftly retrieved the Book of Earth from within the fallen man's garments. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Only then did the ninja comprehend the severity of his injury, his nerves registering the pain. What? Sasuke first cast an illusion upon Naruto and Sakura. After a considerable interval, he dispelled the genjutsu and emerged from the dense forest. Naruto and Sakura observed an additional scroll tied to Sasuke's leg. Had the scroll already been secured? True to his reputation, Sasuke had swiftly dealt with his opponent. Sakura was filled with exhilaration. Naruto pouted him. If that guy hadn't caught me off guard while I was, I could have taken him down too. This is no place to linger. Let us find a sunlit area, Sasuke declared. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying linear tornado surged toward the trio. Without affording Naruto and Sakura a moment to react, Sasuke seized both of them and hurled them away with force. Head to the central tower and await my return. As they flew through the air, Sasuke dashed in the opposite direction. Suddenly, 2 colossal serpents, their necks thicker than a city bus, emerged. One pursued Naruto and Sakura, while the larger one chased after Sasuke. The ground trembled with each thunderous impact as the serpents barreled through the forest, effortlessly snapping sturdy tree trunks in their wake. Despite their relentless pursuit, the giant serpent failed to catch Sasuke after 3 minutes of chasing. At that moment, the serpent's maw swelled, and it expelled a man, drenched in viscous fluid. The man was tall, adorned with a straw hat, clad in beige attire, with a purple cord tied at his back. He was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Yet, at this moment, Orochimaru sported a disguise, his face obscured by the features of an ordinary passerby. Orochimaru's speed surpassed that of the giant serpent. However, as he accelerated, Sasuke matched his pace, his own speed escalating beyond that of a mere genin. After approximately half a minute, with a sudden whoosh, Sasuke plummeted from the sky, landing in the center of a sun-drenched clearing. He exhaled a sigh of relief. This battle could only end in defeat, not victory. Sasuke was preparing for defection in the future, but for now, his strength during the daylight was insufficient, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. He needed to remain in Konoha for several more months, wary that his demonic form might one day be discovered. Thus, he sought the cursed seal from Orochimaru. When the day came that his secret was unveiled, he would merely part his collar to reveal, "See, this is Orochimaru's masterpiece." Indeed, Orochimaru would bear the blame. Thankfully, at last, I have found a suitable battlefield. A second later, whoosh. Thud. Orochimaru landed firmly 30 meters behind Sasuke. Hiss. Your speed is quite astonishing. However, you have chosen a favorable location. The visibility here is expansive. Yet, regrettably, a good place is advantageous only to me. For when you are not the opponent's match, the difficulty of escape increases significantly. As Sasuke turned, he slowly drew his blade, retorting, "Do you enjoy being surprised? I am different from you. I relish a good meal." Orochimaru paused momentarily before responding with a sinister tone. "Heh, such courage. Truly befitting of the Uchiha bloodline. But I wonder whether you will remain so composed in the moments to come." He fiddled with his own eyeball in a manner that appeared exceedingly bizarre, simultaneously exuding a suffocating aura of menace. Sasuke's body stiffened, and the short knife clattered to the ground. Orochimaru smirked disdainfully, poised to mock, when suddenly he observed Sasuke slightly crouching, rhythmically swinging his fists, his body rotating with the cadence. A player of League of Legends would recognize that Sasuke was performing Garen's dance. It appeared particularly foolish. The once cool Sasuke dancing this way created an indescribable awkwardness. Yet, the more awkward it seemed, the more effective it became. Although Orochimaru did not comprehend the dance, he understood it as a blatant mockery directed at him. The veins on Orochimaru's forehead bulged, resembling characters etched in a river. In his decades of existence, he had never felt such anger. With a chilling smile, Orochimaru remarked, "Such vitality, truly an anomaly among the Uchiha. Let me see if you possess the audacity to back it up." Whoosh! A cloud of dust erupted from the ground, not a ninjutsu, but rather the result of Orochimaru crushing tree trunks as he moved at high speed. Initially, he employed a velocity that only elite Nin could barely perceive. Sasuke, with his palm facing downward, channeled Chakra to instantly draw the short knife to his hand. In the moment they were about to cross paths, moon breathing, first form, Dark Moon Night Palace. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Sasuke's speed of attack exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. At this juncture, complete evasion was impossible. Thud! A severed arm spun through the air while Orochimaru retreated 4 to 5 meters, cursing, "How infuriating." Whoosh! Sasuke followed closely in his wake. Moon breathing, third form, Envy Moon, erosion. The short knife instantaneously became imbued with numerous crescent blades, unleashing 2 swift, crescent strikes. Orochimaru found himself with no means of escape. His body was cleaved into 3 segments, subsequently subjected to the merciless onslaught of the crescent blades, landing in a bloodied, mangled state. Yet the next moment, Orochimaru's corpse transformed into a puddle of soft mud. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru, a few meters behind Sasuke, gently applauded. "It seems I must treat you with the respect due to a particularly elite Nin." Subsequently, Orochimaru brandished a kunai, infused with the wind-natured chakra. "Are you implying that the warm-up has concluded?" As he spoke, Sasuke turned around, his eyes swiftly transforming into the 3-tomo Sharingan. Illusionary art, chains of enchantment. In the original narrative, Itachi immobilized Orochimaru with a single move. Although Sasuke's current execution of this technique could not rival Itachi's prowess, it nonetheless posed a significant challenge for Orochimaru, evoking profound psychological shadows. As anticipated, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. In that same instant, he executed a sword technique, Moon's Breath, 4th form, Crescent Moon's Q. Indeed, the technique bore the name Crescent Moon's Q. Sasuke unleashed a sweeping arc of slashing energy, the angle and range of which fluctuated according to the chakra expended. The slash not only enveloped a multitude of crescent blades, but also left a faint luminescence at the wound. Once touched by the glow, both real and shadowy forms could be discerned at a glance. Following this, Sasuke's left hand completed a one-handed seal, fire release, dragon fire technique. This was the very technique Sasuke employed in the Death Forest to scorch Orochimaru. However, this iteration of the dragon fire technique was laced with an abundance of azure flames, with temperatures soaring nearly 1,000 degrees Celsius. In a moment of crisis, Orochimaru dispelled the illusion. Yet it was too late to evade the Crescent Moon's Q and the dragon fire technique. Boom. Orochimaru emitted a grotesque scream. Although it appeared convincingly real, Sasuke, with his keen perception, had already detected that Orochimaru had shed his skin and burrowed underground. One must admit, Orochimaru's substitution technique was remarkably formidable, effectively erasing the luminescence. At this juncture, Orochimaru completed his seals beneath the earth. Boom. A gargantuan serpent, several meters thick, erupted from the ground, its gaping maw encompassing nearly 20 meters around Sasuke. In comparison, Sasuke's stature was dwarfed by even a single fang of this colossal serpent, with Orochimaru concealed within the back of its head. Moon's Breath, fifth form, lunar cataclysmic vortex. Sasuke spun rapidly, summoning massive blades of swirling energy around him, accompanied by a thrust akin to a tempest. The mingling crescent blades dazzled the eyes, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. As the serpent's head encountered the blade vortex, it was akin to entering a meat grinder. Skin, muscle, and bone were reduced to countless fragments. Orochimaru adeptly evaded the attack by disengaging from the serpent just in time. In the blink of an eye, both combatants descended to the ground simultaneously. Orochimaru tore away half the skin from his face, exclaiming, "Shikamaru may not have possessed such formidable swordsmanship at your age. Nor have I encountered such techniques before. Uchiha Sasuke, the surprise you present far exceeds my expectations. It appears I have much to learn from you." As his words trailed off, Orochimaru expelled the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Now fully earnest, he ceased to deliberately restrain his speed in battle. Whoosh! Orochimaru's velocity surged dramatically. Clang! Clang! Sasuke, endowed with extraordinary insight and foresight from two potent buffs, coupled with his exquisite swordsmanship, found himself relegated to a passive stance of defense and counterattack. In less than a minute of their high-frequency skirmish, numerous non-fatal wounds marred his body, and his attire lay in tatters. Clang! As they clashed once more, Sasuke's short blade shattered. What a travesty! After spending so much, he had merely acquired a disposable dagger. It broke in the very first battle. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Orochimaru, renowned as a master swordsman among the elite, wielded the legendary Kusanagi sword, enhanced with wind chakra, making the blade's breakage rather justifiable. In truth, Orochimaru was equally astonished. That flimsy blade had endured a full minute before yielding. Yet, now everything had come to an end. With this thought, Orochimaru extended his tongue and grinned wickedly. Sasuke-kun, your chakra quantity and intensity far exceed my expectations. However, at this level, you cannot hope to defeat that man. I can grant you power. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then scoffed disdainfully. With my potential, it won't be long before I exact my vengeance. What assistance can you provide? Orochimaru, having anticipated this response, replied unhurriedly. What you know of Itachi's strength is from before his defection. Although it is a weakness of mine, I must confess, in my current state, I would fall to Itachi in a single strike. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. How is that possible? Orochimaru continued, and that was several years ago. Itachi's prowess now is. Sasuke, unable to contain his agitation, interjected, since you admit you are not his match. What use are you? A vein on Orochimaru's temple throbbed, yet he remained composed. I possess a method to significantly enhance power in a short time. But what I desire is immortality. Thus, this method cannot be applied to myself. However, if we were to collaborate, it would simplify matters. Sasuke appeared to contemplate this for a brief moment. You make a valid point. Suddenly, he turned and fled. But I cannot trust you. Yet, his speed in escape was considerably diminished, revealing his exhaustion. Orochimaru, initially uncertain whether to pursue him, now felt reassured by Sasuke's retreat. With a cold smirk, he elongated his neck at an alarming speed. Splat! Sasuke was bitten by Orochimaru exactly where the original narrative indicated. As Orochimaru maintained his grip, his voice seeped through his teeth. I initially intended to leave you with a mark and test you further, but now I am exceedingly satisfied. Therefore, you shall accompany me at once. Sasuke was taken aback. Huh? What? This deviates from the script. Damn it. Yet, the cursed seal's power rapidly eroded Sasuke's mind, accompanied by excruciating nerve pain. He could hardly stand, let alone engage in battle. As Sasuke lay on the ground, racked with pain, Orochimaru summoned a colossal serpent to envelop him within its maw. The moment he was drawn into the serpent's mouth, Sasuke instantaneously transitioned into a demonic state. His previously dim consciousness surged with vitality, and he even mused, is this the sensation of the cursed mark? Merely trivial. Through the veil of the world, he discerned that the shadowy region ahead was less than 100 meters away. With a moment's patience, he steadied himself. After 2 breaths, the serpent breached the forest shadow. Moon breathing, first form, Dark Moon Palace. In this demonic transformation, the moon breathing manifested. With a swift motion, The serpent's head was cleaved in two. Orochimaru, perched upon the serpent's crown, lost a leg from the impact. From the severed stump, numerous slender serpents emerged, intertwining to reattach his leg. As Orochimaru fell to the ground, he gazed in astonishment at Sasuke before him. Blood-red flames adorned the left side of Sasuke's forehead and the right side of his neck, and all wounds upon his body had vanished. This is not the cursed mark. Sasuke, what have you become? Before Orochimaru could finish his thought, for dark lines appeared across Sasuke's face, and his 6 blood-red eyes opened, gazing coldly at him. Even one who often instilled fear like Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it was only a fleeting fright. Orochimaru quickly unleashed the Kusanagi sword. Astonished that such a thing could inhabit Sasuke. What are you? He inquired, almost blurting out, are you human or demon? However, he deemed such a question scientifically unfounded. So he settled for, what are you? From his body, Sasuke summoned a short blade adorned with numerous eyes through his blood demon technique, responding, Uchiha Kurotwaiya. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. This resembles Kunisada's abilities remarkably. Rather than fear, anticipation ignited within him. It felt akin to a 2-for-1 deal. Observing Orochimaru's excitement, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Orochimaru remained blissfully unaware of the true strength of the targets he so coveted. First against Pain, then Itachi, and now facing his own demonic transformation. With a swift motion, Orochimaru launched his full strength, thrusting a sword towards Sasuke's chest. Sasuke's right hand remained unmoving as he calmly lifted his left hand. With a swift motion, Sasuke caught the blade single-handedly, rendering Orochimaru's attack futile. As Orochimaru stood in shock, Sasuke's right hand vanished in an instant. With a decisive strike, Orochimaru's shoulder and head were severed. Empowered by Chakra, the strength and speed of his demonic form surpassed that of Kokushibo by several magnitudes. A slender serpent slithered from within Orochimaru, and, upon opening its mouth, a brand new Orochimaru emerged. Yet, the astonishment on his face lingered, and internally, he could not help but roar. Is this still human? So powerful like a demon. Orochimaru, in a daze, caught sight of a fleeting shadow rushing towards him. Just as he regained his senses to retaliate, Sasuke had already steadied himself beside Orochimaru, casually delivering a strike. Clang. The attack was blocked. However, the defense was not entirely effective. Although Orochimaru managed to interpose the Kusanagi sword at the last moment, Sasuke's formidable strength easily overpowered the blade, severing Orochimaru's arm. As the limb fluttered in the air, slender snakes emerged from the severed end, intertwining with one another. With a swift flick of his wrist, Sasuke executed another strike. Thud. Before the arm could reattach, Orochimaru's body was cleaved in two at the waist. There was no way to close the distance. The speed Sasuke exhibited at this moment rivaled that of the Reikage, as far as Orochimaru could discern. In a state of desperation, Orochimaru opened his mouth. Gulp. Almost immediately, he expelled a brand new version of himself. As the new Orochimaru touched the ground, his lower body sprang forth, propelled along the surface. The Kusanagi sword, under his deft manipulation, followed suit at an astonishing speed. At this moment, even the likes of Sasori of the Red Sands would struggle to react to Orochimaru's velocity. Whoosh! Sasuke, wielding his blade, pursued him relentlessly. Orochimaru had scarcely covered 300 meters when Sasuke's figure reappeared at his side. Thud! This time, Orochimaru was vertically cleaved in half. The two halves of his body, propelled by inertia, flew several meters before a multitude of slender snakes erupted from the severed ends, fanning out in a frantic escape. Observing Orochimaru's panicked retreat, Sasuke felt no inclination to further intimidate him. The use of extensive techniques was not yet permissible. Otherwise, it would raise suspicions when the Umbu arrived to investigate the scene. Sasuke returned to a sunlit area, his cursed blade turning to ash in an instant. He had exhausted his funds on kunai and shuriken when he previously acquired his short blade. Gazing at his empty palms, he wondered if he would only be able to resort to this technique before his defection. With a sharp exhale, Sasuke unleashed a blindingly brilliant Chidori without forming any hand seals. This technique was not one taught by Kakashi. Under the influence of his Sharingan and the ability to perceive the world, he could effortlessly replicate ninjutsu of this caliber. On the very day of his crossing, he had already imitated Kakashi's technique, and, throughout the nights of the past month, he had executed it hundreds of thousands of times. Such an astounding frequency of practice was made possible by the shadow clone technique and the rapid recovery afforded by his cursed body. Thus, He had become proficient enough to forego hand seals altogether, and his power now surpassed that of Kakashi. It was likely that Kakashi had never unleashed the technique more than 10,000 times in his entire life. Moreover, practicing Chidori invigorated his cellular vitality, enhancing his speed and strength. His taijutsu had reached a level comparable to that of a special J-nin for this very reason. However, he currently lacked theoretical knowledge on the variations of lightning release, leaving the derivative techniques of Chidori undeveloped and preventing their integration with the moon-breathing sword techniques. Suddenly, a figure approached swiftly from a distance. As expected, this individual would not heed any instructions. A few breaths later, Naruto emerged from the forest, his golden hair gleaming. "Sasuke, are you all right?" he inquired, scrutinizing Sasuke closely. Sasuke offered a faint smile, indicating that the enemy had already fled, and urged Naruto to regroup and complete the examination. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had fled a considerable distance and, upon settling his mind, began to reflect on the details of the encounter. Sasuke's condition had been truly peculiar. Could he be a new host for the tailed beasts? What were the triggering conditions? If it manifested in times of crisis, then it should have activated before he was consumed by the serpent. Conversely, if it triggered on the brink of death, it should not have activated just now, as the cursed mark had yet to pose a threat to his life. What could it be? The secrets surrounding Sasuke were undeniably tantalizing, leaving him with an unsettling feeling that he had overlooked something significant. Nevertheless, he concluded that if he could forget it, it must not have been of great importance. As Sasuke and Naruto approached the rendezvous point, Sasuke caught sight of 7 individuals besides Sakura. Among them were Lee, the 3-sound ninja, and the Ino, Shika, Cho trio concealed in the underbrush. Observing this familiar scene, Sasuke lowered his head with a sigh. In the original narrative, Sakura had battled the sound trio to protect the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto, while Lee had sustained injuries while defending Sakura. Although both he and Naruto were unscathed now, the battlefield circumstances were eerily similar. It was absurd. Why had Orochimaru dispatched these 3 to harass him? Was this not simply a gift? Originally, Orochimaru had dispatched 3 individuals in advance to observe whether Sasuke could successfully receive the cursed seal. However, Orochimaru himself met defeat and forgot to send a summoning beast to inform them. Thus, this scene unfolded. On the battlefield, Tsu and his companions had not seen Sasuke for an extended period, causing a growing sense of unease among them. They had no intention of confronting Sasuke, but previously, Kabuto had relayed the message that Sasuke was injured and unconscious, stating that only by killing him could they obtain Orochimaru's cursed seal. Yet, after fighting for a considerable time, Sasuke's whereabouts remained a mystery. At that moment, their inexplicable anxiety intensified. Sakura found herself in a precarious situation, with Sakon gripping her neck with one hand, while the other aimed a circular hole at her ear. "Damn it. I will ask you one last time. Where is Sasuke? If you do not speak, I shall unleash the void severance through your ear." A gentle breeze swept across the area, and Sakon suddenly sensed the silence enveloping them. Then, a voice emerged from behind him. "The legs are attached to my body. Why are you asking her?" Sakon froze, suddenly recalling that he was still holding a hostage. Perhaps he could still leverage her. With a crack, the sound of twisting bones resonated, and Sakon's vision pivoted a full 180 degrees. Before him stood Sasuke. The eyes of the other sound ninjas widened in terror, and they dared not breathe. It turned out that Sasuke had twisted Sakon's head completely around. At that moment, Naruto, albeit slightly delayed, arrived at the scene. Everyone was taken aback by Sasuke's brutal method. Further away, Neji, with his Byakugan activated, witnessed the scene and felt a jolt in his eyelids. Sasuke scoffed. "What is there to fear? To kill or be killed? Is this not the mindset one should possess when becoming a ninja? Do you truly believe that being a ninja is merely a child's game?" As his words trailed off, Sasuke exerted more force, ripping Sakon completely in half, the blood and entrails splattering onto Sakura. Sasuke, Naruto, in a fit of anger, charged at Sasuke. But with a mere glance, Sasuke rendered Naruto unconscious. In a flash, Tsu, the leader of the Sound Ninjas, turned and fled without uttering a word. Another female team member, Kin, hesitated for a moment before also desperately escaping into the distance. Sasuke, with his palm facing down, drew Sakon's head toward him using Chakra. At this moment, Sakura, seated on the ground, clutched Sasuke's right leg, saying, "Sasuke, enough. They have already." Sasuke cast a cold glance at Sakura, his disdainful gaze sending a chill through her. She instinctively loosened her grip. Meanwhile, Sasuke's actions did not cease. He infused chakra into Sakan's head, and then moon breathing, fourth form, crescent Q. This technique was not only a sword skill, but could also be converted into a throwing technique. With a whoosh, Sakan's head soared through the air in a swift, 180-degree arc. A breath later, Tsu had just passed by a large tree. Sak's head suddenly soared into this blind spot. Crack! TOS was struck by Sak's cranium, shattering upon impact. Though the velocity of Sak's head had diminished somewhat, it continued its trajectory unabated. Just as Chin had crossed a large tree and was about to glance back to check if Sasuke was in pursuit, she caught sight of an unidentified object hurtling towards her with alarming speed. Turning around, she was confronted by the crimson visage of Sak's head as it collided with her. There was no time for fear. Thud. Sak's head crushed Chin's sternum, causing her to spew blood and stagger to the ground. Fractured bones had pierced her lungs and heart, leaving her with no escape from this grim fate. The others, unable to witness the gruesome demise of these two, were already retching uncontrollably. Niji, however, had a clearer view. After overcoming the discomfort of the bloody scene, he couldn't help but admire the potency of this technique. The battle concluded. Sasuke, with one hand grasping Naruto, made his way slowly towards the central tower, casually remarking, "The ninja world is perilous. If you wish to avoid experiencing such a death firsthand, you must train diligently. Sakura, if you find this unbearable, you may withdraw from the team after this exam. However, I expect you not to hinder our progress now." Coming to her senses, Sakura suppressed her discomfort and followed Sasuke at a measured pace. From that point on, Sasuke's team encountered no further obstacles. During their journey, Sasuke fortuitously encountered Karen, whom he rescued and brought to the central tower. Unfortunately, Karen's companions had lost contact and thus failed the exam. Shortly thereafter, Gaara's team arrived at the scene. Within the central tower of the Forest of Death, Hondo and Kakashi led Sasuke to a secluded chamber where Hisashi was also present. Unlike the original narrative, Hondo did not encounter Orochimaru. The group deduced that Sasuke had battled Orochimaru based on the remnants of the skirmish and broken fragments of a blade. This prompted their discussion. Sasuke unfastened his collar, revealing the 3-tomo seal. "That individual is formidable. I am no match for him, but after he bit me, he chose to withdraw." Hondo, surprised, touched the mark on his own neck, exclaiming, "You are Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you?" To maintain such clarity of mind after receiving the curse mark is astonishing. Sasuke feigned recollection. "I remember being on the verge of unconsciousness from the pain, but suddenly, I felt an overwhelming surge of power from the curse mark, and my injuries and mental state were restored." Hondo, Hisashi, and Kakashi exchanged concerned glances. Hisashi pondered deeply, to what extent has Orochimaru's research progressed? Hondo gasped in disbelief. "What? You adapted that quickly? Truly remarkable." Sasuke's expression darkened slightly. "To eliminate that man, this is trivial." Hisashi and Kakashi fell into contemplation for a moment. Although Sasuke's recent growth was indeed extraordinary, in comparison to his peer Itachi, it was somewhat more palatable. With this thought, the tension in their minds began to ease. In truth, Sasuke's words served as a form of psychological suggestion. By contrasting himself against Itachi, he aimed to diminish their suspicions. Subsequently, Hisashi remarked, "All right, Sasuke, you may proceed. I permit you to continue participating in the examination, but should you experience any discomfort, do inform me in advance." Sasuke nodded and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Hisashi and his companions, a playful smile lingered on Sasuke's lips. Time passed swiftly in these leisurely days. 5 days elapsed, and the candidates who traversed the Forest of Death deviated somewhat from the original narrative. Kabuto's team also failed to clear the examination, evidently due to adjustments made by Orochimaru in response to Sasuke's actions, compounded by the demise of the Sound Ninja Trio at Sasuke's hands. Consequently, the current situation reflected a direct reduction of 2 teams compared to the original storyline. Nevertheless, the remaining 5 teams were still too numerous for the 3rd official match. Thus, a preliminary round was deemed necessary. This preliminary round would consist of one-on-one confrontations. Cough cough. The outcomes would not affect the comrades within the same group. The rules stipulated that a match would conclude when one participant fell, conceded, or when I deemed the result conclusive, at which point I would terminate the contest. There were 15 participants on site, leading to some individuals facing back-to-back matches. The ailing Moonlight guy elaborated on the rules, while the competitors below fretted over his potential collapse. Upon hearing this, Sasuke raised his hand, declaring, "Allow me to take on the back-to-back matches. Everyone is quite fatigued." The expressions of those present, aside from Naruto and Sakura, shifted dramatically. Shino and Kiba deemed Sasuke excessively arrogant. Other teams simultaneously murmured, "Oh no." Moonlight Guy turned in astonishment towards Hisashi. After receiving a nod of approval from Hisashi, he acquiesced to Sasuke's proposal. Ahem, cough cough. Henceforth, your fates lie in this arena. Moonlight Guy pointed towards the electronic screen on the wall. After a few seconds of rapid transitions, the final pairing displayed was Uchiha Sasuke versus Inuzuka Kiba. Phew. A collective sigh of relief echoed from many. Kiba, perplexed by the reactions of those around him, felt a surge of anxiety. Woof. Yes, Akamaru, I'm fine. We shall prevail. Ahem. Both competitors remained, while the others ascended to the second floor. Moments later, only Sasuke, Kiba, and Moonlight Guy remained on the ground. Sasuke, while you were once the top of your class, that does not guarantee your current standing. Since graduation, I have dedicated myself to rigorous training. Ahem. The match begins. Tap. Sasuke uttered not a word. The instant Moonlight Guy announced the commencement, he had already materialized beside Kiba, his posture unchanged, hands still tucked in his pockets. The faces of most spectators on the second floor paled dramatically, utterly astonished by the speed at which Sasuke moved. Kakashi, what sort of training did you subject Sasuke to yield such prowess? Truly, he remains my eternal rival. Kakashi, this fellow is indeed a formidable opponent for both Lee and Neji. The speed of this fellow must be that of an extraordinary shinobi. The observing instructors could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Kakashi too gazed in disbelief at the battlefield, remarking, I merely had them tread upon the water. The assembled teachers were left speechless. In the thick of the fray, as one directly involved, Kiba's reaction was somewhat delayed. Just as his pupils dilated and he gathered chakra beneath him to leap, Sasuke unleashed a lightning-fast sidekick. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Kiba smashed into a wall, becoming stuck against it, unable to detach himself. A second later, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hinata and Kurenai swiftly appeared by Kiba's side. Kiba? Cough cough. He's fine, just fainted. Thankfully, it was a sidekick. Had it been another form of attack, the outcome would have been different. The first round concluded with Uchiha Sasuke emerging victorious. Following the announcement by Kurenai, 2 medical ninjas rushed in to carry Kiba away. The remaining candidates grew increasingly tense. In the second match, Sasuke's name remained unchanged at the top, while the names below continuously altered. Lee, prepare yourself, Guy encouraged. Lee, with a hint of pride, turned away, stating, after such a long wait, I wish to make a grand entrance. Sakura, slightly taken aback, wondered, is Lee throwing a tantrum? At that moment, the electronic screen froze. In the second match, it was Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, sending silent condolences towards Lee. Lee began to stretch, you've all been deceived. Though I wish to be the last to enter, it has turned out otherwise. It's akin to a stone aimed at a telephone pole that misses its mark, yet unexpectedly strikes true. I employed this principle. Guy's eyes widened in realization, truly my student. Others watched the duo with skepticism, silently shaking their heads, questioning how Lee remained so spirited, seemingly oblivious to his inevitable defeat. One might say he is adorably naive. Alas, I had hoped to witness someone challenge Sasuke's true prowess. Just as Lee prepared to enter the fray. Lee, if you're to face him, I permit you to remove your weights now. Lee, overjoyed, promptly bent down to shed the weights from his legs. The spectators remained unconvinced of Lee's chances. Even Kakashi deemed it futile training. Kankuro openly questioned the effectiveness, dismissing the weights as inconsequential to the battle. At that moment, Lee released his hands. Whoosh! Thunderous rumble. The ground quaked and produced a deafening noise merely from the weights being dropped from the second floor. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Kakashi glanced at Guy, incredulous at the extent of his methods. Whoosh! Unburdened, Lee appeared in the arena with a speed that left most genin unable to comprehend. So swift, he has reached a speed invisible to the naked eye, akin to Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Naruto retracted his astonished expression. Sakura, Lee's speed. Begin. As Moonlight Gale's voice fell, whoosh. Lee suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, delivering a swift leaf whirl kick. How fast? The surrounding genin exclaimed. Sasuke, unfazed, extended his left hand. Snap. He firmly grasped Lee's calf with one hand, and then forcefully flung him away. What? Sasuke managed to effortlessly block Lee's attack. The genin were taken aback. Naruto continued from earlier, stating, the gap between them remains vast. This disparity is imperceptible to other genin. It is akin to attempting to discern the velocity of bullets fired from different firearms with the naked eye. It is utterly undetectable. Whoosh! Lee was hurled away by Sasuke like a dart, moving faster than the speed at which Kiba had just been launched. In midair, Lee curled his body into a ball, regaining his balance. Just before making contact with the wall, Lee pressed his feet against it and propelled himself towards Sasuke with even greater speed. Astounding. To be able to adjust one's body in such a situation? If it were me, I would likely have fainted. That guy is so strong. Yet he was effortlessly overwhelmed by Sasuke. Just how powerful is Sasuke? This is troublesome. Sasuke's growth since graduation has become somewhat absurd. The majority of the genin in the stands increasingly felt inadequate, sensing that anyone on the stage could easily overpower them. In the examination arena, whoosh. Sasuke slightly sidestepped, narrowly evading Lee's strike. He then seized Lee's wrist, rotating his body to neutralize Lee's momentum before tossing him into the distance. This time, Lee was flung towards the ground ahead. He barely had time to adjust his posture before skimming the surface. The friction with the ground at such speeds was terrifying. In a moment of crisis, Lee exhibited remarkable flexibility, his fists sweeping past his shoulders to deliver a rapid punch toward the ground. Bang! The fleeting contact averted high-speed friction. Lee rebounded from the ground like a rubber ball, soaring into the air. Sasuke, too, finally moved, appearing at a speed imperceptible to the other genin at the spot where Lee was about to land. Anticipating this, Lee performed a mid-air flip, executing another leaf whirl kick. Sasuke sidestepped just inches away, narrowly avoiding Lee's kick, while simultaneously delivering a powerful swing with his right fist. The force of Sasuke's momentum left Lee and the watching jounin in awe. Guy's expression changed dramatically as he urgently called out, "Lee, this is your moment to shine. I permit you to give it your all." Lee and Guy shared an unspoken understanding, having long been prepared and waiting for Guy's affirmation. In that instant, Lee unleashed the third gate. This is excessive. Kakashi also removed his eye patch, revealing his Sharingan. Boom! A shockwave of chakra erupted from Lee's body. However, it did not deter Sasuke's assault. Bang! Sasuke's fist struck Lee's abdomen, causing ripples to ripple across his skin. Whoosh! The rapidly propelled Lee crashed through the arm of a colossal statue. Boom! The wall behind him shattered, creating a gaping hole surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, a voice echoed from within the opening. The healing gate. Unlocked. Sasuke revealed a hint of excitement. Have you finally revealed your true skills? Suddenly, boom! The cracked wall disintegrated under the force of a formidable chakra, scattering into massive stones that soared into the examination arena. Sasuke swiftly gathered his chakra in both hands, shattering the incoming boulders with remarkable speed. Whoosh! Amidst the multitude of stones, a figure glowing with green light surged forth. Alas! In Sasuke's perceptive world, any attempt at concealment proved futile. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches, the powerful energy dispersing the surrounding dust. The chaos of the battlefield became significantly clearer, yet numerous boulders still littered the area. Sasuke maintained his striking posture with his right hand, while casually seizing a boulder with his left to hurl at Lee. Observing this, Lee mirrored the action in kind. Bang! Both boulders shattered simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, the two retreated and, after regaining their composure, charged at each other once more. Bang! Sasuke mirrored Lee's movements, as if they were battling before a mirror. Identical punches, identical kicks. After a minute of their rapid exchanges, the lower-ranked ninjas could no longer discern their motions. And even the elite ninjas wore expressions of astonishment. How could this lower-ranked ninja be so different from the one they once knew? Bang! As the two executed a kick, they were propelled backward by the recoil. Subsequently, Lee swiftly leaped onto a falling boulder, propelling himself towards Sasuke once again. The excitement on Sasuke's face intensified. Now this is more like it. Lee unleashed a rapid strike, the Leaf Gale. Sasuke dipped to the left to evade the kick, simultaneously launching a high whip kick from Lee's blind spot. At the last moment, Lee twisted midair, crossing his arms defensively. Bang! Thud! Lee was sent reeling, blood spewing forth, as he was forcefully propelled backward. Whoosh! Just as Lee's backward momentum began to wane, Sasuke reappeared at his side. Before Lee's feet could touch the ground, Sasuke delivered a powerful punch. At that moment, the bandages around Lee's hands suddenly unraveled, swirling towards Sasuke like two whirlpools. This was the preparatory phase for unleashing the Lotus Fluid technique. Sasuke released his right fist, transforming it into a blade-like hand. Chakra surged from his palm, glowing with intensity. Breath of the Moon, third form, envious moon, erosion. His right hand sliced through the air, unleashing 2 crescent-shaped strikes, accompanied by several ethereal circular blades. Although the circular blades lacked strength, they were sufficiently sharp to sever the bandages. Sasuke effortlessly thwarted the opportunity Lee had meticulously planned, leaving Lee astonished as he barely managed to evade the 2 crescent strikes. With a swift step, Sasuke appeared before Lee, delivering a lightning-fast kick. In that fleeting moment, everything before Lee seemed to slow down. I cannot lose. I must not lose. I am determined to prove that hard work can indeed triumph over genius. 8 gates of the 8 inner gates. 5th gate. Due gate. Open. The skin of Lee's body transformed into something more fearsome, with veins bulging in his limbs and face. Boom. An even more terrifying surge of chakra erupted. In that instant, Lee's speed surpassed that of Sasuke. As Lee narrowly evaded Sasuke's strike, he swiftly flipped onto his hands, propelling himself upright. Without hesitation, he launched a rapid kick toward Sasuke. The spectators were once again astounded. Just how far can Lee push his limits? Could it be that he might actually defeat Sasuke? The crowd saw hope in Lee's repeated bursts of resilience against adversity. Although Sasuke's physical speed could only rival that of Lee at the 5th gate, his insight and reflexes far exceeded Lee's. With extraordinary predictive abilities, Sasuke calmly dodged the attack. Unwilling to miss the chance to pursue, Lee did not stand but instead continued to chase Sasuke while inverted. His feet became his fists, delivering a series of rapid strikes. In this state, even with purely taijutsu, Sasuke found himself being forced back. Incredible. He truly has Sasuke on the defensive. Though their movements were too swift to discern, it was evident that Sasuke was retreating. As the crowd of ninjas marveled, Kakashi donned his mask once more, and Guy wore a look of regret. Sasuke had claimed that the strongest genin of Konoha was no longer Lee, thus he would surely win. Naruto stated earnestly, clenching his fists tightly. Is this truly the extent of Sasuke's power, the so-called strongest genin? How could I have been so weak? Tenen questioned. How could that be? Lee has clearly subdued Sasuke. How could he possibly lose? I never imagined Lee had grown this strong, yet it seems he is destined to fall. Niji remarked with a complex expression. Guy responded, Lee has reached his peak state, but it cannot be sustained for long. If only Sasuke could be delayed a while longer. In the distance, Maki explained to Kankuro and Temari, although it appears he has pushed back his opponent, he has yet to inflict any significant damage, let alone defeat Sasuke. Sasuke, too, understood through the clarity of the world that Lee was nearing his limits. Suddenly, Sasuke unleashed his chakra, shattering the ground and forcing Lee back. If I cannot defeat you at your peak, what would be the point, he declared, releasing his arms that had shielded him. Allow me to show you. True genius cannot be conquered solely through effort. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Kakashi was equally perplexed. What was Sasuke planning? With victory seemingly assured, why engage in a direct confrontation with someone like Lee? Observing Sasuke's posture, it appeared he had no intention of employing jinjutsu or ninjutsu. Was this not a bit too audacious? Kakashi instinctively glanced at Naruto. If it were Naruto, it would be more understandable. Naruto shot Kakashi an annoyed glare. What are you looking at me for? Oh, nothing. Just curious about the extent of your abilities. Kakashi defended himself. Just wait and see, Naruto retorted, turning his head away in irritation. In the midst of the battlefield, Shaoli found himself perplexed. He had mentally prepared for the inevitable defeat following his forced exit from the 8 gates, yet a flicker of hope had ignited within him. Sasuke slowly assumed the initial posture of Tai Chi, beckoning, come forth. The onlookers were bewildered. This stance appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. Prior to his journey through time, Sasuke had never practiced Tai Chi, yet he had watched numerous videos on its forms and studied its theoretical underpinnings. Coupled with the combat experience amassed over centuries by Kagaya, crafting his own rendition of Tai Chi posed no challenge. Previously, against Orochimaru, the disparity in speed had been insurmountable. However, this time, there was an opportunity to elevate the reputation of Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Though Shaoli was filled with doubt, he recognized the urgency of the moment. Without the luxury of contemplation, he charged toward Sasuke, launching a rapid straight punch. Sasuke retreated a half step, evading Shaoli's optimal striking range. Concurrently, his left hand swiftly made contact with Shaoli's fist, deliberately refraining from retaliating. Instead, the tempo of all movements gradually decelerated, mesmerizing all observers as they watched. Sasuke's left hand merely rested lightly on Xiao Li's forearm, guiding him in a circular motion on the spot. After 2 rotations, Xiao Li's force was effortlessly dissipated. Next, Sasuke pulled Xiao Li closer, then, like a wave, thrust his shoulder against Xiao Li's chest. The impact reverberated with a sudden jolt, compounded by a surge of chakra. Not only was Xiao Li propelled backward, suffering external injuries, but the force also constricted his breath, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. The 8 gates were forcibly deactivated. As he flew through the air, Xiao Li was left in shock, his thoughts a whirlwind, struggling to comprehend how he had lost. Finally, unable to contain himself, he expelled a mouthful of blood. With that release, his breathing became more manageable. What just transpired? How did that watermelon peel synchronize so seamlessly with that fellow? Was that impact even more potent than his previous attacks? The crowd was left in confusion. "Teacher Kai, how did Xiao Li lose?" asked Tian Tian. The others fell silent, straining to listen intently. Niji's veins bulged around his eyes. Such a martial technique existed? Kai murmured in astonishment. So, besides brute force, evasion can also employ leverage and impact to effectuate defense and counterattack. Tian Tian and the other genin were utterly baffled. Shikamaru clicked his tongue, realizing the underlying mechanics. Ino and Sakura raised their eyebrows, finding these riddle-loving individuals quite irritating. Xiao Li lay on the ground, utterly disoriented, thinking, "I have been defeated. Is it true that hard work cannot surpass innate talent?" Had Sasuke bested him after he exited the 8 gates, Xiao Li would not have felt such despair. Yet, succumbing in his most formidable state was particularly disheartening. Kai, anxious, was about to encourage Xiao Li when Sasuke leisurely approached the spectator's platform on the 2nd floor, stating, "Li Rock, if you wish to triumph over Niji, you already possess the capability to do so. However, this does not imply that you have triumphed over genius. It merely indicates that Niji is not a genius." Niji, how infuriating. Of course, this reflects Niji's inner thoughts. "I have previously stated that true genius cannot be bested solely through effort." Pay attention to the key phrase, solely through effort. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and the others were equally curious about Sasuke's subsequent thoughts. Thus, it necessitates contemplation. "I have heard of your training methods with Guy. Such methods indeed yield noticeable progress in the early stages, but advancement becomes increasingly arduous in the later stages. The countless push-ups and long-distance runs around the village primarily enhance your endurance and cardiovascular capacity, but do little to significantly augment your physical strength, explosive speed, resilience, and adaptability." The slow growth of Xiao Li in the later stages of the series is not without reason. Xiao Li glanced at Guy. At present, Xiao Li does not perceive a deceleration in his rate of progress. He had thought that every ounce of effort would yield commensurate rewards. Could it be that reality defies such expectations? "Guy, you are correct. It is indeed as you say, but there is something you may not know. Upon unlocking the 8 gates, Chakra becomes exceedingly violent and chaotic. This chaos can even grant immunity to the vast majority of Jinjutsu. Given the extent of this turmoil, it is evident that conventional ninjutsu cannot be performed." Guy was referring to his own experience. Xiao Li, who has never been adept at ninjutsu, finds no need to discuss it at this moment. After the 6th gate, even the transformation of Chakra's nature and form becomes impossible. This signifies that the use of ninjutsu is rendered unattainable as well. Hence, those who train in the 8 gates are wagering everything on their practice. Even as progress slows, we shall not falter, nor shall we be disheartened. After all, this is the essence of youth. The crowd, initially, they held great admiration for the two, but this last statement truly dampened the mood. Niji and Tenten even subtly stepped away. Yet, some are drawn to such sentiments. Indeed, Xiao Li's face rekindled with determination. Teacher Guy Sasuke looked on, mildly surprised, having gleaned information previously unknown to him. No wonder Itachi had remarked that Guy was difficult to contend with. It seems that it is not merely Guy's ability to anticipate movements through observation. The 8 gates also confer immunity to Jinjutsu. The 4th gate alone can immunize against most illusions, while the 6th and 7th gates may well shield one from even Mangekyou-level Jinjutsu. However, as a protagonist, how could one concede superiority to another? "Mr. Guy, your assertions hold merit but are not entirely accurate." The crowd, perplexed, became curious. And even Hayashi could not refrain from inquiring, "Oh, what do you mean?" Guy's statement pertains to the circumstances of battle. Unlocking the 8 gates brings certain gains, but also entails losses. However, the realms of training and combat are not entirely synonymous. Oh, Kakashi Shikamaru. And Hayashi suddenly had a realization. You may still cultivate ninjutsu, yet the essence of ninjutsu transcends the mere enhancement of combat prowess or techniques. Its true purpose lies in amplifying the intensity of one's training and invigorating the body. Kai suddenly realized, so it can be approached in this manner. Indeed, many ninjas fall into a cognitive blind spot, believing that training is solely aimed at augmenting direct combat capabilities. In truth, it can also serve to strengthen oneself, achieving an indirect enhancement of combat strength. However, this premise necessitates a profound understanding of the human body, akin to that of a medical ninja. Remember this, the true limit of humanity is imagination. Kai was filled with exuberance. Initially thinking that he would require 2 to 3 years to fully adapt to the 7 gates, he now believed that with this newfound mindset and direction, his training progress would accelerate significantly. Xiao Li's growth rate would also experience another surge. Although Xiao Li might struggle with ninjutsu, he could still learn about the forms and properties of chakra. As long as there is chakra present, he could excel in these 2 areas, potentially surpassing those prodigies. Perhaps one day, it would not be impossible for him to surpass Sasuke as well. Coughing slightly, Xiao Li regained a modicum of mobility and slowly stood upright. Aren't you afraid I might surpass you for sharing this? Sasuke replied with a faint smile. You still underestimate the essence of true genius. The most terrifying aspect of genius lies in its capacity for despairing growth rates, alongside heights that others can never hope to reach. Do you know what geniuses fear? The crowd was puzzled, their curiosity piqued. Sasuke smirked slightly. They fear the absence of rivals. With an unrestricted mindset, a belief in science, and an extraordinary advantage. If someone could still outpace them in growth, then they might as well take their own life in apology. I truly apologize to the identity of the Traverser. The crowd was taken aback. What a bold statement from Sasuke. After a brief silence of 3 to 4 seconds, cough cough. In the second match, Uchiha Sasuke emerges victorious. At this moment, the audience's minds were in disarray, still processing the information they had just received. No one even glanced at the flickering electronic screen. Maki, Gaara, and others felt that their visit to Konoha was indeed worthwhile. They all felt immensely enriched. Truly, this village, where monsters continually arise, is Konoha. Ding. The electronic screen finally ceased its flickering. Third match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Sandstorm Gaara. Upon seeing this matchup, Naruto felt indifferent. Hinata and Shino suddenly gasped. If only Sasuke were to face Gaara. As Hinata shyly prepared to remind him, Shino interjected first, Naruto, be cautious. Your opponent is formidable. Naruto wiped his nose dismissively. Don't worry, that coward won't pose much of a challenge for me. Shino was perplexed. Coward? Are you referring to that guy? How did you arrive at this conclusion? However, Naruto had already leaped to the first floor, oblivious to Shino's confusion. A gentle cascade of fine sand began to drift through the air, subsequently coalescing in the hall on the first floor. Soon, Gaara appeared 20 meters away from Naruto. Since he was a companion of that guy, he presumably wouldn't be weak and possess the value of being lethal. Gaara muttered to himself, seemingly agitated. Bang! Unable to contain himself, the gourd behind Gaara suddenly launched toward Naruto. Smack! Naruto caught the gourd with one hand and tossed it aside, remarking, not only cowardly, but also despicably sneaky. Gaara's expression darkened further. Ahem ahem. The third match begins now. Whoosh. After the announcement by the swift moonlight gale, he instantly exited the battlefield. The fine sand began to flow slowly from Gaara's gourd. He must not be allowed to release all the sand. Although Naruto was uncertain about Gaara's exact intentions, he recognized that his opponent was preparing for something. Whoosh. Naruto dashed toward Gaara at remarkable speed. While Naruto's speed now surpassed many lower-ranking ninjas, the audience, having just witnessed the battle between Sasuke and Lee, were not particularly astonished. Just as Naruto aimed a punch at Gaara's face, Gaara remained in a pose with his arms crossed over his chest. Naruto felt a twinge of confusion. Was he truly frozen in fear? Several Leaf Village ninjas in the stands shared the same thought. Humph. Kankuro scoffed disdainfully. In the next moment, bang. A wall of sand suddenly rose before Gaara, blocking Naruto's punch. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, thinking, I thought you had some underhanded trick. If it's just this, winning will be quite easy. Gaara smirked slightly and finally began to form hand seals. Seizing the opportunity while Gaara was busy, Naruto launched a rapid series of attacks. Bang, bang. Bang. Strangely, even though Gaara was still forming seals and hadn't turned around, Naruto's barrage of strikes was thwarted by the sand wall. This was peculiar. What was happening? Ino wondered aloud. Kankuro smiled with satisfaction, explaining, "This is not Gaara actively controlling it. Rather, it is a form of passive self-defense. Even during sleep, this defense does not wane. Thus far, Gaara has remained unscathed." Suddenly, Kankuro recalled Sasuke's previous encounter with Gaara, causing his expression to lose some of its boastfulness. Sakura, not far away, also heard Kankuro's words and felt a jolt of surprise. Sasuke had effortlessly made contact with Gaara. Just how powerful was Sasuke now? At that moment, a loud shout erupted from the battlefield. Naruto's explosive, frenzied assault. Some spectators snapped back to attention, directing their gaze toward the arena. Such astonishing chakra! Neji exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, Neji's reminder was unnecessary. The others had already noticed the faintly glowing chakra surrounding Naruto's body. Could it be that this golden-haired boy also possessed the Eight Gates technique? Temari exclaimed in surprise. No, this is not the Eight Gates. It is merely a pure outburst of concentrated chakra. However, the chakra of this lower ninja is indeed remarkable. Maki gazed intently at the battle unfolding below. Even elite Jonin would hesitate to squander chakra in such a manner. This was a technique Naruto had learned from Sasuke during his moments of relentless assault. It merely employed the opposite technique of tree walking, by channeling chakra into the ground. He propelled himself with tremendous force, significantly enhancing his speed. Over the course of a month, Naruto had not only mastered this technique for movement, but had also adapted it to accelerate his attacks. In the arena, Naruto unleashed a flurry of strikes around Gaara at a speed that many lower-ranked ninjas could scarcely perceive. His velocity rivaled that of Lee unencumbered by weights. Gaara, taken aback, could hardly process the rapidity of Naruto's movements. Earlier, while observing from the stands, he had been able to track Lee's initial speed. However, in the heat of the moment, he found himself unable to react. His astonishment caused him to momentarily halt his hand seals. Whoosh! In an instant, Naruto had surpassed the sand, appearing before Gaara. Bang! A sudden thud resounded as Naruto's fist connected with Gaara's right cheek, sending him spinning like a top. The sand below swiftly surged to envelop Gaara protectively. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gaara pondered, "Is this blood? Is this what pain feels like?" In the stands, cheers erupted. "Yes, Naruto has defeated him," Sakura exclaimed, fervently cheering for Naruto. It was astonishing. Naruto had become remarkably strong. Ino glanced between Naruto, Chuji, and Shikamaru, sighing softly. "Oh dear. Why has Naruto suddenly surged ahead of us like this? This could spell trouble. My father will likely insist I train harder." Shikamaru leaned against the wall, his expression somber. The expressions of Kankuro and Temari shifted dramatically. Oh no, is that guy about to awaken? Something felt off. Observing Gaara's reaction, Naruto fell into contemplation. Gaara's response did not seem feigned. He genuinely appeared unable to react. Yet how had he managed that defense moments ago? Could it be automatic? If so, how had Sasuke managed to drape his arm over Gaara's shoulder earlier? Just how formidable was Sasuke's true strength? The recent bout had merely showcased Sasuke's taijutsu. And now, Naruto found it impossible to gauge Sasuke's prowess. As he turned to look at Sasuke in the stands, he was met with a faint smile from him. How infuriating. That arrogant fellow. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but Naruto felt as if his chakra had surged once more. His control over it had evidently improved as well. The chakra radiating from his body had dimmed, yet his speed and strength had intensified. A subtle smile graced Sasuke's lips. Indeed, it was just as he suspected. When Indra and Ashura became enmeshed, an increase in one party's strength would stimulate the other to unleash a portion of their own power. However, this interconnected amplification could only reach the limits of Ashura's innate strength. Naruto, you ought to be grateful to me. You shall surpass your original self in the future. A distant rumble echoed as Gaara completed his hand seals. Suddenly, an immense wave of sand surged forth from the ground, resembling a vast ocean. Although it could not rival the grandeur of the original works battle between him and Kimimaro, it nevertheless engulfed a significant portion of the hall. Naruto found himself cornered by this terrifying sand wave. In the stands. What? Is this guy really that strong? He altered the terrain of the exam site in an instant. Now, Naruto is unable to move swiftly in this sand. His situation is perilous. The spectators gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. Naruto, stay calm. You can definitely overcome this. Hinata murmured to herself, her cheeks flushed. As Naruto observed the encroaching sand wave, he declared, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom. A billow of white smoke enveloped nearly half of the examination area. What? This golden-haired brat possesses such an abundance of chakra? Kankuro and Temari exchanged bewildered glances. In the fleeting moment that followed, the crowd beheld over 100 Narutos in the arena below. Neji in the stands displayed a hint of astonishment. This guy. What a clever strategy. Gaara, slightly taken aback, hurriedly formed hand seals. Whoosh. Whoosh. Over 100 Narutos charged towards Gaara from various angles at an astounding speed. Their velocity astonished the onlookers once more, as the speed of these clones was nearly indistinguishable from that of the original Naruto. Gaara, unable to unleash his ultimate technique in time, raised one hand in front of him, while the other commanded the surrounding sand to form a sphere. With a flick of his left hand, dozens of fine sand spikes erupted from the ground. Yet, the multitude of Narutos exhibited agility that matched that of their original. They deftly evaded these spikes, with only a few clones being struck. Upon being pierced, those Narutos dissolved into mere illusions. So, they were just ordinary, intangible clones. Kankuro was left speechless, realizing Naruto had resorted to such tricks. He had genuinely worried for Gaara for a moment. Meanwhile, Gaara grew increasingly incensed, feeling deceived. He had even mobilized half of his sand to protect himself. Whoosh. Whoosh. Gaara's left hand directed the sand to create a denser area of spikes. Instantly, several more Narutos were struck and vanished into illusions. At that moment, one Naruto surged from the ceiling, plummeting towards Gaara with a swift kick aimed at his head. This position was a blind spot for Gaara. Just as the Naruto descended midway, Gaara suddenly lifted his head, revealing a cruel smile. While extending his right hand towards Naruto, sand-binding coffin, the sand sphere surrounding Gaara instantly released a portion of its fine grains, transforming into a colossal hand that seized Naruto. Haha, so it seems you are the real one. Naruto's expression changed. How could he possibly see me? Gaara grinned broadly, pointing with his chin at an unassuming sand grain beside the sand sphere. Prepare to meet your end. Sandstorm burial. Boom. As Gaara's right hand clenched tightly, Naruto was crushed into a cloud of white smoke. Gaara. Oh, the spectators. What just happened? In an instant, Gaara and the others were taken aback. Come out. A sudden roar erupted from behind Gaara. Subsequently, Naruto seized Gaara and hurled him towards an area teeming with more Narutos. What is this? Kankuro and Temari stared in disbelief as Gaara was tossed away. Observing the multitude of clones, it was evident that Naruto had initially unleashed his intangible clones, then, utilizing the cover of smoke, summoned a few shadow clones once more. With the dexterity of numerous clones, he aimed to instill a sense of intimidation in his opponent. By intentionally sacrificing some clones, he led the enemy to believe everything was merely an illusion. When a real clone materialized, the adversary mistakenly identified it as the original, lowering their guard against the other clones. Ultimately, Naruto and his shadow clones would engage in a final onslaught. This fellow has become quite clever. Shikamaru wore a knowing smile. With Shikamaru's insight, the surrounding genin began to comprehend the situation. Hinata gazed at Neji in disbelief. Neji nodded. He is correct. Naruto indeed executed this strategy. With Neji's confirmation, everyone gasped in astonishment. To think Naruto possessed such terrifying prowess. His tactical intelligence likely surpassed that of the majority present. Even the genin wore expressions of shock. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the battlefield resonated with the sound of rapid-fire strikes. Gaara was being volleyed about like a ball by 5 or 6 Narutos. He was even being battered to the point of cracking. No. Could it be? How could Naruto be this formidable? CHG frantically stuffed snacks into his mouth. Gaara was utterly at a disadvantage. Temari felt a pang of sympathy. This guy is astonishingly powerful. Thank goodness they hadn't truly fought back then. Kankuro felt a wave of apprehension. Sasuke, Naruto, both have become this strong. It appears I am the most useless one after all. Sakura couldn't help but recall the time after graduation when she lamented Naruto's shortcomings. Kakashi, at some point, revealed his Sharingan once more. Following Naruto's significant enhancement in taijutsu, the strength of his clones had also escalated dramatically. This boost in clone strength resulted in an exaggerated overall prowess. Truly, he has taken the relationship between qualitative and quantitative change to an extreme. Just how far can these two go in the future? Kakashi had thought that after Sasuke's battle concluded, he could close his Sharingan. But Naruto had opened his eyes even wider. However, the fight was still ongoing. Gaara not only formed a sand sphere for protection, but also cautiously crafted a sand armor. The outcome was akin to Gaara's experience against Lee in the original storyline, still being tossed around like a ball. After several seconds of combat, the sand struggled to keep pace with Gaara's speed. Soon, Gaara's sand armor was completely shattered. Naruto unleashed his explosive rising dragon fist. Bang! Naruto delivered a powerful uppercut that struck Gaara squarely on the chin. With a splatter of blood and 2 teeth, Gaara was sent flying several meters before crashing into the sandy ground. This time, Gaara's overconfidence and fragile mental state provided Naruto with a golden opportunity. For today marked the first time Gaara had tasted defeat. Blood and saliva streamed from his mouth as his consciousness began to wane, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Maki and the others watched Gaara with alarm. Should he lose consciousness, Shikaku would undoubtedly erupt in fury. After a moment's contemplation, Maki spoke up, "Blonde boy, do not approach him. He is in a perilous state. This battle is a loss for us." With a soft thud, Naruto disregarded Maki's warning and stood not far from Gaara. The surrounding sand instinctively coalesced into a protective barrier. Gaara, drooling and dazed, gazed vacantly at Naruto. At that moment, his eyes mirrored the cross-like pupils of Shikaku. Naruto's pupils constricted slightly, his fighting spirit dissipating, his expression filled with sorrow as he realized, "You are just like me." A jolt surged through Gaara's heart, his astonished visage betraying his confusion. Suddenly, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from Naruto, his eyes transforming into the slitted gaze of the Nine Tails. What? Is that the chakra of the Nine Tails? The Hokage, along with Akamichi and Tsukuyomi, rushed to the front of the arena. The Hokage smiled and waved his hand, reassuring them that Naruto was fully conscious and advised them to observe the situation. Maki and the others were taken aback, realizing that this individual was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto spoke softly. "You must feel incredibly lonely." Gaara's expression grew increasingly bewildered, as if he were lost in his memories. Unbeknownst to him, the crowd had become entranced by Naruto's words. Temari and Kankuro even began to reflect on their own situations. Yet, not everyone was susceptible. For instance, Sasuke. He possessed an absolute immunity to verbal persuasion. The remainder of the matches felt trivial, devoid of any entertainment value. Sasuke had already prepared to leave, walking away from the center tower. Of course, aside from Sasuke, another individual immune to Naruto's influence was Sakura. She was difficult to sway and rarely trusted her comrades, yet her attention remained fixated on Sasuke. Realizing he was departing, she hurried after him. "Sasuke, are you not going to watch the upcoming match? Among the winners in these matches could be your potential opponent. Furthermore, there will surely be further instructions after the preliminary rounds conclude." With a steady gait, Sasuke continued forward without turning back, declaring, "Haruno Sakura. Remember, yearning is the farthest distance from understanding." Sakura halted, her heart sinking as she watched Sasuke's retreating figure, feeling an insurmountable chasm between them. Before long, a glimmer of light illuminated Gaara's inner turmoil. His neurotic persona vanished entirely. And even Maki and the others began to ponder whether they should still collaborate with the Sound Ninja to launch an assault on Konoha. Yet, this notion flickered only for a moment. For the greater good of the village, Maki chose to proceed with the plan. The ensuing battles resembled a mere child's play. Dinxie and Sakura, Kankuro and Ino, Niji and Hinata, Shikamaru and Temari, Shino and Tintin, the first 5 were the victors. Subsequently, Moonlight Shikaku announced the rules. The final selection match would take place a month later, with opponents determined by drawing lots. During the lottery, Kakashi, standing in for Sasuke, drew the opponent. Naruto. The others could hardly contain their elation. How fortunate. These two would face each other in the very first round, on the night following the conclusion of the selection matches. Within the Hokage office, a man stood before Hizen's desk, his head swathed in bandages, his right eye concealed, and his right arm suspended. It was Sarutobi. The chakra of the Nine Tails had begun to leak. It was time to entrust the beast to the control of Root. "He is Naruto." Danzo slammed his cane against the ground, scoffing. "What does this signify?" There was no room for negotiation. "He is Naruto, a subordinate of Kakashi from Team 7. And that is the situation." Danzo was entirely unfazed. In truth, he never anticipated that Hizen would relinquish control over Naruto. The very reason he posed this request was to compel Hizen to refuse, thereby instilling a sense of guilt and the pressure of potential anger within him. This psychological manipulation is known as the foot-in-the-door technique. Danzo paused deliberately, feigning contemplation. Then, "Uchiha Sasuke must be handed over to Root." His talents are on par with Itachi and the likes, and his lethal capabilities are equally formidable. He poses a significant threat. This time, I must ensure he joins Root. No matter the cost. Heisen fell into deep thought. He was well aware of Danzo's little ruse. Yet, what Heisen stated was indeed factual. There were risks involved. He found himself in a position where misdeeds were not an option. Thus, entrusting this matter to Danzo seemed the most prudent course of action. However, the presence of Itachi outside the village kept Heisen on edge. After a moment of reflection, he said, "You may attempt to make contact, but do not coerce him." Danzo let out a slight sigh of relief. Humph. For the sake of Konoha, I have already dispatched someone to approach him. In the wild forest near the Uchiha estate, Sasuke was practicing his leaf-throwing technique. This time, the two leaves he hurled traced two semicircular arcs in the air before embedding themselves in the canopies of two towering trees. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of impact rang out. Almost immediately, two ninjas descended from the treetops. Both donned black gloves. One, a dark-haired man, wore a mask that obscured the upper half of his face, while the other sported an orange-haired side ponytail. These two were none other than Danzo's subordinates, Aburame Torian and Yamanaka F. Yamanaka F possessed exceptional sensory abilities and a variety of mind-altering techniques. In addition to his strong support skills, he was also adept in taijutsu and swordsmanship. Within the body of the oil-wielding woman resides a parasitic nano-sized venomous insect, which spells certain death for anyone who dares to touch it. The arrival of these two individuals is undoubtedly not for idle chatter, particularly that of the woman. This individual is known for her proclivity towards investigation and murder. It appears that should I refuse their proposal, they are prepared to extinguish my life. However, Sasuke remains unfazed. Having drawn attention throughout the examination process, he had already contemplated the possibility of attracting Danzo's interest. Indeed, he has arrived. This development proves to be rather convenient for Sasuke, who plans to defect in the future. He anticipates facing many familiar adversaries ahead. Having been steeped in a culture that emphasizes the importance of repaying kindness, he finds it impossible to inflict harm upon those who have shown him favor. Consequently, since his arrival in this world, he has never sought Kakashi's guidance regarding training. Otherwise, he would have already mastered the Chidori techniques. However, if resources are provided by Danzo, then there are no reservations to be had. Danzo owes a considerable debt to the Uchiha clan and himself. Accepting the resources he offers would not deter him from eliminating Danzo if necessary. At this moment, Kamizuki extends her hand, revealing a severed leaf. Truly, you are someone of great importance to Lord Danzo. Uchiha Sasuke, if you wish to achieve the swiftest growth, then join us. Within Konoha, there is no place more conducive to enhancing your power than by aligning with Lord Danzo. With a face full of disdain, Sasuke scoffed, Danzo? I have not heard of him. Is he truly formidable? Although he was preparing to join, he relished the opportunity to provoke them first. Moreover, such behavior would seem more natural. Shikamaru chuckled derisively. I've heard you made quite an impression during the Chunin exams. But we are not mere children participating in those contests. He then gestured towards Oil Girl. The truly powerful often refrain from participating in such tests due to the inherent dangers. Oil Girl, in response, deftly removed a glove, revealing her purple right hand which gently brushed against the tree trunk. In an instant, a cascade of purple began to spread across the bark, swiftly consuming the entire tree. Mere seconds later, the tree visibly decayed, only to be scattered by the wind. Though he yearned to strike them down, the knight posed a significant concern. He worried that an uncontrolled display of strength might lead to fatal consequences or expose his true capabilities. This predicament was troubling. While he could seek solace in a sunless area to grow stronger, the reverse was an impossibility. With no other option, Sasuke feigned surprise, softening his tone. It seems there is indeed something here. Perhaps joining you is a wise choice after all. Shikamaru smirked coldly, a clever decision. Come, let us take you to the root. In a shadowy corner of Konoha, devoid of any civilians, various barriers and hidden members of the root surrounded them. The complexity of this place was such that even its own members could not grasp its entirety. However, all was laid bare before the penetrating gaze of the world. After winding through the labyrinthine passages for several minutes, they finally arrived at a spacious hall, where nearly a dozen root members awaited. Please wait. Lord Danzo should be returning shortly. You may contemplate what you most desire at this moment. I assure you, Lord Danzo will present you with a satisfactory greeting, Shikamaru advised. Sasuke nodded, a mixture of tension and anticipation evident on his face. They waited approximately 10 more minutes before Danzo finally entered the hall. Shikamaru and Oil Girl bowed in unison. Lord Danzo. Sasuke imitated their gesture, but remained silent. Bold. How dare you be so disrespectful, Sasuke? Shikamaru bellowed. Danzo raised a hand to signal Shikamaru to step back, then turned his attention to Sasuke. There must be an adjustment period. There is no rush. Since you have chosen to join the route and become my subordinate, I shall not shortchange you. Speak. What is it that you require? Sasuke, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, tentatively inquired, forbidden techniques, would they be available to me? This fellow was audaciously greedy and lacked restraint. It appeared he was merely a fighter with potential. Nonetheless, this made him far easier to deal with than Itachi or Shursui. Danzo mused, his face betraying no emotion. Shikamaru, understanding the cue, prepared to admonish Sasuke on Danzo's behalf, sneering, Sasuke, you haven't accomplished any tasks yet, and you wish for forbidden techniques upon our first meeting? You are a genin now, no longer a child. After Toanzo concluded his discourse, he languidly remarked, the reason why forbidden techniques are deemed as such lies not only in their formidable power, but also in the numerous restrictions they entail. You must first solidify your foundation before contemplating the use of forbidden arts. I can bestow upon you 2 B-rank ninjutsu. Sasuke pondered briefly. My chakra is of the fire and lightning nature. I shall select 2 fire-style techniques. Additionally, may I acquire theoretical knowledge regarding the transformation of lightning chakra? Merely theoretical knowledge is not particularly precious. The true challenge lies in whether one can master it. It is akin to the knowledge found within the tomes of the Blue Planet. Those who can apply what they learn are exceedingly rare. Should Sasuke indeed succeed in developing a powerful ninjutsu, it would be documented, ultimately benefiting Konohagakure. Toanzo replied, as for theoretical knowledge, you may peruse it at your leisure. Sasuke beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Toanzo. Indeed, you are but a child, Toanzo said with a cold smile. However, prior to accepting these gifts, you must provide a guarantee. Sasuke responded, no problem, I assure you. Suddenly, Toanzo formed a hand seal and grasped Sasuke's neck. Instantly, black sealing markings appeared on Sasuke's tongue, akin to a searing brand. Sasuke feigned a cry of anguish. After a moment, the burning sensation swiftly subsided. He pretended to wipe away non-existent sweat, panting dramatically in apparent fear. By then, Toanzo had already departed, leaving only Kamizaki Fu to explain. If you ever divulge any information regarding the organization, you shall meet your demise. Sasuke nodded slowly and followed Kamizaki Fu into a secret chamber, ultimately selecting the techniques, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, and Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. The former is a high-density, high-intensity linear fire technique, which, when unleashed, manifests flames as bright as the sun. The latter balances range and power, famously employed by Madara upon his revival against the Ninja Coalition. Both techniques are absent from Itachi's manual. Subsequently, Sasuke encountered a plethora of theoretical knowledge regarding lightning techniques, leveraging the replicative abilities of his 3-tomo Sharingan. He transformed into a human scanning machine, rapidly perusing and copying all theoretical information. Among the scrolls, he discovered research on the Raijin armor of the hidden Cloud Village. However, no one had succeeded in developing it based on this content. 7 lightning-style ninjas met their demise while practicing these theories, and 3 others were left with severe neurological impairments. Consequently, no one dared to pursue the Raijin armor further, as lightning itself is inherently perilous, necessitating cellular activation. The Raijin armor boasts far greater intensity and range than Chidori. While Chidori can only mildly stimulate muscle, the Raijin armor deeply stimulates both muscles and nerve responses, enabling its wielder to move and attack at extraordinary speeds without the need for the Sharingan. To unlock the Raijin armor, one must possess not only solid theoretical knowledge and chakra control, but also a significant measure of luck to achieve success. If Kakashi is regarded as a gambler, then the second Raikage is undoubtedly a madman. In the dead of night, Sasuke returned to the underground palace of the Uchiha residence. With a sudden snap, he bit off his own tongue and swallowed it. In less than a second, his tongue, devoid of any sealing patterns, had regenerated. Subsequently, Sasuke, seemingly unfazed, formed a hand seal. In an instant, the hall was filled with duplicates of Sasuke. The training commenced with the transformation of the Chidori technique. Meanwhile, on Naruto's end, Kakashi had initially intended to mentor him, but on the way to the 7th training ground, he unexpectedly encountered Jiraiya. Thus, Naruto once again resumed his training under Jiraiya's tutelage. Naruto's foundational skills had become remarkably solid, Both his physical prowess and chakra control were exceptional, coupled with the experience gained from training with shadow clones. Jiraiya grew intrigued and began to train Naruto earnestly. Kakashi, finding himself with idle time, sought out Sakura, who, despite her defeat in the exams, remained a member of Team 7 and began to instruct her in her training. As the various competitors immersed themselves in their rigorous training, a month swiftly passed. Today, the venue for the Chunin exams was already filled with spectators, including dignitaries from other nations. With a series of loud bangs, fireworks erupted around the examination grounds. The competition area was as expansive and grand as an Olympic venue on Blue Star, with the official matches about to commence. On the podium, 2 representatives clad in the garb of their respective ninja villages took their places. One was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other, the disguised Orochimaru posing as the Wind Shadow. Hiruzen briefly addressed the audience with opening remarks before declaring the exams officially underway. Slowly, 7 contestants emerged from the examination hall, accompanied by the bamboo spear-bearing Nara Shikamaru. Sasuke, detesting tardiness, did not follow the narrative of the original work. As for the demise of Kurenai Yuhi's student, Sasuke offered no reminders or assistance. He required Orochimaru's involvement in the plan to obliterate Konoha. Otherwise, he would constantly have to be wary of Hiruzen's Shiki F gene technique. The rules for this examination remained unchanged. Thus, the first match would feature Uchiha Sasuke, while Uzumaki Naruto remained behind, and the others retreated to the waiting room. A gentle breeze swept through the venue, leaving only Sasuke and Naruto standing 20 meters apart, in the waiting area and the stands. The other contestants and those who had been eliminated were already anxiously wiping their brows. Even the referee bore a grave expression. What is going on? Hurry up and fight. Oh, it seems even the referee is a bit nervous. Is it really necessary? After all, it's merely a competition for Konoha's genin. That one is from the Uchiha clan, and the other, I've heard, is said to be a fox. TCH, regardless, they are just genin. Why must they dawdle so? Unlike our ninja village. Within the examination grounds, Sasuke declared, "This time, I will surely defeat you." Naruto's gaze was imbued with a resolute belief in victory, a stark contrast to his demeanor from a month prior. "Is this the extent of your resolve, Naruto? You must possess the determination to kill me," Sasuke taunted. With a provocative smirk, Naruto replied, "No, I am no longer the person I was last month. If I harbored such thoughts, I fear I might truly take your life." Intrigued, Sasuke inquired, "Would you die? That would indeed be remarkable." TCH. The exchange of banter was futile. Naruto pouted slightly, and then whoosh. In an instant, he appeared before Sasuke, delivering a swift straight punch. Sasuke narrowly evaded, astonished by Naruto's speed, which rivaled that of the youthful Lee in the fourth gate. Even more astonishing was Naruto's agility. He moved so lightly that the flow of air remained largely undisturbed. Naruto's progress had indeed surpassed Sasuke's expectations. Although surprised, Sasuke's movements were not hindered. Just as Naruto prepared to unleash another punch, Sasuke executed a backflip, simultaneously delivering a kick aimed at Naruto's chin. Naruto raised his left elbow defensively. Bang! The two were propelled apart, landing several meters away from each other. With a sound reminiscent of the activation of the Sharingan, Sasuke initiated 2 buffs to discern Naruto's true capabilities. The atmosphere in the stands shifted dramatically. How fast? How did that guy get past us? I blinked, otherwise I would have seen it clearly. Even the spectators, who had braced themselves psychologically, were utterly astonished. What had Naruto done to achieve such an incredible advancement? Upon activating the 2 buffs, Sasuke perceived Naruto in an entirely new light. Naruto's body radiated a high density of chakra, compressed even more than a month ago, rendering it thinner. Under normal circumstances, such a dense chakra, no matter how thin, would be visible to the naked eye. However, this extraordinary effect was due to a transformation of Naruto's chakra into a wind nature. The blue chakra had turned transparent, rendering it nearly invisible. Fortunately, the Sharingan allowed Sasuke to perceive the chakra, otherwise, he would have been left in the dark. Disappointment washed over Naruto. Alas, the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack has slipped away. Sasuke is indeed not so easily bested. With stealthy ambush thwarted, a direct confrontation became inevitable. Simultaneously, Sasuke and Naruto formed their seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shadow Clone. Both jutsu, once mastered, required only a single seal. As smoke billowed from Naruto's technique, Sasuke's 5 or 6 fiery dragon heads surged forward. Boom, boom. Boom, the moment Naruto's shadow clones appeared, they were largely obliterated by the explosive flames, leaving no room for respite. Sasuke dashed into the smokescreen of the explosion, silently positioning himself behind one of the Naruto clones. Thud. Before the clone could sense the impending danger, it was struck down by Sasuke's decisive blow. The explosion served as a warning to the remaining two Narutos. At this juncture, the smoke began to dissipate, allowing the audience to finally witness the fierce battle within. Two Narutos executed simultaneous spinning kicks. However, the height and direction of the kicks varied. One aimed from the left towards Sasuke's legs, while the other struck from the right towards his head. Sasuke leaped into the air, executing a somersault amidst the encroaching attacks from the two Narutos. Simultaneously, he spread his legs, delivering kicks towards both Narutos. Bang! The Naruto below was propelled out of the smoke, while the one above was sent soaring several meters high by Sasuke as powerful kick. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Sasuke's face. He disregarded the airborne Naruto and instead directed a kick towards the white smoke on the ground. Huh? Isn't that one in the sky the real body? What is he doing? Wasn't he that clone already destroyed? He should be focusing on the one above. Indeed, it was evident that the one in the sky was the true form, and now, with no leverage to escape, it was the perfect opportunity to seize him. Countless spectators in the stands could not help but point and discuss. The young ninjas from Konoha were equally perplexed. Shikamaru, after a moment of astonishment, suddenly realized, could it be? Bang! Suddenly, the Naruto in the sky transformed into a wooden stump. Simultaneously, the audience heard the sound of physical contact. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Whoosh! Sasuke emerged from the white smoke, kicking out a Naruto. Thud! The Naruto was sent flying, crashing violently against one wall of the examination arena, creating terrifying cracks within a 3-meter radius. Ouch, that hurt. Did I really not deceive Sasuke? The Naruto struggled to crawl away from the wall. What? What on earth is happening? Why? Wasn't he that a clone? Hadn't he already been destroyed? Countless spectators were baffled. Shikamaru felt a rush of excitement, as if he had solved a puzzle. This guy Naruto had actually turned a clone into clothing. As anticipated by Shikamaru, Naruto had indeed used a transformation technique to disguise a clone as clothing to cover his true body. When Sasuke kicked Naruto, he merely destroyed that clone. The explosion of the clothing created white smoke. A normal person would certainly assume that the Naruto on the ground was a clone, diverting all attention to the Naruto in the sky. However, in reality, Naruto's true form was concealed within the white smoke. As long as Sasuke turned to focus on the sky, Naruto could seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. If it weren't for the clarity of the situation, Naruto might have successfully deceived him. Considering Naruto's position, he very well could have executed a 1,000-year kill. If that were to happen, where would the face of the traveler be placed? To be honest, Sasuke felt a twinge of fear. Some spectators closer to Shikamaru, upon hearing his explanation, began to understand. Soon, the entire audience grasped the principle behind the earlier events. The spectators were left in awe, not only at Naruto's tactical acumen, but also at Sasuke's instantaneous ability to discern truth from deception. Such remarkable qualities and combat intelligence. Was he truly just a genin? Wait, today is definitely the genin exam, right? I remember, it should be, but now I'm not so sure. Even Hiruzen and Orochimaru were taken aback. As Naruto emerged from the wall, Sasuke deliberately completed his hand seals at a slower pace. Activate the barrier, Hisashi commanded, having recognized Sasuke's ninjutsu. A low hum signaled the activation of the barrier. Suddenly, a towering translucent shield rose along the perimeter of the examination arena. In the next moment, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Boom. A searing white flame shot forth in a straight line towards Naruto. The further the flame traveled from Sasuke, the wider its range became. By the time it reached Naruto's position, it encompassed an area roughly 10 meters in diameter. The flames crashed against the barrier, instantly radiating outward in all directions. Within a breath's time, a quarter of the audience could only see a blinding wall of fire. The air within the arena shimmered, distorted by the intense heat. Waves of translucent warmth surged towards the sky. What an astonishing amount of chakra! The density of this chakra is utterly extraordinary. This flame could likely evaporate a lake in an instant. In the VIP section, Orochimaru chuckled. It is said that the Hokage excels in fire style as well. This contestant's technique must surely be a testament to your teachings, no? Hisashi snapped back to reality, acknowledging that leaf ninjas are indeed adept in fire style. As the wind shadow jested, I find that hard to believe. Everyone knows that the true strength of the leaf lies in its forbidden techniques. Orochimaru sneered, falling silent thereafter. Is Sasuke going too far? Is he trying to kill Naruto? Kiba gasped, rising in shock. Though Naruto was formidable, an attack of this magnitude. Shino adjusted his glasses with a hint of indifference. In Naruto, Byakugan, activate. Hinata exclaimed, hastily unleashing her Byakugan. Soon after, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, and others rushed over, eagerly awaiting Hinata's assessment. Is Naruto still alive? Kiba inquired. Hinata sighed in relief. Phew, Naruto is unharmed. What? Naruto isn't scathed? How is that possible? Thank goodness, as long as Naruto is safe, the group expressed both relief and astonishment. Just as Hinata was about to explain, the flames in the arena began to coalesce under an unseen force. Moments later, a multitude of flames was thoroughly dispersed by a chakra orb in Naruto's hand. Is this Sensei Minato's Rasengan? No. Has he infused it with wind chakra as well? Kakashi was taken aback. Other seasoned ninjas also gazed at the Rasengan, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, Naruto was single-handedly forming a brilliant white Rasengan, wind-style Rasengan. In the original narrative, Naruto had only tested it against Kakashi once. Its power was not on par with the Rasen Shuriken, but far exceeded that of a standard Rasengan. Crucially, its ability to amplify and extinguish flames was remarkable. However, Naruto felt a twinge of unease as Sasuke displayed no surprise or reaction upon witnessing this technique. Yet Naruto was still inclined to remind Sasuke that the Rasengan possesses formidable power and he ought to exercise caution. Sasuke, with a faint smile, extended his right hand, invoking Chidori. The sound echoed like a chorus of 1,000 birds. His hand radiated a blinding white light, encircled by flickering blue arcs of electricity. Guy stood beside Kakashi, exclaiming, "Oh, Kakashi, have you taught him Reikage?" Kakashi fell into contemplation, recalling that he had only demonstrated Reikage once before Sasuke in the Land of Waves. Had Sasuke truly learned it after witnessing it just once? He remembered that the mist had not yet dissipated when he formed the seals. Could it be that Sasuke had independently researched and created this technique in merely 2 months? To master it to such an extent? Kakashi stared blankly at Sasuke. No, it should be considered a self-created adaptation after drawing inspiration from it. On the battlefield, upon witnessing Sasuke's similarly advanced technique, Naruto felt a measure of reassurance. With this in mind, he could now unleash his full potential. He slightly bent his legs and, with a swift motion, charged at Sasuke. This time, Sasuke observed intently. Naruto had completely mastered the body flicker technique, employing a wind-natured variation of it. Typically, the faster an object moves, the greater the air resistance it encounters. However, Naruto's wind-enhanced body flicker rendered him immune to the majority of that resistance, significantly increasing his speed while also drastically reducing the time needed to come to a sudden halt. This aspect was crucial. In conventional body flicker, one must counteract the inertia of high-speed movement when coming to a stop. The moment of inertia compensation is precisely when the ninja experiences a brief moment of vulnerability. Hence, every time a ninja suddenly appears behind an enemy, there is a pause before they can strike. No wonder Naruto's ambush during his entrance was so rapid. Sasuke had nearly been caught off guard. Nevertheless, no matter how swift the wind, it pales in comparison to lightning. Electric arcs danced beneath Sasuke's feet as their attacks collided instantaneously. The epicenter of their confrontation erupted in blinding white light, causing the audience to shield their eyes. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy burst forth, radiating outward. A formidable, high-density energy engulfed a third of the arena. After 2 or 3 seconds, the energy began to dissipate gradually. When the brilliance finally faded, a concave pit over 30 meters in diameter had formed in the arena, with its deepest point sinking 3 to 4 meters below the ground level. Outside the arena, what astonishing destructive power! Such a ninjutsu would surely be catastrophic upon contact, wouldn't it? The Nine Tails. No, Naruto Uzumaki is truly this formidable? Is he truly the last in your village's ninja academy? Other ninjas from different villages widened their eyes in disbelief. Another ninja from a different village, incredulous, wondered if that Uchiha was ranked second to last. No. That individual is truly the top graduate of this class. It is merely that Naruto's growth has been astonishingly rapid. Phew, that nearly frightened me. If such a formidable opponent were to be ranked last, it would be beyond description. The ninjas of the village let out a sigh of relief. With this strike, Naruto has significantly altered the villagers' perception of him. However, At this moment, Naruto is preoccupied with other thoughts. Although he was propelled several meters back by the impact, he sustained no injuries. Yet, he was somewhat astonished by the intensity of Sasuke's chakra. The Rasengan is a transformation of form, augmented by the addition of wind attributes, while Sasuke's Chidori is merely a simple change in nature. After their recent clash of chakra, Naruto sensed that the density of Sasuke's Chidori was surprisingly comparable to his own. Yet, its power exceeded that of his Rasengan. The only conceivable reason for this disparity lies in the inherent strength of the chakra itself. Since he could not defeat Sasuke in a one-on-one confrontation, he decided to employ a more collective approach. Whoosh. This time, Naruto did not charge at Sasuke. Instead, he retreated to create distance. During his withdrawal, Naruto formed a hand seal. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted. Suddenly, a dozen shadow clones appeared beside him. After these several exchanges, Naruto realized that Sasuke had been holding back, not exerting his full strength. He understood that he no longer needed to harbor any reservations. Thus, each of the 10 Narutos held a Rasengan. After this wave of attacks, Naruto's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Nevertheless, this display left countless onlookers in awe. What? My heavens! What manner of creature is this? Shouldn't such a technique consume an extraordinary amount of chakra? This individual is truly terrifying. Does he possess more chakra than a Jonin? Whoosh! Whoosh! Creak simultaneously, Sasuke and Naruto charged towards each other. When they were still 6 meters apart, Sasuke's Chidori unexpectedly elongated, transforming into the Chidori sharp spear. Naruto and Kakashi? Bang! 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 Sasuke's sudden alteration of the Chidori pierced through 3 of Naruto's clones in an instant. As the other Narutos observed the 5-meter-long lightning spear, they immediately dispersed and attacked Sasuke from various angles. In the process, Sasuke eliminated 2 more clones. Finally, as 5 Narutos rushed towards Sasuke from all directions, Sasuke abruptly retracted his right-hand Chidori sharp spear, instead extending both arms, unleashing the Chidori stream. Instantly, a tempest of lightning enveloped Sasuke within a 4 to 5 meter radius. The gaps between the bolts were far too narrow for a person to traverse. Consequently, all 5 Narutos were struck. Bang! 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 For clones detonated in an instant. Although Naruto's true form was hurled backward with a cry of pain, the damage sustained was considerably less than anticipated. This was primarily due to the lightning being mitigated by the wind membrane enveloping Naruto's body. His body flicker technique had begun to exhibit some of the functions of the Raijin armor, significantly enhancing both his speed and defensive capabilities. More crucially, wind serves as a counter to lightning. However, this situation proved advantageous, as he had yet to test a particularly dynamic technique. In the stands, Kakashi, did Sasuke teach you that raikage technique? Kakashi, I have indeed been contemplating some new developments. In the examination arena, as Naruto landed, he swiftly clapped his hands against the ground to regain his footing. Yet, this sequence of movements was still too sluggish. Tap Sasuke's deliberate footsteps echoed behind Naruto. A sense of foreboding washed over Naruto. He had no time to react. Bang! Sasuke delivered a powerful side kick, sending Naruto flying. Whoosh! Thud! Naruto collided violently with the barrier, only to be rebounded back. Tap Sasuke reappeared in an instant at the spot where Naruto was about to land. Bang! Another kick sent Naruto crashing into the barrier once more. Thud! Once again, Naruto was thrown back. Sasuke unleashed yet another kick. The audience in the stands watched in anxious concern for Naruto. This was utterly brutal. He was being treated like a wall ball. Nevertheless, Naruto maintained a semblance of clarity. The referee was unable to declare the examination over. Bang! As Naruto rebounded from the barrier once more, he delved deep within himself. You foul fox. It's time to pay rent. Indeed, during the past month, Naruto had learned 3 things from Jiraiya. The first was a ready-made ninjutsu, the Rasengan. The second was the wind release body flicker technique, a spontaneous creation discovered while researching the wind release Rasengan. The third was actively harnessing the power of the Nine Tails. In a vast, dark prison, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. Ha. You should really thank the 4th Hokage for sealing me within you. The Nine Tails was generous. Whenever Naruto called upon it, it would readily oblige. When Naruto opened his eyes again, a crimson cloak of chakra enveloped him. 2 long fox ears sprouted from his head, and a tail emerged from behind. This was dire. The Nine Tails had indeed manifested. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen waved his hand lightly. It's fine. This is under Naruto's control. Recently, Jiraiya had spoken with Hiruzen. In truth, the barrier surrounding the examination arena was a proposal from Jiraiya, for he alone understood the extent of Naruto's growth over the past month. He could also predict the spectacle that would unfold in a battle against Sasuke. Jiraiya allowed Naruto to engage with the Ninetales to demonstrate that he could control its power during this examination, to prove that Naruto was the Jinchuriki, a force of Konoha, rather than merely a fox. Whoosh! A colossal chakra hand suddenly burst forth from the Ninetales' cloak, reaching for Sasuke. Simultaneously, Naruto charged towards Sasuke at an incredible speed. In the original narrative, when Naruto first unleashed the One-Tail Cloak, he was roughly at the level of a special Jonin. However, now Naruto's fundamentals were exceptionally solid, coupled with the wind release body flicker technique. His speed and close combat prowess had reached the level of a Jonin. Moreover, the Ninetales Cloak and Naruto could execute different attacks simultaneously, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Unfortunately, during this month, Sasuke had also made significant progress. He had eradicated the energy of Orochimaru's curse mark that had once controlled him. He has thoroughly absorbed the cells and powers of the Cursed Seal's owner, Zhongwu. Zhongwu's cells possess a unique ability to harness natural energy. His mastery of breathing techniques has reached the realm of total concentration, constant. His physical prowess has significantly enhanced, achieving a level comparable to that of a high-ranking ninja even without activating the Raijin armor. Moreover, his stamina and chakra recovery speed have notably improved. In this state, even Naruto can only compel Sasuke to take him seriously. Sasuke begins by forming a hand seal that Naruto is exceedingly familiar with. With a resounding boom, a cloud of white smoke envelopes Sasuke. Naruto, with his right fist clenched, delivers a punch into the air. The force of his chakra-infused strike instantly disperses the white smoke. However, the ninjutsu has already been executed. Before Naruto stands 10 copies of Sasuke, each having completed their hand seals. Remember, only by launching ranged attacks can the advantages of shadow clones be maximized. In close combat, sheer numbers hold little significance, as only a few clones can engage directly with the target, while the others are relegated to a distance, merely spectating until the front clones are eliminated. Yet, when it comes to ranged attacks, the dynamics change. Their assaults can stack upon one another, unrestricted by spatial constraints. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The 10 Sasuke clones, arranged in a fan formation around Naruto, simultaneously unleash torrents of fire. The air temperature skyrockets in an instant, distorting the atmosphere like rippling waves. Even the audience, separated by a barrier, feels as though they have been thrust into a sauna, beads of sweat forming instantly. The concentrated force of 10 blazing flames drives Naruto back against the barrier. The intensity of the fire is overwhelming. Excess flames erupt like a volcanic explosion, surging skyward along the barrier walls, igniting even the clouds above into a crimson hue. Yet, the Ninetales Cloak exhibits a remarkable affinity for fire, rendering the flames ineffective against Naruto, inflicting little to no serious harm. In the stands, the spectators from the Hidden Sand Village, including Maki, exclaim in awe, "What a terrifying tailed beast! It can withstand such flames." We initially thought the appearance of the tailed beast would turn the tide, but it appears to be suppressed instead. However, most of the flames have been redirected back into the sky by the barrier, resulting in a significant waste of chakra. Who exactly is this Uchiha Sasuke? His name is Uchiha Sasuke. Are you unable to grasp the main point? In the arena, although Naruto seems to be pinned against the barrier wall with no means of retaliation, in reality, boom! Suddenly, a massive chakra hand, 4 to 5 meters in size, erupts from the ground behind the Sasuke clones, lunging toward them like a swift serpent. Bang! 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 In an instant, 9 of the Sasuke clones vanish. Sasuke himself, with arcs of electricity flickering at his feet, teleports to the opposite side of the arena just as Naruto prepares to pursue. Then, a tremendous rumble reverberates through the sky. The previously clear atmosphere has inexplicably darkened, filled with ominous clouds. An inexplicable sense of crisis washes over Naruto, as if the thunder were deliberately targeting him. Wait, when did the sky become so dark? It is quite unreasonable. Today should not bear the pallor of overcast skies. As Rijan gazed at the somber heavens, an epiphany struck him. An astonishment creased his aged visage. Such a feat could indeed be accomplished. Orochimaru, observing Rijan's expression, suddenly narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, "Ah, Sasuke is truly an extraordinary genius." In the audience, Shikamaru glanced at the sky and then at the sweltering air, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could this possibly be considered a ninjutsu? He pondered. What was happening? What was the meaning of this? Sakura and Ino echoed his sentiments. In simple terms, Sasuke had utilized his earlier fire techniques to heat the air, thereby creating an updraft. Gradually, this resulted in the formation of cumulonimbus clouds, which were, in fact, conjured by Sasuke through the laws of nature. Having harnessed the elements of thunder and lightning, it was likely that Sasuke would soon unleash formidable lightning techniques, placing Naruto in a precarious situation. After Shikamaru elucidated the scenario, the crowd fell silent, grappling with the implications. Naruto's sense of urgency intensified. This ominous weather could very well be Sasuke's doing, and time was not on his side. With a swift motion, Naruto surged forward, only to be thwarted by a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky, measuring over 1 meter in width, obstructing his path. In that moment, the audience comprehended the significance of the thunderclouds. This won't do. The longer this drags on, the more complicated it becomes. Naruto charged once more towards Sasuke. Boom, boom, boom. He evaded the first strike, but the second and third bolts found their mark. The ferocious lightning slammed him to the ground, arcs of electricity flickering across his body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Yet, the distance between the two remained over 50 meters. Naruto, your instincts are commendable. Even if your attempts to block fail, drawing the lightning preemptively will diminish the potency of this technique. Naruto felt a sense of bewilderment. The sheer force of this protective lightning was astonishing. How powerful would it be once fully charged? A deafening roar erupted from the clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously as the lightning amassed, creating a visceral sensation of being torn asunder within the darkened sky. Another roar, even more thunderous, followed, as a gaping fissure appeared in the clouds. From within, a colossal head of a Kirin, forged from lightning, emerged. All gazed in awe at this magnificent visage. The Kirin scrutinized Naruto before retreating back into the tempest. Before Naruto could respond, the Nine Tails willingly bestowed additional chakra upon him. In a heartbeat, 2 more tails sprouted from the Nine Tails form, reaching the limits of Naruto's conscious control. Both the quantity and quality of Naruto's chakra surged dramatically, causing his body to emit a faint glow, a reflection from the high-density wind barrier forming around him, visible even to the naked eye. Sasuke, with arcs of electricity crackling from his right hand, reached skyward, declaring, "Naruto, I believe in you." Lightning release. Kirin. Naruto, unable to spare a moment for words, swiftly gathered chakra to form a massive Rasengan, lifting it high above his head. At that moment, the sky illuminated once more as the previously unleashed Kirin cleaved through the dark clouds, hurtling towards Naruto at an imperceptible speed. The core of the examination venue erupted with a blinding white light, leaving the spectators momentarily blinded. The thunderous roar echoed simultaneously, shaking the very foundation of the arena, causing the barrier to tremble violently and warp. Just as the situation appeared dire, 8 Umbu emerged to establish a secondary layer of protection. Moments later, the glaring light finally subsided. As the audience reopened their eyes, they beheld the remaining barrier, now riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Inside the examination hall, a vast depression had formed, its deepest point now several meters lower than before, where Naruto knelt, half-crouched at the center. Although the 3 tails of the Nine Tails cloak had vanished, he retained the chakra of the beast, emanating a thick mist of steam. Gasping for breath, Naruto struggled to rise, but found his body uncooperative. With a swift descent, Sasuke landed before him, remarking with a hint of admiration, "Naruto, you truly are formidable." Naruto's expression was one of incredulity. Had he not nearly been struck down? Now, Sasuke approached him, proclaiming his strength. Yet, despite the circumstances, Naruto felt a surge of happiness at Sasuke's words. Suddenly, Inuzuka Kiba rushed in from the safety zone, casting a wary glance around, exclaiming, "What you all did was utterly reckless. Can Naruto still fight?" With a resigned sigh, Naruto expressed his reluctance. Abruptly, the barrier surrounding the outer circle of the arena shattered, and countless white feathers began to descend within the hall. The audience, once electrified with excitement, now teetered on the brink of slumber. Confused, Naruto pondered, "What is happening?" Kiba's expression shifted dramatically. Konoha was under attack. "You all have the ability to defend yourselves, right?" Frustration welled within Naruto. He had not even completed a full match yet. while Sasuke's battle in the original narrative had progressed further. Damn it. You really know how to time your interventions, Yakushi Kabuto. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, scanning the stands with a menacing glare, searching for Kabuto's figure. I've only expended about half my strength. Eliminating a few invaders should pose no challenge. Both Kiba and Naruto were taken aback by this revelation. However, Kiba quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "That's good. But please, prioritize the safety of the participants here." "No problem," Sasuke replied. In an instant, Kiba vanished from the arena. In the audience, numerous sound and sand ninjas had infiltrated, primarily lower and mid-ranking shinobi. Kakashi and Guy had already begun counting their victories, with Guy dispatching foes effortlessly with mere strikes. Even Lee and Kiba were valiantly battling against the intruders. Naruto was aware of the sand shinobi's invasion and suddenly cast a glance towards Gaara in the audience. Gaara, with a complex expression, looked at Naruto before swiftly turning to flee. Temari and Kankuro promptly followed suit. Gritting his teeth, Naruto slowly rose to his feet and said, "Sasuke, I leave this to you. I will pursue him." Sasuke placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, leaving him perplexed. A faint current coursed through Naruto's body, and he felt the paralysis dissipate instantly, along with a significant reduction in fatigue. "Go," Sasuke urged. Filled with elation, Naruto hurriedly dashed in the direction Gaara had taken. In the audience, Shikamaru noticed Naruto chasing after Gaara and remarked that there might be an ambush ahead. They should go protect him. Hinata, Kiba, CHG, Shino, and the others agreed. Neji furrowed his brow, pondering Sasuke's delay. Sakura, her face etched with concern, wondered if Sasuke was injured. Neji, seemingly unperturbed by Sakura's inquiry, chose not to respond. Suddenly, two sound shinobi charged from behind towards Neji and Sakura. Neji swiftly turned, executing the 8 trigrams palm, while Sakura, startled, shut her eyes and shielded her head. "Ah!" she exclaimed. With a burst of speed, Lee dashed forward. The clash was momentary, and both sound shinobi staggered back. Then came a crackling sound, startling Neji and Lee. Could it be? The faces of the sound shinobi paled in fear as they attempted to flee when Shin Getsu Breath, first form, Shin Getsu Night Palace. A radiant crescent slash accompanied by several brilliant circular blades sliced through the midsection of the two foes. The strike and the crescent blades were laced with arcs of electricity. The sound shinobi were cleaved in half, their wounds charred, devoid of blood. Thud, thud, they fell to the ground, lifeless. Sakura cautiously opened her eyes and saw Sasuke's silhouette, his right hand still emanating Chidori. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Sasuke, I'm so glad you're all right." In contrast to Sakura's love-struck demeanor, Neji and Lee were astounded by Sasuke's speed. Incredible, they thought. From the examination site to the audience, they had barely exchanged a blow with the sound shinobi before Sasuke arrived. This speed was likely swifter than that of Gai-sensei. Their assessment of the speed was indeed accurate. Sasuke's fleeting velocity had exceeded even Gai's usual capabilities. The Shin Getsu Breath amalgamated moon-breathing Chidori, transformation, Raijin armor. The Raijin armor significantly augmented Sasuke's speed, strength, and defensive attributes. In this state, Sasuke's foundational qualities approached that of a shadow. However, without a point of reference, it was challenging to ascertain precisely. The Chidori transformation allowed each technique to bear the effects of Chidori, enhancing cutting power and inducing paralysis through electric current. Moreover, when in close proximity, the circular blades would gravitate towards their target. After a brief pause, a subtle smile graced Sasuke's lips as he found his target. With a swift motion, he dashed towards another spectator stand. Ahead, Kakashi and Guy faced a multitude of sound ninja. In the distance, at the center of another group of ninjas stood a figure adorned in the attire of a Konoha Anbu, none other than Kabuto. Kabuto observed the clash between Kakashi, Guy, and the sound ninja with a sense of leisurely detachment. Suddenly, a sharp crackle echoed through the air. A shadow hurtled down from the ceiling. "Block him," commanded an unnamed sound ninja at Kabuto's side. Kabuto narrowed his gaze, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. The sound ninja recognized Sasuke and, although cautious, were not unduly alarmed. After all, having unleashed such an extravagant jutsu moments ago, surely his chakra reserves must be nearly depleted. The 4 sound ninjas swiftly approached Sasuke from 4 different angles. "Sasuke!" Kakashi exclaimed in alarm. In the midst of a ninja battle, every detail could prove fatal. Charging forward without knowledge of the opponent's capabilities was perilous. especially given that the umbu-clad ninja seemed nearly as formidable as Kakashi himself. Unfazed, Sasuke pressed on, his Sharingan glaring at the approaching quartet. "Rest in peace," he murmured, invoking a C-rank Jinjutsu known as the illusion of the otherworld. This technique manipulated the target's perceptions, allowing for simultaneous control over multiple individuals. It had been employed during the first written exam of the Chunin selection process, enabling Sasuke to distort his opponent's sight. For instance, he could make allies appear as enemies or transform threats into mere sustenance. Despite the Jinjutsu's moderate strength, its lethality lay in its timely application. Such was the fate that befell Danzo at Sasuke's hands. In the next instant, the four ninjas launched their attacks in different directions. "He's in the center," shouted the sound ninja who had issued the command, hastily forming hand seals. "Chidori, White Thunder." Sasuke directed his finger at the shouting ninja, unleashing a bolt of pure white lightning toward his throat. This was a downgraded version of the Chidori, designed for a single, rapid puncture rather than sustained energy. With a sickening thud, the sound ninja's mouth opened in shock just before the searing lightning pierced through his throat. At that moment, Sasuke had already leaped over the encircling sound ninja, propelling himself toward Kabuto in midair. The ninjas began to regain their senses. Chidori flow. The moment the four sound ninja awakened, they were struck by the overwhelming current, collapsing helplessly from the air. Originally intended as a stationary attack, Sasuke had ingeniously utilized the momentary suspension and inertia, resembling a flying sphere of lightning. The arcs of electricity spread across a radius of several meters, leaving Kabuto and the other sound ninja with no avenues for evasion. With a crack, Kabuto was struck by the current, and half a second later, an explosive sound resonated as he transformed into a shattered table of lightning. The body replacement technique, a life-saving skill of the early Hokage era, had been employed. Unfortunately, the nearby sound ninjas were slightly too slow, falling before they could execute their own replacements. As Sasuke descended, Kabuto began to form hand seals not far away. As soon as Sasuke landed and halted the Chidori flow, Kabuto completed a series of hand seals and suddenly appeared behind him, gripping Sasuke's chin with his left hand while holding a specially crafted kunai just half a centimeter from Sasuke's left eye. "If you stab down, you'll find it's merely a shadow clone." "Oh, my apologies, I shouldn't have spoken prematurely," came Sasuke's teasing voice from behind Kabuto. Kabuto's hair stood on end, and he hastily rolled forward. "Chidori, White Thunder." Sasuke's left index finger unleashed a searing bolt of lightning towards Kabuto. Simultaneously, his right hand, concealed beneath his left arm, directed another burst of lightning towards a nearby table. Bang! Both Sasuke's shadow clone and Kabuto's earth clone were dispelled. Bang! The table transformed into a disheveled Kabuto. Kabuto narrowly evaded Sasuke's sudden strike, though the edge of his mask was pierced and a streak of hair on the right side of his face was singed away, leaving a conspicuous burn mark. Sasuke slowly turned around, a smirk gracing his lips. "Before my eyes, your techniques are laid bare." A wisp of white vapor escaped from the small hole in Kabuto's mask as he gradually removed it, revealing his true visage and the wounds that were beginning to heal. Truly, being a target of Orochimaru is not without its perks. Sasuke chuckled lightly. Such a discerning evaluation is indeed rare. Meanwhile, Kakashi, observing the battle from a distance, felt a sense of relief wash over him, as Sasuke's current strength and combat intelligence seemed to rival his own. At last, he could focus on dealing with the sound ninja before him. With Kakashi's attention diverted, Sasuke subtly gestured towards Kabuto. The next moment, whoosh, Kabuto, enveloping his hands in Chakra surgical blades, lunged towards Sasuke at high speed. Chidori, White Thunder screech. A bolt of lightning surged toward Kabuto's face. At the critical moment, as he turned to evade, Sasuke's body shimmered with blue chakra and arcs of electricity, exponentially increasing his speed. With the swiftness of lightning, he delivered a powerful kick to Kabuto's body. Bang! Sasuke propelled Kabuto from the audience area towards the wall. Boom! After crashing through the wall, Kabuto's immense momentum continued to send him rolling across the ground. Screech! Sasuke pursued Kabuto without hesitation, in healing technique amidst the chaotic rolling. Kabuto's body was enveloped in green chakra, attempting to minimize the impact of the injuries. After rolling for 4 or 5 seconds, he finally collided with a rock and came to a halt. Breathing heavily, Kabuto's expression was grim. He had initially thought Sasuke wanted to discuss joining Orochimaru, and in a bid to act for the sake of the other Konoha ninjas, he had deliberately rushed in to be kicked. But that kick was far too brutal. Was there truly a murderous intent behind it? His protective arm was fractured, and 2 ribs had been broken from the force. After being a spy for so long, to be outsmarted by a mere rookie fresh out of the academy was a bitter pill to swallow. Screech. Just as Kabuto was lost in reflection, Sasuke approached once more, his face adorned with a playful smile. That expression ignited an intense rage within Kabuto. It seems that Sasuke is gazing at him as though he were a fool. Although Sasuke is the coveted vessel of Orochimaru, Kabuto cannot suppress the murderous intent that arises within him. Yet, Kabuto will not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. The kick he received, while self-inflicted, possessed formidable power. He still requires a few more seconds to recuperate his right arm. With a swift motion, Kabuto unleashed his chakra and retreated at full speed, striving to maintain distance from Sasuke. In the midst of his flight, he utilized inertia to swing his fractured left arm to his chest and began forming hand seals. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. Kabuto's combat prowess was indeed remarkable. He endured what ordinary individuals could not. The 3 tomo in Sasuke's eyes began to rotate slightly, synchronizing with Kabuto's hand seals and channeling an equal amount of chakra. Boom! A burst of white smoke erupted around Kabuto, revealing 4 duplicates of him fleeing in different directions. Sasuke, too, conjured 4 shadow clones, each pursuing one of Kabuto's replicas. Just as the 4 Kabutos and Sasuke distanced themselves, another Kabuto emerged from the ground. This one was the original. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of 4 explosions resonated from afar. The Kabuto that had just surfaced suddenly changed countenance. Just moments ago, the 4 Sasuke clones had rushed forward and obliterated their own heads with a single punch. The sight of Sasuke's self-destruction startled Kabuto's duplicates. This was a clear message. I am aware that you are false. Once Kabuto's clones realized what had transpired, they automatically dispelled their jutsu. As Kabuto's 4 clones vanished, he deduced, based on the nature of the shadow clone technique, that the pursuing Sasuke were also mere illusions. If the pursuers were all clones, then Sasuke's true self either never pursued him at all or was concealed within his blind spot. However, Kabuto had meticulously sensed and searched the surroundings, finding no signs of life. At this moment, he still could not perceive anything. Could it be that Sasuke had not pursued him at all? Then why would he deliberately allow his clones to perish? Suddenly, Kabuto's pupils constricted. He noticed 2 hands above his shadow forming the gesture of rabbit ears. Kabuto enveloped his hands in chakra, sharpening them to a surgical blade's edge, and as he turned, he aimed a slice at the height of Sasuke's neck. Yet, he missed entirely. Sasuke stood calmly just a centimeter outside of Kabuto's attack range, barely out of reach. How could this be? Kabuto could hardly believe that Sasuke's strength surpassed his own by such a margin. Sasuke was only 12 years old. Surely, there must be a limit to his prowess? Such an enigmatic agility could not be attributed solely to raw strength. It must rely on some innate ability. With this thought, Kabuto's envy deepened, and his desire to eliminate Sasuke intensified. Observing Sasuke's audacious demeanor, perhaps an opportunity truly lay within his grasp. Hidden beneath his calm demeanor, D harbored a profound jealousy as he gently extolled, "Your abilities are quite impressive. Such talent ensures success in both assassination and intelligence gathering." Sasuke, with a knowing smile, retorted, "Your emphasis on ability and talent suggests you do not truly believe I possess such strength." D's cold smile revealed his recognition that Sasuke was far from careless. He chose not to respond further. With swiftness, he channeled chakra into his surgical blade, launching an attack towards Sasuke. Sasuke stood motionless, seemingly unresponsive, making no effort to defend himself. Just as the tip of D's chakra blade was a mere centimeter from Sasuke's throat, a resounding clang echoed through the air. How could this be possible? D's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a layer of blue chakra armor, 1 centimeter thick, enveloping Sasuke's form, shimmering with arcs of electricity. This technique bore an uncanny resemblance to the Raijin armor of the Hidden Cloud Village. With a swift motion, Sasuke seized D's wrist. His grip surprisingly powerful despite its modest appearance, rendering D utterly defenseless. The distinction between precision and brutality lay within the realms of slaughter and surgery, a notion that struck D as particularly poignant, given his profession as a doctor. Yet, he could not relent in his assault. D's right hand lunged frantically towards Sasuke's eyes. Clang, clang, clang. D struck with increasing fervor, yet after 7 or 8 attempts, he found no success. He was astonished by the resilience of the armor adorning Sasuke's visage. Ignoring D's futile attacks, Sasuke continued, his expression impassive. Your words seem to underscore the importance of precision. But that is not the only interpretation. It also conveys that during slaughter, one need not overly concern themselves with precision, but rather prioritize strength. A chill coursed through D.'s heart as Sasuke's words dripped with ominous intent. Though ninjas frequently took lives, they rarely employed the term slaughter. With renewed force, Sasuke twisted D's left wrist, causing it to bend unnaturally. D stifled a cry of pain, realizing the extent of his disadvantage. It seems I am truly your nemesis, he mused. Even an inferior armor could withstand the blade of a surgeon. The contrast in their physicality and the current circumstance was stark. D resembled a powerless child in Sasuke's grasp. With a flicker of brilliance, Sasuke conjured a brilliant Chidori in his left hand, slowly extending it towards D's heart. To pierce his armor, a weapon of this caliber was requisite. Sasuke's movements were deliberately slow, yet with each passing moment, D felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just as the Chidori was less than half a centimeter from D's chest, Sasuke retracted the technique and released his hold. D slowly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as if he had narrowly escaped death. He steadied himself, realizing he was not destined to die today. It appeared that Sasuke indeed sought something from him. However, if that were the case, why subject him to such torment? D was left in a state of bewilderment. Let us conclude our preliminary greetings and now turn our attention to matters of collaboration. Firstly, the issue of the container need not concern Orochimaru. However, as we are engaged in a partnership, I possess value that you require. To begin with, I have a method to restore your hands. Restore my hands? Do inquired, perplexed. What do you mean? Both you and Orochimaru seem to be in perfect condition. Is there truly a need for such restoration? Secondly, I have a means to grant you immortality, even allowing you to cultivate your own unique abilities. These abilities can transcend the limits of bloodlines, solely dependent on the extent of their development. Do's expression grew bewildered. What do you mean? Immortality? You can create abilities that rival the bloodline limits? It seems Sasuke is speaking nonsense, yet. Given the formidable strength of his opponent and the clarity of his thoughts, he wouldn't utter such absurdities. Moreover, Sasuke's terrifying rate of growth might indeed suggest the possibility of such capabilities. Though the likelihood seems slim, Do's eyes ignited with fervor. Of course, this requires your cooperation in a series of tasks. I now need the address of your base in the Sound Village. If all goes swiftly, I shall reach out to you within a week. Should it take longer, it may extend to 3 months. Without further hesitation, Do handed Sasuke a scroll. Upon opening it, Sasuke glanced at its contents before returning it to Do. Just as they were about to part ways, an intriguing story came to Sasuke's mind. Do, I have heard a tale, yet I have a question that I hope you can answer. There once was a ship known as the Ship of Theseus. Each time it returned from the sea, its worn parts were replaced with new ones. After many years, every single component of the ship had been changed. Is it still the Ship of Theseus? If not, then what has it become? Sasuke smiled faintly before turning towards the other areas of Konoha. Do remained, lost in reflection and thought. On the defensive walls of Konoha, Sasuke relentlessly struck down invading sand and sound ninjas. Suddenly, a colossal 3-headed serpent appeared before him. The serpent was quite refined, with each head adorned in a crimson napkin. The Konoha ninjas on the wall stood no chance against it. Even Sanai Ibiki found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a 5-meter-long lance of blinding white lightning streaked through the air. With a final roar, the giant serpent fell to the ground. What? This creature was defeated so easily? Who could have done this? It was Uchiha Sasuke. Sanai Ibiki, upon recognizing Sasuke from a distance, was utterly astonished. Is this still a genin? Due to his duties, Ibiki had not witnessed the subsequent battles of the Chunin exams. Otherwise, he would not be so surprised now. Boom. Just as the giant serpent was vanquished, an enormous toad descended from the sky. Although Sasuke knew who was approaching, he had to immediately turn and prepare for the impending confrontation. Upon the back of a frog stood a middle-aged man with long white hair. This individual is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. His self-designed entrance was abruptly halted mid-performance, showcasing how swiftly the youth act nowadays. Ibiki discerned Sasuke's vigilance. He was indeed Jiraiya, one of our own from the Hidden Leaf. Sasuke nodded slightly before dashing once more along the city wall, as numerous invaders loomed ahead. Clash. Thud. Thud. Sasuke engaged with these foes, dispatching them in but a single exchange, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan transforming him into a harbinger of death. While it appeared he strived tirelessly to protect the hidden leaf, his true intention lay in discerning the layout of the city's defenses. Battles among ninjas unfold rapidly, within less than half an hour. A significant portion of the invaders had been dealt with. The primary combat on the audience platform's rooftop had finally reached its conclusion, marking it as the most critical battlefield of this defensive struggle. As the violet barrier dissipated, for peculiar sound ninjas escorted Orochimaru in his retreat. A closer inspection revealed that Orochimaru's arms hung limply, his skin now a shade of purple. Witnessing Orochimaru's defeat, the invaders entirely lost their will to fight, beginning a full retreat. Somewhere, Kabuto gazed at Orochimaru's hands, his pupils suddenly narrowing. Above the audience platform, the ineffectual Umbu silently encircled the lifeless body of Hiruzen Sarutobi. That afternoon, Danzo summoned Sasuke to report back to the roots regarding recent research findings. However, Sasuke declined, citing the need for time to organize the materials, promising completion by the following day. The next day, the Hidden Leaf held a ceremony to honor the deceased. As Sasuke gazed upon a photograph of Hiruzen, he felt a twinge of regret. Hiruzen was also intricately involved in the Uchiha clan's massacre, yet he had never had the opportunity to eliminate him personally. After all, the Reaper Death Seal was far too perilous. At that moment, he recalled certain conspiracy theories he had encountered before his journey through time. The death of Hiruzen could indeed be seen as tacitly approved by the Hidden Leaf. Many clans within the village had long harbored resentment towards Hiruzen, who was notably submissive in external matters. For instance, during the incident where Hinata was abducted by the Cloud Ninja, Hiruzen consented to surrender members of the Hyuga clan. This was a decision born from his awareness that the Hidden Leaf's strength had waned compared to that of the Cloud Village. Yet, even as the Hidden Leaf's power diminished, he continued to allow internal persecution to persist. For example, whenever a gifted youth emerged from smaller clans, Danzo would threaten them with assimilation into the roots, forcibly controlling their talent and reducing them to mere tools. Under such a scheme, only the Sarutobi clan would flourish, while the Hidden Leaf would inevitably become a mere fade of the Sarutobi lineage, though this trajectory would lead to a continual decline in overall strength. Even if they managed to monopolize control over the village in the future, they would ultimately be consumed by the Cloud Village. Yet, they remained obstinate, clinging to the mindset that even if their own lives became unbearable, they would not allow others to prosper. Such a mentality is profoundly repugnant to Sasuke, who perceives the Sarutobi clan as fundamentally insecure and envious at their core. Through some clandestine means, they ascended to the upper echelons. Even as the Hokage, Nikon would never forget that the Sarutobi clan lacked any inherent advantages in terms of talent. Observing the occasional emergence of secret techniques and the brilliance of those possessing bloodline limits, Nikon often found himself beset by unease. He harbored fears that those who attained the position of Hokage might, like him, turn against and dismantle the Sarutobi clan. Moreover, the general populace remained largely oblivious to the political landscape, unaware of the profound impact these covert rules had on Konoha. Even when some suffered persecution, they failed to grasp the underlying causes or the true puppeteers behind the scenes. Konoha had indeed grown excessively corrupt. Beneath the seemingly radiant facade of this village lay a darkness that could plunge ordinary souls into despair. Following the ceremonial rites, Konoha had embarked on a remarkable post-war reconstruction effort. With the aid of ninja techniques, the efficiency of rebuilding was astonishing. For instance, a street that had once been devoid of rooftops was completely restored by the time the villagers finished their meals, with some houses even boasting additional stories. The gentle chime of bells echoed through the wind above the city walls. Two men, adorned with straw hats and cloaked in dark garments emblazoned with red clouds, gazed down upon the entirety of Konoha. Though spared from obliteration, the level of destruction was indeed severe. The once thriving village now appeared pitifully diminished. Such a departure from your usual demeanor. Do you truly hold nostalgia for your homeland? One queried. No, not in the slightest, came the retort. In the original tale, after the ritual, Kakashi and Sasuke had arranged a meeting, the purpose being to guide Sasuke in his training. However, Kakashi felt entirely unqualified to intervene in Sasuke's development at this juncture. Thus he refrained from visiting the establishment where Itachi and Kisame indulged in dumplings and desserts. Asuma and Kurenai strolled side by side, turning a corner to find Sasuke leaning against the side of the dessert shop with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke, are you here to buy something? Asuma inquired. Inside the shop, Itachi's fingers twitched instinctively. No, I'm not particularly fond of dumplings or sweets, he stated. Asuma pressed. Then what brings you here? I'm waiting for someone, Sasuke replied. Additionally, it's best to schedule dates after dusk for a more enchanting atmosphere. Kurenai's face flushed. Who said anything about a date? I'm merely tasked by Anko to pick up some dumplings. The two individuals within the dessert shop exited through a side door, leaving Asuma slightly taken aback by the steaming hot beverages and snacks left untouched on the table. Clearly, these two had been dining together. They departed in haste, coinciding precisely with his conversation with Sasuke. Upon glancing back, he found Sasuke had vanished as well. Furrowing his brow, Asuma urged, Kurenai, please contact the Umbu. Sasuke may have spotted something suspicious. Kurenai's expression turned serious. Be careful. On the outskirts of Konoha, by the riverbank, Itachi and Kisame walked in silence, their pace steady. Suddenly, they halted. Standing a mere 10 meters ahead was a strikingly handsome youth, none other than Sasuke, his Sharingan activated. It has been quite a while, Itachi remarked as he calmly removed the conical hat from his head with his right hand, while his left hand deftly unfastened the buttons of his trench coat. As he opened the collar of his coat, a visage remarkably similar to Sasuke's emerged. Kisame discarded the hat, revealing a menacing grin on his shark-like face. Could it be that someone shares the same eyes as Mr. Itachi? Is this indeed Itachi's younger brother? Itachi regarded Sasuke with a composed gaze, acknowledging, it has been a long time. You have attained the three tomo, I see. Suddenly, an intense blaze of pure white flames erupted from the forest to the side of Itachi and Kisame. Sasuke, positioned ahead, smiled faintly. Surely you don't think I came here merely to reminisce. With a swift motion, Itachi and Kisame leapt from the flames, landing atop the surface of the river. The sound of something crunching echoed, as Kisame's enormous sword, Samahata, had nearly unraveled half of its bandages. The expressions of both men grew serious. Kisame's fish-like eyes were now laced with crimson, a testament to the fiery temperament of Itachi's brother, who had audaciously turned his aggression towards me. As Sasuke on the riverbank began to perform hand seals, another Sasuke appeared instantaneously behind Kisame and Itachi. However, as soon as this Sasuke materialized, water projectiles launched from the river at high speed from 4 directions. In a split second, Sasuke was caught off guard and was engulfed in a swirling mist. Concurrently, Itachi flicked his left sleeve, sending forth 4 shuriken. Kisame completed his hand seals, unleashing, water-style, water shark bomb. At this moment, the Sasuke at the riverbank finished his seals as well, declaring, fire-style, great fire destruction. Witnessing the flames released by Sasuke, Kisame's small, round eyes widened in shock, shrinking to the size of peas. Shouldn't the battle begin with tentative moves? Why are they exchanging such energy-draining techniques right from the start? What gives? Do you believe you possess an abundance of chakra? If you were not Itachi's brother, I would have certainly imparted a stern lesson. Even Itachi was taken aback by Sasuke's prowess. Where had Sasuke acquired such powerful fire techniques? The potency surpassed anything expected, and his chakra quality and quantity far exceeded that of his peers. At merely 12 years of age, has he already reached the level of an elite jonin? Their thoughts flitted by in an instant. A terrifying sea of flames engulfed Kisame's water jutsu in that moment, extending in a radius of several dozen meters around them. Water-style, water barrier, Itachi executed his hand seals with a speed that was almost spectral. Boom. The clash of fire and water resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, and the sudden burst of steam enveloped the area like a concealment technique. As 2 flaming shuriken inexplicably curved around to the back of Sasuke on the riverbank, they struck his shoulders. Bang! The Sasuke at the riverbank transformed into smoke. Meanwhile, on another tree within the forest, Sasuke had 2 spinning flaming shuriken affixed to his fingertips. Did I imbue my shuriken with fire? My chakra usage is indeed quite meticulous. Fire-style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. In an instant, over a dozen flaming shuriken surged forth, encircling from all directions. This time, the flames are indeed of Itachi's original design. Sasuke, seemingly casual, cast 2 shurikens with a flick of his fingertips. Clang! Clang! The 2 shurikens struck 2 of Itachi's incoming shurikens, and in a swift maneuver, the 4 shurikens altered their trajectory and struck other projectiles. Bang! 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 Ultimately, 3 shurikens embedded themselves beside Sasuke, while the others soared into the distance. Whoosh! From the gradually dissipating steam, a figure suddenly lunged forth. Sasuke, with his keen eyesight, recognized it was Itachi wielding a kunai. Fire-style, ash pile burning. A plume of gray, scalding smoke erupted from the side. Asuma had arrived to lend his support. Whoosh! A large blade suddenly swept towards Asuma's head, a clear warning not to disturb Mr. Itachi's affairs. Asuma hastily raised his fists to defend himself, gritting his teeth with determination. Boom! The searing dust erupted in an explosive conflagration. Whoosh! Similarly, Asuma was forcefully struck away by Kisame's powerful blow. Bang! Asuma crashed violently into a large tree, leaving a human-shaped indentation in its trunk. Such immense strength. Before Asuma could wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, the blade swung again, aiming for his neck. Asuma sank down to evade Kisame's horizontal slash, swiftly retaliating with a strike aimed at Kisame's throat. Kisame, caught off guard, quickly retreated. Thud! Although Asuma's fist barely grazed him, a 3-centimeter gash appeared on Kisame's face. In terms of raw power, Asuma was no match for Kisame. Yet in speed and close combat skills, Asuma held a slight advantage. Kisame, now wary, began forming hand seals. Meanwhile, behind Sasuke, Itachi silently appeared. Kunai poised to strike Sasuke's back. Sasuke pointed his index fingers in opposite directions. Chidori, white lightning. Zing! A searing white lightning bolt pierced through Itachi from behind, while another bolt shot towards Kisame in the distance. Startled, Kisame was forced to interrupt his jutsu and swiftly turned to shield himself with his Samehada. Boom! However, an immense explosion erupted behind Sasuke. This explosion was the result of Itachi's self-detonation just before his imminent disappearance. It must be said that Itachi's technique of self-detonation is indeed highly effective. If you don't strike him, he strikes you. If you do strike him, he self-destructs. This technique wasn't even mentioned in the scrolls left by Itachi. Fortunately, Sasuke's speed was sufficient to avoid the blast. Asuma gasped in shock, worried about Sasuke's well-being, which consequently caused him to squander the opportunity for an attack that Sasuke had just created for him. At that moment, the steam and dust had dissipated. The main combatants, Sasuke and Itachi, remained unscathed, while Kisame and Asuma bore their injuries. Asuma let out a sigh of relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Sasuke had truly become an exceptional ninja. With a sinister smile, Kisame remarked, "That little brat is indeed formidable, but as long as Itachi gets serious, he can resolve the battle in an instant." Asuma, despite feeling a twinge of anxiety within, maintained a fade of composure. He did not believe that Sasuke would be easily vanquished. Kisame's grin grew ever more menacing. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Itachi and Sasuke stood merely 10 meters apart. "I didn't expect you to possess something akin to the Raijin armor of the Cloud Village," Itachi observed, his voice laced with surprise. "You've managed to create such a thing based on theory alone. I never anticipated it would astonish you." Itachi pondered. Has Sasuke truly reached such a level of talent? He no longer pales in comparison to myself or Shursui. A sense of relief washed over him. With Sasuke's current aptitude and solid prowess, perhaps this stimulus would enable him to awaken an eye akin to his own. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Itachi closed his left eye and opened it anew. Tsukuyami. The 3-tomo pupil morphed into a shuriken resembling a triangular curved blade. Sasuke inhaled deeply, for this was precisely what he had been awaiting. Indeed, he had planned for this moment. Itachi's Tsukuyami compelled him to relive the harrowing experience of their clan's annihilation. This was, in essence, a costless method to unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. In the original narrative, Sasuke had endured Itachi's Tsukuyami multiple times. Yet his initial potential had been woefully inadequate. He was wholly unworthy of the title of genius. This was primarily due to Kishimoto's harsh treatment of Sasuke. In the early stages, to emphasize the might of the Sharingan and the arduous nature of its advancement, he deliberately filled the pressure points of awakening and evolution. However, later in the plot, the process of awakening and transformation was portrayed as far too facile. A prime example being Obito, with Kakashi blind in one eye. Obito awakened his 2-tomo, and upon the death of an unconfirmed romantic interest, he swiftly transformed from 2-tomo to the Mangekyou Sharingan. Thus, the unfortunate Sasuke bore the ignominious label of Uchiha disgrace. Returning to the present, suddenly, the surroundings morphed into his family's master bedroom. This was the chamber of Sasuke's parents, who knelt not far from him. Itachi stood behind them, brandishing a blade, while Sasuke found himself transformed into his youthful self, feeling as though all his strength had ebbed away. "You remain feeble. For the next 24 hours, you shall relive every moment of that fateful day." In an instant, the familiar sense of helplessness from his childhood surged forth from the recesses of his memories, flooding his heart with despair. Drip! A liquid fell upon the floor. Warm tears traced down Sasuke's cheeks as he raised a hand to gently wipe them away. This was the calmness he once possessed began to unravel, giving way to agitation, tension, and dread. The current circumstances surpassed Sasuke's expectations. Since his journey began, he had always perceived himself as separate from the original Sasuke. The experiences of the former Sasuke had merely been something he understood on an intellectual level, akin to any other observer. Upon acknowledging the tragic fate of Sasuke's family, one cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow for his plight. Yet, this understanding barely scratches the surface. Now, Sasuke has transcended from the role of a mere observer to that of a true victim. Memories long buried surge forth, invoking the gentle smile of Mikoto Uchiha, her culinary creations, and the comforting words she offered to the young Sasuke during his moments of despair. Along with the garments she washed for him, an overwhelming torrent of emotions engulfs Sasuke, igniting a chain reaction within him that intensifies with each passing moment. Suddenly, a desperate plea escapes his lips. "Stop. Cease this at once. You dare kill me. No, please. I beg you. Do not." At this juncture, Sasuke, utterly powerless, finds himself pleading for Itachi to refrain from wielding his blade. Yet, with a chilling indifference, Itachi once again strikes down their parents, rendering Sasuke's pleas futile. Mere moments later, the harrowing scene replays itself, and Sasuke's hatred has reached an unspeakable crescendo. Though he exerts every ounce of strength to rush forward, his body remains immobile. Helplessness and anguish begin to morph into rage and loathing. Time elapses, and Itachi continues his merciless assault. Then, unexpectedly, crimson flame-like patterns emerge upon Sasuke's left temple and right neck, followed by the emergence of dark flames from his body. Unlike any ordinary fire, these flames are black, signifying a profound transformation. A crackling sound reverberates, akin to chains fracturing. In the next heartbeat, an eruption of obsidian flames engulfs Sasuke's form, causing Itachi's pupils to constrict in shock as he struggles to break free from this overwhelming force. The sound of tearing fabric fills the air as Sasuke forcibly rips apart Tsukuyomi. Their consciousnesses return to the physical realm, and Itachi experiences a sensation akin to a nail being driven into his skull, an agonizing side effect of the Mangekyou Sharingan. The crimson patterns on Sasuke's temple and neck remain, while an immense, visible black chakra radiates from him. Even those lacking sensory abilities can perceive the abyssal hatred and murderous intent emanating from him. The powerful gusts of chakra disturb the tranquil river, sending waves cascading outward. This chakra, vast as that of a tailed beast, begins to morph, swiftly transforming into a towering figure clad in half of the armor of a Tengu. In the distance, Kisame and Asuma stand in astonishment, while even Itachi, who had prepared himself, is taken aback. When he awakened his Mangekyou, he had only grasped Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu came later during his time in the Mist Village, and Susanoo was awakened even later. Yet, Sasuke has mastered Susanoo to its third stage upon his initial awakening. The numerous ninjas in Konoha, sensing the terrifying chakra, are equally struck with fear, directing their gazes toward Sasuke. Swiftly, many ninjas rush to the scene. Among them, the closest, Kurenai, Kakashi, and a group of Umbu members, arrive just in time to witness the colossal Black Titan. Regaining his composure, Kisame hastily performs hand seals. Realizing the gravity of the situation, water style, exploding water wave. With a thunderous roar, the river surges violently. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying wave towering nearly 100 meters surged towards the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Asuma, standing beside Kisame, was swept away by this unstoppable torrent. Subsequently, Kisame formed another seal and unleashed a water release technique, thousand-feeding shark. The approaching ninjas could only retreat helplessly in astonishment. The ninjas in the back hastily formed hand seals to unleash various fire release techniques in an attempt to evaporate the wave. Yet, these flames were as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea, yielding no visible results. Suddenly, a large toad descended from the sky, exuding a terrifying amount of chakra. The volume of water was overwhelming, and utilizing oil was not an option. Earth release, earth flow wall. This was akin to trying to extinguish a kitchen fire with water. The combination of water and oil would only spread the flames further. Jiraiya quickly reconsidered, dispelling the summoning and forcefully pressing his hands against the ground. With a thunderous roar, an enormous earth flow wall, over 100 meters long and 12 meters wide, erupted from the earth. On this wall, About 20 individuals stood in perfect unison, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. The clash between the sea of flames and the torrent of water commenced between Kisame and the ninjas of the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. The tomo in his gaze had transformed into a six-pointed star pattern. The ocular technique in his right eye remained, Kagaya's fate. The technique in his left eye was named, Moon Poison. Moon Poison is a passive ability. Anyone who has been hypnotized by this eye will carry a concealed permanent virus deep within their consciousness. In the future, when hypnotizing the target again, no direct eye contact or distance considerations are necessary, nor any additional conditions required. A mere thought is sufficient to induce hypnosis from the source of the virus. Although lacking the overwhelming power of Itachi and Shusui's techniques, it could be utilized with greater precision, frequency, and stealth. If Itachi could cast Jinjutsu 3 or 4 times in a battle, Sasuke could unleash it hundreds of times. The frequency of his Jinjutsu release could seamlessly match that of a standard attack, achieving a sublime mastery in the realm of combat involving both taijutsu and ninjutsu. In summary, once a target had fallen prey to his Jinjutsu through eye contact, they became mere playthings before Sasuke. This ability remained effective even with the 3 tomo activated. At that moment, Sasuke's black Susanoo slowly drew back a black longbow, his tone indifferent. Did I not say not to cut? As he released the arrow, his left eye cast a binding Jinjutsu on Itachi. In the next instant, a second red half Susanoo materialized. The black arrow Sasuke had shot collided with the mirror of the red Susanoo. Although the mirror remained intact, the armor on the red Susanoo's arm cracked. In the blink of an eye, Itachi awakened from the Jinjutsu. Sasuke was slightly taken aback. Itachi's understanding and mastery of Jinjutsu were indeed astonishing. He was second only to Shursui in the ninja world. Even while ensnared within the Jinjutsu, Itachi could still control his physical form in the external world, accurately predicting Sasuke's attack. Thus, before the illusion was dispelled, Susanoo was activated for defense. At that moment, Itachi's consciousness had barely returned to his body when he beheld Sasuke's next arrow being drawn back with great speed, just as he positioned himself for defense. Bam! An arrow enveloped in black flames descended from above, striking directly into the head of the crimson Susanoo. This arrow bore immense power, cleaving through the head and chest of Susanoo. The point of the arrow came to a halt less than a meter from Itachi's head. In shock, Itachi gazed upon this arrow, realizing that Sasuke was now drawing a third arrow. The second arrow had been a projectile. Moreover, the density of this black fire was extraordinarily high, unlike the wisps encountered in the later phases of the original tale. It resembled the flames Itachi had first evaded from Jiraiya. The area engulfed in flames was a solid expanse of pure black, devoid of any gaps. Itachi's Susanoo was rapidly dissolving under the onslaught of the black flames. Faced with such a dire predicament, Itachi found himself in a quandary. His right eye could extinguish the Amaterasu flames above him, but at this angle, he could not see Sasuke's third arrow. If left unchecked, the black fire would incinerate Susanoo from within. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Itachi devised a strategy. The most effective defense is a counterattack. Itachi's crimson Susanoo raised its hand, wielding the Yada mirror, and hurled it towards Sasuke. Then he looked up to eradicate the black flames overhead. The speed at which the flames were extinguished exceeded Itachi's expectations by a factor of 2. A sense of foreboding welled within him, but there was no time for hesitation. In the next instant, Sasuke released the third arrow, which collided with the Yada mirror midair. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy unleashed itself mercilessly in all directions. Rivers were severed by this force, and the forest along the banks was devastated within a radius of 40 to 50 meters. At that moment, Sasuke unleashed a fourth arrow. Whoosh! In that fleeting second, Itachi anticipated the arrow's trajectory and once again positioned the Yada mirror before Susanoo. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted above Itachi's head. The explosive energy was composed of black flames. The red Susanoo was riddled with cracks from within. At this juncture, Itachi finally comprehended the truth. The black flames from earlier had not been entirely extinguished. Nearly half of the black fire had been highly compressed by Sasuke, reduced to the size of a grain of rice. It appeared as though the flames had been snuffed out. Subsequently, when combined with the next attack, it ignited the black flames with explosive effect. Boom! At that moment, the fourth arrow once again collided with the Yada mirror. PFF. This time, the impact shattered the red Susanoo. Itachi was propelled backward, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Sasuke's eyes streamed with blood tears, and his black Susanoo began to flicker. In the next moment, Sasuke's Susanoo vanished completely. The physical pain brought Sasuke a semblance of emotional relief, restoring some of his rationality. He had not anticipated that he would become so impulsive as to lose his senses. He had truly wished to kill Itachi just moments ago. However, he was grateful to remember the narrative and recognize that Itachi was also a victim, acting out of desperation under dire circumstances. Though Itachi's thoughts and plans are rife with criticism, he is nonetheless inhabiting the body of Sasuke, the very target he is determined to protect at all costs. It is indeed a tormenting predicament. The entanglement of love and hatred is most distressing. At this moment, Sasuke's emotions are exceedingly complex. He yearns to find solace in a quiet place for a while longer. Suddenly, with a splash, Itachi emerges from the river before Sasuke, his lips stained with blood and exhaustion etched across his face. Itachi's eyes have reverted to their dark hue. Yet a glint of greed and madness dances upon his features. Cough, cough. Sasuke, your eyes are truly magnificent. Do you realize? While the Sharingan is powerful, prolonged use leads to blindness. However, if I could obtain your eyes, I would possess this formidable strength forever. I shall reach, even surpass, the realm of Uchiha Madara. With a mere glance, Sasuke comprehends that Itachi has come to meet his demise. Even a fool could discern that his current state surpasses Itachi's. Sasuke gazes impassively at Itachi. I seek only tranquility. I no longer wish to behold your face. Ha ha. Cough, cough. Itachi retorts mockingly, spitting out more blood. Sasuke, why are you still so foolish? Do you still cling to illusions? Are you unable to let go of those deceitful childhood memories? Sasuke studies Itachi intently once more. I have stated. I desire silence. With a sudden burst of speed, Sasuke delivers a powerful punch to Itachi's abdomen. Puff. Itachi expels a copious amount of blood, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones echoing within him. The transparent world reveals the truth clearly. Itachi's ribs have succumbed to the force of the blow. Consequently, he is sent flying, skipping across the lake's surface several times before finally sinking beneath the water. Given Itachi's physique, this strike will leave him incapacitated for at least a month. Sasuke is perplexed. This cannot be. I did not activate the Raijin armor. Oh, I forgot. I am currently adorned in the pattern of the sage. My speed, strength, and awakening are nearly equivalent to when I donned the Raijin armor. I cannot strike again. If I do, both Itachi and Kasame will be unable to escape. Thus, Sasuke embarks on a performance that is half genuine, half feigned. With a thud, Sasuke pretends to be utterly exhausted, floating listlessly upon the water's surface. In a swift motion, Kisame, appearing somewhat disheveled, darts past Sasuke without acknowledging him. He then hoists Itachi from the lake onto his shoulder and hastily retreats into the distance. Soon after, Jiraiya, Guy, Kakashi, and others surround Sasuke. In the Konoha Medical Department's ward, a collection of flowers is piled in the corners of the windows. The gentle breeze wafting through carries a subtle floral fragrance. Upon entering the ward, Naruto, in a frenzy, insists on coming inside. Eventually, Sakura and Ino leave 2 sizable lumps on Naruto's head before he settles down. From their conversation, Sasuke learns that Naruto intends to accompany Jiraiya out of the village in search of Tsunade. Once they have departed, the entirety of the afternoon passes with Sasuke lying motionless on the bed. He could easily harness the power of the ghost to recover from his injuries. Yet Sasuke chooses to fully immerse himself in the experience of this pain. It seems that Itachi endures a dual torment of both mind and body, suffering more than he ought to. The afflictions of his body may be partially instigated by psychological factors, though he wishes not to dwell on these thoughts. They incessantly emerge unbidden, accompanied by tears that flow spontaneously. Before he realizes it, twilight has enveloped the sky, a time synonymous with the conclusion of the Ninja Academy's day. He recalls returning home under such dusky skies, only to find that life had irrevocably changed. This entire sequence of events appears to have been orchestrated by the higher echelons of Konoha. As he reflects on this, Sasuke's sorrowful demeanor begins to shift. Oh, those ninjas standing atop the earthen barrier during the day seem to belong to the Sarutobi clan. All participants, they deserve their fate. At that moment, several visitors arrived at the hospital entrance. The leader among them had bandages wrapped around his head and right arm. As he stepped through the doorway, a barrier enveloped the building's periphery. Inside the hospital, it became apparent that the other wards lay eerily vacant. Half a minute later, the door to Sasuke's room creaked open. The first to enter was a familiar face, Kamizuki Wind, followed closely by the orchestrator, Danzo, with Yamanaka Toryun trailing behind. Danzo regarded Sasuke with a stoic expression. It was evident that Sasuke's breath and chakra were unstable. He was clearly weakened. Danzo, with a grim countenance, inquired, "Now that you are awake, why have you not reported your research findings to the root?" Sasuke gazed at Danzo with a dismissive smirk. "How audacious." "Sasuke, Lord Danzo is addressing you." Kamizuki Wind interjected, stepping forward to admonish Sasuke. "Illusionary art, shackles of enchantment." Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Kamizuki Wind, who immediately froze in place. In the illusion, Kamizuki's limbs were pierced by numerous steel nails, inflicting unbearable pain and rendering him immobile. Bang! Danzo smacked Kamizuki on the shoulder, liberating him from the illusion. Upon awakening, Kamizuki's face reflected sheer terror. Danzo's left eye narrowed slightly, revealing remarkable ocular prowess. "Have you truly activated the Mangekyou Sharingan?" Sasuke replied. "Many in Konoha witnessed it. Is further inquiry necessary?" With a snap, Yamanaka Toryun attempted to intervene, but Danzo halted him. "Sasuke has endured much today. Let us show him some understanding." Danzo then seated himself on the edge of Sasuke's hospital bed, close enough to easily restrain Sasuke's face with a mere extension of his hand. He continued, "Did you converse with Itachi today? Did he impart anything to you?" While Itachi divulged little, I found myself pondering a question. "Oh, what question?" "Do share." After this encounter, I realized, even he, in his current state, could not execute the massacre of the Uchiha clan without Konoha's awareness. Danzo's eyes narrowed further. "So what do you perceive as problematic?" In that moment, Danzo seemed to be extracting Sasuke's very essence. Yet, Sasuke's unyielding demeanor caused Danzo to hesitate. After careful consideration, Danzo could not fathom any means by which Sasuke could possibly resist him. At the moment when Danzo noticed Sasuke was about to speak, he swiftly reached out to grasp Sasuke's eyes. In this critical moment, rather than evading, Sasuke surprisingly covered his head with a blanket. This was undeniably absurd. One might think they were merely engaging in playful antics. Yet, the blanket was undeniably thin. However, the sensation from Danzo's left hand felt as if he were grasping iron. Originally, Sasuke was already covered by the blanket, and this act of covering his head enveloped his entire body. In that instant, his body transformed into a state of monstrous power, erasing the fatigue and side effects of the kaleidoscope. Beneath the blanket, Sasuke quietly uttered, "I am not a waste like Shursui." Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. How did Sasuke know about Shursui? How dare he call Shursui a waste? Even Itachi would not utter such words. Just then, Danzo's vision was flooded with crimson liquid. In the next moment, he felt an excruciating pain in his right eye socket and shoulder. "Ah!" Danzo screamed. And only then did his companions realize he had been attacked. They turned their gaze towards Sasuke at the window. There, Sasuke held a right arm wrapped in bandages with his left hand, while his right hand clutched a crimson three-tomo Sharingan. How is this possible? How could he be so swift? Just moments ago, they had seen nothing. The attack had been a stealthy strike beneath the guise of a monstrous form. For someone like Danzo, if all of his Sharingan were not seized immediately, he would become a significant threat. Everything was unfolding according to Sasuke's plan. It was over. Danzo was profoundly shocked, simultaneously gripped by suffocating fear. Sasuke's assault appeared to be premeditated, and he was acutely aware of his own trump cards. In that fleeting moment, all the Sharingan were taken, rendering Izanagi unusable. With one hand lost, even basic ninjutsu would be impossible to perform. Yugugo hurriedly removed her gloves and charged towards Sasuke. Kamizuki also began forming hand signs, preparing to disrupt Sasuke. Danzo, meanwhile, prepared to turn and flee. Sasuke regarded the trio with disdain, as if they were mere refuse. Just as Yugugo's hands were about to make contact with Sasuke, shifting heart technique, Kamizuki shouted, and then, Yugugo was seized by Kamizuki's body, which then lunged towards Kamizuki's own form. Bang! In that moment of contact, Kamizuki realized he had fallen victim to an illusion. The most fatal aspect was that he had inadvertently touched himself with Yugugo's hand. Kamizuki's consciousness swiftly returned to his true form, but his body was already half eroded by the purple nanobugs. Sasuke strolled behind Yugugo, who was now regaining her awareness. Chidori, white lightning. Zing. A blinding bolt of lightning pierced through Yugugo's chest. Yet, she still attempted to turn and lunge at Sasuke. Chidori, white lightning. Another searing bolt of lightning penetrated her left leg. Yugugo, halfway through her turn, collapsed to the ground. Chidori, white lightning. Sasuke continued to direct his assault towards Yugogo. Once again, a searing bolt of white lightning pierced through Danzo's throat. Sasuke unleashed a series of precise strikes, each landing with deadly accuracy. As Danzo lay on the ground, his body bore numerous puncture wounds, which collectively formed the characters for his name, Danzo. Though it appeared intricate, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. At that moment, Danzo had just reached the third-floor window. Bang! Danzo shattered the window and leapt outside. A straight beam of blinding white lightning sliced through the hospital wall, narrowly missing his ankles. Thud! As he hit the ground, his severed legs plunged into the soft earth. The shock was excruciating, rendering him unable to scream. He merely gasped, desperately trying to alleviate the agony with deep breaths. In that instant, the Root members outside the hospital swiftly encircled Danzo. Boom! Suddenly, a wall exploded. The onlookers gazed upward, where Sasuke stood at the edge of the opening, holding Danzo's right arm, casting a disdainful gaze upon the entire Root organization. As for Shirsue's right eye, it had already been pressed against his forehead in the darkened corner. In his ghostly transformation, his ocular prowess had increased significantly, allowing him to utilize all his eye techniques simultaneously. However, upon reverting to his human form, he could only employ the abilities of his 2 primary eyes. Yet, each time he transformed back, he could swap the positions of his ocular orbs. For instance, he could exchange the positions of Kotoame Tsukimi and Kagutsuchi. This swap required no physical adjustment. It could be accomplished merely through mental focus. At that moment, Sasuke was still utilizing his own eyes. With Danzo's signal, the Root organization deactivated the barrier surrounding the hospital. Then the members began to shout in outrage, "Sasuke, are you betraying Konoha? Sasuke, how dare you conspire against Lord Danzo? Sasuke, release Lord Danzo's arm, you despicable scoundrel." The echoes of their indignation spread rapidly, amplified by Chakra. The Konoha Umbu and other shinobi sensed the commotion and rushed to the scene, many lamenting the tumultuous events that had unfolded in Konoha over the past few days. Just yesterday, they had endured war, and now, at midday, they faced the incursion of an S-rank rogue ninja. As dusk approached, signaling the time to return home and rest, yet another crisis arose. Heh, ha ha ha. Sasuke could not suppress his manic laughter. Danzo, you have no shame. You felt secure enough to erect barriers and silence the news. But now that you realize you are outmatched, you call for help from all of Konoha? Huh? You old bastard. Illusion, this is not the place. In that moment, the Root members below mistook Danzo for Sasuke. A few among them prepared to strike at Danzo, only to be intercepted. These individuals dispelled the illusion with remarkable speed, indicating their status as squad leaders. In a fleeting moment, the half-damaged Danzo dispelled the illusion, mockingly proclaiming, "This Jinjutsu pales in comparison to that of Itachi and Shisui." One of the squad leaders, with a sneer upon his face, echoed his sentiment while weaving hand seals, stating, "Indeed, Lord Danzo, is this the extent of your illusion? What a disgrace. Release." Instantly, all illusions were dispelled. Sasuke calmly stepped forward, descending from the 3rd floor to the ground below. The squad leader bellowed, "Attack." Several members of Root prepared to draw various ninja tools, while others began forming hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. However, just as they completed their initial movements, illusion, binding technique, the members of Root found themselves frozen in place. This technique, originally a high-intensity single-target illusion, confined only the consciousness of the afflicted within a cage. Yet now, they witnessed their comrades impaled, unable to move, with an overwhelming sense of pain that felt all too real. How is this possible? Such a powerful binding technique. Should it not be singular in nature? This fellow's Jinjutsu is terrifying. Is his illusion truly inferior to that of Itachi and Shisui? This is utterly horrifying. Danzo and the squad leader, who had just derided Sasuke, wore expressions of profound dismay. Indeed, this technique was meant to be a high-intensity, single-target binding illusion. However, the moon venom allowed for hypnotic influence without the need for eye contact, disregarding such limitations altogether. In an instant, it cast a high-intensity illusion upon all infected individuals. The previous illusion, this place is not merely served to infect their consciousness as a prelude to this technique. Step by step, Sasuke advanced towards the members of Root, who could only watch helplessly, rendered immobile. After all, this was the very illusion capable of pinning Orochimaru in place. Moreover, Sasuke's ocular power now surpassed that of Itachi. The scene was utterly chilling. Likewise, the consumption of chakra was staggering. The more individuals affected, the greater the chakra expenditure. Without the power to execute the binding technique multiple times, any attempt to unleash it recklessly would result in failure, leading to immediate exhaustion or even unconsciousness. Fortunately, Sasuke's ocular strength was sufficiently potent. This wave of Genjutsu consumed merely a third of his chakra. At that moment, the Leaf Village ninjas rushed from a distance, with familiar faces Kakashi and Guy leading the charge. "Sasuke, stop!" Kakashi shouted, just as Sasuke completed his sweeping strike. In an instant, all root members, save for Danzo, met their demise at Sasuke's hand, their severed heads rolling beside Danzo, some eyes wide with terror as they gazed at him. Danzo's survival was a mere stroke of luck. With his legs buried in the earth, his stature was reduced, allowing him to remain alive. More crucially, Sasuke intended to prolong his torment. To die so easily would be too merciful. A series of rapid sounds of body flicker techniques echoed through the air. The vicinity of the hospital was suddenly filled with a throng of ninjas. However, Sasuke stood resolutely before Danzo, and the others dared not advance. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Kakashi gazed at Sasuke in disbelief. "Sasuke, you have mercilessly slaughtered Lord Danzo and the members of Root. I implore you to surrender. 5 years ago, Itachi Uchiha annihilated our clan, and now it seems that Sasuke Uchiha has turned his blade upon his own comrades in Konoha. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is filled with demons. Once, those Uchiha looked down upon us, and perhaps their eradication was justified. Indeed, that Itachi even killed his own parents. How could he be allowed to remain? It is unfortunate that he was not the only threat." The surrounding unknown ninjas chattered indiscriminately. Silence. Guy's rare outburst commanded a significant hush. Yet, whispers continued from a distance, and even Guy and Kakashi found themselves powerless against the crowd. Kakashi observed the indifferent Sasuke, a chill coursing through him. Sasuke's reaction was unervingly calm. Had it been his teenage self facing such accusations, he would have defiantly confronted them in outrage. Yet, the deeper the silence, the more terrifying it became. If his intuition was correct, Sasuke might be contemplating the complete annihilation of these individuals. Kakashi stepped forward, softly inquiring, "Sasuke, please elucidate what has transpired." Sasuke chuckled lightly. "It is nothing. Danzo merely sought to gouge out my eyes and eliminate me." A collective gasp arose from the crowd. "Is that what you call nothing?" Suddenly, several ninjas stepped forward, proclaiming, "Nonsense. How could Danzo, one of Konoha's highest leaders, covet your eyes? Indeed, merely the Sharingan. Does everyone covet it? Why do you Uchiha persist in your sense of superiority? I believe in Sasuke." At that moment, a pink-haired Sakura emerged from the crowd to defend him. In the face of such doubts and slander, Sasuke had no desire to engage in verbal disputes. After all, they would soon meet their demise. Every additional word was but a fleeting indulgence. The sun was on the verge of setting completely. Although he knew that Konoha could no longer restrain him, Sasuke preferred not to transform into a demon amidst the battle's chaos. Such a conspicuous change would inevitably reveal his secret. He wished to delay the discovery of that secret for as long as possible. Thus, confronting these individuals to buy time was quite advantageous. However, Sakura's sudden emergence left Sasuke somewhat bewildered. Throughout their history, his attitude towards her had been far from kind. Yet, she dared to step forward to advocate for him, though she had always been rather foolish. She must have known that standing out at this moment would make her a target. Sakura hailed from an ordinary family, and the pressures she faced were considerable. If it were any other onlooker, at this moment, one cannot help but find Sakura utterly repugnant. Is she truly willing to risk everything for someone who harbors no affection for her, while neglecting the concerns for her own family? Indeed, it is so. Sasuke had a profound disdain for Sakura even before his journey through time. Her mind seemed consumed entirely by thoughts of him, showing no regard for anyone else. Yet now, the object of her affection is herself, which complicates matters significantly. It is a blend of loathing and a peculiar sense of emotional disturbance. What are you even doing here? This is a gathering of Jonin and Chunin. What right do you have to interject? One of the ninjas scolded Sakura. Kakashi shot a cold glare at the accuser, declaring, "She is my subordinate. They are comrades, and I deem her more qualified to speak than you." The assailant retreated into the crowd, looking as though he had just swallowed something foul. Sasuke lowered his gaze in contemplation before sincerely addressing Sakura. "Sakura, I apologize for my previous demeanor. However, I cannot foster any feelings for you. It would be best if you refrained from involving yourself in this tumult." I have stated before that admiration is the farthest distance from understanding. You have no true comprehension of my existence. Whatever your reasons for liking me, they remain mere delusions. Sakura felt as though her heart had been pierced multiple times by a barrage of throwing knives. Yet, after a moment, she found her voice once more. Initially, I thought you were incredibly cool and handsome. Gradually, I lost track of what it was that drew me to you. But one thing I know for certain is that I do like you. Child, this is hardly the time for romantic confessions. Given your previous statement, do you possess any evidence? Another ninja interjected abruptly. Sasuke gestured, revealing the bandage-wrapped right arm of Danzo. A collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good heavens. There are 10 Sharingan implanted upon that arm. Even more astonishing was the visage at the end of the arm, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the first Hokage. Sasuke shook the arm he held, challenging. Surely, you do not suggest that I fabricated this arm? Someone was just about to articulate that very notion, a bystander admitted, only to be swiftly silenced by Sasuke. As the previous speaker retreated, another spoke up. Even so, your actions have been excessively extreme. Had you willingly surrendered the Sharingan, I believe you could have survived. But look at what you have done. You have slaughtered numerous elite leaf ninjas and gravely injured one of the highest leaders of Konoha, Lord Danzo. Unbeknownst to them, the light was fading. The sun behind the mountains now reduced to a mere crescent. Darkness was encroaching, the countdown commencing. 10, 9. Sasuke scoffed, dismissing the lectures as futile. A broken neck serves as the most profound lesson. Sensing Sasuke's growing impatience, Kakashi pondered gravely before attempting to persuade once more. Sasuke, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lord Jiraiya will soon return with Lady Tsunade. She will be the next 5th Hokage. Lady Tsunade possesses a clear distinction between good and evil, exhibiting remarkable courage. There remains a possibility for you to ease the current situation. Cease your actions, and I assure you, you will be entirely safe until Lady Tsunade's return. 5, 4. Sasuke donned an expression of invincibility. Kakashi, you have misjudged the circumstances. Such a manner of speaking is directed towards the weak. It is the weak who require protection and assurances from others. You ought to express, Lady Tsunade is quite beloved, and the future of Konoha will be radiant. Therefore, please temper your actions. 3, 2. Outrageous. Such utter nonsense. Do you truly believe you can stand against all of Konoha? 1. Kakashi, are you genuinely contemplating betraying Konoha? There are still your comrades here, including Naruto. Vengeance will not yield you anything, and, in truth, what you are currently doing is somewhat akin to that. The markings on Sasuke's left forehead and right neck materialized, while simultaneously concealing 4 additional eyes. Kakashi and Guy were taken aback. They had witnessed this form of Sasuke during the day. Is he indeed resolved to take action? A shadow of sorrow crossed Sasuke's face. Kakashi, I have investigated your circumstances. You lack the courage and strength to confront all the pressure. Yet I am unlike you. Sasuke's demeanor grew cold once more. Remember this. The world must heed my countenance. The lingering twilight draws to a close. Are you prepared to embrace the sanguine darkness? You. Someone began to speak. Boom. In an instant, Sasuke fully unleashed his aura and chakra. An overwhelming, suffocating chakra and oppressive force surged throughout Konoha. Crash, crash, crash. Every glass object in the wake of this chakra shattered. A 1 centimeter thick wooden board cracked under the strain. Ordinary villagers and animals experienced a wave of nausea, headaches, and total lethargy. The ninja forces surrounding Sasuke felt an even more terrifying pressure. They began to hallucinate, perceiving the world as a monochrome landscape, while they themselves transformed into lifeless shadows. Despair, death, desolation, bloodlust, hatred. A myriad of profoundly oppressive emotions flooded their hearts in an instant. The sensory ninjas of Konoha fell into a stupor, as the chakra and negative emotions emanating from Sasuke surpassed their comprehension. Hayashi, it is even more malevolent than the chakra of the 9 tails. Even Kakashi lost his fighting spirit in that fleeting moment. Guy stood beside Kakashi, his eyes reflecting the weight of choice. Splutter. Blood splattered. Guy was taken aback. Where did that blood come from? Kakashi clutched his left eye, letting out a cry of agony. What? It was only then that Guy noticed that Kakashi's eye had been gouged out. It was utterly unforeseen. No one anticipated that the first to strike would be Kakashi against Sasuke. Looking into the distance, Sasuke raised his head, and, before the eyes of everyone present, swallowed the Sharingan. Strangely, no one witnessed any movement from him. To the onlookers, it appeared as if he merely lifted his hand, and suddenly, an eye appeared in his grasp. How did he acquire that eye? What peculiar ability is this? Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? I suspect it might be another form of space-time ninjutsu. It must be, for how else could he accomplish such speed? Kakashi, suppressing his fury, gently lowered himself to the ground with the support of Guy. No, if it were the Flying Thunder God, I would have at least seen a shadow after the teleportation. But I saw nothing. Then, how did he manage it? Guy slowly rose, asserting that it was purely a matter of speed. How? How is that even possible? This must be a trick, right? Guy, perhaps your judgment is flawed, the onlookers stammered. Ah, perhaps you have merely fallen victim to an illusion. Sasuke smirked wickedly. Kakashi's left eye appeared to have been consumed, yet in reality, the eye was merely transferred within his body, replacing the secondary eye positioned on his left cheek. His ocular prowess had significantly increased, now akin to that of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. With this newfound power, dealing with Obito would become considerably easier. Yes, this must be an illusion. Indeed, only an illusion could explain this. After all, how could pure physical prowess achieve such feats? The assembled ninjas realized this, nervously swallowing hard as they prepared to act. Guy, filled with rage, questioned how Sasuke could dare to strike Kakashi. Very well, I shall now turn my attention to the others. Sasuke replied indifferently. Huh? Is that what you meant? Guy was left speechless. In the next moment, Sasuke conjured a blazing white lightning sword in his right hand, invoking the technique. God Moon Breath, 14th form, Fiendish Change, Celestial Full Moon. This attack had an extensive range and a high density. Fortunately, Sasuke announced the name, deliberately allowing the others a moment to react. Those within closer proximity chose to defend with ninjutsu, while a few capable of earth release burrowed underground. Boom. Guy opened the sixth gate, gripping Kakashi with one hand and Sakura with the other as they hastily retreated. Sasuke swung his sword, instantly unleashing countless gigantic crescent-shaped blades of white lightning. These blades swirled like a massive serrated vortex, sweeping towards everyone around them with an overwhelming force, accompanied by innumerable luminous crescent blades. Though the strikes appeared exceedingly complex, each crescent blade remained under Sasuke's control. Thus, all those who had spoken carelessly were targeted with precision. The scene erupted in a cacophony of anguished screams. Those who had spoken with disrespect were cleaved into pieces by multiple strikes and crescent blades. Those with disdainful expressions, hostile intent, and murderous thoughts were severed into segments, meeting their demise on the spot. Detractors of Sasuke who hesitated were left gravely wounded, rendered incapable of further combat. All this transpired in a single strike. Over 100 ninjas perished on the spot. It is no trivial task to piece together their bodies posthumously. Merely 30 or 40 were severely injured and collapsed. Observing the significant threat Sasuke posed to Konoha, Danzo prepared to unleash the Four Symbols seal, intending to take Sasuke down with him. However, the chakra he had summoned was abruptly interrupted. Under the effects of the moon poison, Sasuke could disrupt the incantations of the afflicted at any moment. Danzo found himself in a situation where death eluded him. From a distance, late-arriving ninjas gazed upon the battlefield with trepidation, including the remaining elite of Konoha. Buildings within a few hundred meters were sliced, resembling zebra stripes, and the ground bore countless sword marks ranging from several to dozens of meters. Various human fragments lay scattered in every corner. With a crack, Sasuke grasped Danzo's head with his left hand, turning it halfway. Isn't this sight magnificent? He mused. Danzo's neck twisted painfully, leaving him unable to articulate his agony, and at that angle, death was not imminent. Sasuke then hoisted Danzo from the ground with one hand. Danzo, allow me to show you the other attractions of Konoha. However, since you cannot use your legs and left arm at present, let us lighten your load. With a swift motion, Sasuke severed Danzo's left arm and the lower half of his torso, searing the wounds with high-temperature lightning. Suddenly, a man radiating green light appeared behind Sasuke, shouting, "Peacock!" In a split second, Sasuke turned, shielding himself with Danzo. A sly grin curved his lips as he executed the lightning release, armor shield. This technique was spontaneously created in that moment, forcibly infusing chakra into Danzo's body, granting him a temporary physical prowess akin to that of the third Reikage. Yet, the pain Danzo felt was akin to electric torture. Using another's body as a shield is a frequent occurrence on the battlefield, thus developing such a technique proved to be quite advantageous. Not only does it torment the adversary's ally, but it also significantly enhances the shield's efficacy. On the other side, Guy struggled to rein in his peacock technique. Within mere seconds, he landed over 100 punches on Danzo. The surrounding ninjas were left in awe. What astonishing speed of strikes. The friction with the air creates flames. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was that Guy's fiery fists could not breach Danzo's defenses. The moment Guy ceased his assault, Sasuke shifted Danzo slightly and fixed his gaze on Guy. Only the sixth gate? I am truly underestimated. With a resounding thud, he executed a swift side kick that sent Guy flying over 100 meters. The ensuing impact shattered the already crumbling structures. Sasuke turned to Danzo with a smile, jesting. Shouldn't you be grateful? If it weren't for my protection, he would have killed you. The surrounding ninjas were filled with anxiety, grappling with how to confront Sasuke. Sasuke, holding Danzo aloft, began to stride toward the Sarutobi clan, proclaiming, I am quite benevolent. This matter is a personal vendetta between me and the Sarutobi clan, along with a few high-ranking individuals. Let it be clear to you all whom you are loyal to. Is it Konoha or merely certain individuals? Have not some of your clans also been betrayed? The members of the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and several lesser-known clans fell into deep contemplation amidst the crowd. If you still wish to heroically sacrifice yourselves, then come forth. However, if you desire to avoid a futile demise, it would be prudent to return home and rest. Should you wish to be mere spectators, be warned of the peril of being caught in the aftermath. With a thunderous sound, as soon as Sasuke finished speaking, an explosion of tailed beast-level chakra and momentum erupted from the spot where Guy had just reclined. The shattered debris that had crushed him was sent flying. A streak of blue light appeared before Sasuke in an instant. It was Guy in the 8th gate. Guy threw a punch towards Sasuke's face while his other hand reached for Sasuke's left wrist. God Moon breathing. First form, God Moon Twilight Palace. In a flash, Guy retreated 10 meters. The onlookers could not perceive his movement. They merely saw Guy, glowing blue, suddenly appear, albeit with a gaping wound several centimeters long on his left arm. Not bad for speed. I intended to sever both your hands, Sasuke remarked. Guy was taken aback, realizing someone could surpass his own speed at the 8th gate. Your prowess is impressive. Alas, your state cannot be sustained for long as per our usual custom. I shall defeat you during your moment of glory. Slowly, Sasuke raised his right hand, wielding a luminous sword. Boom. A brilliant white sword ignited with black flames, creating an aesthetically striking spectacle. Everyone retreat. I cannot fathom the aftermath of what is to come. Guy instructed the others before forming a hand sign. Daytime Tiger. The distant ninjas hurriedly established a combined barrier. Boom. Guy unleashed a colossal white tiger from his hands, ferociously charging towards Sasuke. God Moon breathing. 12th form, Crescent Moon Heaven Piercer. This was a newly conceived technique, his third original creation. Glancing at the white tiger, Sasuke casually swung his sword. After the strike, he did not wait for the outcome of the battle but turned and walked towards the Sarutobi clan. The black fire crescent moon expanded as it flew. As the two powers were about to collide, the black fire crescent had already surpassed half the height of the daytime tiger. Boom. The moment their forces clashed, a tremendous shockwave erupted, causing the ground to sink more than a meter deep. The two forces struggled against each other. The daytime tiger fiercely bit at the crescent moon, while the crescent pushed the tiger relentlessly forward. 3 seconds later, after the strength of the daytime tiger waned, it was cleaved in two by the black crescent moon. Boom. The subsequent explosion of the daytime tiger nearly shattered the barrier over 200 meters away, sending 20-some barrier-maintaining ninjas reeling and spitting blood. The crescent moon, having split the daytime tiger, surged forth with increased velocity. In the next moment, the barrier was shattered, propelling forth towards the Hokage rock of Konoha. The ninjas maintaining the barrier coughed up blood and promptly lost consciousness. Less than 2 seconds later, a deafening boom resounded as the colossal stone statues of the second and third Hokage vanished into thin air. Not only that, the mountain face that stood perpendicular to these statues was flattened, revealing the forest that lay beyond. The spot where the crescent moon had struck still bore the marks of black flames, while within the barrier, a gaping pit several meters deep appeared. Teacher Guy? In the distance, Lee rushed towards the unconscious figure of Guy. The remnants of the battlefield were now unrecognizable, with not even a strand of hair remaining. The surrounding ninjas, upon noticing Sasuke advancing in their direction, hurriedly retreated to the sides. However, a few reckless ones charged towards Sasuke. Ah, you killed my brother. Die. With a series of desperate attacks, they attempted to unleash their combined ninjutsu, believing themselves to be at a safe distance. Yet, Sasuke swiftly retracted his sword and, using only his index finger, executed the Chidori with astonishing speed. In an instant, he pierced through their foreheads. Under the thunderous impact, they lost all ability to move the moment they were struck, with no possibility of summoning the will to unleash their techniques even in their final moments. You are ninjas of Konoha. How can you tolerate such wanton slaughter? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, questioning the surrounding ninjas. These youths, around 14 or 15 years of age, faltered under the intensity of the gaze directed at them. After a brief internal struggle, one exclaimed, I will fight. Damn it, how can I cower in such a situation? Indeed, we bear the will of fire. Let's go? Together. Huh, why aren't you joining us? I am not adept in combat. I am a tactical ninja with far more important tasks to accomplish. After a moment of contemplation, the young ninjas ceased their hesitation and resolutely blocked Sasuke's path. Isn't that guy Sarutobi Chiketsu? How did I never notice how hypocritical he is? Exactly. He sends the newcomers into battle while he stays back. Surely he cannot be weaker than those inexperienced ones. I was once filled with passion too, but I was fortunate. That time, I only lost a hand. Look at those clans, not a single one of them dares to step forward in such circumstances. What of honor? What of the will of fire? They have never led from the front. How infuriating. I once genuinely upheld the will of fire. Yet they have made me feel that such sacrifices are folly. Hey, you bunch of kids. You've been played by him. His name is Sarutobi. A weathered ninja was about to caution a group of youths when he was abruptly silenced by a kunai that severed his neck from behind. As he faced his impending demise, he cast a glance back and recognized the assailant as a member of the Sarutobi clan. He recalled a time when this individual had dined alongside that infamous Sarutobi Chiketsu. How infuriating. How could such a repugnant person ascend to become part of Konoha's second most prominent clan? The others in the vicinity fell silent, acutely aware of the Sarutobi clan's pervasive influence within Konoha. None could ascertain whether the shadowy figure belonged to the Sarutobi lineage. 1 kilometer away, a little girl named Hinata Hanabi, who bore a striking resemblance to Hinata Hyuga, stood in shock, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocating fear emanating from a lurking darkness that was more terrifying than the mightiest jutsu. She began to comprehend her father's insistence on keeping Hinata and Niji away from this perilous affair. He often spoke of the will of fire, yet in moments of crisis, the elders acted in stark contradiction to their words. Hanabi, you are destined to become the head of the Hyuga clan. Thus, it is essential for you to grasp these realities ahead of time. Our clan, endowed with the Byakugan, possesses an innate ability to perceive truths often obscured from others. Consequently, we must maintain a demeanor of utmost discretion. However, should Sasuke indeed eradicate them, Konoha may usher in a new era of clan rivalry. At that juncture, our clan shall have the opportunity to showcase its true prowess. On the battlefield, Sasuke was acutely aware of everything transpiring ahead. He observed as the youths prepared to engage him with kunai in hand. With a slight sigh, he remarked, I admire your spirit of sacrifice. I shall grant each of you the chance to strike me once. I will neither evade nor employ chakra for defense. After your attack, should I still draw breath, I will eliminate the assailant. If you choose to forego your attack, I shall merely incapacitate one arm. The youths ahead were filled with confusion, while the members of the Sarutobi clan rejoiced at the prospect of his potential demise. Yet, many others remained skeptical, doubting that Sasuke would truly allow himself to be struck. Who shall be the first to come forth? Sasuke inquired. Sasuke's demeanor left the group somewhat hesitant to make a move. Yet, after much contemplation, a young boy stepped forward, declaring, I will take you on. Prepare yourself. With a swift rush, the boy charged at Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's apparent lack of reaction, the boy lunged with a kunai aimed at Sasuke's throat, hoping to alleviate your suffering. In the next instant, clang. The kunai shattered in the boy's grasp. But Sasuke's neck remained unscathed, not even a scratch. What? How can this be possible? The onlookers, including the Sarutobi clan from a distance, felt a chill of dread. The prowess exhibited by Sasuke instilled a sense of despair among all the Leaf ninjas. He stood there, allowing them to strike, yet not a single blow could touch him. What was the point of this fight? It became increasingly difficult to deceive anyone. Even if they managed to fool someone into attacking, it would be meaningless if they could not inflict harm. Those capable of wounding Sasuke were not mere novices. It was implausible to manipulate them into action, hoping to alleviate your suffering. Sasuke echoed the same sentiment. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning pierced the boy's throat. Turning his gaze toward the other despairing youths, he asked, "Who will be next?" Clatter, clatter. The remaining young ninjas released their kunai, their faces etched with hopelessness. "Very well. Extend your unused hands." Reluctantly, they offered one arm each. "Ah!" They screamed in agony as they clutched their severed limbs. Those despondent members of the Sarutobi clan must have been contemplating escape by now. With a resounding crash, Sasuke unleashed his shadow clones, deploying dozens to control the various exits of the Leaf Village, relentlessly eliminating those Sarutobi clan members and remnants of the root attempting to flee. That night, Konoha descended into true darkness. Many villagers watched in horror as those trying to escape were mercilessly slaughtered in the streets by Sasuke. Yet, the ninja forces of Konoha remained at a distance, simply observing. It was only when Sasuke called out, "Umbu, come forth to clean up," that they dared to emerge to collect the remains. Though Konoha would not face annihilation that night, the will of fire had been extinguished. Before long, Sasuke arrived at the entrance of the Sarutobi compound. Through the transparent world, he easily discerned the ninjas lying in ambush within the estate, many of whom were members of the root. Realizing their escape was impossible, they resolved to gather and fight to the death. In one of the rooms, Red was present as well. Sasuke cast a brief glance inside. Asuma lay in bed, suffering from multiple compound fractures. Fragments of bone, muscle, and organs lay intertwined. His survival was already a remarkable feat. Kurenai tenderly attended to Asuma's arm. Asuma's injuries were partly a consequence of Sasuke's earlier confrontation with Itachi. He had diverted some of his attention toward Sasuke, resulting in his inability to evade the water release technique unleashed by Kisame in time. Then, he was mercilessly engulfed by the torrent. More peril awaited him thereafter. After Jiraiya established the earth flow wall, the flood was obstructed, causing the waters to surge to the sides, forming a more formidable current. Asuma thus found himself subjected to even greater pressure. Yet, in such dire circumstances, Asuma deliberately constricted his chakra, aiming to evade detection by perceptive ninjas. Should anyone attempt to rescue him, it would surely create an opening in the earth flow wall, allowing the deluge to inundate Konoha. Daybreak had deceived others for so long. Little did he know that his son had perfectly inherited the will of fire. God Moon breathing, 16th form, Moon Rainbow, solitary morning of the moon. Sasuke swung his sword and then slowly turned. Not far behind him stood Konohamaru, who had just finished his dinner outside. A trace of meat juice lingered at the corner of Konohamaru's mouth. Staring blankly, he watched as Sasuke unleashed his sword, causing countless massive, blazing white blades to descend from the sky. These blades were accompanied by numerous crescent-shaped edges. Ah! Instantly, the residence of the Sarutobi clan was effortlessly pierced by these blades. Moments later, only a small room remained intact. Within it, hundreds of ninjas were reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Blood surged forth like a river from the entrance, swiftly enveloping the area where Konohamaru stood. Small body parts such as fingers, eyeballs, and ears drifted downward along the crimson tide. Konohamaru, gripped by sheer terror, regurgitated his entire dinner. Hinata, alerted by the screams and chaos outside, hurriedly exited the small room. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was struck with unparalleled shock, cold sweat pouring down her brow. But upon seeing Konohamaru, Hinata instantly appeared before him with a body flicker technique. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Sasuke replied indifferently. "As you can see, merely a slaughter." Hinata's pupils constricted in alarm as she hastily began forming hand signs. In the next moment, her figure vanished like dust in the wind. Suddenly, a tree rapidly sprouted from beneath Sasuke's feet, its trunk extending and ensnaring him, swiftly immobilizing his movements. Hinata's upper body slowly emerged from the tree trunk, brandishing a kunai against Sasuke's neck. Wait! Whoosh! Kakashi, his head wrapped in bandages, suddenly appeared not far behind Konohamaru. "Sasuke. Stop!" Hinata was taken aback. Hadn't she already subdued Sasuke? Even if she were to call for a halt, it should have been directed towards herself, right? In the next instant, a buzzing sensation jolted Hinata awake, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself holding the kunai against her own neck. Drip! Drip! Blood trickled from the kunai onto her chest. Had she nearly taken her own life? Hinata was filled with dread. "Kakashi, Sasuke, although you have taken many lives, I am aware that you possess principles. For the sake of my eye, let go of Konohamaru." Sasuke slowly extended his index finger towards Kakashi's waist, but he coldly replied, "The return gift for that eye has already been given." Kakashi was taken aback and looked down to discover a minute fissure in his vest. He tugged at the split, revealing a scroll hidden within. It turned out that while Sasuke had been extracting Kakashi's eye, he had also slipped the scroll inside. Before Kakashi could utter a word, Sasuke continued. The scroll contains a comprehensive training method for Chidori and Raijin armor. The secret of Raijin armor is not commonly understood. This ninjutsu does not derive its power from an abundance of chakra, but rather through prolonged practice, which in turn strengthens one's chakra to rival that of tailed beasts. Given your foundational training in Chidori and your innate talent, surpassing the Reikage in 3 years is certainly attainable. Sasuke spoke with unwavering conviction. Although Raijin armor appeared to consume vast amounts of chakra during battle, it had deceived many. In truth, it was the extensive training that unlocked one's latent potential, resulting in an exaggerated chakra capacity. The true value of Raijin armor had been significantly underestimated. It was the sole internal technique developed by the natives of the shinobi world. "So, Kakashi, will you trade this for Konohamaru's life?" Sasuke inquired with a hint of amusement. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, just as he was about to retrieve the scroll when illusion, chains of binding technique. Suddenly, Kakashi found himself immobilized, yet his consciousness remained tethered to reality, allowing him to witness Sasuke's mocking smile. How infuriating! Kakashi seethed with rage. Sasuke was resorting to a divide-and-conquer strategy. The expressions of disappointment and despair reflected in the eyes of Konohamaru and Red were palpable. Indeed, such temptation was hard to resist. Kakashi fell silent. Red spread her arms protectively in front of Konohamaru. "Are you seeking vengeance for your clan by directing your wrath upon the Sarutobi?" Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. "Directing wrath? You truly lead a simplistic life, woman. However, you have reminded me that although they conspired to annihilate the Uchiha clan, they ultimately left me alive. Consequently, I could choose to spare Konohamaru." With that, Sasuke stepped closer to Konohamaru. Whoosh! Red brandished a kunai aimed at Sasuke's neck. Kakashi's pupils widened in horror. "No." Sasuke calmly extended his left index finger. Clang! The kunai in Red's hand snapped upon contact with Sasuke's finger. Kakashi, Red, and Konohamaru's pupils contracted in disbelief. What was happening? Kakashi knew Red could not harm Sasuke, but he never anticipated it would reach such an absurd level. In the next instant, thud! Red's right arm was severed by Sasuke's grip. "Ah!" She let out a blood-curdling scream, yet she charged at Sasuke once more. Thud! Red's legs were severed at the knees. "Ah!" Bang! Crimson collapsed in a pool of blood beside Konohamaru, succumbing to unconsciousness. Trembling, Konohamaru stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. "Enough. If you must kill, then do so to me." Sasuke stood before Konohamaru, his index finger pressed against the latter's chin. Although fear was etched on Konohamaru's young face, he feigned composure. "I have already stated, releasing you is not entirely out of the question. I truly do not understand why Hong insists on taking such a meaningless action. Her lost hands and feet serve no purpose whatsoever, except perhaps to ensure that you will forever lament her severed limbs in the days to come. Beyond that, it seems there is no significance at all." Anger surged within Konohamaru, his incomplete teeth grinding audibly. Sasuke smirked disdainfully. "Very well, nurture that hatred with the desire to see me torn asunder. But let me offer you this warning. Do not believe her if she claims indifference or urges you to abandon your vengeance. You must understand, she cannot possibly be indifferent. She merely fears you might perish in your quest for revenge." With just a few words, Sasuke intensified Konohamaru's inner fury, laying the groundwork for future encounters where others would urge him to relinquish his hatred. The more people implored him to let go, the more Konohamaru would recall Sasuke's scorn at this very moment. Thus, his hatred would only deepen. Kakashi was taken aback by Sasuke's ruthlessness. Under such enmity, he suspected that Konohamaru might never entertain thoughts of romance again. Coupled with Asuma's complete paralysis, it seemed the Sarutobi clan was doomed to a bleak future. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, in the original narrative, the future daughter of Kurenai Yuhi, Sarutobi's fate, was also irrevocably altered. Tap, tap. Sasuke walked over the bloodied ground, arriving at Kakashi's side. "Do you find me cruel?" "Indeed, I am, but this is how I have survived. The irony is that my intended target was someone I risked everything to protect." "What?" Kakashi was unaware of this detail. It seemed Itachi had wagered everything to safeguard Sasuke. The secrets surrounding the Uchiha massacre were far more intricate than he had imagined. Kakashi let out a resigned sigh. Suddenly, he froze, realizing his paralysis jutsu had been undone. Upon glancing around, he discovered that Sasuke had vanished. Danzo then traced a parabolic arc through the air, ultimately landing amidst the corpses of the Sarutobi clan and root members. In the next moment, dark flames ignited atop Danzo's head. A shriek pierced the air, followed by the emergence of the four symbol seals' intricate patterns upon Danzo's abdomen. Subsequently, to Kakashi's astonishment, hundreds of scattered corpses surrounding Danzo vanished in unison. A quarter of an hour later, after Sasuke leisurely gathered his belongings and departed from the gates of Konoha, the various clans of the village finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days later, as Jiraiya, Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizune returned to Konoha, they were met with the sight of an unexpected gorge carved into the face of Hokage Rock before they even entered the village. Originally, the statues of the second and third Hokage were meant to be situated above the canyon, where black flames still flicker at the cliff's edge. The four individuals were taken aback and hurriedly rushed towards Konoha. Moments later, the Hokage's office was filled with the heads of all clans and several elite Chunin, as well as members of the Umbu. The two advisors of Konoha had also been slain by Sasuke. After a thorough explanation from Kakashi, the four were left in stunned silence. Kakashi then presented a scroll obtained from the surface of the root base, meticulously organized by Sasuke's shadow clones over time, documenting various incidents that had transpired within Konoha. As the understanding deepened, Tsunade's anguish towards Root intensified. The assembly became fully aware of the Uchiha massacre incident. A profound silence enveloped the room for several minutes. Tsunade took a moment to compose herself before speaking. Regardless, Sasuke's actions are undeniably heinous. He is now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Naruto seemed poised to interject, yet Tsunade continued. However, Konoha need not pursue him relentlessly. All right, Jiraiya will remain. The rest of you may disperse. Tomorrow, we shall conduct the Hokage succession ceremony. Soon, only Tsunade and Jiraiya remained in the Hokage's office. Yahiko and Nagato were once your students, correct? Jiraiya, taken aback, replied, yes, what of it? They formed an organization named Akatsuki, but were subsequently ambushed and eliminated by Hanzo and Danzo. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Damn that Danzo. Tsunade pondered briefly before continuing. There is yet another matter. The Ninetales attack plan is far more intricate than it appears. The beast was intentionally released by someone who later collaborated with Danzo. This individual is the true perpetrator behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan. I fear that a formidable crisis looms over the ninja world, one of which we are currently unaware. Jiraiya, it seems my journey is set to commence once more. Tsunade interjected, no. Konoha is in dire need of high-level combat power. You must refrain from departing. Naruto should be able to learn your sage mode, correct? In fact, he began yesterday. His talent is nearly on par with Minato's. Tsunade remarked, perhaps only Naruto stands a chance of contending with Sasuke. They are akin to my grandfather and Uchiha Madara. In the land of rice, at the Sound Ninja village, Sasuke, having leisurely traversed various locales, finally arrived at his destination. Along the way, he checked in at numerous landmarks, such as the thicket where Gaara battled Kimimaro, the Valley of the End, and the Uzumaki clan's Naminokai. Suddenly, a golden arrow whizzed past and struck the ground not far ahead of Sasuke. In an instant, four figures materialized around him. As they appeared, they dropped to one knee in apprehension. My apologies, Lord Sasuke. We did not recognize you. Lord Orochimaru has been awaiting your arrival eagerly. In recent days, news of Sasuke's annihilation of the Sarutobi clan and the Root organization had spread throughout the ninja world. The four Sound Ninjas were aware that Orochimaru had once been a ninja of Konoha's Root. Moreover, Orochimaru and Kabuto had long forewarned them to approach Sasuke with caution, akin to their demeanor towards Orochimaru himself. This left them no choice but to feel apprehensive. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. Why so tense? I am not a demon of death. The four of them exhaled slightly in relief. Suddenly, Sasuke turned his gaze towards Gitanmaru, a faint smile gracing his lips. Which hand did you use to shoot the arrow earlier? Gitanmaru was immediately drenched in cold sweat, but nonetheless stiffly extended his second right hand. As arcs of electricity crackled around Sasuke, they drew the arrows towards his right hand, and he slowly approached Gitanmaru. A palpable tension hung in the air as the four of them bowed their heads nervously. Gitanmaru gritted his teeth, mentally bracing himself for the loss of a hand. Your arm seems rather feeble. Lift your head and observe closely. Archery should at least be executed this way. No sooner had Sasuke finished speaking than he conjured a bow of thunder from the lightning coalescing in his left hand, placing a golden arrow upon the bowstring. As the golden arrow became entwined with spiraling arcs of electricity, Sasuke released it with a flick of his right hand. Whoosh! The golden arrow, accompanied by a blinding white lightning, soared towards a distant hill. In the next moment, a visible circular perforation appeared at the summit of the hill, hundreds of meters away. Almost 2 seconds later, the four of them were startled by a thunderous explosion echoing from the mountain, rendered speechless. How immensely powerful was that? The size of the actual hole at such a distance was unfathomable. However, it seemed that Lord Sasuke was not as merciless as one might have anticipated. This revelation filled the four of them with a mixture of shock and admiration, igniting a flicker of aspiration towards Sasuke. In truth, having someone like Orochimaru play the villain while one assumes the role of the hero isn't such a bad arrangement. Enough. You are not needed for the remainder. I can locate Orochimaru myself. Go about your own business. The four of them bowed their heads slightly yes. Whoosh. In the next instant, the four vanished from their original positions using the body flicker technique. Sasuke swiftly discovered the subterranean labyrinth where Orochimaru resided. This dark, lightless environment truly suited him. Indeed, he found himself quite in tune with Orochimaru. Within such an atmosphere, Sasuke demonstrated a greater adaptability than both Kabuto and Orochimaru, who still required the flickering light of candles. Sasuke, on the other hand, needed not a single ray of light to see with utmost clarity. In his ghostly state, Sasuke silently seated himself beside Orochimaru within 2 breaths. At that moment, Orochimaru was focused on observing Kabuto conducting some experiment across the room. No need to continue. This method is ineffective. Orochimaru's hair stood on end as he nearly leapt from his seat in shock, having been oblivious to someone's presence beside him. Kabuto appeared to react with slightly more composure than Orochimaru, but in reality, he merely took a moment longer to respond. As they turned to look, they finally realized it was Sasuke. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto simultaneously recalled their past encounters with Sasuke. After a brief pause, Orochimaru donned a smile, cautiously inquiring, "Sasuke-kun?" Sasuke smiled faintly, and suddenly, for additional eyes manifested upon his face. "It is I." Orochimaru was taken aback. "Uchiha Hachiman?" Meanwhile, Kabuto was even more astonished. However, the oddities of the Sound Ninja village were plentiful. After a moment of surprise, they regained their composure. Orochimaru then inquired, "Do you truly possess a solution?" Sasuke offered a faint smile. "To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer." Orochimaru and Kabuto fell into contemplation. Kabuto pondered aloud. "Is it your intention to trace the origin of this technique, Sasuke-kun?" "We have considered that, but..." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. "I have not heard of this sealing technique. Do you know its lineage, Sasuke-kun?" Sasuke extended a finger. "In exchange, I require that indestructible Kusanagi sword." Without the slightest hesitation, Orochimaru opened his mouth and expelled a small snake. The snake then opened its mouth to reveal Sasuke's Kusanagi sword from the original narrative. "At last, a fine sword," Sasuke mused, examining the Kusanagi and seeking the most fitting way to wear it. He continued, "This sealing technique is known as the Shiki-F-Jin, the very method used by the 4th Hokage to seal the 9 tails. The true origin of this sealing technique lies with the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. You have encountered the Shinigami, have you not?" Orochimaru recalled the visage of the Shinigami with a shudder. "I never imagined that Hachiman-sama would possess such profound knowledge. I wonder what kind of being Hachiman-sama truly is." Both Orochimaru and Kabuto were filled with immense curiosity. Ultimately, Sasuke donned the Kusanagi sword in the manner of Hachiman, and then produced 2 scrolls. One contained the Shinigami mask left behind by the Uzumaki clan, from which he could select a familiar visage. The other scroll contained the technique of Shiki-F-Jin. He would then perform a reverse Shiki-F-Jin to summon the Shinigami to possess him, before slicing open the Shinigami's abdomen. This would liberate the soul, but the practitioner would become the sacrificial offering. A sacrifice was hardly a challenge for him. At that time, outside the gates of the Sarutobi clan, Sasuke had stealthily learned the forbidden scroll left by Sarutobi Hisashi through the use of the transparent world and his Sharingan. Some of the techniques here were not even mentioned in the sealing book, such as Shiki-F-Jin and the telescope technique. Bang! Kabuto unsealed the first scroll. Suddenly, over 20 masks appeared upon the table. Orochimaru immediately spotted the Shinigami-like mask, exclaiming in excitement, "Collaborating with Hachiman-sama is truly exhilarating." He subsequently summoned a few talentless zealots who willingly commenced forming hand seals. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the entire hall. In the next moment, a gash appeared on the man's abdomen. Almost simultaneously, the pain of the soul that Orochimaru had felt vanished, and his hands were restored. Aha! The sensation of regaining what was lost is simply indescribable. Orochimaru laughed uncontrollably. After a while, he regained his composure. "I apologize for my earlier outburst." Orochimaru's demeanor shifted again to one of embarrassment. "Speaking of which, I am truly ashamed. During our last encounter, I had hoped to obtain you as a vessel, Sasuke. At that time, I audaciously claimed that I could empower Sasuke to defeat Itachi. Little did I expect that just a couple of days ago it was indeed Sasuke who triumphed over Itachi, wasn't he it?" Sasuke nodded in affirmation. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with wonder. It was truly astonishing. Kabuto recalled the moment he was dominated by Sasuke, and indeed, even at his peak, Sasuke seemed inferior to Itachi. Yet, astonishingly, within a mere day, he awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and bested Itachi on the spot. Orochimaru, exhilarated, licked his lips, pondering what collaborative venture Kaguya intended next. Subsequently, Sasuke retrieved an arm with 10 blood holes from a scroll. Orochimaru recognized it instantly as Danzo's right arm. The terms of their ensuing transaction became evidently clear. Sasuke demanded Orochimaru and Kabuto's assistance in cultivating the perfect cells of Hashirama, with no need to consider the rejection of Hashirama's cells. His only request was for expedited cultivation. In return, Sasuke offered to impart to them a breathing technique. However, this technique was not the moon breathing, but rather a method to absorb natural energy to refine both the physical body and chakra. Though it was less efficient than moon breathing and lacked swordsmanship, mastering even this fundamental breathing technique was no trivial feat. It resembled the practice of Qigong or internal martial arts, with most individuals taking several months merely to grasp the basics. Orochimaru and Kabuto excitedly experimented for an hour only to feel nothing at all. Ultimately, Orochimaru had to confront the sobering reality that he was not a true genius. It seemed he would still need to rely on the cells of Kinshiki. Suddenly, Orochimaru recalled something. "Kaguya, as Kabuto mentioned, you possess the ability to grant us immortality and unique talents. Your understanding of the hierarchy of existence is indeed beyond my comprehension. I have a remarkable subordinate afflicted with a bloodline disease. We have tried every conceivable method, yet failed to save him. His abilities are strikingly similar to yours, with blades sprouting from his body. Might you have a solution? Sasuke, let us first assess the situation," he suggested. Moments later, Orochimaru led Sasuke to Kinshiki's hospital room, where he elaborated on Kinshiki's bloodline limit. Kinshiki possessed the bone-based abilities of the Kaguya clan, allowing his bones to grow freely and even extend outside his body as weapons. He could effortlessly cleave through iron shuriken, excelling in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even if he were to sustain an injury, he possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Sasuke had always held a deep admiration for Kinshiki, both for his powers and character, while reading the original work. Presently, there was indeed a means to save him. By infusing him with blood of the demon, he could be revived. However, this blood, which could transform a person into a demon, was non-renewable. According to Sasuke's own experience, demon blood came in 2 tiers. One was the source blood bestowed by Muzan, capable of turning individuals into demons. The quantity of blood dictated the demon's life essence, manifesting as the limits of physical strength and recovery speed. Yet, such blood was also extremely precious to Kaguya, as this phenomenon is irreproducible. In the realm of Demon Slayer, should an upper moon demon introduce a gifted individual to the transformation into a demon, and upon Muzan's acknowledgement, they could receive a reward of blood from him. Yet, in this world, Muzan does not exist. The loss of even a single drop signifies a diminishment of one's potential power. The second type of blood pertains to that which allows demons to recover from injuries during combat, known as infectious blood. This particular blood enables rapid regeneration of the body and facilitates the development of blood demon arts. The blood itself possesses regenerative properties. However, it cannot transform a human into a demon. Given the severity of Kimimara's affliction, the scant amount of demon blood may not suffice for survival. Yet, providing an excess would be counterproductive. After deep contemplation, Sasuke proposed an alternative approach, one that holds a chance of success, albeit uncertain. It matters not how low the probability may be. I am willing to attempt it. Kimimaro, struggling on his sickbed, removed the towel from his face. Orochimaru, visibly intrigued, inquired, "What method do you propose?" Sasuke replied, "There exists a cult that has been researching ways to communicate with an evil deity. Successfully forming a contract with it could grant one immortality." Orochimaru and Kabuto's pupils widened in surprise. Immortality. Observing Orochimaru's reaction, it was evident he was unfamiliar with Haiden. Before his transmigration, while watching Naruto, Sasuke had encountered two differing accounts of Haiden's induction into the Akatsuki organization. One version depicted Orochimaru and Kakazu capturing Haiden together, while another illustrated Itachi, Konin, and Kakazu doing so, at which point Orochimaru had already defected from the Akatsuki. This could indeed be a plausible scenario. Otherwise, Orochimaru would undoubtedly have studied Haiden. Kabuto fell into contemplation, recalling tales of a cult in the hidden hot water village, which he had heard had been eradicated. Sasuke continued, "There is a survivor named Haiden, a successful cultist who formed a contract. According to the information gathered by the root, the Akatsuki has sought him out. It is possible he has already joined their ranks." Orochimaru pondered, the Akatsuki. This would pose a considerable challenge. In a one-on-one confrontation, he harbored no fear of anyone except Pain and Itachi. However, the crucial aspect is that the Akatsuki operates in pairs. Any duo would not be easily vanquished by Orochimaru alone. A smirk graced Sasuke's lips. "Not to worry, I shall intervene." Moments later, in a sunlit forest within the Sound Village, dozens of Sasuke clones diligently studied a complex and profound seal. As one of the clones channeled Chakra, several seals exhibited a slight spatial fluctuation. They were training in the Flying Thunder God technique. This technique demands an exceptionally high level of comprehension and perception. After a month of study, the numerous clones had only managed to evoke a mere ripple in space. Although they had yet to master the technique, they had learned the two great forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha, Izanagi and Izanami, along with a high-level Jinjutsu, the dark walking technique. Initially, it was thought that mastering this technique would grant access to the dark realm of transformation at will. However, in reality, this Jinjutsu merely targets visual perception and does not enable Sasuke to undergo demon transformation. In the objective environment, the sunlight has not vanished. Aside from these techniques, the essence is engaged in perilous cultivation. At this moment, Sasuke is seated atop a massive boulder, perspiration cascading down his body, lips pale and eyes bloodshot. A faint mist of steam continuously evaporates from him. Suddenly, the markings on his left forehead and right neck fade away. With a sigh, he notes the time, 73 minutes and 8 seconds, an increase of 5 seconds from the last attempt. Sasuke gasps for breath, feeling as though his entire being is about to combust. Entering the marked state significantly enhances both his bodily functions and chakra, yet it imposes a tremendous strain on his physique. It is not merely a matter of his temperature rising to 39 degrees or his pulse exceeding 200 beats per minute. Consider this. Those who merely activate the markings seldom live past 25 years of age, let alone maintain such a state continuously. Aside from those born with these markings, others who persist in this condition risk sudden death. At this moment, Sasuke feels as though he is on the brink of death. He hastily employs earth release to burrow underground. In the next instant, his body fully recovers. The continuous activation of the markings, teetering on the edge of death before rejuvenation, allows his muscles, organs, nerves, blood, bones, and other bodily tissues to undergo a remarkable refinement. This refinement liberates the brain from its limitations on the body. Unlike the crude activation of potential seen in the 8 gates, this method of activation offers a more nuanced control over the body, including the ability to manipulate body hair. Drawing upon the knowledge of human anatomy acquired from Orochimaru, Sasuke theorizes that at a higher realm, he could even control the functions of internal organs and potentially evolve their capabilities. Imagine this, consuming the same food. Your digestive system absorbs nutrients several times more efficiently than others. Practicing the same technique, your body's transformation yields results far superior to that of others. Over time, the disparity will only widen. The markings of Kagaya Otsutsuki are innate and passive. It is no wonder he exists at such an elevated realm, capable of standing atop the pinnacle represented by Muzan. Sasuke's current method of cultivation is fatal for the average person and unfeasible for the demons in Demon Slayer, as their bodies automatically regenerate, eliminating the chance for rebirth through destruction. Only Sasuke, who exists as a human by day and a demon by night, can achieve the unimaginable realm akin to Kagaya Otsutsuki through acquired cultivation. In the future, upon reaching such a state, he could evolve into a perfect demon unafraid of sunlight, thus becoming a true ultimate being. Indeed, every arrangement is for the best. Some initial shortcomings may transform into your advantages at a certain point in time. With a rustle, Orochimaru emerges from the ground 30 meters behind, hissing, "Sasuke-kun, I have found the whereabouts of the immortal duo in the land of the moon. This land lies nestled between the land of water and the land of lightning, and in the original narrative, it is a nation with little presence." Sasuke and Orochimaru now find themselves on a mountain peak, overlooking a peculiar village on the other side, one that intertwines with the forest, resembling an ancient tribal settlement. Due to the obstruction of trees, the view is not entirely clear. Is this the village of Dream Hidden? It resembles a labyrinth. What kind of bounty could persuade Jiao Du to exhibit such patience? Alas, the offerings are not substantial. There is merely a 20 million and an 18 million bounty on ninjas in this village. However, this place does possess a certain intrigue, as it is rumored that spirits frequently appear. Sasuke's curiosity was piqued. Spirits? We must trust in science. It seems to be a manifestation of psychological techniques. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. Indeed, it seems so. On the outskirts of Dream Hidden Village, two men clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds approached a well. One wore a mask, revealing only his green eyes, while the other sported a slicked-back white hairstyle. Wielding an exaggerated crimson scythe, they were none other than the infamous immortals, Jiao Du and Fei Duan. Yet, at that moment, both appeared rather fatigued. Fei Duan plopped down by the edge of the well. "Ah, damn it, this wretched village. It has deprived us of sleep for an entire week. Once I find them, I shall offer them all as sacrifices to the great evil deity." Jiao Du gently settled onto the relatively clean ground, closing his eyes. "No, I need to capture them for the bounty. Hey, Jiao Du, leave a few for me. You can deal with those without bounties. Money, money, money. How utterly mundane. Jiao Du, you should unleash your most powerful techniques and obliterate the forest. Only money is loyal. But such techniques would hinder my ability to collect bounties. And, Fei Duan, you are exceedingly noisy. If you continue, I shall end your life." "In my life? Do you truly think you can accomplish that?" Fei Duan taunted, resembling an insistent puppy. Suddenly, a translucent figure drifted slowly from the well behind Fei Duan. It then silently entered Fei Duan's body. He felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, his eyelids succumbing to an uncontrollable heaviness. At last, silence enveloped the scene. Just as Jiao Du opened his eyes in confusion, another translucent specter attached itself to him from behind. "Oh no, this is bad." Jiao Du closed his eyes once more, succumbing to slumber. Approximately 3 minutes later, several ninjas bearing headbands with a moon insignia suddenly dashed out from the forest. These two truly do not know when to retreat. They could simply flee but stubbornly refuse to leave. They are misguided, thinking themselves formidable, when in fact, they are merely overly energetic. Judging by their attire, they must belong to some organization. How shall we proceed? Lord Moondream instructed us to chain them and escort them back, urging caution and thoroughness. With a swift motion, they pierced Jiao Du and Fei Duan's shoulders with the sharp ends of iron chains, wrapping them tightly before binding their hands together. Thus, the two were rendered immobile, unable to perform any jutsu. A group of individuals stealthily carried the immortal duo into the heart of the village. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of dark threads trailed closely behind. After approximately half an hour, Haiden and Kakazu were brought into a grand hall situated at the core of the settlement. Instead of seats, the hall's dais featured beds woven from bamboo, upon which a man and woman reclined sideways. Just as the captors ushered Kakazu and Haiden into the room, two semi-transparent figures gradually emerged from the bodies of the immortal duo, drifting towards the figures on the beds. Suddenly, black threads surged from the ground, merging seamlessly into Kakazu's body. Concurrently, two strands of darkness darted swiftly towards the individuals reclining on the beds, far faster than the two ethereal forms could glide. What? How could this happen? This is disastrous. Lord Tsukuyami, Lady Tsukuyami. The two semi-transparent figures in midair dissipated in an instant. The occupants of the bamboo bed sprang upright simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. The pair narrowly evaded the encroaching black threads. Upon touching the ground, The threads rapidly morphed into two masked black creatures. Ah, cursed be this fate. Haiden suddenly erupted into curses. Crack, crack. The chains binding Kakuzu and Haiden were effortlessly pried open by the black threads. Kakuzu stood once more, a glimmer of realization flashing across his face. So it was unnecessary to return to his original form to awaken? The Tsukuyami siblings appeared astonished. Unable to fathom how this was possible, truly monstrous then, the onlookers beheld the black threads surging beneath Kakuzu's pierced skin, and within mere seconds, his body was restored to its entirety. It hurts. Kakuzu, quickly stitch my shoulder. Kakuzu shot a dark glare at Haiden. Haiden flinched, pleading, Big brother Kakuzu, please don't be angry. I beg you to sew my shoulder back together. Humph. Kakuzu huffed in response. Following this, the black threads at Haiden's feet rapidly began stitching the wound on his shoulder. How could they still stand after being ensnared by the dream-snatching curse of Lord Tsukuyami and Lady Tsukuyami? The dream-snatching curse absorbs the opponent's mental energy within the dream realm, and furthermore, the two lords can create triple dream layers, each extending the flow of time tenfold. Now, having elapsed 30 minutes, they had nearly drained 20 days' worth of mental energy. How could they still be standing? Can a person truly remain awake for an entire month? Could it be they are immortal? Seeing the astonishment etched upon their faces, Haiden felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at his subordinates. Hey, would you care to join the cult of the evil god? The cult of the evil god? What is that? It seems there has emerged a cult organization in the neighboring country of Soup Country. Haiden's expression darkened suddenly. How dare they dismiss the cult of the evil god as mere folly? How dare they label it a cult? I shall offer you all as sacrifices to the great evil god. Kakuzu let out a dismissive snort, urging Haiden to quiet down momentarily, and then turned towards the Tsukuyami siblings. Might you two cooperate and surrender without resistance? The village is surrounded by a labyrinthine formation, and for 7 days, they have refrained from confronting us directly. It seems that all you possess is the art of illusion. If you were to be taken alive for a trade, perhaps the bounty could be increased. This would spare you the agony of physical suffering. Suddenly, around 10 ninjas adorned with dream ninja headbands appeared. Die invaders. The group of assailants charged towards Fadewan and Kakuzu, while a significant number concentrated their attacks on Fadewan, attempting to eliminate him before encircling Kakuzu. Fadewan stepped forward, wielding his scythe, and with a swift motion, he repelled the remaining attackers aiming for Kakuzu. With a hint of excitement, Fadewan remarked, Brother Ku, these foes appear quite feeble. Surely, they must not carry any bounty. Kakuzu, who had perused the bounty ledger countless times, merely glanced at the assailants and decisively responded, Indeed, there is none. How dare they underestimate us? Take this. Ninja art, flying iron dragon. One of the ninjas unleashed a barrage of shurikens, slithering towards Fadewan like serpents, while the others brandished various ninja tools, attacking from multiple directions. Fadewan grinned cruelly, gripping the end of his scythe and sweeping it swiftly. PSH, PSH, PSH. The three foremost ninjas were inflicted with ghastly wounds. Just as the remaining attackers thought they had evaded the onslaught, Fadewan's scythe darted back towards them. PSH, PSH, PSH. Another 3 ninjas fell grievously injured. In a flash, Fadewan accelerated, closing in on the furthest retreating ninjas, then yanked the rope in his right hand. The blood-red scythe swiftly arced from the side once more. Simultaneously, Fadewan brandished a sharp iron rod in his left hand, enveloping the attackers from both sides. PSH, PSH, PSH. In just 3 or 4 exchanges, these foes had all sustained injuries at Fadewan's hands. Standing upon the blood-soaked ground, he swiftly drew a circular pattern encasing a triangle. He then brought the scythe to his lips, licking it in preparation for the judgment of the malevolent deity. With a sudden jolt, Fadewan's skin morphed into a bizarre black and white hue. Just as the Moon Clan siblings intended to unleash their ninjutsu, the 2 dark entities adjacent to them slightly parted their mouths. One was coalescing a terrifying flame, while the other gathered a fierce gale. Kakuzu ominously advised, Do not act recklessly, lest the bounty diminish. With a sharp thrust, Fadewan pierced his own thigh with the iron rod. The ninjas suddenly collapsed, a blood hole appearing uniformly on their left thighs. How painful. This is the power of the dark god. Watch as I offer all of you as sacrifices. Curse him. Do not allow his plans to succeed. One ninja produced a kunai embedded with explosive tags and hurled it at Fadewan. with a sinister smile. Fate One did not even flinch. Boom. Ah! The onlookers screamed once more, their injuries alarmingly consistent, both legs obliterated by the explosion. The Yu siblings gazed on in heightened terror. What manner of monstrosities were these two? What kind of combat style was this? Would that black and white maniac eventually meet his demise in such a manner? Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted through the hall. Were there two more individuals? Haiden sat on the ground, casting a disgruntled glance at them. Kakuzu furrowed his brow and slowly turned around. Before him stood two figures, one tall and the other short. The taller one had a pallid complexion, adorned with purple eyeshadow and dangling earrings resembling a hook, wearing a devilish smile as he gazed at Kakuzu. The other was a dashing youth, around 12 or 13, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a faint smile on his lips. As if to say, "Pleased to meet you." This youth seemed somewhat familiar, could it be? A jolt ran through Kakuzu as his pupils constricted. This was the rogue ninja, Uchiha Sasuke, who had single-handedly annihilated the roots of Konoha and the Sarutobi clan, leaving the village with nonchalance. The very same individual who had repelled Itachi. The one with a bounty of a staggering 12 million ryo. At this moment, Kakuzu could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. If Haiden had yet to reveal his capabilities and was still in peak condition, there might have been a chance to eliminate their opponents. But now Kakuzu discreetly cast a glance at Haiden, whose legs had been obliterated. This was utterly hopeless. Kakuzu understood that he and Haiden had likely been targeted long ago. Orochimaru, your departure from the Akatsuki has certainly displeased the leader. What business do you have with us? Mingling with Uchiha Sasuke. Kakuzu could only advise Orochimaru to tread carefully. Meanwhile, Haiden had a sudden realization, exclaiming, "Oh, so this is that Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke? The one who defeated Itachi last time?" Sasuke replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of great consequence. Merely a heist." Kakuzu's expression darkened. The combined bounty on these two was a staggering 38 million ryo. They were being overly audacious. Orochimaru licked his lips. "Kaku, you misunderstand. We are not here for them." Haiden's expression soured as he interjected, "Hey, why is everyone ignoring me? Do you look down on me? You bastards." Kakuzu's expression shifted dramatically. If they were not here for those two, then they must be targeting himself and Haiden. Kakuzu decisively extended his tendrils toward Haiden. Simultaneously, the two monstrous figures menacing the Yu siblings unleashed a concentrated ball of chakra towards Sasuke and Orochimaru. Though they could not gather further strength, the attack still bore significant might. Boom! The expansive hall, 30 meters wide, vanished in an instant. The Yu siblings were hurled away by the shockwave, crashing violently against the supporting pillars. However, at the center of the explosion, a dark, horrific shadow emerged. As the smoke dissipated, the bodies of the previously fallen Dream Ninjas were nowhere to be found. In their stead stood a colossal figure, its upper body resembling a black skeleton. Within the ribcage of the giant stood a completely unscathed Sasuke and Orochimaru. At this moment, Sasuke remained with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Kakuzu, Haiden, and the US siblings gazed up in astonishment at the towering black giant. The giant, having drawn back the bowstring at an unknown moment, suddenly released it. Whoosh! In an instant, two monstrous black creatures were pierced and impaled to the ground by gigantic arrows measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, half of which embedded itself into the earth. Kakuzu's pupils constricted sharply. The velocity of the arrows was astonishing. The force was overwhelming. Despite being on high alert, the two masked clones could not evade the onslaught. They were no match. Absolutely no match. Faced with such dire circumstances, he could only resort to Earth-style, Earth Spear. Bang! Kakuzu's fist shattered a nearby main pillar, and combined with the previous destruction, the entire structure began to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, he bound Haiden to his back and turned to flee. "Hey, Kakuzu, aren't you going to take those 38 million? Silence." As Kakuzu abandoned the money and attempted to escape while carrying Haiden, Haiden remarked with curiosity, "I didn't expect you to be so considerate." Bang! Just as Kakuzu burst from the building, a massive serpent, nearly 10 meters wide, lunged at him. Without hesitation, Kakuzu swung his black fist, striking the serpent's head with tremendous force. Bang! He shattered the serpent's skull and continued his frantic escape. Within the fragmented hall, Sasuke dispelled his Susanoo, simultaneously sending out two shadow clones to pursue alongside Orochimaru. His main body approached Yaiba. "I am a cultured individual. There is no need for you to be anxious. I am quite interested in your secret techniques, and would like to propose a transaction. I shall assist you in dealing with those two dangerous individuals in exchange for your techniques. What do you say? It was clearly an act of robbery. Yet he chose to frame it as a trade. Therefore, thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, our Hidden Leaf Village would be in trouble. As a token of our gratitude, here is our Uchiha clan's dream snatching technique. Naruto was not present. There was no mindless insistence. Uchiha Ming wisely handed over the scroll of techniques. The transaction was amicable. I am a ninja from the Sound Village, and you may seek our aid in times of significant crisis. Uchiha Ming and Uchiha Lang sighed in relief. This was beneficial. They now had an additional lifeline. Meanwhile, the group had arrived at a forest. Kakuzu's burden of carrying Haiden significantly affected his speed. Gritting his teeth, he summoned another masked clone to cover Haiden's legs, allowing the appendages to assist in both attack and distraction. If they could obtain Sasuke and Orochimaru's blood, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Ha! Kakuzu, you are truly considerate. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall end you. Whoosh. As they leapt across the branches, a massive serpent suddenly emerged from behind a tree trunk ahead. In midair, Haiden swung his scythe. PFF. The serpent's head was cleaved open, and the two positioned themselves atop the serpent's head to gain momentum for their leap. Creak on a nearby tree trunk. A figure enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity appeared, Sasuke. At that moment, a crackling sound of electricity erupted from behind Kakuzu and Haiden. Suddenly, a tear appeared in the back of Kakuzu's cloak, revealing a mask that had coalesced with Thunder Chakra, Lightning Release, False Darkness. Behind him, Sasuke unleashed Chidori with both hands, aiming for the lightning. Kakuzu, without a glance back, extended black tendrils from his feet toward the snake head below. Boom. Sasuke firmly caught the lightning in his hands. Yet in the next moment, several black tendrils crept up from beneath him, piercing his skin. Bang. Sasuke suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. Leave the other one to me. Haiden leaped vigorously, using the momentum of his dash to swing his bloody scythe towards Sasuke. With the advantage of his weapon's range, Haiden had already anticipated Sasuke's possible moves. However, in the next second, Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke's right hand extended the Chidori unexpectedly. Haiden. Thud. Haiden was momentarily pinned in midair by Sasuke. Yet, at the same time, Haiden hurled his scythe. Kakuzu also made his move. In the next instant, the Crimson Scythe and Kakuzu's darkened fist struck towards Sasuke from two directions simultaneously. Covered in the Raijin armor, Sasuke decisively reached out with his free left hand to grasp Kakuzu's fist, disregarding the scythe entirely. Haiden grinned. Damn it. You underestimate me. Bang. Sasuke was sent flying by Kakuzu's punch. As he was propelled backward, he was grazed by the scythe. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, clearly indicating that Haiden's attack had not breached his defenses. In the next moment, Sasuke adjusted his body midair and landed on another tree trunk. Kakuzu frowned. Could it be that this isn't a shadow clone? That shouldn't be the case. Kakuzu recalled that the shadow clone technique could only inherit chakra-based bloodline limits and abilities, such as boil release or ice release. Only wood release could produce clones capable of inheriting physical mutation abilities. At that moment, Sasuke had not even utilized his Sharingan. It should merely be a shadow clone. But was a clone strong enough to withstand his Earth Spear punch? He was only 12 or 13 years old. While it was understandable to achieve shadow-level prowess with the Mangekyou Sharingan, the sheer strength outside of the Sharingan was astonishing. No wonder he could repel Itachi. However, these thoughts flitted through Kakuzu's mind in an instant. As Haiden and Kakuzu were about to land on the tree trunk, a multitude of subtle slithering sounds filled the air around them. In every direction within dozens of meters, countless snakes surged forth. These snakes varied in color and size. Haiden's eyes widened. Damn it. This is going to hurt. Suddenly, the mask on the back of Haiden's head began to glow. Water release. Water barrier technique. This was an enhanced version of the water barrier. A thick wall of water suddenly surrounded the two of them. At the same time, the thunder mask within Kakuzu's body released lightning once more. The fusion of this lightning with the water barrier not only strengthened their defense, but also enabled a counterattack. The air was filled with the crackling sounds of electric arcs surging around the water balloon. The serpents rushing in were singed by the electricity. 20 meters above, on the trunk of a tree, Sasuke and Orochimaru had completed their hand seals. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. A powerful tornado combined with a searing white flame spiraled down at high speed towards the massive water balloon below. Boom. A fierce explosion erupted, accompanied by thick steam. Moments later, the steam dissipated, revealing a charred crater over 20 meters in diameter. In the center of the pit lay two men, severely burned. In the next instant, they had transformed into two charred logs. Orochimaru licked his lips, contemplating the interesting aspect of using his mask to release ninjutsu while his true form could perform other seals. 100 meters away, Haiden and Kakuzu continued their frantic escape. Sasuke's figure was closely pursuing them from 100 meters behind, the distance steadily decreasing. In another direction, Orochimaru was also closing in at a speed comparable to Sasuke's, brandishing his Kusanagi sword. Just then, the masks behind Kakuzu and the back of Haiden's head began to gather chakra once more. Thunder rumbled ominously through the forest, and a nearly straight bolt of blue lightning flashed across the sky. In that instant, the forest was illuminated in a brilliant blue hue. The afterimage of the lightning in the air resembled a dragon of thunder. God Moon breathing, 11th form, moonlit thunder slash. As Kakuzu and Haiden heard the light, airy voice, they noticed Sasuke not far ahead, sheathing his sword. Thud, thud. Both Kakuzu and Haiden's heads simultaneously detached from their bodies, their neck wounds seared by intense heat. Wah. What? This was beyond belief. It wasn't just Kakuzu and Haiden who were astonished, but Orochimaru as well. Sasuke's true form was several hundred meters away. Yet in an instant, he had surpassed them and severed the heads of the immortal duo. It was terrifying. This technique was the second one invented by Sasuke, created during the completion of the Thunder Kirin and the Raijin armor, heavily inspired by Zenitsu's Fire Thunder God. The consumption was immense, akin to releasing a Thunder Kirin solely with one's chakra, while also enduring the air resistance and compression at high speeds. Only the true form could wield this technique. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Orochimaru and Sasuke's clones finally caught up with Kakuzu and Haiden. Orochimaru mused, could Sasuke have done it? Haiden can't possibly be dead, right? The next moment, it hurts. It not only got severed, but it's burned. Haiden's head lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. He really can't die? Orochimaru exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke's true form concentrated a spear of lightning in his right hand and suddenly thrust it towards the ground beside him. In the next moment, from the ground, a figure emerged, Kisame. The headless Kisame that once lay on the ground slowly transformed into a monstrous entity of darkness. In a swift motion, this black creature returned to merge with Kisame. To have forced me to this extent, you are indeed formidable. However, I have survived encounters with the first Hokage, Hashirama. So you shall not be able to kill me. As Kisame spoke, Haiden's mask on the back of his head swiftly reconnected with his body. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously, he was aware only of Kisame's ability to steal hearts and extend his life for many years. Now, he learned that Kisame had also faced Hashirama. If this were true, Kisame was indeed remarkable. Sasuke raised his left hand nonchalantly, extending his index finger. Kisame narrowed his eyes, preparing to leap away from the scene. Illusion, binding technique suddenly, Kisame found himself immobilized. A bolt of lightning pierced the mask on his chest. Crack! The mask shattered, and dark energy oozed out from within Kisame's form. Thud! The black creature collapsed to the ground, lifeless. However, the moment Kisame lost that mask, the illusion was broken, and he braced himself to prevent being ensnared again. Yet, illusion, binding technique looking down at the ground. Kisame attempted to retreat, but was once more held in place. How could this be? Both Kisame and Orochimaru displayed similar shock. How was it possible to fall victim to an illusion? Die. Whoosh. In that moment of astonishment, Haiden seized the opportunity as Sasuke seemed ready to speak. Unfortunately, surviving Hashirama's hand was no trivial feat. Sasuke's conversation was unbroken. Without even glancing at Haiden, he drew the Kusanagi and struck. The blade moved with astonishing speed. Haiden merely perceived a flash of steel before. Thud. Haiden was once again decapitated. Snap. His head rolled to the ground before Sasuke, who then crushed the mask on the back of Haiden's head with his foot. Bang. Next, he kicked Haiden's head towards Orochimaru. As Haiden attempted to utter a curse towards Sasuke, 3 slender snakes erupted from Orochimaru's arm, clamping down on Haiden's mouth and silencing him completely. Sasuke approached Kisame, lightly resting the tip of the Kusanagi against his last remaining heart. Now tell me, what is the true strength of Hashirama? Kisame, now with only one heart left, recognized that Sasuke was already aware of the weaknesses of his clones. Until now, He had merely refrained from acting decisively. At this moment, a suffocating sense of impending death enveloped Kisame's heart. It seemed that he could only cooperate with Sasuke's inquiry for the time being, hoping for an opportunity later. Hashirama possesses a divine strength unlike that of ordinary men, along with a self-healing ability visible to the naked eye. His wooden clones possess strength nearly equivalent to his true form, remaining unyielding even under attack. They can summon resilient trees to impede the movements of foes, or even eliminate them outright. I was ultimately defeated by his wood release techniques. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Sasuke inquired, "And then? Is that all?" His question rendered Kakuzu somewhat awkward. "No, that's it. What about the god tree?" "No. I've never seen it." "How about the flower world?" "No. I've never encountered that either." "The technique of the cloth bag, wood dragon, wooden man." "Sage art, true thousands hands, sage art, transformation into Buddha." "No. I've never seen any of those." "Oh, so you have yet to witness his true power." Sasuke's words, laden with the essence of Hashirama, implied that he was conveying the notion, "Hashirama showed mercy to you." If that is the case, if I were to spare you now, would you later claim, "I once battled Uchiha Sasuke"? A wave of discomfort washed over him. It felt as though ants were crawling upon his skin. Even at nearly 90 years of age, Kakuzu found himself blushing from Sasuke's humiliation. After a brief pause, Sasuke seemed to have made a decision. "Very well. I permit you to assist in my promotion." "What? What is this? You want me to promote you?" Kakuzu was utterly speechless. "We are leaving, Orochimaru." With a resounding crash, Orochimaru summoned a colossal serpent that devoured Haiden's head and body whole. In the next instant, the giant serpent vanished from sight. "Farewell, you elderly promoter," Sasuke remarked. As the shadows of the two gradually dissipated from the ground, Kakuzu exhaled in relief. It turned out their target was merely Haiden, which was acceptable, as that individual was rather bothersome. Not long after, Kakuzu finally broke free from the illusion, and in the instant he regained his freedom, he immediately contacted Pain through his ring. "Leader, Haiden has been captured by Orochimaru and Sasuke." In less than 2 minutes, the Akatsuki organization convened an emergency meeting. "What is happening? Is someone late? This is disrespectful to the leader." "Oh, so it is Kakuzu's new teammate, the immortal Haiden. No wonder he is so audacious." "No, Haiden has been hunted." "What? Leader, did you just say Haiden has been hunted?" "We, the Akatsuki, have always hunted Jinchuriki. No one dares to hunt us." "Is there someone who has the audacity to provoke the Akatsuki?" The man known as the leader turned to another individual with crimson eyes, stating indifferently, "It is Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. If it is him, defeating your undead duo should indeed not pose much challenge." "Dead fish eyes, what did you say? Do you wish for me to extract your heart? Is he Itachi's brother? If I were to go and kill him now, it would certainly validate my instantaneous art, wouldn't it? Short-lived fool, eternity is the true art. Brother Scorpion, your age has dulled your appreciation for art. Only the ephemeral beauty of an explosion can be deemed art. Deidara, do you wish to be made into my puppet?" "Brother Scorpion, this is not the time for our quarrel. Our true adversaries are Sasuke and Orochimaru. How about we join forces to defeat them?" That is a commendable suggestion." The man, previously insulted with the moniker Dead Fish Eyes, chuckled softly. "Deidara, perhaps you should reconsider. You might truly end up blowing yourself to smithereens." Suddenly, Deidara was flooded with memories from his induction into the Akatsuki, igniting a surge of indignation. "How dare you speak like that? Provide your location, and I shall ensure you witness my latest masterpiece." The leader slowly opened his eyes, which bore concentric ripples. His strength capable of repelling Itachi was not to be underestimated. "This time, I shall take matters into my own hands." Instantly, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. In the land of rain, at the tallest edifice, 3 men and 1 woman clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stood. A man wearing a spiral mask spoke languidly. "While pain is invincible, we must remain vigilant." This Sasuke is rather enigmatic. There were unspoken thoughts lingering in the masked man's mind. He harbored doubts regarding the outcome of the forthcoming battle. According to Zetsu's intelligence, when Sasuke defected from Konoha, he had extracted Danzo's right eye and consumed Kakashi's left eye. These 2 pieces of information intertwined, leading Obito to feel a sense of being targeted, although the extent of his knowledge about Obito was limited to Zetsu alone. Furthermore, the capabilities of his Mangekyou Sharingan were also known only to Zetsu. Particularly, The secret of how Kakashi's left eye could counterbalance his own right eye's Kimui was known solely to him. Moreover, Zetsu would never betray him. If he were to betray him, there would be no reason to disclose such critical information, nor to incite wariness within him. Yet, why did Danzo consume so many Sharingan in his right arm, and specifically choose Kakashi's left eye? Thus, this Sasuke became exceedingly peculiar. If this Sasuke truly knew his secrets, then Pain's intelligence would be far easier to ascertain. Obito was adamant that his concealment abilities were not inferior to Nagato's. This time, Pain's intervention would serve as the ultimate test. Orochimaru's understanding of Pain was quite superficial, as long as this Sasuke remained rational. He could not possibly triumph over Pain. Therefore, if Pain were to successfully vanquish Sasuke, he could then recruit him into the Akatsuki. Simultaneously, it would indicate that his worries were unfounded. However, if Pain were to falter, then matters would become troublesome. The following day, in the morning, at the Sound Ninja Village, after a night of contemplation, Orochimaru delved into Haiden's memories and conducted an in-depth study of Haiden's cellular structure. He had made a modicum of progress. Orochimaru could now tenuously create the evil god contract, yet the success rate was alarmingly low. He still had a long way to go before reaching the threshold necessary for Kimimura's life gamble. Hiss at that moment, a slender serpent slithered onto Orochimaru's experimentation table. Hiss after a brief exchange. Orochimaru's expression brightened slightly. He had finally prepared a fitting gift for Sasuke. 10 minutes later, Orochimaru led 3 individuals to the training ground where Sasuke was situated. As Sasuke slowly opened his eyes for meditation, Orochimaru smiled gently and said, "Sasuke, these 3 are the gifts I have prepared for you." The trio consisted of 2 males and 1 female, each distinguished by their unique hair colors. The first, a tall boy with spiky orange hair, exuded a sense of composure. The second, a boy with white hair and purple eyes, displayed a curious demeanor, revealing a prominent canine tooth as he surveyed his surroundings and Sasuke. Finally, the girl, adorned with long red hair, blushed as she cast her gaze downward. Orochimaru continued, "Sasuke, these 3 are your new subordinates, each possessing remarkable talent. A month ago, I shared my breathing technique with them, and they have now grasped its fundamentals." He placed a hand on the orange-haired boy's shoulder, adding, "He has even attained the full concentration technique you described." These 3 were indeed the members of Team Hawk from the original narrative: CHJR, Suigetsu, and Karen. Sasuke smiled and replied, "Very well, I accept them." Orochimaru, pleased, stepped back. As soon as Orochimaru departed, Suigetsu dashed towards Sasuke. "So you are Uchiha Sasuke? You look to be about my age. Did you really create this breathing technique? I can hardly believe it. Orochimaru claimed you are even more formidable than he is. Is that true? But it's hard for me to accept." Sasuke smirked slightly. "So, do you wish to challenge me?" In an instant, Karen rushed forward, delivering a punch aimed at Suigetsu. "You insolent fool, do not disrespect Lord Sasuke." With a resounding smack, Suigetsu's head was sent flying back, only to revert to its original form moments later. "You infatuated girl. I hadn't finished speaking yet." Suigetsu then turned to Sasuke. "No? Of course I wouldn't challenge you." He gestured towards CHJR. "If you can defeat him, then I'll believe in your strength." CHJR replied, "I will not lay a hand on Lord Sasuke. He is not only a comrade entrusted to me by Kimimaro, but also the one who saved me from my rampaging state." Sasuke regarded Suigetsu with a calm demeanor. "It appears I must demonstrate the authority of a leader to you. Can I still retract my words?" Suigetsu feigned terror, but the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his eagerness. Just then, Karen's expression shifted as she exclaimed, "Lord Sasuke, 6 highly powerful ninjas are approaching rapidly from 3 kilometers away." "Oh," Sasuke pondered. "Karen can only sense within a 3-kilometer radius?" His expression grew serious. "CHJR, inform Orochimaru that Pain is coming. Prepare a defensive barrier." "Understood." With that, CHJR vanished from sight. Sasuke had anticipated this encounter with Pain. The original plan was to infiltrate Akatsuki through Pain and seek an opportunity to ambush Obito using the Kodoame-Tsukumiki combination. As long as he could confront Obito, unbeknownst to him, it was entirely possible for a single strike to be lethal. Xiang pondered, "Lord Sasuke, their chakra feels rather peculiar, almost as if it emanates from a single individual. They must be puppets or clones. However, if this is indeed one person, then their chakra is astonishingly immense, far more powerful than that of Lord Orochimaru." At this moment, Xiang was suddenly taken aback, realizing that he could not sense Sasuke's chakra. Preoccupied with thoughts of Sasuke, he had overlooked this crucial detail. Sasuke smiled faintly, stating that this individual's strength fluctuated only between the first and second ranks within the current ninja world. What? Gasped Xiong and Shueisha in astonishment. Why would someone of such strength approach the Sound Ninja village with such aggression? Observing their shocked expressions, Sasuke inferred their confusion and elucidated. I have captured one of their companions for experimentation. His appearance will not surprise either me or Orochimaru. Shueisha was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Wait, does this mean that Sasuke himself is akin to that pain? A being of the highest echelon in the ninja realm? Shueisha looked at Sasuke in a mechanical manner, incredulous. Is it possible to be the strongest in the ninja world at merely 12 or 13 years of age? Sasuke submerged underground and re-emerged, optimizing his condition. He then activated the patterns on his left forehead and right neck, moving forward with a steady gait. You may remain within the barrier to observe. The residual forces beyond it are beyond your capacity to withstand. How audacious those words sounded. Shueisha grew increasingly eager to witness the forthcoming battle. On an expansive grassland, seemingly limitless in scope, 6 ninjas clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds came to a gradual halt. Each bore black decorations affixed to various parts of their faces. Their eyes a pale violet, encircled by rippling patterns, exuding an air of solemnity and divinity. 100 meters away stood Sasuke, wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan. By comparison, Sasuke's aura appeared considerably diminished. Feigning surprise, he remarked, "Is this the Rinnegan? How numerous it is. Who, then, is the leader of Akatsuki, Pain?" The most striking among them. Nagato gazed at Sasuke with a calm demeanor. "We are Pain. You have profoundly experienced pain and have grown significantly from it. You are a being close to my own existence. Join Akatsuki for the sake of world peace." Sasuke replied, "Peace? Perhaps it is better to forego such an ideal. It is an illusory goal. Humanity will never truly comprehend one another. Peace can only be a fleeting moment, not a lasting state." In a distant tower, Nagato's eyes shimmered with intrigue. After all these years, he had finally encountered an individual whose thoughts resonated with his own. Nagato continued, "Are you aware of the tailed beasts?" Sasuke nodded slightly. Nagato elaborated, "We will gather the tailed beasts to create a forbidden weapon capable of annihilating thousands in an instant. A terror that anyone would dread. Humanity, nations, and the entire world are acquainted with suffering and fear. Such fear engenders a sense of restraint, leading to the cessation of wars. However, as you have articulated, peace may endure for a fleeting moment, yet it cannot last indefinitely. In due course, this restraint will be forgotten by the new generations of humanity after several decades. At that juncture, mankind will once again plunge into turmoil. Thus, it becomes imperative for someone to once again make the world experience pain, leading to yet another temporary peace. In this endless vortex, where pain and fear cyclically usher the world into transient tranquility, lies my ideal." Sasuke nodded. "Theoretically, your perspective holds validity." Nagato, with a slight furrow of his brow, awaited Sasuke's response. Sasuke continued, "However, those who wield weapons will not always be you. There is no assurance that every individual brandishing a blade harbors ideals aimed at suppressing war. Wherever there are people, there is politics. Where there is politics, there exist classes. And in places with class divisions, exploitation, oppression, and dictatorship thrive once weapons fall into the hands of such individuals. The world faces either chronic destruction or a cataclysmic final war." In the distance, Nagato appeared somewhat bewildered. The reality was indeed as such, yet subconsciously, he wished to refrain from contemplating the subsequent issues. If that were the case, war would be devoid of resolution. Consequently, all his endeavors would be rendered meaningless. Yet, this 12-year-old boy had seen through it all. No, this cannot be. Continuing down this line of thought renders all actions futile. What then is the significance of my strength and the Rinnegan? Let this dialogue cease. 10. So, do you refuse to join Akatsuki? Sasuke began to stretch his joints. "I am merely a cowardly pragmatist. If you wish for me to join you, you must demonstrate that you possess the qualifications to do so. Only if you can defeat me can we negotiate. If you cannot best me, then your subsequent circumstances will depend on my whims in the distance." Nagato, Konan, Obito, and Kagaya observed. "He truly speaks candidly." Tinned. "Very well. Let me show you the power of a deity." With a sudden movement, the Azura Path lunged toward Sasuke. Mid-sprint, the Azura Path's body expelled flames from various parts, further accelerating its speed. This velocity is indeed remarkable, even among those of the Kage level. Sasuke, with his left hand gripping the scabbard and his right hand on the hilt, wore an expression of disdain, thinking to himself that this so-called divine power is nothing more than a mindless, brutish assault at that moment. Tend, from afar, extended his left hand. Shinra Tensei, what? Sasuke's expression shifted as his body was abruptly lifted into the air, making it exceedingly difficult to exert force. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming gravitational pull drawing him toward Tend. There was no need for doubt. Sasuke understood all of Pain's six-paths abilities. Yet, the astonishment and the need to navigate the pitfall must be performed adequately as he moved in the opposite direction of the Azura path. The two would soon come into contact. Just as the serrated arm of the Azura path reached within 5 meters of Sasuke, he regained his composure in an instant. Alas, it is of no use to me. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal giant, possessing only an upper body, emerged from Sasuke's vicinity, raising a fist larger than that of the Azura path and bringing it down with immense force. Bang! A resounding thud echoed in an instant, reaching the positions of Karen and Suigetsu. The mere sound sent chills down their spines. The Azura path was sent flying by a single punch from the Susanoo. Its form shattered. The trajectory of its flight was directed towards the Deva path of Pain. The Deva path, aiming its left hand at the Azura path, unleashed a basic repulsive force. The Azura path, hurtling through the air like a descending aircraft, managed to stabilize its descent just before reaching the Deva path, landing smoothly. At that moment, Sasuke had completed his hand seals, fire release, great fire destruction. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of flames. A sea of fire surging forth with overwhelming might towards Pain's six paths. Though not an exceptionally shocking technique, it astonished Karen, Suigetsu, as well as Nagato and Obito. To their surprise, within Sasuke's 12-year-old physique resided an astounding reservoir of chakra. In the next moment, the hungry ghost path appeared before the other 5, arms outstretched. Sealing technique, absorption. Within the Sound Ninja's barrier, Karen's expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. Lord Sasuke's flames are being absorbed by the enemy. If this goes unnoticed, they will drain his chakra. Just as Karen prepared to break through the barrier, his Orochimaru suddenly materialized beside her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Fear not, Sasuke-kun is capable. On the battlefield, Sasuke continued to breathe fire, slightly tilting his gaze skyward to control the flames that surged upward, while simultaneously forming hand seals once more. Fire release, fire meteor. The original sea of flames split into countless streams of fire, tracing arcs across the sky before cascading down upon Pain. The spectacle was undeniably breathtaking. Amidst the fiery display, both Sasuke and Pain scrutinized each other's states and movements. The hungry ghost path extended its arms to the sides, a protective shield expanding to envelop all 6 Pains. The Deva path, sensing the flames being absorbed, contemplated a change in strategy. Alas, your techniques are ineffective against a god. Observing this scene, Sasuke merely registered a slight surprise. In the next instant, he closed his right eye and reopened it. The 3 Tomo transformed once more into a 6-pointed star. Black flames materialized around Sasuke. Far in the distance, atop a towering structure. Jugo, Sasuke's Amaterasu, is different from Itachi's. If it were Itachi, he could have ignited the hungry ghost path directly in such a situation. Obito, black flames are not like ordinary fire. They cannot be unleashed freely just because one has ample chakra. To release them on a large scale burdens the eyes tremendously. What does he intend to do? The analysis by Obito is remarkably precise. The scope of the black flames, their rate of combustion, temperature, and the consumption of chakra are all equivalent. Last time, when the Moonlight Fong was unleashed in Konoha, even with a blind determination, it would not have reached such formidable power if executed during daylight. Hence, Sasuke had long contemplated how to utilize the most potent jutsu, the Ten-Tails, with minimal cost. All present witnessed Sasuke deftly guiding a pitch-black flame to hover before his mouth, poised to unleash. A gasp escaped Obito and Yaibai's lips. Could it be? As anticipated, Sasuke ignited the fire released from his mouth with the black flames of Amaterasu. Subsequently, the fiery meteor shot into the sky, swiftly transforming into a cascade of black flames. The purity and density of these black flames were far inferior to that of the standard fire release combined with Ten-Tails, resulting in significantly diminished temperature and power. However, the black flames could not be absorbed by the hungry ghost path and would not extinguish. This singular characteristic sufficed. At that moment, Sasuke formed another hand sign. Fire release, great fire destruction. In terms of sheer power, there was no doubt that the great fire destruction surpassed the fire meteor. The entire sea of flames was enveloped in darkness. Deva Path Pain quickly materialized in the sky, hovering several dozen meters before the other 5 paths. From a distance, it appeared as though Deva Path had been engulfed by the sea of flames. This sight evoked an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to confronting a natural disaster. In the next instant, Deva Path extended both hands to his sides, invoking Shinra Tensei. The black sea of flames erupted violently from the center, shattered by an unseen force, dispersing and ravaging towards the Sound Village at an accelerated pace. Some of the scattered black flames resembled arrows. Even the birds soaring in the sky could not evade their doom. To the ninjas within the Sound Village, the scene of 1,000 arrows being loosed resembled an army's onslaught. A single tear of blood streamed from Sasuke's right eye. The once mighty black sea of flames vanished in an instant. The self-destructive black flames significantly reduced chakra expenditure. Yet, the sheer volume was still a terrifying burden. In a fleeting moment, Sasuke's vision shrank to a mere 30 meters. The inhabitants of Sound Village stared blankly at the battlefield ahead. Suigetsu, unable to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, thought, they are saved. Karui was even more anxious for Sasuke on the battlefield, yet found herself bound and unable to move by several giant snakes. Orochimaru could not suppress the twitching of his eyelids. This exceeded expectations by a considerable margin. The Rinnegan had reached such an astounding level. On the battlefield, Deva Path slowly descended from the sky, embodying the power of a deity. Sasuke pressed his right hand against his right eye, while his left hand slowly rose above his head. Have you heard of the arrogance that invites retribution? In the distance, Nagato was taken aback. Dark clouds had mysteriously gathered in the sky. A roar echoed from above the clouds, astonishing everyone present. Orochimaru remarked, "No matter how many times one witnesses it, this technique remains awe-inspiring." Deva Path hastily pointed towards the hungry ghost path. Universal pull. Lightning release. Kirin. This time, Sasuke unleashed the Kirin with a speed that far surpassed his previous attempt. The Kirin no longer required precise positioning. It surged directly through the clouds towards the Deva Path. The blinding radiance momentarily rendered everyone sightless, and simultaneously, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the air. Could he truly command the thunder? Sasuke was indeed formidable. Surely, that fiend must have been vanquished now, the members of the Sound Ninja Village mused. However, when they opened their eyes, they were left dumbfounded. Suspended above them was a small, plump figure, marred by numerous wounds, the hungry ghost path. Moments earlier, the Deva Path had utilized the universal pull to draw the hungry ghost path into the air above. Though appearing battered, it was not significantly hindered in its movements. The hungry ghost path gradually descended beside the Deva Path. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Can even the speed of lightning be absorbed? Furthermore, it seems the Shinra Tensei has its limitations. The Deva Path remarked, "It appears I underestimated you. Now, allow me to summon the 6 paths of pain." Crackle, crackle. At some point, the previously shattered Azura path had been restored to its former glory. The human path quickly formed seals, summoning the beasts. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke enveloped the vicinity of pain. As the smoke dissipated, an array of colossal creatures emerged. At the center stood a 3-headed dog with a pair of tiny wings, flanked by a rhinoceros and a bull. In the back loomed a gigantic chameleon, towering several stories high. Above the heads of pain hovered a gigantic monstrous bird. In a single summoning, an array of diverse beasts had been called forth. Sasuke wiped the blood and tears from his right eye, realizing how undervalued the Rinnegan truly was. Every beast possessed a pair of them. Pain declared, "How audacious." The signal was given. All summoned beasts charged at Sasuke with remarkable speed, while the Azura and human paths intertwined amongst them. Simultaneously, the Deva Path raised its left hand, invoking the universal pull. Bang! Sasuke darted sideways, gliding 5 meters in an instant. The ground where he had stood was gouged out by pain, leaving a crater nearly the size of half a summoned beast. As the onlookers beheld Sasuke, they noted his body was enveloped in a thick layer of Raijin armor, approximately 8 centimeters in thickness. Sasuke slightly bent forward, resting his right hand upon the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. Zzz. Arcs of electricity crackled around him. God Moon breathing. 11th form Moonlit Thunder Slash. Thunder roared once more, dazzling the spectators. Sasuke, cloaked in a serpentine dragon of lightning, leaped over several summoned beasts and 2 pains in an instant, arriving before the Deva path. The Kusanagi sword, radiant like a lightsaber, was now less than 7 centimeters from the Deva path's neck. Shinra Tensei. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword pressed forward, digging 2 centimeters deeper. But he could advance no further. In the next moment, a repulsive force, far stronger than that which could break through a sea of flames, erupted forth. Even beneath the protection of the 8-centimeter thick Raijin armor, Sasuke felt his blood surge violently. Subsequently, he was propelled backward at an astonishing speed. With such an explosive velocity, Sasuke could shatter the barrier of the Sound Ninja village. Susanoo, the colossal figure, its upper body resembling a skeletal form, re-emerged, its massive arms crashing violently into the ground. Boom! The immense Susanoo skidded across the plain for more than 300 meters before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, a laser pierced through the Susanoo. Boom! An eruption of destructive energy, comparable to the tailed beast bomb, radiated outward. Centered around Sasuke, a radiant sphere of explosion with a radius of 100 meters formed. Sasuke! Karen cried out in distress. The shattered rocks of the earth fragmented into countless shards, flying several kilometers away. The sound of debris striking the barrier of the Sound Ninja village echoed incessantly, reminiscent of a torrential downpour of hail. After 4 or 5 seconds, as the dust settled, a skeletal Susanoo stood protectively over a panting Sasuke in the center of the deep crater. In that final moment, Sasuke had activated the 3rd form of Susanoo, only to be blasted back to its initial state in an instant. A sharp cry pierced the air. The Yatagarasu soared towards Sasuke at breakneck speed, its beak several meters long, resembling a spiked lance that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Not far behind, a massive rhinoceros and a raging bull charged forward. Yet, Sasuke paid no heed to the approaching summoned beasts. He was lost in contemplation of the fleeting moment that had just transpired. In that instant when he activated Susanoo, the Raijin armor was still in effect. He sensed an extraordinary fusion between Susanoo and the Raijin armor, achieving a newfound mastery over both, allowing them to operate in perfect synchrony. A powerful intuition surged within him. At that moment, Susanoo could replicate the actions of his body with identical precision within the same time frame. To put it plainly, if his body could perform 6 hand seals in 1 second, Susanoo could do the same. If his body could deliver 10 strikes in 1 second, Susanoo could execute 10 strikes as well. Just imagine such speed. Coupled with the immense size of Susanoo, was truly astonishing. However, this combined mode required an exorbitant amount of energy. Simultaneously, Sasuke sensed another, more efficient application. By embodying Susanoo in a protective stance around the Raijin armor, he could exponentially enhance its defensive capabilities and strength. Thus, in the next instant, all observers witnessed the Raijin armor materializing around Sasuke's form. Subsequently, the skeletal giant rapidly diminished in size. In the blink of an eye, the black skeleton completely melded into the Raijin armor, compressing its thickness from 8 or 9 centimeters to merely 1 centimeter. At this moment, the Yatagarasu's beak was less than a meter away from Sasuke. He extended his seemingly unremarkable left hand. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, Sasuke single-handedly grasped the Yatagarasu's beak. The tremendous kinetic energy coursed through Sasuke's body, shattering the ground several meters behind him, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Sasuke's right hand moved with a deceptive swiftness, caressing the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. In the next moment, he appeared at the neck of the Yatagarasu and executed a decisive slash. Splurt! The head of the Yatagarasu was severed with a single stroke. The fusion of Susanoo did not originally enhance speed. However, with equal volume, the greater the strength, the faster the speed. Thus, Sasuke's current strength, speed, attack power, and defense have all increased several-fold. This armor shall henceforth be known as the God of War armor. Ah! Sasuke could not contain himself and unleashed the ancestral laughter of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield. A monster. This is truly a monster. The Susanoo clad in lightning? What manner of combat technique is this? To have grasped such a strategy instantaneously in the heat of battle? Obito, Nagato, Chunin, Orochimaru, and others were utterly astounded. Even Kaguya felt that this generation's Indra was somewhat extraordinary. As for the other spectators, their minds had completely short-circuited. At this moment, the enormous rhinoceros and bull had already approached Sasuke. Divine Moon breathing, 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail. Sasuke unleashed a colossal horizontal crescent slash, sweeping across everything before him. aimed at the rhinoceros and bull. This strike was not only remarkably swift, but was also accompanied by countless massive crescent blades. Thud, thud. The two beasts were cleaved in half by this assault. In the next instant, a three-headed dog charged forth. The Azura path extended its arms, revealing several missiles. Meanwhile, the human path, concealed within the mouth of a chameleon, stealthily approached. In the distance, the Deva path extended its left hand once more. Divine Moon Breathing, 11th form, Moonlit Thunder Slash. Boom! Sasuke transformed into a lightning dragon, surmounting all obstacles as he struck towards the Deva path. Shinra Tensei, what a pity. I had expected the Deva path to utilize the universal pull. I had hoped to exploit the opponent's gravitational acceleration. The Kusanagi in Sasuke's hand was now a mere 3 centimeters from the Deva path's neck. Gradually, the Kusanagi pierced an additional 2 centimeters into the flesh. Subsequently, the two entered a brief stalemate. The Deva path's brows furrowed. How could this be? How could he withstand Shinra Tensei? In the distance, Nagato and the others were equally astonished. In the next moment, bang! The Deva path was propelled backward by the recoil, its speed surpassing that of Sasuke's previous ejection. In the blink of an eye, the Deva path had been sent flying several hundred meters. Nearby stood the hungry ghost. Animal and hell paths. You can absorb, can you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sasuke appeared before the hungry ghost path. Divine Moon Breathing, 1st form. Divine Moon's Night Palace. The hungry ghost path raised its arms in defense, but to no avail. Sasuke's powerful and swift Iaido strike cleaved through the hungry ghost path's body. Thud! The arms and torso of the hungry ghost path were severed in one fell swoop. In the next instant, Sasuke appeared before the animal path and delivered a strike. However, the animal path had already completed its hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, Sasuke's blade struck a gigantic panda statue with outstretched arms. The statue was cleaved open, but primarily, this strike did not release a slicing wave. The wound was but the length and depth of the grass-cutting sword. Sasuke hastily extended his left hand, invoking the Chidori sharp spear. A straight beam of laser-like energy pierced through the panda, striking the face of the beast path. However, his summoning technique had not called forth merely a single panda. As the white smoke dissipated behind it, the Azura path, human path, and Deva path were summoned forth by the beast path. At this moment, the Deva path's attire was tattered, displaying exaggerated wounds that were, in truth, merely superficial injuries. It was unclear how the Deva path had achieved such resilience, possessing greater endurance than the Azura path. The demise of the beast path caused the other summoned creatures to vanish instantaneously. Could humans also be summoned? Sasuke inquired in astonishment, then turned his gaze towards the Azura path, exclaiming, "Aren't you already dead?" Without further ado, the Azura path swiftly transformed, manifesting 3 faces and 6 arms along with a serrated metallic tail, charging towards Sasuke. Simultaneously, the human path rushed from another diagonal direction. The Deva path raised its left hand, invoking the universal pull, God Moon Breathing, 5th form, Lunar Catastrophe. Sasuke spun midair, generating a tremendous vortex of slicing waves around him. These waves, along with the crescent blades, bore the cutting force of the Chidori. In a single encounter, he obliterated both the Azura path and the human path into multiple fragments. The Deva path raised its right hand, using repulsion to catapult the corpses of the others and the hell path several hundred meters away. Thud! Sasuke landed. Only the Deva path remained. The Deva path remarked, "You are the first to push me to this extent." Whoosh! Sasuke instantly appeared before the Deva path, swinging his blade towards its neck. Whoosh! The Deva path employed basic repulsion beneath its feet, swiftly retreating to create distance from Sasuke. Although this speed could not match Sasuke's, the gap was not insurmountable. The Deva path did not engage in combat, continuously retreating. After 3 futile strikes, the Deva path suddenly used its left hand to apply gravitational force on Sasuke. As he floated momentarily, it transformed into repulsion. Shinra Tensei. This time, Sasuke found himself without any leverage, lacking the supercharged momentum of the Moonlight Thunder Slash. Once again, he was flung over 100 meters away. As he halted his backward flight and slowly raised his head, a wicked smile graced his face. "It seems your technique has a gap of about 5 seconds. The Deva path responded, so those strikes were merely to ascertain the interval. Sighing lightly, Sasuke prepared to unleash that magnificent slash once more, just as he began to gather his strength for the Moonlight Thunder Slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The previously slain Azura path, beast path, human path, and hungry ghost path reappeared before the Deva path, fully intact. Sasuke's build-up faltered. Hey, this is absurd. How can they come back to life again? He then turned his gaze towards the distant hell path, realizing that the true culprit was this fellow. Meanwhile, in the audience of the Sound Ninja Village, those within the barrier felt their scalps tingle with unease. Sasuke had painstakingly eliminated those few adversaries. Just as victory seemed within reach, to his dismay, those individuals resurrected. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Even Orochimaru felt the weight of despair. Having been sent flying by Tendo, he realized that the opponent was far beyond his grasp. Yet, he was astonished at the exaggerated strength of the 6 paths of pain. It seemed that even with the combined might of Jiraiya and Tsunade, a confrontation against the 6 paths would be arduous, especially without any intelligence on their capabilities. Truly, they embodied the pinnacle of the current ninja world, as acknowledged by Sasuke. However, Sasuke had managed to push pain to this extent. Merely 2 months prior, Sasuke's strength had been at the level of a special Jonin. Such an astonishing rate of growth was incomprehensible. Orochimaru-sama, allow me to heal Sasuke-kun. Even if it's just a bite, at least he can survive. Suddenly, the almost pleading voice of Karen pulled Orochimaru back to reality. He retracted his bewildered expression, regaining his composure. Do you believe that Sasuke-kun conversed at length with pain for no reason? From the very beginning, he earned pain's acknowledgement. As long as he agreed to join the Akatsuki, his life would not be at risk. Furthermore, Sasuke-kun had long been prepared for the possibility of defeat. I have already prepared that experimental subject to return to pain. Hence, you need not worry about Sasuke's life. Karen was taken aback. I thought Sasuke-kun would fight to the end. I didn't expect it to be like this. On the battlefield, Tendo proclaimed, "This is divinity. It is sheer folly for mortals to aspire to vanquish a god." Sasuke's previously wavering resolve was ignited by these words. If that is your assertion, then I must fight. He had initially intended to concede, resigning himself to defeat, but Nagato's theatrics were undeniably provocative. In the far distance, Nagato's lips twitched. He regretted playing the role of a grandiose figure. If he truly eliminated this young man, he would lose a kindred spirit. Tendo continued, Sasuke, as the one closest to my existence, I grant you an opportunity. If you can break free from my next technique within 3 minutes, I shall withdraw. Should you fail to escape within that time, upon my releasing this technique, you must join the Akatsuki. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then tilted his head back, declaring, Very well. Tendo clasped his hands together, and when he opened them, a small black sphere appeared in his palms, encased in a layer of luminescent energy. Tendo gently tossed the sphere skyward, and it ascended like a bubble, floating towards a height of 300 meters above Sasuke. Sasuke placed his left hand upon his forehead and gazed upward, sensing the peril of this technique. He surmised that shattering it with all his might be the key to nullifying its effects. Yet, he was also intrigued by the potential outcome it could yield. Moreover, he relished the prospect of defeating his opponent in their most formidable state. Arrogance, ignorance, dominance. Different adjectives resonate distinctly within the hearts of various individuals. Suddenly, the luminous membrane surrounding the black sphere vanished. A radiant light initially scanned a radius of several hundred meters around Sasuke. In the next moment, a resounding crack echoed as the earth inexplicably fissured, creating crevices deep enough to send one plummeting. Subsequently, Sasuke felt an absence of gravity beneath him, causing him to involuntarily ascend toward the heavens. The gravitational force above intensified relentlessly as the shattered ground and grass accelerated toward the sky at an alarming rate. The scene was utterly terrifying, resembling a divine miracle, as if the very laws of nature had reversed the world itself. The spectators from the Sound Village began to contemplate the notion that perhaps the so-called divine power was not without merit. Sasuke struggled to maneuver between the fragmented pieces of earth, but the overwhelming gravity hampered his movements, severely diminishing his speed and abilities. At last, a change swept across Sasuke's visage. Enough was enough. I have granted you ample time to gather strength. Now it is my turn to strike. He dispelled the Raijin armor and summoned Susanoo to its 3rd stage. Coughing up blood, Sasuke unleashed a blazing arrow of black flames toward the position of the black sphere. With a thunderous boom, the arrow, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, pierced the massive orb in the sky. In the next instant, an explosive roar resounded as the colossal sphere was merely punctured, the rocks having become incredibly hard due to the immense gravitational compression. Its core remained intact, and almost immediately, more massive boulders filled the breach. Sasuke, astonished, quickly fired 3 additional arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, after the 3 arrows were unleashed, the heavenly star remained suspended in the air, accelerating to mend the gap. Sasuke, now at the brink of exhaustion, coughed up more blood as Susanoo automatically reverted to its second state. Damn it, this has gone awry. Sasuke let out a frustrated roar, only to be ensnared by more fragments of earth, sealing him within the vast sphere. However, the moment he was confined within the heavenly star, all signs of fatigue vanished, and the side effects of the kaleidoscope ceased. His vision returned to normal. I have indeed restrained this technique indeed. The heavenly star lacks sunlight, allowing Sasuke to enter a demonic state. At this juncture, if he so desired, he could break free from the heavenly star with sheer force. But that was not the course of action he intended to take. Sasuke adjusted the position of his kaleidoscope. His left eye transformed into Kimetsu, while his right eye became Kurotsuki. From this moment on, he prepared himself for the possibility of Obito's sudden appearance. If he were to confront Pain's 6 paths now, a single use of Kimetsu would obliterate Deva Path. 3 minutes swiftly passed. As promised, Pain released the heavenly star. The massive sphere floating high above began to disintegrate and split apart. Moments later, a visibly disheveled Sasuke plummeted from the sky. Unable to even activate the Raijin armor to its standard threshold, he could only awkwardly evade the falling rocks. Once this barrage of debris came to a complete halt, Sasuke agreed to join Akatsuki at the behest of Pain. Shortly thereafter, a colossal serpent dragged the ensnared Haiden, resembling a Zongzi, before Pain. We captured him merely for the purpose of studying his immortality, to aid a comrade, and now we return him to you, Pain remarked with satisfaction. Excellent indeed. Just as Pain was negotiating with Sasuke, in the distant horizon, Obito and Zetsu vanished into a vortex. However, they had not traveled far. In reality, they had merely relocated to another position near the Sound Village. Zetsu inquired, Obito, are you prepared to meet him shortly? Obito replied, indeed. Sasuke possesses immense potential and appears to resonate well with Nagato, which is concerning. Should he align with Nagato's faction, the Moon Eye plan may become unfeasible. Furthermore, having spent time in the route, he must have witnessed the eradication of the Sarutobi clan and the methods employed by Root. He likely understands the truth behind the annihilation. Perhaps he is already aware of my existence. If he cannot be my ally now, he certainly must not befriend Nagato. Zetsu nodded in agreement, indeed. That is the way it should be. Shortly thereafter, after concluding his discussions with Sasuke, Pain withdrew with Haiden in tow. The ring of Akatsuki inherited by Sasuke belonged to Orochimaru. Thus Pain needed not to provide it. Sasuke could simply request it directly from Orochimaru. Sasuke remarked, what a meticulously frugal organization. The departing Pain feigned ignorance, his ears twitching at the remark. Upon returning to the Sound Village, all eyes turned towards Sasuke with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. As he passed by Suigetsu, the latter broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, Sasuke paused. Nearly forgetting, Suigetsu, you intend to spar with me, do you not? And no, you misunderstand. I harbor no such foolish and disrespectful intentions. Suigetsu stood rigidly, adamantly asserting his innocence. Sasuke chuckled and then instructed Yugo, Suigetsu, and Karen, do not allow anyone to disturb me henceforth. Understood. 5 minutes later, Sasuke sat in a meditative posture. His eyes gently closed as he regulated his breath. Before him, a transparent vortex gradually materialized, expanding in size. Then, a man donning a spiral mask emerged from the swirling void. Greetings, Sasuke. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's eyes snapped open. The long-anticipated encounter finally at hand. With a swift motion, he charged toward the figure, his right hand coalescing with Chidori aimed directly at the man's head. The self-identified Madara stood unfazed. Just as Sasuke's right hand was mere centimeters from the man, his left eye abruptly transformed into a crimson orb adorned with 3 tomo. Kimetsu. The masked man's face distorted slightly. Sasuke's strike penetrated directly through. With a resounding crack, the mask shattered, revealing a contorted right side of the man's face. And within his right eye socket, a similar 3 tomo red orb was grasped in Sasuke's hand. Ah! A man emitted a piercing scream. Yet the ordeal was far from over. Sasuke cast a piercing glare at him. The ocular technique of his right eye, known as double style, Kodo Amatsukami, comprised 2 forms. The first, Kodo Amatsukami, Radiance, was a lethal genjutsu more formidable than Tsukuyomi. The second form, temporary consciousness control, required sustained manipulation of the opponent's will. Once the effect ceased, it would vanish, albeit with a shorter cooldown period. Sasuke, unwilling to grant the man a swift demise, abruptly transformed his instinct to flee into the thought, it would be better to perish here. In the next moment, the man's left eye was seized by Sasuke. Clutching the two orbs, his expression darkened as he remarked, "Now you can no longer utilize Izanagi, you pitiful wretch. It is truly lamentable that such powerful eyes are squandered on someone like you." With empty eyes, Obito, deprived of his vision, raised his gaze. A sense of danger evident. Fortunately, they had prepared for this. A sudden chill ran through Sasuke as his murderous intent abruptly quelled. Something was amiss. Prepared? Both eyes were in his possession. What further preparations could there be? At that moment, the Kamui eye in Sasuke's grasp suddenly transformed into an ethereal shadow and vanished. Was this Izanagi? Sasuke was taken aback, looking again at Obito. His appearance rapidly shifted, soon resembling a white Zetsu. Stunned, Sasuke comprehended the truth. Obito must have activated Izanagi in advance, removing the Kamui eye to place it within the eye socket of the white Zetsu, using it as a decoy to test him, regardless of the outcome of their meeting. In a few minutes, that Kamui eye would return to Obito's possession. How infuriating! The ethereal Kamui eye had been within his grasp, yet now it was lost. After all that feigned drama, it was as if he had drawn water with a basket, only to find it empty. How astute Obito was. To possess such cunning? Was it truly worth sacrificing a Sharingan merely for a meeting? Now, having revealed his understanding of Obito's secret, the white Zetsu had to die. Fortunately, it had fallen victim to Kotoame Tsukumi, offering no resistance or escape. Thus, Sasuke incinerated it entirely with a single flame. As for the left eye of the white Zetsu, after examination, it proved to be an ordinary eye, which Sasuke carelessly tossed into the flames. It seemed he too must reflect on his actions, having exposed vulnerabilities that alerted Obito to the impending danger. Meanwhile, in a cave on the outskirts of the Sound Village, Obito's vacant right eye suddenly regained its sight. The three-tomo Sharingan of his left eye gradually morphed into a lifeless white orb. Obito felt a twinge of apprehension. The white Zetsu had not returned. He indeed knew of his secret. Thankfully, prior to meeting Sasuke, he had been warned by Black Zetsu. After much contemplation, he realized he possessed numerous Sharingan. Sacrificing one was of no consequence. Thus, he activated Izanagi and imposed the conditions for its effect to conclude. When the time for Izanagi expired, any adverse factors would dissolve into a mere dream. The removal of Obito's Sharingan serves as a disadvantage. Thus, this Kamui eye will automatically return to Obito's eye socket once the time of Izanagi concludes. If White Zetsu can return normally, it indicates that Sasuke has refrained from attacking him, or even if he did, he was unable to breach the intangibility of Kamui. In either scenario, both Obito and Zetsu could breathe easy. However, the absence of White Zetsu signifies that Sasuke possesses knowledge on how to counter Obito's intangibility. Consequently, the previous use of Kamui and Kotoame Tsukumi was evidently a strategy devised by Sasuke specifically to target Obito. At this moment, both Obito and Black Zetsu are filled with dread, realizing that someone can comprehend them to such an extent. Black Zetsu speculates, could this individual possibly have an intimate understanding of their own secrets? Obito, from now on, the Akatsuki must remain completely concealed. Perhaps Pain's victory was merely a fade orchestrated by Sasuke. Zetsu, it is likely that Nagato and Konan will not cooperate. Obito, let them fend for themselves. This Sasuke is indeed quite alarming. The dual Kamui plan has utterly failed. Sasuke returned to the shadows, once again replacing his main eye with the six-pointed star of his original form. As evening fell, Sasuke deliberately made his way to the Rain Village. Upon the sun setting, he arrived at the Rain Village, lacking knowledge of Pain's precise location. Thus he headed directly toward the tallest structure in the village. Upon reaching a certain building, Sasuke found himself at the very spot where Jiraiya encountered Konan in the original narrative, and it was then that Pain's six paths made their appearance. When Sasuke concealed his chakra and presence, he appeared as an ordinary person to the Deva Path's perception. However, his astonishing speed and direct approach could not help but raise Pain's vigilance. Deva Path, Sasuke, have you truly grasped everything? Sasuke, so, where are that masked fool and Itachi? To refer to Madara as a fool, it is no wonder that such a person frightened him into withdrawing from the Akatsuki, never to show himself again. Deva Path, They have already exited the Akatsuki. If you truly comprehend everything, then will the ninja world welcome peace in the future? Sasuke, no. In reality, it is a series of conspiracies. Your Rinnegan awakening, Yahiko's death, including that masked fool and the true Madara, all are pawns in a grand scheme. In the distance, Nagato was taken aback, realizing that this individual was indeed a mere imposter. Zetsu. He is the one harboring the deepest secrets, isn't he? Sasuke, regarding peace, Nagato, your ideals are the most pragmatic. If the opportunity arises in the future, I could assist you in realizing your aspirations. However, the form it takes is uncertain. It may require you to sacrifice your own life. Nagato's pupils contracted. If it is truly necessary, I can make that sacrifice, but I wish to ascertain whether you possess the strength and ideal to do so. Just as Nagato's words fell, Sasuke had already materialized before the Deva Path, the Kusanagi sword poised against Deva Path's throat. Nagato was shocked, unable to react in time. Sasuke, my current instantaneous movement surpasses the speed of that technique we used during our battle. In terms of power, I can obliterate your Deidara's technique with a single strike. I can also level the Rain Village or Konoha with just one slash. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke gathered chakra and cleaved the sky. This was a technique, the Ch-10 no Suki, that did not merge with the power of the earth. Moments later, a terrifying, massive rift appeared in the dark clouds above. Nagato, astonished, inquired, what kind of sacrifice would be required? Sasuke replied, it is too early to discuss that now. For the time being, our collaboration entails relaying any intelligence regarding them to me. Half a year later, under the scrutiny of both the Sound Ninja Village and the Akatsuki, there remained no trace of Obito, Itachi, Zetsu, or Kisame. Nevertheless, the elite combat power of the Sound Ninja Village surged dramatically. Sasuke had finally attained the true state of pattern, constant. He also acquired the passive traits of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with immense chakra and vitality, albeit lacking the sensory abilities of Karen and the sealing prowess of the diamond. Sasuke's current demonic form could only absorb formidable basic attributes, yet it could not harness any special abilities. According to Sasuke's predictions, his demonic form must evolve to a life level akin to Musen to absorb such unique powers. His chakra had also transformed into natural chakra. Sasuke anticipated that his regular state should be on par with Naruto's Sage Mode. The Six Eyes bore spare 3 Tomo, which recently transformed to resemble the primary Eye Sharingan. The 2 pairs of identical Mangekyou Sharingan had merged into an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, yet the pattern remained unchanged, retaining the hexagram shape. His physical condition and chakra had reached their zenith, both day and night, leading to a less exaggerated disparity in his daytime and nighttime stats, now only 2 to 3 times different. To further augment his strength, he would need to elevate the level of his eyes or await a week for the perfect integration of Hashirama cells to enhance his power further. Meanwhile, in Konoha, in the high skies above the outer forests of Konoha, a fissure of white light suddenly emerged in the air. Soon after, 2 figures fell from the radiant portal. One was an adult, with black hair obscuring half of his face, and the other was a boy of approximately 12 years, with golden hair and azure eyes. However, the boy landed face first. These 2 were none other than adult Sasuke and Boruto from Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. Ouch! Master, where have we arrived? Boruto exclaimed. Adult Sasuke did not respond, surveying the surroundings before walking in the direction of the forest. After traversing a small grove, the 2 beheld Konoha. What is happening? When did a canyon appear? They stared, dumbfounded, at the reconstructed Hokage rock. Although the faces of the 2nd and 3rd Hokage had been restored, a canyon still lay behind them. Master, was Konoha always like this? Boruto asked. The adult Sasuke shook his head. No. It seems that the time we have traversed is not the past I once knew. He produced a pink turtle from his hand. What time is this? He inquired. This is the temporal point during Tsunade's tenure. The constraints of time travel are as follows. One must not reveal future events to individuals of the past. Abnormal. Abnormal. This is a unique timeline. Unrestricted. Listening to the pink turtle's explanation, the adult Sasuke pondered. Can we directly inform them that we come from the future? Unrestricted. It will not affect your timeline in any way. Having confirmed the lack of restrictions once more, the adult Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, our actions will be considerably more convenient. Moreover, I can assist Naruto in acquiring the powers he will only possess in the future, thus preventing the recurrence of past calamities. Boruto grinned mischievously. Master, If I were to show my father myself right now, what would his reaction be? Strictly speaking, the Naruto of this world is not your father, replied the adult Sasuke. Ah, it seems that is indeed the case. However, we should slightly disguise ourselves. It is not wise for too many people to be aware of our identities. After a while, the two had dressed themselves as ordinary travelers. Yet, upon stepping outside, they encountered Kakashi, who revealed his ordinary eyes. Kakashi had received a pair of eyes donated by a deceased ninja after being blinded by the main Sasuke, referred to as the protagonist Sasuke. The adult Sasuke was even more astonished. Who are you? You seem unfamiliar. Kakashi eyed the two with caution, glancing specifically at Sasuke. You appear to know me? The adult Sasuke nodded. I am Uchiha Sasuke from a parallel future world. What? Kakashi exclaimed, quickly unleashing his chakra. Konoha instantly fell into a state of heightened alert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the adult Sasuke and Boruto found themselves surrounded by several circles of Konoha ninjas. Whoosh. The last to arrive was Naruto, who had just rushed over from Mount Myoboku. Still in sage mode, the adult Sasuke was utterly bewildered. Naruto, how is it that you have attained sage mode already? Naruto, with a puzzled expression, replied, I mastered it about half a year ago. The adult Sasuke was taken aback. Then, what about your companion, Sasuke? Naruto's face grew somber. Kakashi interjected, he is a very dangerous entity. The adult Sasuke and Boruto felt their heads buzzing, unsure of what to say. In the crowd, Shikamaru furrowed his brow. What you just implied is that Naruto should have learned sage mode much later. Kakashi, on high alert, replied, it seems the situation is quite complex. May we relocate to discuss this elsewhere? Konoha, Hokage's office. The adult Sasuke and Boruto conversed with the core leadership of Konoha for over 2 hours. The scene fell into a profound silence as everyone grappled with the astonishing revelation. Naruto gazed at Boruto, feeling an acute sense of discomfort. It was bewildering to realize that this individual was, in fact, another version of his own son, and that his wife was none other than Hinata. Naruto was utterly perplexed. The adult Sasuke, upon reflection, discovered that this world Sasuke was remarkably similar to him before the mission in the Land of Waves. However, after that fateful moment when he defended Naruto against 1,000 needles, everything began to change. This Sasuke's prowess had escalated at an alarming rate. By the time of the official selection tournament, he had already mastered the Lightning Kirin technique. When he encountered Itachi, he even utilized Tsukuyomi to awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke couldn't help but feel somewhat inadequate, as he had not even advanced to the level of a single Tomo in his own journey. Boruto, sharing a similar age, felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority when comparing himself to the Sasuke and Naruto of this realm. What was even more disconcerting for the adult Sasuke was that this Sasuke harbored a potent desire for vengeance, yet maintained his rationality. He recalled his own fervent wish to annihilate the entirety of Konoha upon learning the truth about Itachi, only to be swayed by Naruto's compassion. This Sasuke, while not destroying Konoha, had severed the very essence of the will of fire that Konoha embodied. Despite Tsunade's 6-month tenure as Hokage, the spirit of Konoha had yet to reignite. The adult Sasuke pondered how his own vengeful thoughts had stemmed from a childish rage, while this Sasuke's vendetta was meticulously calculated. This Sasuke from your world is far more perilous than I ever was, the adult Sasuke remarked gravely. Naruto, with unwavering determination, replied, I will bring him back. The adult Sasuke smiled, feeling a sense of reassurance. Despite the changes in Naruto's strength, he remained true to himself. In the next couple of days, a being named Kagaya Tsutsuki will appear. His objective is to seize the 9 tails within you. Regardless of the circumstances, Naruto, your immediate priority is to enhance your abilities. Indeed. I am diligently training every day, Naruto affirmed. Sasuke shook his head. For most, the path to strength is forged through relentless effort over time, but you are different. Seek reconciliation with him and transform your foe into a friend, Naruto. He is your greatest ally, Kurama. With that, Sasuke extended his fist, and Naruto reciprocated. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of images flooded Naruto's mind, illuminating the future before him and revealing the true nature of the tailed beasts. Lowering his head, he gently placed his hand on his abdomen. In the next instant, Naruto's consciousness transcended to the outskirts of a deep-seated prison within his mind, where a colossal crimson fox was confined. Little brat, how much chakra do you intend to borrow this time? Kurama inquired, his expression suddenly stiffening. Naruto smiled warmly. I once believed that sealing you within me was a misfortune, but now I understand that it is a privilege. Kurama's countenance faltered. What nonsense are you spouting? Naruto extended his right fist. Kurama, let us fist bump. Kurama's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with countless images and possibilities, yet he slowly extended a massive paw in response. With a resounding thud, the hearts and memories of the man and the fox began to intertwine. The Ninetales not only comprehended that Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura but also recognized him as the prophesied figure of the Six Paths. Furthermore, he foresaw the trials that the ninja world would endure in the future. In the next moment, Naruto leaped between the great gates, tearing apart the seal. Instantly, Minato and Kushina appeared simultaneously. What followed was an emotionally charged scene of reunion and parting. The poignant farewell Naruto shared with Minato in the original narrative was echoed here, as he addressed both of his parents. In the Hokage office, Naruto nearly closed his eyes, only to reopen them with a newfound layer of golden chakra enveloping his body. The sheer quantity of chakra astonished Hayashi, surpassing even that of Sasuke from that fateful night. Hayashi's observation left those who had experienced that night in disbelief. The adult Sasuke, however, felt that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. In this world, Sasuke had already awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Any further enhancement could only lead to the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet, even with the eternal Mangekyou, it paled in comparison to Naruto's power. 2 days later, through the continuous harmonization between Naruto and Kurama, the Ninetales mode had reached an unparalleled mastery. Just then, a dark fissure reappeared on the outskirts of the Konoha forest. Satsuki Urashiki emerged from the rift, fishing rod in hand. However, as soon as he appeared, he was sensed by the adult Sasuke and Naruto. In the blink of an eye, a spatial portal manifested not far from Urashiki. Shortly thereafter, the adult Sasuke and Naruto emerged as well. Urashiki, casually wielding his fishing rod, exclaimed, "Oh Sasuke, you've delivered Naruto right to my doorstep." With a subtle smile, adult Sasuke replied, "Do not underestimate Naruto due to his youth." Naruto closed his eyes and opened them once more. In an instant, he was enveloped in a chakra cloak that Urashiki found quite familiar. Urashiki was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How dare you allow him to attain such power so soon?" Naruto responded, "If I do not, I will be unable to bring Sasuke back." As he spoke, Naruto concentrated a brilliant white Rasengan in his palm. Urashiki furrowed his brow, but retorted mockingly, "Though you possess power, your combat experience is evidently lacking. You're gathering a Rasengan before even closing the distance. It's as if you're inviting me to evade." In the next moment, Naruto hurled the Rasengan towards Sasuke, who stood beside him. Just 3 centimeters from Sasuke's abdomen, a sudden shift occurred. Heavenly hand power. The adult Sasuke and Urashiki instantaneously swapped places. Boom! Urashiki was struck with tremendous force by the wind release, Rasengan, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The overwhelming propulsion and constricting power of the Rasengan forced Urashiki to slide across the ground for several meters. At that moment, Naruto unleashed another freshly formed wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. As Urashiki's slide came to an end, the Shuriken reached its target. Boom! Urashiki screamed amidst the explosion at the center of the Rasengan Shuriken. Mature Sasuke extended his hand toward the heavens, proclaiming, "I shall bestow upon you a strike as well, lightning release." Kirin. Thunder rumbled ominously as a bolt of lightning, nearly 10 meters in diameter, descended from the clear sky. In that fleeting moment, Urashiki found himself on the brink of death, overwhelmed by the combined might of the two. With a graceful landing beside Naruto, mature Sasuke remarked, "Your strategy proves quite effective." To which Naruto replied, "If it were the other Sasuke, he would see through my tactics in an instant." A weary smile graced mature Sasuke's lips. In the distance, Urashiki, teetering on the edge of demise, desperately attempted to consume the chakra within the fish basket to mend his injuries. In a swift motion, mature Sasuke exchanged positions with the fish basket, delivering a decisive blow that severed Urashiki's neck. Thus, Urashiki, having barely made an entrance, was swiftly eliminated by their combined efforts. A sigh of relief escaped mature Sasuke. He had not anticipated such an effortless victory over Urashiki. It seemed that this journey offered him opportunities for learning. Now, the issue of Urashiki is finally resolved. "I can assist you in bringing your Sasuke back," he said, somewhat awkwardly referring to himself in the third person. Naruto, intrigued, responded, "Oh, shouldn't you be hurrying back to the future? Our stay here, whether it be days or months, bears no difference upon our return to the future," mature Sasuke explained, his tone revealing a sense of understanding. Just then, Kakashi and Guy arrived hastily. Kakashi cautioned, "Do not underestimate him. That Sasuke is incredibly formidable." Guy solemnly pointed to the Hokage rock, stating, "That ravine is the result of a single strike from Sasuke. It was unleashed after he shattered my daytime tiger with the 8th gate activated. Not only did that strike embody a formidable chakra-infused slash, but it also bore the weight of black flames. Flames that Lord Jiraiya took an entire month to seal completely." "What?" Mature Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Initially believing the destruction was wrought by some ninjutsu, he promptly teleported to the ravine at Hokage Rock, observing the remnants of the battle with growing disbelief. The extent of the scorched earth revealed traces of flames over a vast area. He was acutely aware that black flames consumed ocular power at an alarming rate. To cover an entire ravine? How much ocular power would that require? Even in his current state, he could not fathom such audacity. Could it be that he has acquired Itachi's eyes? Just then, Kakashi and the others caught up once more. "However, we have also gathered some intelligence. 6 months ago, Sasuke clashed with Pain of the Akatsuki in the Sound Village. The strength described in the reports is significantly weaker than when he defected from Konoha that fateful night. In fact, it appears closer to his daytime strength prior to his defection," Kakashi elaborated. "I surmise that his power may experience a substantial augmentation during the night." Upon hearing this, mature Sasuke turned to Kakashi, suddenly struck by realization. "Kakashi, your eyes, along with Danzo's, were taken by that Sasuke, weren't they?" "Indeed. He also took Danzo's arm," Kakashi confirmed. The adult Sasuke furrowed his brows, contemplating the possibility that his search for Orochimaru was aimed at achieving the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. It could even be that he was cultivating the cells of the first Hokage. Should Orochimaru assist him in realizing these ambitions, he would indeed become the second Madara. It remains uncertain how far he has progressed in these endeavors over the past 6 months. Yet, what is even more perplexing is how he came to know of such methods. Naruto interjected, "There's no time to waste. We must retrieve him today." In the Sound Village, Sasuke sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the forces of nature when, suddenly, a figure appeared a short distance behind him. "Sasuke-kun," she said. 15 kilometers to the south, 2 chakra signatures surpassing even that of the Kage are approaching the Sound Village. One of them bears an astonishingly close resemblance to your chakra. What could this mean? Are there still such beings in the current ninja world? Sasuke opened his eyes. That is enough. Return and inform the Sound Village to prepare the defensive barrier. Moments later, 10 kilometers south of the Sound Village, an inconspicuous mark emitted a slight tremor. In an instant, Sasuke appeared beside the mark and continued to stride to the south. Within 2 minutes, he spotted 2 figures racing towards the Sound Village. One was unmistakably Naruto. The other This man appears to be the adult Sasuke from Boruto. Although I had not watched Boruto before traversing here, I had encountered snippets of it in short videos, allowing me to recognize the adult Sasuke, Naruto, and Boruto. Previously, I had seen in those fragmented videos how a being named Kagaya Akatsuki had stripped Naruto of his 9 tails. Boruto, possessed by Momoshiki, had pierced Sasuke's Rinnegan. I had also heard some netizens mention a disgraced Akatsuki who traveled to the past to cause chaos, only to be subdued by the young Naruto. Sasuke felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Upon arriving in this Naruto world, I had never anticipated encountering elements from Boruto. Now, unforeseen changes were unfolding before me. Given the circumstances, a confrontation is inevitable. Sasuke raised his left hand, crackling with arcane energy, and swiftly brought it down. Lightning release. Kirin. With a thunderous roar. A colossal bolt of lightning, measuring several meters in diameter, descended from the heavens towards Naruto and the adult Sasuke. Boom. Over 300 meters away. The earth trembled beneath Sasuke's feet. Amidst the explosion's core, a massive purple silhouette emerged from the billowing dust. As the haze dissipated, it revealed a giant clad in black Tengu armor, its upper body resplendent in purple. Within the giant's chest stood the adult Sasuke and the 9 tails Naruto, both now on the ground, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Fire release, ashen concealment. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke, accompanied by searing embers. Boom. The smoke ignited the trees within a 500-meter radius, transforming the vicinity into a tableau of flames and ash, restricting the visibility of both ninjas to merely a few meters. Immediately, a blazing white crescent of thunder, towering several dozen meters high, appeared before the adult Sasuke's eyes. The purple Susanoo had just positioned its weapon in front, but this crescent effortlessly severed both arms of the Susanoo, and continued to strike its body, pushing it back several meters before finally coming to a halt. A terrifying wound, over a meter deep, marred the Susanu's form. Wind release, super great breakthrough. At that moment, Naruto, within the Susanu, completed his hand seals and emerged to unleash a gust of wind in the direction of the incoming slash. A visibly fierce, linear tornado surged forward, mercilessly wreaking havoc and sucking away the surrounding high-temperature dust. The vision of Naruto and adult Sasuke became clear once more. Bang! A massive black arrow abruptly descended from the heavens, piercing vertically into the crown of the purple Susanu's head. The arrow's tail was enveloped in black flames, propelling it forcefully into the Susanu's chest. Adult Sasuke sensed the more brutal black fire contained within the arrow. Heavenly hand power. Adult Sasuke, alongside Naruto, instantaneously swapped positions with a distant charred log. Boom. The Susanu, delayed in its original position, was blasted open by the black fire, leaving its torso hollowed out. Both were left shaken. Adult Sasuke had not anticipated the versatility of the Kagaya's power. Not only had the black fire been compressed to enhance the arrow's potency, but it also provided propulsion at the tail end, resulting in an explosion upon impact. Sasuke truly was formidable, leaving no room for complacency. Yet, the fact that he was cautiously probing us indicated his trepidation regarding our strength. Shadow Clone Jutsu. After a puff of white smoke, Naruto created several shadow clones to remain vigilant around him. His main body slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his pupils had transformed into a cross pattern. Adorned with orange highlights, he had entered Sage mode. Naruto's perception of the surroundings within a several-kilometer radius became remarkably acute. Directing his newfound awareness, Naruto glanced toward a specific direction. In the distance lay an expanse of charred tree trunks. Yet Naruto was aware that Sasuke was forming hand seals over 500 meters away. In an instant, he seemed to dissolve into a wisp of light, vanishing silently from his original position. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had traversed the 500 meters and stood before Sasuke. Sasuke, it's been a while. Is this pattern the power bestowed upon you by Orochimaru? Sasuke's expression was one of astonishment. Had Naruto truly reached such a level of speed? However, this pattern was not a gift from Orochimaru. Half a year ago, during the Chunin exams, Naruto's wind release body flicker had already astonished Sasuke. But at that time, Naruto possessed only the strength of a special Chunin. Now, however, he had undergone an astonishing transformation. With 2 buffs enhancing his abilities, Naruto's stats had become exceedingly exaggerated. He had refined the wind release body flicker to a more perfect realm. By evading greater resistance, he could apply more power for secondary acceleration. The cumulative effect rendered Naruto's speed truly terrifying. Sasuke, no longer forming hand seals, directly conjured a Chidori blade in his right hand, launching a surprise attack at Naruto. Naruto extended his right hand, invoking the sage art, wind release, vacuum blade. This technique, originally wielded by Danzo and Sasuke in the source material, was now enhanced by Naruto's sage chakra, amplifying its potency to terrifying levels. Unlike before, Naruto did not rely on a kunai. Instead, he summoned a wind attribute longsword directly from the surface of his wind membrane. Clang! The 2 swords collided, with Sasuke straining under the pressure while Naruto remained unyielding. Sasuke, return to Konoha with me. I will ensure everyone accepts you. As Naruto's words faded, a faint sound echoed, the sound of flesh being pierced. In the position where Naruto had just stood, the adult Sasuke found himself with a blade protruding from his chest. His pupils constricted in disbelief. What? I didn't anticipate being ambushed with 4 Naruto shadow clones around. Indeed, the Sasuke behind him was the true body, while the Naruto nearby was merely a diversion. Sasuke was astonished. Why did Sasuke not emit even a trace of chakra or presence? It was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, the 4 Naruto clones finally became aware of the situation behind them and rushed toward Sasuke. However, their speed paled in comparison to Naruto's true form and lagged behind that of Sasuke's body. Shingetsu Breath, First Form, Shingetsu Evening Palace, Circle. Sasuke utilized the adult Sasuke's body as a sheath, unleashing a crescent slash in an instant. This strike, like lightning, encircled both Sasuke forms, accompanied by hundreds of crescent blades. Boom. The Naruto clones evaded the initial strike but could not escape the onslaught of crescent blades, resulting in immediate destruction. Sasuke remarked, "This is far easier than anticipated. Your strength has significantly diminished." At that moment, Naruto sensed the predicament of his clones, his expression shifting drastically. Sasuke. The Sasuke before Naruto wore a sinister smile. You've fallen for my trap, haha fuming. Naruto exerted his strength. Bang. The Sasuke clone was obliterated. A glimmer of light appeared in an instant. Naruto dashed in front of Sasuke's true body, his tightly clenched right fist mere centimeters from Sasuke's cheek. It was astonishingly fast. Even Sasuke's true form felt an overwhelming sense of speed from Naruto. In the original narrative, Naruto had only truly mastered the Rasengan and Shadow Clone Jutsu. His taijutsu and close combat capabilities were merely the result of stacking basic attributes through a special mode. Devoid of any subjective initiative, he had yet to unleash the true might of the Sage Body and Sage Mode. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the taijutsu of the original Naruto and Sasuke to be on the same tier. Consider this. How formidable would the fourth or third Raikage be if they possessed Sage Mode and the Ninetales Mode? In the next moment, as Sasuke vanished from before Naruto, he reappeared at the site where the clone had just exploded. Naruto was taken aback. Space ninjutsu? This forest had already been marked with hundreds of flying thunder god seals amidst the previous chaos. This was now Sasuke's domain. Congratulations, you've answered correctly. As a reward, you shall witness. As the words left his lips, Sasuke, hundreds of meters away, thrust the Kusanagi sword forward. With a swift strike, Sasuke initiated his attack, only to find himself unexpectedly positioned behind Naruto. The sound that followed was not that of flesh being pierced. Astonishingly, the Chikudo, enveloped in the Chidori, failed to penetrate Naruto's wind armor. Sasuke's chakra was on par with the Sage Chakra of the perfect Sage Mode. Yet Naruto's wind armor had transformed into an astonishingly formidable defense. The situation was somewhat perplexing. Sasuke had just experienced an explosive surge in power, only to confront an even more outrageous challenge. The permanent pattern of the Rinnegan was the result of countless life and death battles that had forged Sasuke's strength. Meanwhile, Naruto's Ninetales Mode merely required a reconciliation. It was a stark reminder that some enhancements defied all reason. Suddenly, a colossal chakra hand extended from Naruto's back, reaching for Sasuke, but predictably grasped only air as Sasuke evaded to a distance of 300 meters. He thought to himself, I believe there was no one in the ninja world who could compel me to unleash my full power, yet here I am, presented with an opportunity to truly showcase my abilities. Although unexpected, it is not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Rarely do I have the chance to feel this exhilaration again. I shall engage you for a few minutes. With that, Sasuke summoned forth a thick layer of brilliant white armor, the Raijin armor. The tomo in his eyes morphed into a six-pointed star. In the blink of an eye, black skeletal structures emerged within the Raijin armor, which soon developed muscles, skin, and patterns reminiscent of the Yatagarasu armor on its exterior. Ultimately, the Raijin armor solidified into the God of War armor, a perfect fusion of Sage Art Raijin armor and the complete Susanoo. Even the Chikudo was enveloped in a translucent black layer. Had Sasuke truly ascended to such heights on his own? Naruto's expression turned serious as he extended his right hand, invoking Sage Art, Wind Style, Super Vacuum Spiral Rod. The bright white Rasengan in Naruto's hand rapidly elongated into a high-speed spinning short rod. With a resounding clash, both warriors charged towards each other in a direct confrontation. Their weapons collided with a deafening clang, resulting in an explosive shockwave that was visibly palpable, radiating outward at supersonic speeds. The aftermath lifted the earth, sending rocks, trees, and everything else flying away from the two combatants. In the span of 2 seconds, a massive crater was all that remained within a kilometer radius. However, the expressions on both Sasuke's and Naruto's faces darkened. The shockwave had enveloped adult Sasuke, producing a plume of white smoke. To their astonishment, it was Kakashi who was propelled from the smoke. Naruto's grim demeanor was fueled by concern for Kakashi's fate, while Sasuke's expression soured as he realized he had been deceived. The adult Sasuke present at the beginning of the battle was indeed the genuine article. At that moment, he employed the purple Susanoo and the Ten Tails Chakra. Afterward, Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique. Could it be at this juncture? Sasuke came to a realization. The situation must have unfolded as follows, when he initiated the first strike of lightning release. Herein, the adult Sasuke and Naruto assessed their perceptual range. Subsequently, adult Sasuke, while guiding Naruto to evade the Amaterasu's Ten Tails Chakra, did not merely aim to avoid it. His true intention was to step outside his own perceptual domain. Merely a few dozen meters. yet it undeniably exceeded Sasuke's visual range. Seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke, he activated the Rinnegan to open a dimensional space. The adult Sasuke and Kakashi executed a spatial exchange. It is worth pondering. What elaborate scheme did the opponent concoct? Was it merely to find an opportunity to ambush him? Now that Kakashi is exposed, it seems the adult Sasuke should also make his appearance, right? This is dire. He must believe that his strength has reached an impasse and has anticipated his next fusion of the eternal Mangekyou and would release. This fellow must be plotting something. It appears that Sasuke's contemplative process was lengthy. However, in reality, not even a second elapsed. With a grim expression, Sasuke realized that opportunities for fervor were dwindling, and he never anticipated such a waste here. As Naruto prepared to charge at Sasuke, he was suddenly immobilized. Yet in less than 0.1 seconds, he was awakened by Kurama. Nevertheless, this brief moment was sufficient. At this point, Sasuke had already returned to the cultivation chamber of the Senju cells in the Sound Village. Although the combined tactics of adult Sasuke and Naruto were remarkably adept, they lacked crucial intelligence, missing a vital detail. Although it was daytime outside, there was not a hint of sunlight within these experiments. The moment Sasuke returned, he entered a demonic state, yet he maintained both of his eyes. The secret of the 6 eyes need not be revealed just yet. Activating the Susanoo armor in a demonic state was far too perilous. As Sasuke teleported, he also exited this state. At that moment, the chamber was entirely devoid of its contents. Only the adult Sasuke remained in the distance. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Kimimaro, and other core personnel had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a dense array of black seals suddenly spread across Sasuke's body. This was the curse of self-entanglement seal, a sealing technique used by Danzo to immobilize Sasuke in the original narrative. It turned out that the Flying Thunder God seal had already been set with surrounding sealing techniques. Adult Sasuke had long anticipated that Sasuke would teleport here. With an expression of assured victory, adult Sasuke spoke to persuade. My Rinnegan can sense the fluctuations of spatial transfer. It can also discern the multitude of such seals scattered throughout the Sound Village, which are indeed the Flying Thunder God seals. Sasuke's Flying Thunder God seal is as follows. The sealing technique you are currently ensnared in has been deliberately enhanced by me. Since Danzo is deceased, your quest for vengeance should also come to an end. Do not engage in actions that you will come to regret. At this juncture, the adult Sasuke bore a trace of nostalgia upon his visage. Obito was still alive, and Itachi was currently nowhere to be found. How could you expect me to cease? Sasuke retorted with disdain. A few months prior, Sasuke had managed to enter the Kimui dimension. However, within that realm, apart from a myriad of white Zetsu, there lay only an expanse of void. It was truly perplexing where Obito and his companions had concealed themselves. The expression on adult Sasuke's face stiffened. Itachi had vanished. Adult Sasuke found it difficult to gauge the veracity of Sasuke's words and prepared to probe his memories through Genjutsu. Genjutsu, Rinnegan. Adult Sasuke suddenly unleashed a Genjutsu upon Sasuke with his 6-Tomo Rinnegan. The ocular power of this singular 6-Tomo Rinnegan surpassed the collective power of the cursed Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke could distinctly sense that the adult Sasuke was unable to fully harness the potency of that eye. It was akin to a person capable of lifting 100 pounds, but unable to wield the barbell as a weapon. Indeed, the versions of Sasuke and Naruto from Boruto lacked the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Thus, this clash of illusions proved to be somewhat easier than Sasuke had anticipated. Illusion, mirror of reality. Adult Sasuke found himself ensnared within his own Genjutsu. In the next instant, he snapped back to reality and broke free from the illusion. Boom. However, by this time, Sasuke had forcibly shattered the seal by unleashing a surge of chakra. What? Adult Sasuke's pupils constricted. Despite the opponent possessing merely a 6-pointed star Sharingan, how could he wield such formidable ocular power? Moreover, even he would require several minutes to break this enhanced sealing technique. Yet, this Sasuke had managed to escape in mere seconds. The disparity could not be so vast. It appeared that Sasuke had acquired that mysterious enhancement of power. It became evident that this enigmatic boost was not solely effective during the night, but rather, it would augment his abilities in the absence of sunlight. Adult Sasuke's eyes widened, and Susanoo soared into existence. Once the ceiling was breached, sunlight would render him devoid of his enhancement. Illusion, binding technique. Sasuke unleashed a binding Genjutsu through his moon poison. Just as the purple Susanoo was about to pierce the ceiling, it suddenly froze. Divine moon breathing. Technique of the Severing Crescent, Remnant Moonlight almost simultaneously. Sasuke swung two serrated circular shurikens. The rapidly spinning shurikens were accompanied by variously sized crescent blades. Boom! The Susanoo was relentlessly shattered by this overwhelming onslaught. At that moment, adult Sasuke broke free from the Genjutsu once more, hastily infusing additional ocular power to restore the form of Susanoo. Illusion, Binding Technique. Adult Sasuke was ensnared in the illusion again. This is impossible. How could he still fall victim to the Genjutsu despite evading the opponent's gaze? While adult Sasuke was astonished, he reacted swiftly, breaking free of the illusion in an instant. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the two circular shurikens had already come within half a meter of adult Sasuke. Suddenly, boom, the ceiling of the cultivation chamber erupted in an instant. Not only that, but the entire ceiling of the Sound Ninja Village was severed by Naruto's technique, the Sage Art, Wind Release, Void Slash. Sunlight cascaded into every corner of the village. Almost instantly, Naruto appeared before the adult Sasuke, redirecting two shuriken with a swift kick, sending them rolling away from Susanoo. At that moment, adult Sasuke finally had a moment to breathe. After catching his breath, he remarked, "Naruto, his enhancement only works in the absence of sunlight. Coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique, our current predicament is far more troublesome than anticipated. Continuing this battle is futile. We should retreat for now." Sasuke sneered. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Is Konoha prepared to face another night? In the midst of their confrontation, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, the situation would undoubtedly change come nightfall. Interestingly, when Naruto first began his training in Sage Mode, he had attempted to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, the intricate theories and stringent requirements for perception left him feeling drowsy, prompting him to abandon the endeavor. He had thought that sheer speed would suffice. But he now realized that was not the case. The true power of space-time ninjutsu could only be grasped through first-hand experience. Thus, he found himself helplessly watching Sasuke, unable to act. "Naruto, at this juncture, we can only retreat to Konoha and prepare for defense," Sasuke stated, and Naruto reluctantly agreed. Subsequently, adult Sasuke opened a dimensional space, enveloping both of them within. Inside this alternate realm lay an endless expanse of desert. However, at the very moment before the space was about to seal completely, adult Sasuke hurled a kunai far into the desert. Heavenly Hand Power. In an instant, Sasuke switched places with the kunai, appearing within the dimensional space, while the kunai fell into the cultivation room. By the time the dimensional space had fully sealed, adult Sasuke warily observed his surroundings while addressing the bewildered Naruto. "Naruto, the Flying Thunder God cannot traverse dimensional boundaries. We must leave him here. Moreover, this realm experiences no night, only perpetual daylight, and the shifting sands cannot bear the Flying Thunder God mark. This is the optimal environment and conditions for subduing him." Naruto could hardly believe it. Just moments ago, he had thought that retreat was the only option. Now, it seemed they could indeed capture Sasuke. His spirits lifted, and it appeared that Sasuke had been outmaneuvered once again. In truth, however, Sasuke had orchestrated this move deliberately. The earlier threat was meant to further provoke adult Sasuke, intensifying their sense of urgency. If his judgment was correct, Sasuke silently expanded his transparent world to its maximum range. Indeed, behind a sand dune several hundred meters away lay a group of individuals: Orochimaru, Kabuto, Kimimaro, Yugo, Karen, and Suigetsu. Among them, apart from Suigetsu and Karen, the other four had reached the level of shadows. Orochimaru had attained the pinnacle of shadow status, while Kimimaro had evolved into a formidable shadow. Though the ninja world has grown formidable, they now face the adult Sasuke. Captured effortlessly and unscathed, they lie in slumber, their faces betraying distress. Adult Sasuke has not only employed Genjutsu to hypnotize them, but also utilized the powers of the Hungry Ghost Path to absorb their chakra. This serves a dual purpose: to replenish his previously expended chakra and to hinder their interference in the impending battle. Sasuke smirks, questioning whether such a trivial amount of chakra necessitates replenishment. He does not argue, instead falling into contemplation. The gains from this encounter are indeed substantial. The chakra from Orochimaru's associates is not only abundant, but also possesses formidable strength, surpassing even his own chakra in its second state. Crucially, this chakra is permanent. Upon absorption, he nearly suffered damage to his lungs and other organs due to its intensity. Fortunately, the Rinnegan allows for further absorption. Most of the chakra energy is contained within the seals of the hungry ghost path, drawn upon only when required. If he can thoroughly refine this chakra and master its condensation method, it will significantly enhance his combat prowess. In the next moment, Sasuke's expression turns icy as he begins to form hand seals. In that instant, Naruto charges towards him, his right fist mere centimeters from Sasuke. Illusion, binding technique. Simultaneously, Sasuke unleashes Jinjutsu upon the two of them. As they become momentarily immobilized, bang! Sasuke successfully creates two shadow clones. His original form enters the complete Susanoo state, delivering a swift kick to Naruto. At that moment, the two opponents break free from the Jinjutsu, just as Naruto is sent flying by Sasuke's kick. Emerging from the smoke. Whoosh! Boom! Naruto, propelled at high speed, causes a tempest to erupt in the desert. Adult Sasuke is utterly astonished. Naruto, in Sage mode, was dispatched with such swiftness? What immense power is required for that? In recent days, adult Sasuke has sparred with Naruto, finding himself entirely outmatched. It even evokes memories of the pressure he felt when facing the Reikage. Each of Naruto's casual strikes carries a tremendous threat, coupled with a speed that is astonishing. Adult Sasuke can observe but is unable to keep pace with his own body. Once in close quarters, he would suffer a devastating blow in mere moments. This very Naruto was knocked away by Sasuke in a single exchange? As the smoke dissipates, adult Sasuke is momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The complete form of Susanoo in a warrior's stance. How did this manifest upon his body? Wait, he can utilize the Raijin armor? Is it possible for the Raijin armor and Susanoo to merge? As adult Sasuke grapples with his astonishment, Sasuke's two clones complete their hand seals. Earth style, super earth flow river. Fire style, super great fire extinguishing technique. These two techniques combine to form a torrent of searing magma. The magma wave towers over 100 meters high and stretches a terrifying kilometer wide, expanding its reach even further with distance. Witnessing this spectacle, one can only anticipate the impending devastation. The combined consumption of these two ninjutsu techniques rivals that of the earth-shattering star. The sheer volume of chakra was astonishing enough to leave the adult Sasuke in awe. Before long, the once desolate desert transformed into a hell of molten lava. Faced with such overwhelming power, Sasuke had no choice but to activate his purple Susanoo and ascend into the sky. In the next moment, a colossal crescent slash, towering over 100 meters, hurtled towards him. The purple Susanoo raised its blade horizontally to block the attack. Boom! The terrifying slash propelled the fully formed purple Susanoo backward through the air for dozens of meters. The crescent strike lingered, refusing to dissipate entirely, and the blade of the Susanoo was even cleaved halfway through. As the purple blade clashed with the crescent attack, a figure enveloped in black lightning suddenly emerged from behind the crescent. This shadowy figure was none other than Sasuke in his divine warrior form, complete with wings, resembling a dark-winged demon. In that instant, Sasuke unleashed a visual distortion technique. Although the adult Sasuke managed to unravel the illusion in a remarkably brief span, it unfortunately proved to be a moment too late. Just as he dispelled the illusion, he found the armored figure of Sasuke standing before him, delivering a devastating kick to the head of the Susanoo. Boom. Crack. The purple Susanoo's head exploded from the force of the kick, gushing blood. The adult Sasuke was sent hurtling backward, plummeting toward the lava below like a cannonball. How could this be possible? A single kick shattered the Susanoo? The shock within Sasuke's heart was far more profound than the pain coursing through his body. At that moment, a glimmer of light appeared from the distance above the lava. In the next instant, this light caught the adult Sasuke. His wings unfurled behind him, and he hovered in midair, looking down upon the two below. Indeed, it was Naruto who had saved the adult Sasuke. Naruto's wind release technique allowed him to fly, albeit at a speed roughly two-thirds that of his ground teleportation. From a lofty vantage point, Sasuke gazed down upon the two individuals, questioning their audacity to attempt to subdue him. To his astonishment, he witnessed the creation of a battlefield tailored to his advantage in an instant. Once more, the adult Sasuke expelled a mouthful of blood. The ninjutsu that Naruto and he wielded primarily encompassed wind, fire, and lightning, rendering them ineffective against the molten lava. Yet, to ascend into the air, he would require the full manifestation of his Susanoo, a feat that would demand immense energy and transform him into a mere target. The adversary's Susanoo not only retained its power, but also vastly outmatched him in speed and agility, particularly when force was concentrated at a single point. Its lethality became terrifyingly pronounced. Naruto's presence would significantly hinder his combat effectiveness, leaving the current situation exceedingly dire. It appeared that he had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Earth Explosion Star. The adult Sasuke gestured with an outstretched hand, aiming at Sasuke from a distance. Above Sasuke's head, a small black sphere materialized out of thin air, instantly emanating an exaggerated gravitational pull. Not only was the speed of release remarkably swift, but its power had also multiplied several times compared to Nagato's from half a year prior. The lava within a kilometer radius was swiftly drawn towards Sasuke in a surrounding manner. In this technique, he had surpassed Nagato. Sasuke remained unfazed as he assessed the situation. In the next moment, Sasuke propelled himself towards the black sphere and unleashed a powerful kick. The sphere was sent hurtling away with tremendous force, heading towards the positions of Naruto and the adult Sasuke, while the previously attracted lava began to encircle them once more. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto had just coalesced a shuriken in his hand, poised to throw it. Heavenly Hand Power. The adult Sasuke suddenly exchanged positions with Naruto and the incoming black sphere, allowing them to effortlessly escape the encirclement of lava. The sphere continued its relentless trajectory downwards towards the lava, while Naruto's shuriken, just released, was now aimed directly at Sasuke. Naruto was taken aback. It was clear that without employing ruthless measures, the adult Sasuke could not be subdued. Sasuke smirked disdainfully, as if to imply that merely being ruthless would suffice to dominate him. Moon Breathing, 12th Form, Crescent Moon Flash. Sasuke imbued his sword with black flames and casually swung it. The black crescent slash surged towards the Raisin Shuriken with lightning speed. In the next moment, an explosive wave of terrifying energy erupted from the point of collision. 1 second later, the black crescent continued its trajectory towards Naruto and the adult Sasuke. The adult Sasuke's pupils contracted. The addition of the Kagaya clan's power to his strike endowed it with an indestructible characteristic. In a clash where energy was insufficient to overwhelm, he would surely not be defeated. However, the black flames posed little challenge for the adult Sasuke. His eyes possessed the ability of black flames at a high level, making him one of the fastest in the ninja world to extinguish them. With a resounding crash, the adult Sasuke first utilized his purple Susanoo to withstand the incoming force. The impact reverberated through the air. As Susanoo suddenly appeared, he was forcefully thrust towards the ground by the black crescent moon. During his descent, the black flames vanished at an observable speed. At that moment, both individuals noticed an enormous, concave passage emerging in the midst of the lava, precisely the area where the Earth Explosion Star had just traversed. This depression spanned 2 to 3 kilometers in width and plunged several hundred meters deep. The ground was devoid of lava or sand, consisting solely of hard rock. This is disastrous. It became evident that his true intention was not to compel us into aerial combat, but rather to create a solid surface suitable for the Flying Thunder God technique. Adult Sasuke's expression soured. While the lava was still molten, Sasuke had forced both of them into aerial combat to deplete their energy. Once the lava cooled, it would solidify into a firm ground, allowing for the use of the Flying Thunder God technique. By then, he and Naruto would be severely exhausted and sluggish in their movements. Yet this young Sasuke seemed to grow even swifter. Faced with such a strategy, adult Sasuke found himself at a loss for a solution. Illusion technique. This place is not. He simultaneously cast on both individuals. God Moon Breathing, 11th Form, Moonstep Lightning Slash. He then transformed into a lightning dragon, instantly dashing towards Naruto. Heavenly Hand Power. However, at the last moment, he was still repositioned by adult Sasuke. Sasuke crashed into the distant ground. Susanoo. Concurrently, adult Sasuke activated the second stage of Susanoo. Boom. The rocks within a 300-meter radius were instantly obliterated. The surface of the purple Susanoo began to crack under the pressure of the residual shockwaves. The terrifying kinetic energy continued to radiate outward, causing further collapse and destruction of the earth. Tremors shook the ground, and it was evident to both that this strike from Sasuke was originally a single-point attack. Yet, under such overwhelming speed, it wreaked extraordinary havoc upon the environment. The consequences of taking this blow head-on would be unimaginable. Even Naruto would suffer severe injuries, if not fatality. Naruto, prepare the tailed beast bomb shuriken. Naruto, taken aback, hesitated to commit. Adult Sasuke, unfazed, urged Naruto. Your attack is the only one capable of inflicting genuine damage on him. After this battle, I do not believe your full power could kill him. so you may attack without reservation. Only by delivering a true blow can we hope to subdue him and protect Konoha. With a solemn nod, Naruto soared into the sky, raising his right hand above his head. Sage Art. When release, Tailed Beast Bomb Shuriken. The core of the shuriken was a pitch-black tailed beast bomb, with 4 curved blades spinning rapidly around it, resembling a luminous disk. Meanwhile, adult Sasuke ascended into the sky with his complete Susanoo, ready to launch an additional attack or counterstrike at any moment. Deep underground, Sasuke entered a state of demonization. Unlike the previous time, he did not reach his peak instantly. It took approximately a second to recover to his utmost condition. The disparity between day and night has diminished significantly compared to the past. Aware of the shuriken in Naruto's hand, Sasuke harbors a sense of caution. His forte lies in the combination of illusion techniques and close combat ninjutsu. However, his most formidable long-range technique, the Crescent Moon Heavenly Charge, is now countered by the adult Sasuke. Engaging Naruto in a direct ninjutsu confrontation would yield little advantage. Instead, he contemplates utilizing the Kamui for a decisive strike, though he prefers to keep its existence concealed for the time being. Thus, he resolves to test Naruto's most powerful attack against his own defensive capabilities. With a decisive gesture, Sasuke forms a hand seal. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently. Countless clods of earth and debris coalesce into over 100 massive earthen dragons, each several meters in diameter, surging toward the 2 figures in the sky. Damn it! He must be hiding within one of these dragons, attempting a close assault. Unfortunately, the slashing strikes of Susanoo would only complicate his search. Adult Sasuke perceives the opponent's intentions, yet finds himself powerless to counter them. The slashes of Susanoo prove ineffective. The lightning Kirin cannot obliterate them all, and the Earth Explosion Star is too slow to execute. Sasuke clearly aims to substitute Naruto's tailed beast bomb shuriken with this earth technique. Naruto, understanding the situation, promptly discards the shuriken containing the Rasengan. In the next instant, an explosive force erupts with the intensity of a nuclear detonation. The Rasengan hurled by Naruto transforms into an immensely expanding sphere of superdense energy, radiating a blinding light that expands to nearly 2 kilometers in diameter before halting. The terrifying shockwaves and gales extend far beyond. Orochimaru and his 6 comrades are lifted into the air by this force, fortunately regaining consciousness mid-flight. They gaze apprehensively at the distant luminous explosion. Mizuki, drenched in cold sweat, exclaims, "What on earth? What have I just witnessed? Is the target at the core of the explosion Sasuke?" Naruto has devoted his training to perfecting the Rasengan, and thankfully, the technique does not disappoint his expectations. Its power is indeed extraordinary. Although the epicenter of the explosion is high in the air, a colossal crater, more than 300 meters below the surrounding terrain, emerges on the ground. Such destructive force would overwhelm any ninja village. Even more daunting is the fact that Naruto can unleash several such attacks in quick succession. Beneath the surface, at the deepest point of the crater, Sasuke's divine armor has nearly vanished. Blood trickles from his mouth, his complexion is pale, and he has lost half of an arm, presenting a rather grim sight. When the energy detonated against the ground, the earth above him disintegrated in an instant, causing his demonic form to revert to that of a human. It appears his defenses were insufficient. He could not withstand even the tailed beast bomb shuriken. In the next moment, Sasuke transforms into an illusion, reappearing from the side, unscathed. It is indeed Izanagi. Since he intends to experiment, he must ensure his safety. The Izanagi activated in Sasuke's left eye can be sustained for up to 10 minutes. Within these fleeting 10 minutes, all adverse elements will be transmuted into dreams. Many netizens before the crossing misunderstood this technique, believing that one eye equated to one life. In truth, one eye signifies a period of invincibility. During this duration, regardless of how many times one perishes, resurrection is assured. However, Sasuke currently wishes to remain discreet and does not require such prolonged maintenance. Thus, he has customized it to merely half a minute. At this moment, the smoke lingers, and no one dares to act rashly. Sasuke patiently awaits the blinding of his left eye. Naruto and the adult Sasuke both feel a sense of reassurance that Sasuke will not perish. Yet a twinge of concern lingers. Meanwhile, from a distance, Orochimaru and his companions observe. "Kirin, let me go? I must save Sasuke-kun." Suigetsu, how terrifying. Truly a monstrous battle. Go. If your past meddling leads to Lord Sasuke's injury, I will kill you. Orochimaru licked his lips. If Sasuke-kun should unfortunately pass away, I shall resurrect him. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Lord Orochimaru, I hope your words ring true regarding genuine resurrection. As seconds elapsed amidst the haze, Sasuke's left eye finally succumbed to blindness. Subsequently, he utilized the Doton technique to burrow underground. In that fleeting moment, his left eye was restored. Then, with a swift motion, Sasuke extracted his left eye, only to promptly reinsert it into its socket. This Izanagi technique possesses a unique characteristic. Although the ghostly form can restore the eye, the unique ocular techniques, ocular power, and vision can all be revived. However, once restored, Izanagi or Izanami cannot be employed again without removing and reinserting the eyeball. Sasuke's understanding is akin to a computer encountering a bug that necessitates a reinstallation. The interval for extracting one's eye amid fierce combat is fraught with peril. This theoretically represents the sole flaw that undermines invincibility. At this juncture, the smoke finally dissipated. The onlookers beheld a disheveled, yet unscathed Sasuke. Could it be that this fellow is entirely unharmed? No, it cannot be. Is he employing Izanagi? The adult Sasuke is thoroughly perplexed. He senses that Izanagi must have been utilized, yet Sasuke's eyes below remain intact. Naruto too feels a sense of disorientation. Although worried for Sasuke's safety, witnessing him unscathed is profoundly disheartening. Both comprehend that even in such circumstances, they remain incapable of overcoming Sasuke. The current situation reveals that neither side can prevail over the other. Naruto begins to attempt a conciliatory approach. Adult Sasuke, what exactly did you experience during the mission in the Land of Waves? How do you know so much? Naruto, growing anxious, retorts, Sasuke, do you not realize that if you continue down this path, you will become the second Uchiha Madara? You will ultimately be exploited and become a sacrificial pawn for the resurrection of Kaguya. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, recognizing that unless he elucidated certain matters, Naruto would remain entangled in confusion. Sasuke then began to reminisce. On the brink of death after replacing your 1,000 needles, my consciousness momentarily transcended time and space, allowing me to glimpse certain future events, and I possess knowledge beyond your comprehension. Both Naruto and the adult Sasuke found this notion bewildering, yet they soon accepted it. Only such an explanation could elucidate Sasuke's peculiar transformation. Puzzled, Naruto inquired, then why are you still so relentless? Your current strength is already formidable. Sasuke retorted disdainfully. What constitutes sufficient strength? He then turned his gaze towards the adult Sasuke. Uncle, in the fragments I witnessed, there will emerge a being named Kaguya Akatsuki in your world. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate both you and Uncle Naruto. A jolt ran through adult Sasuke. He had not anticipated the arrival of yet another Akatsuki. However, he found it difficult to fully trust Sasuke at that moment. Sasuke continued. He even compelled the Nine Tails of that world to unleash its Baryon mode. Upon hearing this mode, Naruto sensed its extraordinary nature. Before he could inquire further, he noticed the Nine Tails wearing a solemn expression. Naruto, this mode is my trump card. No other tailed beast is aware of it. What he claims may indeed be true. Naruto's expression stiffened as he looked seriously at the Nine Tails. This mode must come at a significant cost, right? The Nine Tails hesitated for a moment before replying. It's manageable. Naruto could discern that the Nine Tails was deliberately withholding information and promptly turned to Sasuke, asking, what are the consequences of this mode? Nothing much, merely that the Nine Tails would completely vanish. Subsequently, the uncle was struck blind by the peach blossom within the body of Akatsuki. The ninja world once again descended into chaos. Naruto and adult Sasuke's pupils constricted. Sasuke mockingly queried, Naruto, now tell me again, what does it mean to be sufficiently powerful? The two were plunged into silence. After a moment, Naruto lifted his head once more. I will become stronger. I shall seal the Baryon mode away forever. I will protect Konoha, safeguard the Nine Tails, and defend everything. However, Sasuke, your approach is misguided. Sasuke displayed a sneer once again. Naruto, your conviction and confidence stem from your continual growth and strength. Your current life experience teaches you that hard work yields rewards, growth, and hope. But is reality truly so? Are you more diligent than Lee? Sasuke shook his finger. No. When compared to him, your efforts are negligible. Even I surpass you in diligence, whether it be in this world or in yours. Your strength derives solely from your lineage as a member of the Vortex clan. You possess the Nine Tails and are the reincarnation of Ashura. These attributes form the foundation of your power, allowing your limits to far exceed those of ordinary individuals. With even the slightest growth, your prowess can surpass that of many. Thus, you believe you can overcome all obstacles. However, these advantages also have their limits. When you realize that no matter how hard you strive, your strength cannot further progress. And as others surpass you one by one, despair will inevitably set in. Adult Sasuke, with his profound understanding and open-mindedness, coupled with years of experience, deeply resonates with these sentiments, particularly after both he and Naruto lost the power of the Sage of Six Paths. The feeling of a significant decline in their abilities and their inability to recover from it left them disheartened for a long time. Yet at this moment, Naruto still cannot fully grasp the implications of these words. Sasuke inquires, "What is your true objective?" To which Sasuke responds calmly, "My wish is simple, to hunt down the Akatsuki clan and become the ruler of the universe." Adult Sasuke is taken aback by his counterpart's ambition and audacity. Hunt. Have the Akatsuki become the prey? While he and Naruto focus solely on protecting the ninja world, this individual is contemplating actively hunting the Akatsuki clan. Naruto exclaims, "Sasuke, your actions will only incite greater crises. Only through mutual understanding." Sasuke interrupts, "Speak again once you have completely defeated me." After a moment's pause, Naruto vows, "I will believe in myself. I will prove it to you. Keeping promises is my ninja way." Witnessing Naruto's earnest advice, Sasuke inexplicably feels anger rising within him. It seems to him that Naruto's simplistic words are an affront to his intellect, akin to an inexperienced youth attempting to instruct you on how to face life. Or like some so-called experts suggesting that one should merely rent out a room for extra income or take leisurely drives. They understand nothing yet presume to be wiser, implying that your hardships stem from your own foolishness and that you lack the intelligence they possess. Sasuke cannot help but erupt in laughter. But suddenly his expression turns cold. "I hope you can maintain such confidence. Do not be easily crushed by me." A foreboding sense arises in adult Sasuke. How could Sasuke, trapped in this situation, still possess such bravado? Indeed, neither side can prevail over the other. Even if Sasuke employs his Kamui and other techniques, it would not yield much advantage. The speed of releasing a standard Mangekyou Sharingan is too slow for either of them. Its practical effect pales in comparison to the moon's poison. Sasuke, unwilling to continue the fight, suddenly radiates arcs of electricity, seizing the Kusanagi sword and hurling it toward Orochimaru and his associates. Whoosh! The grass-cutting sword transformed into a fleeting ray of light, vanishing from the trio's sight. In the next instant, Sasuke disappeared from his original position, reappearing at the location of the grass-cutting sword before sinking into the ground. In his ghostly state, he exchanged the moon poison eye for the Kamui eye. As the Flying Thunder God technique states, as the mature Sasuke mentioned, it indeed cannot traverse space. However, Kamui allows for the creation of openings between two spaces. Once an opening is made, the Flying Thunder God can facilitate instantaneous movement. This was the very technique Sasuke employed when he first entered Kamui's realm. After mastering it, he could transition without the Flying Thunder God. As long as he leapt before the Kamui vortex dissipated, he could achieve the transfer. At that moment, Sasuke hurled the grass-cutting sword towards Orochimaru and the others once more. Approximately 1 or 2 seconds later, Sasuke disappeared from his place again, simultaneously reappearing before Orochimaru and his companions. "Lord Sasuke, Sasuke-kun." The expressions of the six were somewhat unnatural, filled with a sense of guilt towards Sasuke. He had significantly enhanced their abilities, yet they had not anticipated being so easily overpowered, inadvertently causing Sasuke to venture into this world for their sake. It was understandable that they were now at a disadvantage against him. They should return to the shinobi world first. Suddenly, a semi-transparent spatial vortex emerged within Kamui's realm. The six were unfazed, following Sasuke into the vortex. Orochimaru sighed, "Sasuke-kun, the cells of Hashirama." Sasuke replied with a cold smirk, "It matters not. This night, I shall use the entirety of Konoha as collateral for Hashirama's cells." Moments later, the adult Sasuke and Naruto arrived at that location. The adult Sasuke sensed a far more potent spatial fluctuation, his expression shifting dramatically. "This is bad. He possesses more than just the Flying Thunder God. By nightfall, Konoha will be in peril." Naruto was taken aback. How could this happen? The adult Sasuke furrowed his brow. "Naruto, there is but one way to protect Konoha now." A foreboding sensation washed over Naruto. What way? The adult Sasuke produced a sealing scroll, stating, "At this point, only you and I absorbing Hashirama's cells can contend with him at night. No, I refuse to follow in his footsteps. This is the path of the ninja I wish to prove," Naruto argued. Even if you could one day possess power that surpasses him, it is too late now. If we do not elevate our strength sufficiently at this moment, Konoha will vanish by nightfall. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Iruka, Hinata, Shikamaru. They will all disappear. At that moment, Naruto felt like a lost soul. By implanting Hashirama's cells, he would forsake his own ninja way. Yet, refusing to do so would mean the end for Konoha. He remained in the desert for more than half an hour, lost in thought. Finally, he lifted his head. To protect Konoha, to safeguard everyone, I must implant it now. With a decisive bang, the adult Sasuke unsealed the scroll. Several exquisite cultivation dishes appeared before them. The two of them retrieved syringes and injected the cells into their own bodies. The adult Sasuke had previously undergone the injection of Hashirama's cells during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Now, absorbing these cells, which were infinitely closer to Hashirama's original form, was far easier for him than for an ordinary person. Boom. As an adult, Sasuke felt his physique rapidly strengthening and his chakra surging exponentially. He initially believed that his advancement would be smoother. However, the transformation on Naruto's side was even more astonishing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sasuke activated a spatial vortex with his right eye, allowing several shadow clones to traverse through it. Subsequently, he unleashed his complete Susanoo, drawing back a colossal longbow that towered several meters high. The Susanoo then sprouted an additional right hand, inscribing the flying thunder god seal onto the arrow. Whoosh! The immense black arrow, reminiscent of a bolt of lightning, soared into the night sky. In the next instant, Sasuke transported himself onto the arrow using the flying thunder god technique, poised to launch himself from the Sound Ninja Village toward Konohagakure. Minutes later, Sasuke atop the arrow caught sight of the Hokage Rock in Konoha. Suddenly, a towering ancient tree erupted from the ground at the outskirts of Konoha, obstructing the arrow's path. The trunk of this colossal tree was nearly 100 meters in circumference. Sasuke's pupils constricted, and his entire body was enveloped in the armor of a war god as he floated in midair. Boom! The massive arrow pierced through the giant tree, continuing its trajectory toward Konoha. Yet, in the next moment, after passing through the tree, the arrow became ensnared by countless vines, ultimately being pulled back before it could travel far. Whoosh! Abruptly, the adult Sasuke appeared atop the giant tree. He raised his pair of purple Rinnegan eyes to gaze at his younger self. So you have indeed come. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly. Where's Naruto? The adult Sasuke replied. Naruto is on the verge of completing his transformation. Ha ha, ha ha. The younger Sasuke's cold smile morphed into manic laughter. Once he had laughed enough, his expression turned serious as he addressed the Hokage Rock. Naruto, did you not vow to uphold your ninja way? Have you already abandoned it in less than an afternoon? The adult Sasuke responded, you are far too dangerous. To protect Konoha, we have no choice but to proceed this way. I have surpassed even my peak combat strength, and Naruto is stronger than I am. You should relinquish your quest for vengeance against Konoha. For the sake of protecting Konoha, is that truly the only option? The actions of Naruto and the adult Sasuke felt all too familiar, reminiscent of protagonists in many tales who seize opportunities. It was a revelation from another perspective. The younger Sasuke smirked mockingly. Am I truly dangerous? Did I ever intend to obliterate Konoha from the outset? You came to the Sound Ninja Village and seized my achievements. Yet you claim, we had no other choice. I now realize that individuals like you are astonishingly hypocritical. Sasuke had contemplated such a scenario before, but witnessing the actual implantation of Hashirama's cells with his own eyes felt like a cruel twist of fate. It seems he has become a mere unfortunate archetype of a villain. Naruto, radiating his protagonist's aura, has inadvertently drawn the spotlight onto himself. This adult Sasuke even partook in some of the aftermath. Shingeki 12th form crescent moon slash in an instant, Sasuke unsheathed his sword, delivering a colossal black crescent slash that stretched over 100 meters in length and several meters in width. The attack expanded rapidly during its initial flight. Yet as it approached adult Sasuke, the black flames dissipated at an alarming rate. By the time the impact reached adult Sasuke, it had transformed into a mere shockwave. Whoosh! Subsequently, adult Sasuke hurled a kunai into the sky. Celestial hand power the immense crescent slash, and the kunai abruptly exchanged positions, hurtling straight upwards. In the next moment, Sasuke appeared beside adult Sasuke, his right hand wielding the Kusanagi sword, mere inches from his neck. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, an overwhelming repulsive force struck Sasuke's entire being. It felt as though his attack had come to a standstill. This Shinra Tensei's force was magnitude stronger than Nagato's original technique. 1 second later, bang! Both individuals were propelled away by this force. Sasuke reverted to his full Susanoo form, flapping its wings vigorously to counter the impact. Nevertheless, he was still launched nearly a kilometer away. Adult Sasuke, on the other hand, crashed through the towering tree, vanishing into the distance toward the other side of Konoha. Remarkably, the injuries sustained by adult Sasuke from the collision with the colossal tree began to heal rapidly, a testament to his inherited ability for self-regeneration from Hashirama's cells. Although the range of this Shinra Tensei was not excessively vast, its localized power eclipsed that of Nagato's original Shinra Tensei. Truly, the legacy of Hashirama's cells was evident. Yet, it appeared that adult Sasuke had not fully acclimated to this sudden surge in power. Shingetsuki 11th form Thunder Moon Chase / a tremendous thunderous energy enveloped the completed Susanoo. In an instant, a black Susanoo manifested before the violet one. Its lengthy black blade poised against the forehead of the latter. However, at that moment, a wooden figure emerged from within the violet Susanoo. A Susanoo encasing a wooden figure. This occurrence was unprecedented. Moreover, the intensity was not inferior to that of Obito's monstrous beasts. Yet, atop the wooden figure, adult Sasuke remained astonished. He had not anticipated that Sasuke's Susanoo could flawlessly replicate the mobility of a physical body. Celestial hand power. Boom. The violet Susanoo in the wooden figure's head were severed in a single stroke. In the next instant, the wooden figure suddenly extended 2 wooden dragons and hundreds of thick vines, ensnaring the black Susanoo. Upon contact, these wooden appendages began to swiftly absorb chakra from the black Susanoo. Shingetsuki 5th form Moon Spirit Cataclysm, the black Susanoo remained motionless, yet around it, hundreds of massive crescent slashes materialized. These strikes were densely packed, resembling a colossal vortex, and were accompanied by countless circular blades. The swordsmanship was unleashed by the complete form of Susanoo, instantly amplifying its range 1,000-fold. The consumption was equally immense. It was only through the demon body's extraordinary regenerative capabilities that such feats could be sustained. The terrifying slash enveloped an area nearly a kilometer wide. The tendrils and wooden dragon extended by the wooden man were cleaved into chunks of varying lengths, plummeting from the sky toward Konoha. Even the purple Susanoo and the wooden man were left riddled with wounds. Yet, these injuries began to heal at a visible pace in the next moment. Within the mouth of the wooden man, the adult Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him, having narrowly escaped being bisected. However, he now possessed a profound understanding of the nocturnal Sasuke. It appeared that engaging in a war of attrition would not guarantee victory over Sasuke. Nonetheless, Sasuke's movements did not cease. God Moon Breathing, 10th form, Crescent Slash, Leaf Seam Remnant Moon. During the day, this technique had nearly shattered the adult Sasuke's Susanoo. The black Susanoo swung its sword, generating 2 crescent saw blades, each several hundred meters in diameter. These crescent blades spun at high speed, accompanied by countless crescent edges ranging from several to dozens of meters in length. The adult Sasuke's pupils constricted, seal technique absorption. The colossal purple Susanoo extended its arms, a massive luminous membrane forming around its surface. From the heights of Konoha, the purple Susanoo resembled a glowing giant statue. The people of Konoha gazed up at the battle in the sky, even feeling a surge of reverence. In the heavens, when the 2 saw blades made contact with the luminous membrane, they halted their advance, their rotational speed diminishing as their energy gradually fused into the membrane. At that moment, the black Susanoo sheathed its long blade and formed hand seals. Fire release, great flame extinction. The blazing white flames expelled by the black Susanoo were ignited by black fire, instantly transforming into a sea of black flames. Regrettably, this black sea of fire could also be absorbed by the adult Sasuke's sealing technique. Nagato was unable to absorb it, but the Rinnegan, possessing the power of Amaterasu, could. Realizing the futility of this maneuver, Sasuke ceased his fiery assault, decisively controlling Susanoo to draw a bow, inscribing the flying thunder god mark onto the arrow. Whoosh! Bang! A black arrow abruptly pierced through the black flames, penetrating the wooden man's throat. The arrow's tip had already breached the back of the wooden man's neck, mere inches from the adult Sasuke. Almost simultaneously, the distant black giant Susanoo vanished. Sasuke, clad in black warrior armor, appeared at the tip of the black arrow. This position was within the blind spot of the adult Sasuke's perspective. At that moment, The black sea of flames before the adult Sasuke had yet to be completely extinguished. In the following instant, puff! Sasuke's right hand, wielding the Kusanagi sword, pierced through the chest of the adult Sasuke. His left hand gouged out the adult Sasuke's left eye. Squeak! Sasuke continuously infused electricity into the Kusanagi sword with his right hand, simultaneously tilting his head back, preparing to consume the adult Sasuke's left eye. However, the adult Sasuke merely glared with his right eye. Causality. Puff. The positions of Sasuke and the adult Sasuke suddenly reversed. All the attacks and injuries recently sustained by the adult Sasuke were instantly transferred to Sasuke himself. At this moment, Sasuke held his own left eye in his hand, while the Kusanagi sword was thrust into his chest. Behind him, the adult Sasuke extended a hand towards him, and as that right hand approached within 5 centimeters, Flying Thunder God, being touched by the adult Sasuke, who possessed the Rinnegan, was an exceedingly perilous affair. Sasuke was transported directly from Konoha back to the Sound Village. In that fleeting instant, his left eye had fully restored, yet it bore no tomo. After swallowing his left Mangekyou, the 6-pointed star pattern reverted. The ocular power contained within was equivalent to the maximum mana capacity. Upon loss, such power would diminish, causing the eye to downgrade. Should it fail to be reabsorbed, it would necessitate a gradual ascent once more. Sasuke had once contemplated exploiting a glitch to infinitely refresh the Mangekyou. Thus, this method was rendered unfeasible. Returning to the present, Sasuke withdrew the Kusanagi sword from his chest. In less than a second, his injuries had completely healed. His recent maneuver had it truly reversed causality? Nonetheless, this eye of mine shares capabilities akin to his. When I ascend to the Rinnegan, I shall wield such a technique as well few. Fortunately, I had a contingency plan ready. Bang! 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 Suddenly, far away in Konoha, Sasuke's shadow clones erupted. A smile crept across Sasuke's face. Naruto would have no opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. These shadow clones had initially traversed Kamui to appear around Konoha. The adult Sasuke was engaged in battle there. Naruto remained oblivious to his own transformation. Others were wholly unaware of Sasuke's clones. During the clash of the main body, the shadow clones seized the moment to infiltrate Konoha and obliterate the sealing scroll. Even the 3 subordinates of the 4th Hokage were slain by Sasuke's clones. To thwart a second onslaught from the adult Sasuke and Naruto upon the Sound Village the following day, Sasuke hastily summoned the Sound Ninja. Then, with a Flying Thunder God, he transported everyone to another branch base. This site, visited by Sasuke and Orochimaru 6 months prior, was the village hidden in dreams within the Land of the Moon. This nation was now effectively under the control of Sasuke and Orochimaru. Sasuke felt that this branch base was the only sanctuary. This base had been fortuitously seized due to his presence. Surely, the adult Sasuke was aware of the other branch bases. How infuriating, to be compelled to flee with his comrades. Sasuke ground his teeth in resentment. Orochimaru was utterly astonished. Konoha had managed to corner Sasuke to such an extent. However, upon reflection, it was likely their own shortcomings that had hindered them. How vexing. The illustrious Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had become a mere burden. Before long after Sasuke had relayed everything, he departed alone. Traversing through time and space was not solely the domain of Boruto's exploits. The power to transcend time also resided within the 7th Naruto movie, The Lost Tower. It was located in the ancient kingdom of Lulan, on the border of the Wind Country. However, it had long since vanished, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. The secret of the Dragon Vein is of utmost significance. Sasuke did not disclose this to Orochimaru and the others, thus he infiltrated Mangekyou alone. Subsequently, he hypnotized Chiyo and, upon learning about the general location of the ancient country of Lulan, ventured there on his own. Everything Sasuke did went unnoticed. After 3 days of investigation, he finally arrived at the site where the Dragon Vein was sealed. Fortunately, during the past 6 months, Sasuke had trained in various sealing techniques using shadow clones. He quickly discerned the sealing arrangements present. First, he established a more concealed Flying Thunder God cube barrier around the area. This barrier resembled a cube composed of 6 interconnected Flying Thunder God guiding techniques, capable of obscuring all forms of perception. If anyone from the outside touched one side, they would be silently transported to the opposite side. Currently, no one in the ninja world, apart from Sasuke, could locate the Dragon Vein. After conducting a series of unsealing arrangements, he initiated the release. A torrent of chakra suddenly erupted from the formation on the ground, only to vanish in the next moment. Had it Traverse time? Sasuke tentatively sensed the flying thunder god mark outside the barrier, but found no trace of any external marks. It seemed he had indeed crossed over, though he was unsure of the current temporal juncture. The time point of the dragon vein's traversal was elusive, with deviations potentially reduced to within a month being a remarkable feat. After meticulously checking the surroundings for any discrepancies, Sasuke opened a space vortex using Kimui. Upon passing through the vortex, he found himself above Hokage Rock. The rock showed no signs of having been cleaved. The statues of the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage were intact, while the statue of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had only just begun to occupy the most basic space. Indeed, this was a parallel world. The theory of temporal paradoxes was not applicable here. Sasuke recalled the time paradox he had once encountered, a person traveling to the past to kill their grandmother. Before the traverse, he felt that such occurrences were impossible in the universe. The true timeline could not be traversed. What was termed time travel merely led to the past of another parallel world, even if that individual killed their grandmother in the alternate reality. Upon returning to their original timeline, nothing would change. This was indeed splendid news. He could eliminate Danzo and seize Shirsue's eye and Kakashi's Kimui. However, these matters would have to wait until after he completed his primary objectives. Transforming, Sasuke stealthily navigated through Konoha. As he walked, he observed young Naruto bidding farewell to Sakura, giving a thumbs up and promise. Outside the gates of Konoha stood Neji, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. A slight smirk appeared on Sasuke's lips. It turned out he had traversed to this specific moment. The original narrative's Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End. Sasuke quietly followed these young warriors. Before long, Choji volunteered to stay behind for a one-on-one duel with Jirobo. Sasuke also left a shadow clone to watch the match. After some time, Neji too chose to remain and engage in a duel with Kidamaru. Soon, Juanma made his appearance. The parallel Sasuke of this world sprang forth from a bamboo tube, rushing towards the Sound Ninja. At that moment, Xiaoli timely intervened to engage Juanma in battle. Naruto, in a frenzy, pursued the parallel Sasuke. Everything unfolded just as it did in the original narrative. Subsequently, the main Sasuke utilized the Earth Release technique to conceal himself within the statue of Madara, observing the clash between Sasuke and Naruto. During this observation, the main Sasuke was devoid of the original Sasuke's memories. The entire scene flowed seamlessly. Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails while Sasuke underwent a transformation into the Three-Tomo Sharingan. Naruto donned the One-Tail Cloak, and Sasuke activated his second state. The two then launched into their final confrontation. The black Chidori collided with the purple Rasengan, producing an immense energy that severed the waterfall. After a considerable time, the waterfall resumed its flow. Ultimately, Sasuke emerged victorious by a stroke of luck. Witnessing their battle, the main Sasuke mused. This is the level of power that children should possess. Sasuke knelt before Naruto, casting a lingering glance before unsteadily making his way towards the Sound Village. The main Sasuke looked on in disbelief, questioning the absurdity of it all. What nonsense was this? That wasn't Tsunade lying there. What was with the ambiguity? Whoosh, whoosh. Kakashi and Pakken arrived fashionably late. After surveying the battlefield, Kakashi was taken aback by the intensity of their fight. Subsequently, he carried the unconscious Naruto back towards Konoha. Just as Kakashi departed, a figure emerged slowly from a corner beneath the waterfall, a man with a pitcher plant on his shoulder. One half of his face was white, while the other was black. Clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, it was none other than Akatsuki's Yaiba, Zetsu. The main Sasuke longed to leap out and greet him with a casual, "Long time no see." Alas, he could not. Thus, the main Sasuke merely concealed his presence and quietly followed Zetsu out of the land of fire. From daylight to the depths of night, the main Sasuke trailed Zetsu to a certain cave. This cave was the very site where Obito had transplanted Itachi's eyes into Sasuke in the original story. One wall was lined with hundreds of crimson Sharingan. It was unfathomable what Obito felt gazing upon these eyes each day. Within the cave, Obito sat silently in one corner, accompanied by several white Zetsu. Zetsu remarked, although Uchiha Sasuke isn't on par with Itachi, his potential is considerable and could be utilized in the future. Listening to Zetsu's report, Obito activated the Sharingan in the hole of his mask, lamenting, if only Itachi didn't he have so many thoughts. Suddenly, a whisper echoed from behind Obito, "Obito, I miss you." Instantly, both Obito and Zetsu were on high alert. With a sudden whoosh, Obito's mask disintegrated, and his right eye was swiftly removed. If unfavorable factors were to occur, activating Izanagi afterward would not alter the circumstances. This was a detail the main Sasuke discovered after numerous attempts. The main Sasuke swallowed the eye of Kamui he held, instantly amplifying his ocular power significantly. The dual Kamui had finally converged. Suddenly, Sasuke realized that the two Kamui spaces were not interconnected, and he could not develop any derivative techniques such as Kamui Raikiri. It appeared that only dual Kamui from the same realm constituted a shared space. Then, under the astonished gazes of Obito and the others, Sasuke unveiled 6 eyes, 5 of which were Sharingan. Just as Obito and Kaguya prepared to flee, Sasuke coldly uttered 3 words, "Do not move." An overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from him. Except for Kaguya and Obito, the inferior white Zetsu collapsed under the pressure of his chakra and killing intent. Kaguya was further astonished, even feeling a pang of fear. Obito, in shock, exclaimed, "How do you know I am Obito? How do you know Rin?" Sasuke grinned cruelly. "Would you like to know? I won't tell you." In an instant, Sasuke struck like lightning, cleaving Obito in 2. At that moment, Kaguya attempted to escape. Illusion, binding technique. Instantly, Kaguya was rooted to the spot. "Kaguya, though I wish to save your mother, this time it cannot be done, so you shall perish as well." Boom. Flames of darkness ignited around Kaguya, yet she remained immobile. With eternal eyes and 3 Sharingan, Kaguya found herself utterly powerless, consumed by the unquenchable black fire until nothing remained. Obito, too, was nearing his end. Sasuke seized the half of Obito's body that had merged with the wood release and cast it into the Kamui space. He then collected an entire wall of Sharingan into the same realm. Subsequently, he indifferently inscribed a summoning array on the ground and dragged over a white Zetsu. Moments later, as Obito's life slipped away, Sasuke began to slowly form hand seals. At that instant, Obito's spirit caught sight of Rin in the Pure Land. Just as Rin greeted him with a smile, the next moment, Edo Tensei. Obito's consciousness returned to that cave. Obito was resurrected, but his mind had become vacant. "Welcome back to the world of ninjas. From now on, you shall never die, nor will you feel physical pain. Regardless of whether the years pass by in tens, hundreds, or thousands, you will never see Rin again. Oh, and one more thing, the anguish of the mind cannot be alleviated." Obito was utterly dazed. At that fleeting moment when he saw Rin smile, he had felt that death was his ultimate refuge. Now, he could not die. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he cried, "Who are you? Why do you treat me this way? Why so cruel?" Sasuke chuckled softly, closing 4 of his additional eyes, dispelling the transformation technique. "You are Uchiha Sasuke?" Obito stammered in confusion. Sasuke sneered, "Indeed, you guessed correctly. Now, allow me to send you to the stars." Bang, bang. Firstly, Sasuke imposed a sealing technique to restrict Obito's mobility. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed as Sasuke soared into the dim sky, carrying Obito with him. "Regardless of life or death, or even the most fundamental physical distance, I will ensure that you remain far removed from her in truth. Rin harbored feelings for you during her lifetime, but alas, you made her wait too long. Is there a prohibition against self-harm engraved upon your heart? Yet, you wielded Kamui quite effectively in battle, did you not? You had numerous opportunities to embrace death, yet you failed to cherish them suddenly." Obito felt an overwhelming surge of dread. "I was wrong, Sasuke. Everything I did became clear to me after I just died." Sasuke retorted. If apologies held any weight, why bother with ninjas at all? Moments later, Sasuke sensed a diminishing gravitational pull. God Moon breathing, 11th form, Moonstep, Thunder Throw. After saying his farewells, Sasuke employed the breathing technique to launch Obito into outer space. In the void of space, there is no resistance. Obito would continue to fly at such velocity until he eventually lands on a planet where he might finally come to a halt. Sasuke eased his tumultuous emotions and smiled faintly. "I truly am a great hero. The crisis of this world has silently dissipated. The conclusion for this world's Hokage simply involves Naruto and me jointly defeating Nagato." Sasuke grinned mischievously. Originally, in his primary world, he intended to have Nagato resurrect Madara, and then utilize Madara to bring Kaguya back. Thus, he had no inclination towards those Rinnegan eyes. However, this parallel world was different. He had no intention of lingering here for long. Those readily available Rinnegan could indeed be reclaimed. Moreover, once Nagato entered the Edo Tensei state, he could achieve his utmost combat prowess without hindering Naruto and Sasuke's ultimate ascent to heroism. Truly a double advantage. In the next moment, Sasuke transformed to resemble a beetle and, using Kimui, transported himself to a building within the Rain Village. Before him stood a pale-haired man and a stunning woman with blue-purple hair. Madara, is there something you wish to convey this time? Conan inquired, standing beside Nagato. Sasuke spoke. I have recently mastered a technique that brings Nagato closer to divinity. Nagato, while your ideology is commendable, your lifespan is finite. This method can grant you infinite chakra and eternal life, allowing you to perpetually pose a threat to the ninja world, thereby maintaining peace. Nagato and Conan were taken aback, their expressions increasingly skeptical. Is there truly such a technique? Sasuke candidly replied. Have you heard of Orochimaru resurrecting the first and second Hokage amidst the collapse of Konoha? Nagato fell into contemplation. Conan furrowed her brow, questioning the nature of this method. Wouldn't that merely render him a puppet? Sasuke asserted. As long as Nagato himself performs the technique, he shall not become a puppet. Nagato, intrigued, responded, I would perform the technique myself? Sasuke, indeed, you shall employ the reanimation jutsu upon yourself. Given that your vessel is your own body, you will be able to manifest your full potential flawlessly. Furthermore, your thoughts shall remain untainted by external influences, freeing you from the fear of becoming a puppet to others. Nagato inquired curiously, is there any cost involved? Sasuke replied, upon performing the reanimation jutsu, you will lose certain physical sensations, you will not age. You will be incapable of procreation, and while your strength will not diminish, it will also cease to advance, leaving you with a somewhat pallid complexion. Pausing momentarily, Sasuke pointed at Nagato's eyes. As part of our transaction, I require your eyes. Before Conan and Nagato could react, Sasuke swiftly gouged out Nagato's eyes. Conan gasped in shock and hurriedly unleashed paper shurikens at Sasuke. Alas, the paper projectiles passed through Sasuke's form without effect. Nagato remained silent, exhaling slowly. Conan, cease your actions. Mr. Obito, can you now enlighten me on the next steps? Certainly. After a detailed explanation, Nagato mastered the reanimation jutsu. Reanimation. In the next instant, Nagato's body began to crack and then shattered into a multitude of paper fragments. Just as Conan suspected that Sasuke had deceived them, these fragments coalesced back into Nagato. Moreover, the Rinnegan had returned. At this moment, Nagato in his reanimated form was even more powerful than in the original narrative. Nagato maintained his stoic demeanor. Mr. Obito, thank you. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Now, please assist me in contacting Itachi. I have matters to discuss with him. Understood. After Nagato sent the message, 2 minutes later, he informed Sasuke of Itachi's location. In the next moment, Sasuke vanished from his position, only to reappear moments later atop a mountain. Itachi and Kisame regarded Sasuke's impersonation of Obito with familiarity. Sasuke addressed Kisame. Step aside for now. I have something to discuss with Itachi. After exchanging a glance with Itachi, Kisame turned and descended the mountain. Itachi, what brings you to me? Sasuke smiled softly from behind his mask. No need to be so aloof, Itachi. Itachi remained unfazed, his gaze cold upon Sasuke. Are you familiar with parallel universes? Itachi pondered briefly. I have not heard of them, but by the literal meaning, it should refer to another world with a high degree of similarity to this one. Precisely. The Obito in your world has already been eliminated by me. As he spoke, Sasuke transformed back into his original form. Itachi's pupils contracted in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. SAS. Sasuke? Sasuke offered a faint smile. Yes, I am your prideful parallel brother. Itachi remained bewildered. What is happening? This explanation would take too long. Let us communicate through genjutsu instead. In the next instant, Sasuke cast a dream-stealing technique upon Itachi. After several moments, both emerged from the illusion. Itachi summoned the left eye of the Sharingan and presented it to Sasuke. After an extensive dialogue, the psychological burden on Itachi diminished significantly, and he became more resolute in confronting Sasuke. Ultimately, the two bid farewell. Sasuke returned to Konoha, concealing himself. Half a month later, a sudden flash of white light illuminated the skies above the forests surrounding Konoha. Soon after, two travelers emerged within the village. One was the one-armed hero, Uchiha Sasuke, and the other was Boruto, who bore a resemblance to Naruto. Upon their arrival in Konoha, they encountered numerous familiar faces, and Sasuke had crossed paths with them several times before. This adult Sasuke and Boruto hailed from a parallel universe, distinct from the Sasuke he had previously interacted with. With an infinite number of parallel worlds, this seemed quite ordinary. As the arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki became inevitable, It was time for Danzo's right eye to be reclaimed. However, this time, it was crucial to proceed without drawing too much attention. Utilizing his Kamui and the ability to traverse dimensions, Sasuke stealthily infiltrated Danzo's quarters. In a fleeting moment, he cast the dream-seizing curse, plunging Danzo into a deep slumber. Sasuke swiftly extracted Danzo's right eye, Kodo Amatsukami, along with all the Sharingan embedded in his right arm. He then replaced them with glass marbles and, from a scroll, retrieved a syringe to inject Danzo with Kinshiki's blood, introducing a viral affliction. According to Orochimaru's previous research and experimental results, Sasuke deduced that for the first 2 years, the wood-release cells would mitigate the effects of the blood disease in Danzo. However, after the 3rd year, as Danzo's energy waned significantly, the Hashirama cells would begin to rebel. Yet, it would not lead to an immediate demise. Instead, Danzo would gradually become a true vegetative state, retaining consciousness yet unable to communicate or act. Should the Hashirama cells be excised, he would succumb to Kinshiki's affliction over time. Returning to the present, the true dual Mangekyou Sharingan still required Kakashi's Kamui Eye. The following day, Kakashi was set to embark on a mission, and Sasuke silently trailed him. As they escorted their target to the destination, Sasuke seized the opportunity to snatch Kakashi's left eye. This time, Kakashi had no chance to resist. At last, the dual Mangekyou Sharingan had been truly assembled. Sasuke, utilizing Kamui, returned to the Uchiha Underground Palace, poised for transformation and fusion. With an abundance of eyes at his disposal, he took stock. His original Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan consisted of Tsukuyomi and Kagaya's power. The eyes acquired from the main world were Kodo Amatsukami and Kamui. From the past parallel worlds, he possessed dual Kamui, dual Kodo Amatsukami, and dual Purple Rinnegan. In this context, it appeared that the 2 eyes obtained from the main world found themselves in a somewhat precarious position. Their formidable abilities seemed wasted if merely utilized for evolving other Mangekyou into eternal forms. After contemplation, he decided to retain them for the time being. With a decisive motion, Sasuke extracted the 2 Mangekyou Sharingan acquired from the main world and placed them into a cultivation dish. Then, he inserted the 4 kaleidoscopes seized from this parallel world. The 6 eyes of the first version were finally complete. Next, the process of further evolution would commence. Sasuke retrieved the Rinnegan, which he had taken from Nagato. Which pair of eyes should undergo transformation? It is said that the Rinnegan of Tsutsuki Kagaya possesses time-related abilities. The synergy of time with the space of Kamui should be even more harmonious. Madara's Limbo, Border Jail merely serves to defeat weaker opponents. Its limitations are inferior to the eyes of Sasuke in the original narrative. Hence, this pair of Rinnegan would serve as nourishment for the metamorphosis of the primary eyes. In the next moment, Sasuke consumed the pair of Rinnegan. A terrifying ocular power surged through him. The strength contained within these eyes was nearly equivalent to the total of his current 6 eyes. Truly, Madara is formidable. Soon, the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan of the primary body transformed into a pair of purple 3-tomo Rinnegan. He sensed the unique abilities of the dual eyes. The left eye was distinct from the original Sasuke's. It did not possess the ability of the Heavenly Hand power. The capability of the left eye was fixed distance teleportation. Within a span of 5 seconds, he could teleport a total distance of 1 kilometer, with no limit on the number of uses. For instance, if he teleported 1 kilometer at once, he would need to wait 5 seconds to release it again. If he averaged 10 meters per teleport, he could teleport 100 times within 5 seconds. Similarly, if he averaged 1 meter, he could teleport 1,000 times in 5 seconds. He could also execute high-level maneuvers combining normal attacks with teleportation. Moreover, there were no coordinates, making it unpredictable. To counter this, one would need to employ a high-intensity area attack with a radius exceeding 1 kilometer. How terrifying! How absurd! However, the energy consumption for each teleportation was equivalent to executing a single use of the shifting Kamui. If utilized too frequently, the depletion would indeed be staggering. If Kakashi from the early days of Naruto were to use it, he would faint after just 2 teleports. The ability of the other eye was named Causality Power. It could reflect the damage and status inflicted within 5 seconds back onto the assailant. The cooldown time was 50 seconds. As expected, the right eye possessed the same abilities as the adult Sasuke's Rinnegan. This power was utterly terrifying for a human, a divine technique for counterattacks. 2 days later, spatial fluctuations reappeared at the outskirts of Konohagakure. This time, Sasuke was also able to sense them. Subsequently, adult Sasuke, Boruto, Jiraiya, and others quickly gathered by Naruto's side. Tsutsuki Kagaya finally made her appearance. Main Sasuke silently positioned himself in the distance, waiting for an opportunity to act. When Kagaya spoke, her voice reminded Sasuke of Zoro from One Piece. This slightly improved his impression of Kagaya. However, he did not anticipate that. After merely observing their skirmish for a brief moment, main Sasuke began to doubt whether he had fallen under an illusion. The battle unfolding before him was simply inconceivable. Although adult Sasuke lacked six-path chakra, he should at least possess power at the Super Shadow level. His own strength was comparable to that of the adult Sasuke he fought. Yet, the prowess of the opponent before him was vastly superior. The disparity was astonishing. Casually deploying a skill, he exclaimed, my chakra is depleted. The existence of Tsutsuki Urashiki is indeed perplexing. I had anticipated that a member of the Tsutsuki clan, without consuming the fruit, would at least possess the foundational strength of a Kage. However, what is this Urashiki? His capabilities merely reflect the level of a novice shadow? Despite possessing the Rinnegan, he resorts to fleeing? His combat skills and awareness are woefully inadequate. It is no wonder he is considered a disgrace to the Tsutsuki clan. Can this entity truly compensate for the loss of Hashirama's cells? Sasuke genuinely harbored doubts. This also illustrates that no matter how lofty one's starting point, a lackadaisical attitude will yield no results. Slap. Sasuke struck himself, confirming he was neither ensnared in an illusion nor dreaming. The 5 individuals on the battlefield simultaneously halted, turning towards the source of the sound. A simple transformation ensued, and Sasuke emerged from the forest. Assuming the appearance of a human version of Kokushibo, no chakra fluctuations, it appears he is indeed an ordinary warrior. The others exchanged glances, forming a preliminary understanding. Jiraiya remarked, "A warrior? You must leave. This is no place for you." Adult Sasuke interjected, "It's perilous here. You should depart." Sasuke cast a dispassionate glance at the group. Indeed, it was dangerous, but that was only for them. Boruto, puzzled, inquired, Big brother here. The group watched as Sasuke began to draw his sword. Just as they sensed Sasuke was overstepping, and Jiraiya prepared to intervene, thud. Urashiki's head was seized by Sasuke from behind. Sasuke's right hand slowly returned the blade to its sheath. He had not utilized any teleportation, nor activated any buffs. He simply employed a swift wind technique to deliver a straightforward strike. The remaining 4 were taken aback. This speed was astonishing. Only adult Sasuke could perceive the trajectory of his prior movement. Sasuke suddenly turned, revealing his purple, 3-tomo Rinnegan. Genjutsu, Rinnegan. In an instant, the 4 present fell unconscious. Sasuke mused. I had expected this adult Sasuke would at least possess some resistance to Genjutsu. I had no intention of harming you, but seeing your utter incompetence. Those eyes are wasted in your sockets. Thud. Sasuke extracted the 2 eyes from adult Sasuke and replaced them with 2 3-tomo Rinnegan. He injected a drop of blood from a source demon to facilitate his adaptation to the Sharingan, simultaneously countering any future side effects from awakening the Mangekyou. TSK, TSK, TSK. One must truly leverage the value of good items with a Flying Thunder God technique. Sasuke returned to the Uchiha Underground Hall. He then dispatched a shadow clone to the village to procure some delicacies. Although he was now a demon, he had yet to taste human flesh. Hopefully, these culinary delights and seasonings would render it more palatable. Under the current dire circumstances, coupled with the surprisingly easy absorption of Tsutsuki clan members, Sasuke decided not to linger on formalities. With a crunch, Sasuke began to indulge in his feast. The digestive and absorption capabilities of the demon form were astonishingly terrifying. While he continued to consume, his body simultaneously underwent enhancement. As the last remnants of Urashiki were devoured, Sasuke's demonic blood began to boil. And the infectious blood he had generated started to consume the source blood of Muzan. His body temperature soared, reaching even over 100 degrees Celsius. Remarkably, the quality of his demonic blood differed from that of humans. Although it was boiling fiercely, it had not yet transformed into blood vapor. After approximately 2 hours, Sasuke's body temperature gradually began to decrease. At that moment, he felt that his life essence had undergone a significant breakthrough, granting him the ability to freely morph his body. This transformation did not require chakra to sustain, nor did it bring about the discomfort akin to wearing a tight suit. His physical limits had been greatly enhanced. However, due to Urashiki's inherently poor attributes, there had not been a substantial change in his physical strength or chakra reserves. Nonetheless, the infectious demonic blood had completely metamorphosed into source blood, bestowing him with regenerative capabilities. This meant he could convert individuals into demons at will. Suddenly, Sasuke was startled. Previously, entering the demon form was akin to returning to a spring in a video game, with chakra, ocular power, stamina, and vitality restoring at an accelerated pace. But now, it had changed. Entering the demon form now equated to activating an infinite power mode. Stamina, ocular power, chakra, these energies had become entirely without consumption. Curious about his regeneration speed, he decisively severed his left arm. As the severed limb fell, a newly formed left arm swiftly grasped the falling severed limb. It was astonishingly quick. The speed of regeneration was extraordinary. Following this, an instinct emerged within him, prompting him to manipulate his chakra for fusion. Suddenly, a black sphere materialized in his palm. Remarkably, it was a truth-seeking orb. The realm of his demon form had ascended to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. In disbelief, Sasuke pondered whether this transformation was solely due to the Akatsuki lineage or a result of the bloodline network. The unexpected gains far exceeded his expectations. Although Urashiki's power was lackluster and his panel attributes were poor, his life level was remarkably high. He belonged not only to the Akatsuki clan, but also possessed a bloodline network. Admittedly, his bloodline network was of an inferior variant, but a bloodline network was still a bloodline network. If developed, it could be immensely formidable, perfectly aligning with the demon form. After several minutes, Sasuke managed to calm his exhilarated heart. He then turned his attention to the two blue Rinnegan eyes in his hand and the two eyes of his adult self. At that moment, Sasuke felt he could perfectly absorb the abilities of the eyes. He intended to fuse Urashiki's eyes with his own two Shinjutsu. After swallowing them, he opened his eyes again. The two Shinjutsu eyes had transcended eternity, transforming into blue triple Tomo Rinnegan. The time reversal ability of the blue Rinnegan remained intact, but it could no longer shift into the red Rinnegan. Sasuke utilized the amplification properties of his Crimson Rinnegan to enhance his dual Kamui abilities. Now, the penetrating mode can be sustained for a remarkable 80 minutes. As long as he reverts to a physical form once, the timer resets. The rate at which his eyes can transfer space has increased 20-fold. For shadow-level ninjas, such a velocity of spatial distortion and instantaneous activation is indistinguishable. Although this may sound somewhat inflated, Sasuke feels invincible, unsure of how to defeat a version of himself. Nevertheless, evolution must persist. Subsequently, Sasuke merged the eyes of his adult self with the dual Kotoame Tsukumi. After a process of balancing adjustments, these two eyes transformed into the purple 3-Tomo Rinnegan. The cooldown for the left eye's Kotoame Tsukumi has been reduced to 1 week. This Rinnegan possesses the extraordinary ability to alter permanent memories, although it can only be enacted when the target lacks conscious resistance. Furthermore, the energy expended increases with the temporal distance of the memory being modified. Though it may take but an instant in reality, it necessitates experiencing the equivalent duration within consciousness. For instance, to alter a memory from a year prior, Sasuke must endure a year in his awareness. The right eye's Rinnegan ability allows for the alteration of temporary memories, with the cooldown for the right eye's temporary Kotoame Tsukumi reduced to 50 seconds. Primarily, these eyes serve a supportive role. Sasuke stretched his body and exited the Uchiha state. Under the sunlight, he relinquished his demonized state and could no longer conjure the orb of the path. Now, he could only create lower-tier black rods. It appears that only by absorbing the bloodline of Kagaya Akatsuki can he transform into a perfect demon unafraid of sunlight. However, he still retains the Akatsuki physique and the inferior bloodline limit. Although there is little change in his physical attributes, the influence of the permanent patterns could swiftly unlock his potential. It turns out invincibility is so simple. Despite his desire to maintain composure, excitement flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Speaking of which, since he can seize abilities, there exists a formidable one within Konoha. With a flick of his finger in the air, a black fissure leisurely manifested in space, which soon tore open to become a black portal, the Yomi Hiryuzaka. Sasuke stepped through, arriving in the territory of the Kuruma clan. In the TV original plot, there is a girl named Kuruma Ayam, endowed with the ability to control the 5 senses and even transform illusions into reality. A truly overpowered Jinjutsu ability. Ayam poses a significant threat to many. However, before Sasuke, a simple teleportation followed by a knife hand strike sufficed to resolve the situation. Within mere seconds, Sasuke had acquired Kuruma Ayam's abilities. Having embarked on this endeavor, He could not overlook other secret techniques. Under the auspices of his bloodline limit, the cultivation of these arts would proceed effortlessly. Thus, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, the shadow techniques of the Nara clan, the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan, the thousand hands killing technique from the Fire Temple. After gathering a variety of secret arts, Sasuke finally returned to the Dragon Vein. 3 years is a duration Sasuke is unwilling to endure. This time, he shall traverse directly to the era of the Fourth Great Ninja War during the Shippuden series. A wicked smile graced Sasuke's lips. In the next instant, he found himself momentarily astonished. The Dragon Vein could not facilitate a second traversal. To journey to another time point in a parallel universe, one must first return to the primary world before embarking on a new voyage. Very well then. With a hum, Sasuke dispelled the seal and instantly returned to the main world. However, upon his return, he was struck by the revelation that the power of the Dragon Vein was nearly depleted. What the hell? Did the movie not claim this was an infinite chakra source from beneath the earth? In a flash, Sasuke soared out of the desert, capturing wild creatures to cast into the Dragon Vein's array, testing them one by one. Ultimately, he discerned that the stronger the entity crossing through time, the greater the consumption of the Dragon Vein's power. Given Sasuke's current prowess, he would need to wait over 70 years for the Dragon Vein to rejuvenate sufficiently to facilitate another traversal. Fortunately, he returned. Had he truly lingered in the parallel world for 3 years, he might never have returned. The so-called infinite power of the Dragon Vein merely implied its capability for endless regeneration, albeit at a painfully slow pace. With a snap of his fingers, a pitch-black rift materialized in the air, expanding into a dark portal. The land of the moon, the hidden dream village. At this moment, Orochimaru was engrossed in his research on the fusion of breathing techniques and the sage mode of the Dragon Cave. Suddenly, a black portal materialized before him. Grass-cutting sword. Inorganic rebirth. A slender serpent emerged abruptly from Orochimaru's arm, its mouth opening to unleash the lightning-fast grass-cutting sword. The already retractable grass-cutting sword combined with this sage technique of the Dragon Cave exhibited astonishing speed. In a flash, a hand clad in a semi-transparent black armor emerged from the dark portal, seizing the tip of the grass-cutting sword with absolute force, thereby suppressing Orochimaru's assault. Upon witnessing this hand, Orochimaru's anxiety dissipated, and he hastily withdrew the grass-cutting sword. With a soft thud, Sasuke dispelled his war god armor and stepped forth from the portal. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan, a mixture of astonishment and elation flooding his expression. Ah, Sasuke-kun, your gains this time are quite impressive. Exceeding expectations, indeed. With a resounding crash, Sasuke cast aside the half of Obito that had been merged with Hashirama's cells. This was a new body of Hashirama cells, purer than that of Danzo. Moreover, it was time for you to experience the transcendent power beyond humanity. A devilish smile crept upon Sasuke's face as he slowly extended a finger. In an instant, Sasuke leapt several meters, appearing before Orochimaru, and with his finger, pierced the space between his brows. Orochimaru had no time to react before Sasuke's finger penetrated his brain. Instantly, a stream of liquid began to surge into his mind, brimming with formidable energy that rapidly spread throughout his body, engendering a fever. His blood and organs boiled incessantly. The once yellow irises transformed into a blood-red hue, resembling the eyes of the Nine Tails. Orochimaru began to writhe in agony. Relax. This is the power that grants you immortality and the ability to create. After 5 minutes had passed, Sasuke ceased his actions, realizing Orochimaru could no longer endure. Approximately 10 minutes later, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, astonished by the incredible power. This force not only propelled Orochimaru's body beyond its peak state, but also allowed for the manifestation of various abilities through blood techniques. Sasuke smiled faintly, remarking, however, this power only functions in the absence of sunlight. Suddenly, Orochimaru comprehended the truth. Sasuke was indeed Kokoshibo, and there was no strange entity residing within him. Orochimaru released a relieved smile. Sasuke-kun, it has always been you. Sasuke chuckled softly, and in an instant, his left eye transformed into the Byakugan. With the Tsutsuki bloodline, he could effortlessly switch between the Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan. Moreover, in the Byakugan state, the range of perception expanded to the full extent of its vision. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. You possess the Byakugan as well. Give it a try. Sasuke prepared to bestow the Tsutsuki physique upon those infused with demon blood. Otherwise, the disparity between them would be too vast, rendering them ineffective. Orochimaru, driven by curiosity, began to manipulate his eyes with mental focus. In the next moment, his crimson irises transformed to white, though the vertical markings remained. Orochimaru's vision instantly extended to 3 kilometers. In his line of sight, Kabuto was analyzing the physical parameters of Kinshiki and others, occasionally comparing them with his own data. Kinshiki felt the wind. Jagon sat quietly atop a small hill. Mizuki sensed the water, and Shinra was blushing while admiring Sasuke's portrait. Suddenly, Orochimaru noticed Sasuke appearing before Kabuto. Kabuto experienced the same fate as Orochimaru. Next came Kinshiki, Jagon, Mizuki, and Shinra. Within the Sound Village, Sasuke had only infused these few individuals with demon blood. Although he could continually create more, Sasuke did not wish to replicate Muzin's approach of producing numerous low-quality beings. For the rest of his subordinates, imparting the cursed seal and breathing techniques was sufficient. After core members underwent demonification, each was also gifted a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Subsequently, Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Kabuto returned to the conference room. It was time to investigate the information regarding the tailed beasts. Once all intelligence had been gathered, they would commence simultaneous action. Sasuke outlined the forthcoming plan. Orochimaru interjected, "Sasuke-kun, while you sought power these past 3 days, that Naruto has already notified all ninja villages to protect the tailed beasts and has destroyed our other strongholds, dispersing those members. This Naruto's strength is formidable. His shadow clones cover nearly the entire ninja continent, and they will obstruct our plans." Kabuto added, "Lord Sasuke, the 3 tails vanished 6 months ago. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki from Iwagakure and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki from Kirigakure have been returned to their respective ninja villages. Henceforth, the challenges of reconnaissance may prove to be more arduous and time-consuming than initially anticipated. During the hunt, a direct confrontation with the entire ninja village will be necessary. Time in the parallel world does not synchronize with that of the main storyline." Orochimaru's mention of 3 days refers solely to the span Sasuke required to search for the dragon vein. During that time, Sasuke had been wandering in the desert, largely oblivious to the external circumstances. Nevertheless, he possesses foresight regarding the current situation. Sasuke stated, "It matters not. Time is on our side. Your abilities still hold vast potential for growth. Furthermore, humans are prone to forgetfulness. With the passage of time, they shall grow complacent." Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Sasuke departed from the conference hall, the twilight still lingering. I shall visit Konoha later. First, I must head to Mangekyou to complete the 12 Akatsuki members. Once fully developed, Orochimaru's 6 individuals should be capable of vanquishing a major nation each. However, this world has already succumbed to the butterfly effect. Moreover, we still do not know the whereabouts of Obito and Zetsu. For safety's sake, it is prudent to proceed in pairs. Coincidentally, the remaining members of Akatsuki can be arranged into 3 pairs. With a snap of his fingers, a pitch-black portal materialized in the space around him. Inside Mangekyou's tallest structure, the room was dim, devoid of sunlight. Nagato appeared to be in a frail state, with Conan quietly by his side. Suddenly, a dark fissure emerged in the space before them, presenting an entrance they had never witnessed before. The two felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the inky void. "Conan, we must leave at once." Nagato intended to use Shinra Tensei to push Conan away, but upon turning, he found Sasuke standing beside her, wearing a disarming smile. Shall I say it is our first meeting, or merely a long-awaited reunion? In a flurry, Conan transformed into countless paper fragments, swiftly returning to Nagato's side. Both Nagato and Conan regarded Sasuke with heightened vigilance. "Since you are aware of everything, why do you persist with the Moon Eye plan?" Sasuke furrowed his brow, deducing the answer. "You have encountered Naruto, haven to you?" Nagato replied, "If this is truly for peace and requires my life, I would accept. Yet, I did not anticipate that you aimed to resurrect an entity like Kagaya." Nagato's words implicitly acknowledged Sasuke's inquiry as he formed a hand seal. Suddenly, the 6 paths of pain appeared before Nagato and Conan. Sasuke smirked disdainfully, his eyes narrowing slightly. The tomo in his eyes transformed instantaneously into the purple Rinnegan. Nagato and Conan gasped in astonishment. There exists another pair of Rinnegan in this world, and with tomo? In the blink of an eye, Nagato witnessed Sasuke blur momentarily. With a series of sounds, the 6 paths of pain were unexpectedly severed in half simultaneously, while Conan was pulled back to her original position by Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke's right arm encircled Konan's slender waist. When Konan regained her senses, she realized her chakra was rapidly depleting, leaving her entirely defenseless. This was the insatiable chakra absorption ability of the hungry ghost path. Confronted with this overwhelming disparity in power, coupled with her status as a hostage, Nagato relinquished his desire to continue the battle. A world of mutual understanding and peace is founded upon the premise of inherent human goodness. But is human nature truly benevolent? As he spoke, Sasuke subtly adjusted the position of his Rinnegan. At that moment, his pair of three-tomo purple Rinnegan resembled the dual heavenly gods. When both were activated simultaneously, they could instill a permanent alteration of will upon all targets within their vicinity. The implanted directive he bestowed upon them was one of utmost trust. The reason he opted for utmost trust rather than the more domineering command of absolute loyalty was deliberate. Though the ocular technique is often shrouded in ambiguity in terms of description and nomenclature, it is not invincible. This technique is somewhat unique. Its efficacy does not solely hinge on the target's eye power. A far more significant factor is the depth of the target's thoughts, experiences, and personality. The deeper the intellect and the richer the experiences, the more resilient the individuals will become against alteration. If the directive issue diverges too greatly from their intrinsic beliefs and desires, there exists a risk of breaking free from the control of the heavenly gods. Even if they do not escape at that moment, once the task is completed, they will inevitably experience a profound psychological backlash. To enhance the success rate of the heavenly gods, prolonged ideological guidance of the target is often necessary. For instance, when Itachi was compelled to annihilate the Uchiha clan, he experienced immense anguish, yet he still acted against his own family. Although he followed through, he subsequently fell into an abyss of regret and sorrow, leading him to question and rebel against the task. When tasked with killing Sasuke, his overwhelming emotions could potentially shatter the control of the heavenly gods. Of course, this is merely an example. No one truly knows whether Itachi ever succumbed to the heavenly gods. Another crucial risk factor is personality. Some individuals possess a highly mutable nature. For such individuals, the heavenly gods can only exert control for a limited time, as their inherently changeable disposition allows them to quickly break free from the illusion. For example, some may sincerely commit to losing weight, but after 2 or 3 months of perceived stagnation, they abandon their efforts. At this moment, Sasuke silently released the heavenly gods. But to ensure the establishment of utmost trust, further communication was necessary to reinforce the technique's potency. Since you are now aware of these intricacies, allow me to recount a more distant history. Subsequently, Sasuke narrated the disillusionment of Naruto's idealism, the invasion of the Akatsuki clan, and revealed that Kagaya's true intent was, in fact, to protect this planet. Although her methods were clumsy and brutal, her approach bore closer resemblance to Nagato's original philosophy. Both Nagato and Konan found this concept easily comprehensible, and they were ultimately won over by Sasuke. Upon unsealing Kagaya, no calamity would ensue, for I shall be stronger than she ever was. I shall integrate her into the ranks of humanity. Another objective is to facilitate my own transformation into a truly perfect form. Now, allow me to share this power with you. Puff, puff. Sasuke, with his right hand cradling Konan, instantaneously appeared on Nagato's vehicle, simultaneously piercing the brows of both individuals with his index fingers. Nagato and Konan braced themselves for what they believed would be their demise at Sasuke's hands. However, in the next moment, they felt an overwhelming surge of life force infusing their bodies. Shortly thereafter, Nagato's pallid complexion blossomed into a healthy hue, his sunken cheeks filling out, and even his long crippled legs began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. Minutes later, as Nagato and Konan emerged from their convulsive state, memories of a respiratory cultivation technique resurfaced in their minds. They were astounded by the magnitude of these newfound powers. This remarkable ability to transform decay into vitality only operates in the absence of sunlight. Now, do you grasp the essence of this? Only by liberating Kagaya can one achieve a perfect form capable of thriving under the sun. Indeed, upon experiencing this power, they felt profoundly fragile in its absence. The disparity between the human body and that of a demon is indeed vast. Sasuke slowly adorned himself with Orochimaru's void ring and called a meeting, prompting the remaining members to report their locations. Nagato nodded and began forming hand seals. Moments later, within a pitch-black cavern, 7 shadowy figures materialized around a colossal demonic statue. As they appeared, their attention was immediately drawn to Scorpion, who manifested in his true form. "Hey, you are Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you?" a tattered Deidara inquired. "Damn it. How dare you use me as a subject for your experiments? Wait, is Scorpion a new recruit?" Haiden, initially infuriated upon seeing Sasuke, shifted his focus to Scorpion. His temperament was indeed reminiscent of a Siberian husky. "Silence. Scorpion and Deidara, whom are you battling?" Pain commanded. "I got separated from Deidara. And now I'm facing ninjas from the Sand Village," Scorpion replied. Deidara lamented, "I'm being pursued by those from the Rock Village." Sasuke inquired, "What are your locations?" The two exchanged hesitant glances towards Pain. "Report your locations. Sasuke will assist you in dealing with your pursuers," Pain instructed. "I am near the border of the Land of Water and the Grass Village," Deidara reported. "I am in the Land of Grass," Scorpion began. But his projection abruptly vanished, indicating an attack was imminent. Kisame interjected, "We are currently within the newly established base in the Land of Rice." Sasuke nodded, and the projection promptly disappeared. In the next instant, he conjured a black portal before Nagato and Konan. Stepping through, Sasuke found himself behind Haiden and Kisame, who remained oblivious to his presence. Haiden, "Hey, Kakuzu, why were you so quiet just now? Are you afraid of that Sasuke?" Kakuzu, "Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." Haiden grinned. Hey, you know you can't do that." Suddenly, both of their shoulders were tapped by someone. Whoosh. Their pupils constricted as they swiftly turned to counterattack. However, just as they completed their turn, thud, Sasuke's fingers pierced through both of their heads. Given their inherent resilience, Sasuke showed no concern for their discomfort. The infusion of cursed blood was exceedingly swift, completed in a single breath. During the injection, Sasuke directly transmitted the relevant information into their memories. Snap. Sasuke opened a teleportation portal once more. Without waiting for the two to regain their senses, he hoisted them through. In an instant, the three appeared in the area described by Deidara. Although Sasuke's Byakugan could see a 5-kilometer radius, locating Deidara was still no simple task. Thus, Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, conjuring a small black sphere in his palm and casting it skyward. Moments later, the ground within a few kilometers began to collapse, slowly ascending into the atmosphere. After a few minutes, a colossal sphere nearly a kilometer in diameter materialized in the sky. Its surface depicting Deidara with outstretched arms and 3 mouths sticking out their tongues. Under a tree 10 kilometers away, Deidara stared blankly at the enormous sphere in the sky, thinking, "This is rather exaggerated, isn't it?" Bang! The next instant, Deidara hastily transformed clay into a giant white bird and soared towards the massive sphere. Further away, is this ninjutsu? What kind of monster is Deidara's companion? Indeed, that opponent whom Naruto values is no ordinary foe. Deidara is truly a handful. He will undoubtedly go there. And we must hurry and keep up. The trio from the Rock Village, consisting of Tsuchi, Akatsuki, and Kurotsuki, rushed towards the giant sphere. Yet, running could not match flying. After 2 or 3 minutes, Deidara arrived near the immense sphere, slightly entranced. This is truly magnificent art. The next moment, damn it, I find myself doubting again. Tap. A faint sound of footsteps resonated behind Deidara. Art is inherently diverse. It is not confined to a singular form. Deidara quickly turned around to see Sasuke. In that instant, Deidara momentarily thought it was Itachi. "You do bear a striking resemblance to Itachi, but your words are far more pleasing to the ear." Thud. Suddenly, as Deidara was greeting him, Sasuke pierced his brain. Deidara let out a scream, his body convulsing. Immediately afterward, Sasuke grabbed Deidara and teleported back to Kakuzu and Haiden's side. At this moment, Kakuzu and Haiden had regained their consciousness. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the four passed through a black portal. The floating Tenchi began to slowly disintegrate as it lost its chakra supply. Upon the arrival of Huang Tu and his companions, they were greeted by the breathtaking spectacle of a magnificent sphere plummeting into the earth. Nestled within a cavern at the heart of the Land of Grass, a pitch-black fissure emerged, from which 3 men stepped forth. Deidara bore the weight of Kakuzu upon his shoulder, while Haiden, with a hint of excitement, gazed at Sasuke, exclaiming, "So, the divine truly exists in this world." Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Haiden and instructed, "You should be capable of flight now, and possess the Byakugan. Split up and search for Scorpion. Contact me as soon as you locate him." In unison, Kakuzu and Haiden responded eagerly, yes. With that, they propelled themselves into the air, attempting to fly as they ran. Initially, their attempts were clumsy, but they soon adapted. Minutes later, Deidara inhaled deeply, his consciousness gradually returning, accompanied by newfound memories of blood arts and breathing techniques. Observing Sasuke now felt markedly different from before. The fate of Scorpion hinged upon whether they found him first or if he fell to the shinobi of Mangekyou. Deidara declared confidently, "I will undoubtedly locate Scorpion before he meets his demise." With a resounding thud, Deidara summoned a colossal white bird. Though now capable of flight, he preferred the comfort of his steed. The other three soared at great speed through the skies, while Sasuke executed spatial leaps utilizing the Shinjutsu, Yomi Shiranui, traversing 10 kilometers with each jump. Each new environment fell within the range of his Byakugan. After a minute, Sasuke finally beheld Scorpion engaged in combat with the ninjas of Mangekyou, represented by Chiyo, Maki, Temari, and Kankuro. Initially, Chiyo and her allies aimed to bring Scorpion back to the village, but upon witnessing the third Kazekage transformed into a puppet, they realized Scorpion could not be returned alive. The Kazekage had to be eliminated. There was no other option. At that moment, Scorpion activated his 100 machine manipulation, plunging the battle into a fervent climax. Throughout this confrontation, Kankuro proved utterly ineffective, likely brought along merely to broaden his horizons. Temari's wind release offered some utility, but her chakra was soon depleted after a few uses. Following a relentless series of battles against Chiyo's 10 puppet jutsu and numerous sand shinobi, Scorpion prepared to utilize his fourth scroll. Just then, Chiyo maneuvered her father and mother puppets to flank Scorpion. However, both puppets wielded sharp blades. This strike could be evaded by any seasoned jonin. Yet Scorpion hesitated for a fleeting moment. The onlookers watched in horror as the blades drew ever closer to Scorpion's chest, targeting his rebirth core. Clang! The sharp blades of father and mother unexpectedly shattered. "What? How is this possible?" exclaimed dozens of sand shinobi, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. "No. This is not his ability," Chiyo murmured gravely. The crowd soon discerned the issue, scrutinizing the regeneration core embedded in Scorpion's chest. There, within the enigmatic space just 1 centimeter from his chest, lay a mysterious, pitch-black fissure. In an instant, this slender crack began to widen, rapidly expanding to the size of the estate's entrance. Fear gripped the spectators. Even Chiyo had never witnessed such a bizarre manifestation. Was this a spatial ninjutsu? How could one master it to such an extent? It was likely an unprecedented and formidable adversary. There had never been any mention of such a being within the ninja realm. A foot emerged from the inky portal. The sound of its landing echoed, abruptly silencing the atmosphere. In the next moment, Sasuke stepped forth, his left hand casually tucked into his pocket, while his right hand deftly held 2 broken blades between 3 fingers. Suk, Temari, and Kankuro gasped in horror. Sasuke's infamous reputation had already spread like wildfire since the day of Konohagakure's downfall. Coupled with Naruto's recent warnings urging vigilance against Sasuke, many had initially dismissed the threat. However, after witnessing Naruto's clones display their formidable prowess, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Thus, as they beheld Sasuke, cold sweat began to beat upon their foreheads. Chiyo strained her aging eyes, astonished. Was this truly Uchiha Sasuke? Who would have imagined him attaining such extraordinary power? A bead of cold sweat lingered at the corner of Kankuro's eye, yet he dared not wipe it away. This was indeed astonishing. Sasuke had once overwhelmed Naruto. Now, one could only speculate the level of his current might. The crowd gasped. Overwhelmed Naruto? The Naruto who had visited Mangekyou was merely a shadow clone. What could the true Naruto be capable of? And how immensely powerful was Sasuke before them? Sasuke slightly raised the broken blade in his right hand. While I can comprehend the need to subdue Scorpion, why must he invoke his parents to deliver this fatal blow? Both Scorpion and Chiyo were taken aback. Indeed, this was akin to delivering a genuine stab to Scorpion's heart. Scorpion felt an unprecedented sensation, astonished that someone could so intricately perceive his feelings. He gazed at Sasuke's silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Chiyo's face reflected sorrow, realizing, I have indeed grown old and confused. Suddenly, Kakuzu and Haiden descended from the heavens, landing on either side of Sasuke. Lord Sasuke, shall we eliminate these intruders? Divine One, may I offer them as sacrifices to you? Just then, not far behind Sasuke, Deidara appeared, riding upon a magnificent white bird. Allow me to showcase the fleeting nature of art to them with a crackle. The broken blade in Sasuke's grasp shattered. The distinction between resistance and surrender was negligible. It could hardly be deemed a battle. This was Scorpion's affair. He would handle it himself. The Sand Shinobi felt deep shame wash over them. How could they permit such a departure? One individual, filled with indignation, began to weave hand seals. Sasuke flicked his fingers, and suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A bolt of lightning, 10 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, striking the targeted ninja with divine precision. Unfortunately, the three nearby sand ninjas found themselves ensnared within the sphere of this devastating attack. At the moment the lightning struck, none of the onlookers perceived a hint of forewarning. It was only when the earth trembled and the subterranean rocks shattered into fragments that the surviving sand ninjas grasped the gravity of the situation. After a brief pause, as the dust settled upon the ground, Sasuke and his companions had long since vanished. What remained on the battlefield was a deep crater 10 meters wide. Was this truly a ninjutsu? What kind of power is this? Could this be the legendary lightning Kirin? Temari cast an uncertain glance towards Maki. Maki responded, "It should be this technique. I simply did not anticipate such an instantaneous execution." In truth, Sasuke had not even unleashed the full extent of its power. Following a passage through the underworld, Sasuke and his group appeared before Nagato. Sasuke then proceeded to prod at the regeneration core of Scorpion. Minutes later, the core and the puppet underwent a remarkable transformation. The former wooden structure morphed into a metallic form, while the regeneration core shrank to the size of a walnut, concealed within the core of the puppet. Oh, I initially assumed Scorpion would yield minimal benefits, yet it appears there is potential. Scorpion, being a puppet, lacked the Akatsuki physique, rendering his potential inherently inferior to others. Sasuke had anticipated that Scorpion might ultimately be the least formidable among them, yet he was pleasantly surprised. The regeneration core, hidden deep within the puppet's core, allowed Scorpion to maintain a ghostly state even during daylight, somewhat compensating for his limitations. Lord Sasuke, Scorpion, upon regaining consciousness, bowed to Sasuke not out of excitement for newfound power but with a calm demeanor. Sasuke smirked slightly. "We are all renegade ninjas. There is no need for the rigid formalities of the great ninja villages. Indeed, being a renegade is far more liberating." The others relaxed considerably. Having been infused with demonic blood, they realized their fates were now firmly in Sasuke's grasp and surmised that he had assumed the role of their new leader. Initially constrained, they now felt a wave of relief. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sasuke gently stretched his neck and joints. "Are you planning to retaliate against Konoha?" Conan inquired. Sasuke smiled gently. "Yes, but this is not born of anger or impulse. Retaliation is a principle, a stance. Only those capable of precise and effective retribution will compel others to heed their reactions and feelings, earning their respect and fear. Ironically, those who possess great power yet fail to retaliate are often labeled heroes." Regrettably, he overthought the highly artistic concepts, neglecting the fundamental and straightforward social principle that effective retribution is paramount. Consequently, such individuals can only become tools easily coerced by a group of weaker beings through public opinion. As his words faded, Sasuke had already traversed the Yellow Springs threshold, adorned in divine armor, soaring 10,000 meters above Konoha. Since the adult Sasuke claimed that Naruto surpassed him, he could not afford to be modest at the outset. Celestial impact. As Sasuke completed his hand signs, a colossal meteorite, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, was drawn from the depths of outer space, suddenly manifesting a mere 1,000 meters above him. It then began its slow descent towards the earth. Given Sasuke's altitude, the meteorite had an additional 10 kilometers of acceleration. As it fell, a brilliant tail of flames quickly enveloped its surface. A meteorite with ample acceleration constituted an entirely different assault. Had Madara summoned such a force from the skies, the Ninja Alliance would have surely perished. In Konoha, Naruto, who was diligently practicing, would release, sensed the impending danger, and instinctively gazed upward. He observed a luminous point gradually enlarging in the sky. Simultaneously, the adult Sasuke, engaged in refining the Raijin armor, also sensed something amiss and looked into the pitch-black night. The Raijin armor, which he had learned from Kakashi's scroll, startled him. What a calamity! While Naruto may not recognize it, the adult Sasuke was all too familiar with this technique. In the next instant, both Naruto and the adult Sasuke appeared atop the Hokage's building, shortly joined by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Guy. As for Kakashi, he was still recuperating from injuries sustained while impersonating adult Sasuke. After all, only 3 to 4 days had elapsed in this world. The adult Sasuke surmised. This must be his revenge. This technique can only be executed with the Rinnegan. It seems Nagato's Rinnegan has fallen into his hands. I shall shatter the meteorite. Naruto, Remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences within the village to avoid a repeat of our previous calamity. The group recalled the last time Sasuke sought vengeance, stealthily dismantling the ceiling scrolls and annihilating the Minato's guard. It took the combined efforts of the entire Hyuga clan and thousands of Naruto's shadow clones tirelessly working for a day and night to eradicate the residual effects. Naruto's expression darkened. Understood. Tsunade and Jiraiya gazed upward at the increasingly radiant point of light, pondering, is this even considered ninjutsu? We truly cannot keep pace. With a swift motion, the adult Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo, soaring directly into the night sky. The closer they drew, the clearer his perception of the meteorite became. The impact of this celestial body was immense. Sasuke furrowed his brow in concentration. Boom. The violet Susanoo swung its colossal sword with all its might, executing several strikes before the meteorite could collide with him. The resounding explosion reverberated throughout Konoha, drawing the attention of all its inhabitants skyward. In the vastness of space, fireworks erupted, swiftly transforming into hundreds of shooting stars trailing flames. Divine power. As the meteors pierced through the adult Sasuke, an immense repulsive force emanated from him, propelling most of the meteors far into the surrounding forest. Suddenly, from the edges of Konoha, hundreds of colossal trees surged upwards, rapidly extending towards the very heart of the village. In a mere breath, a gigantic wooden shell enveloped Konoha, casting it into darkness. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped countless villagers. Jiraiya decisively unleashed a massive fire technique into the sky, illuminating the area for the inhabitants of Konoha. Simultaneously, Naruto entered Sage mode, his radiant form instilling a profound sense of security among the people. Moments later, fragments of meteors collided with the wooden shell above Konoha, producing thunderous booms. With each impact, the inhabitants within the shell were assailed by deafening, resonant sounds that created a subtle shockwave effect. Some villagers even suffered from ruptured eardrums, blood spilling forth. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke's shadow clones swiftly marked various locations within the village with the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, Sasuke himself had silently materialized upon the newly carved visage of the third Hokage, cradling several black orbs in his hands, which he hurled in different directions throughout Konoha. As these orbs departed from Sasuke's palms, the sensing ninjas were immediately alerted. In a hurry, Yamato established a connection with Naruto, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The trio was taken aback. Naruto summoned dozens of wooden clones, who instantaneously appeared at various locations within Konoha, unleashing defensive wooden techniques. The ninjas swiftly evacuated the villagers. Soon after, the gravitational pull of the newly created celestial bodies was countered as Naruto's wooden clones detonated them. Sasuke's clones met a similar fate at the hands of Naruto's wooden manifestations. Despite Konoha's rapid response, significant damage had already been inflicted. Many once thriving areas lay in ruins. Behind the cliffs of Hokage Rock, several Narutos appeared. Sasuke glanced back with a smirk, his eyes glimmering with the purple hue of the Rinnegan. Sasuke, you have indeed acquired the Rinnegan. Why would you turn against Konoha? There are still many villagers there. One of the Narutos demanded angrily. Sasuke raised his hands, feigning ignorance. What? Do you regret destroying Orochimaru's base? Divine power. A powerful, invisible repulsive force surged towards the Narutos, while the Hokage rock beneath Sasuke launched like a cannonball towards Konoha's urban area. Would release. Birth of the World Tree. Hundreds of enormous trees erupted from the rocks surrounding Hokage Rock, gleaming with metallic luster and growing at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, they ensnared the nearby Naruto clones, firmly consolidating the crumbling Hokage Rock. With a resounding crash, even beneath Sasuke, colossal trees burst forth in an instant. Instantaneous transfer. Sasuke, while continuously unleashing Shinra Tensei, suddenly materializes behind Naruto. The closer the repulsive force, the more potent it becomes. Naruto, already exerting himself to push forward, is caught off guard by this sudden onslaught from behind. Whoosh! Naruto propels himself towards the Hokage building at a velocity surpassing that of a shooting star. Sasuke retracts his hand and swiftly draws the Kusanagi sword. God Moon breathing. 12th form, Crescent Moon Sky Strike. The power of his 3-Tomo Rinnegan's Kagaya's ability has increased several-fold. The Crescent Moon expands rapidly while pursuing Naruto. When it is a mere 100 meters from the Hokage building, its breadth nearly engulfs half of Konoha. Bang! A gash suddenly appears atop the wooden shell over Konoha. At the moment of its emergence, heavenly power. Adult Sasuke swaps places with a fragment of rock atop the Hokage building. Immediately, adult Sasuke concentrates his ocular power, swiftly extinguishing the black flames. As he dispels Amaterasu, adult Sasuke is gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. Does Madara's Rinnegan possess the ability of Amaterasu as well? Adult Sasuke is engulfed in doubt. After all, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara did not exhibit his Mangekyou Sharingan's powers. He merely easily countered Amaterasu when engulfed by its flames. Viewed in this light, the likelihood of Madara possessing the ability of Amaterasu is considerable. Boom. Suddenly, directly above the crack in the wooden shell, a thunderbolt with a diameter of 50 to 60 meters descends from the heavens. Buzz. Sage Art. Wind release. Supermassive Rasengan Shuriken. Just as the thunderbolt pierces through the wooden shell, a brilliant white Rasengan Shuriken hurtles towards the thunder, expanding at an extraordinary rate. Boom. The two forces collide. The sky erupts once more in a blinding light akin to daylight. In an instant, countless villagers are dazzled, their vision filled with stars. The fissures in the wooden shell are violently torn apart, creating a hollow space spanning nearly 400 to 500 meters. The night sky reappears before the people. God Moon breathing. 11th form, Moonlit Thunder Slice. Boom. A 10-meter-wide thunder dragon darts from Hokage Rock to stand before adult Sasuke in the blink of an eye. Just as adult Sasuke is about to unleash heavenly power, he intends to first use Moon Poison for interference. However, he discovers that the consciousness virus plaguing both himself and Naruto has already been eradicated. Moon Poison can indeed be dispelled, but the process is excruciatingly painful, akin to undergoing a surgical incision. Moreover, the afflicted must remain fully conscious at all times. For if one loses awareness, it is akin to shutting down a computer, making it impossible to locate the virus. At this moment, adult Sasuke and Naruto have mastered Gai's technique of combat by observing foot movements. There is no opportunity to cast illusions again. In the next instant, adult Sasuke successfully activates heavenly power, transporting Sasuke to Naruto's side. The thunder dragon that had enveloped Sasuke is swiftly devoured by adult Sasuke through the hungry ghost path. Naruto, having anticipated this, had already preemptively unleashed would release thorn killing technique. However, the effect is different from that exhibited by Yamato in the original narrative. The original wooden restraints transformed into massive wooden dragons, each possessing formidable chakra absorption abilities. Their speed, strength, and durability were astonishing. As these wooden dragons made contact with Sasuke, he executed a technique, instantaneous distance teleportation. He shifted 2 meters to the left. With a sickening sound, the Kusanagi sword sliced through Naruto's side, revealing a horrific wound that exposed his spine. What? Was that teleportation? Shouldn't he have acquired Madara's Rinnegan? Why was his ability not the limbo, border jail, but rather teleportation? The adult Sasuke was more astonished than Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Gai. Did you truly evolve that Rinnegan on your own? He questioned. Simultaneously, this inquiry served as a reminder to Naruto and the others. Sasuke's abilities and strategies diverged significantly. When they previously purged the consciousness virus from adult Sasuke and Naruto, they had already deduced that the capability of Sasuke's left eye differed from that of the adult Sasuke in the parallel world. It now appeared that the abilities of his Rinnegan were also distinct. Though both were types of spatial movement, the conditions and limitations for activating these abilities were entirely different. Guess what? Instantaneous distance teleportation. With a whoosh, Sasuke reappeared behind adult Sasuke and thrust his blade through his chest. The sound of Sasuke's voice overlapped with the sickening noise of the sword piercing flesh. Causality power. Adult Sasuke hastily activated the ability of his right eye. In an instant, the injuries and positions of the two Sasukes were exchanged. This way, he could compel Sasuke's right eye ability, causality power, to surface. Subsequently, he and Naruto could use wood release to recover from their injuries and defeat Sasuke. Adult Sasuke thought this in that fleeting moment. However, Sasuke's injuries healed completely in an instant. What? The onlookers were left in utter shock. His wound merely flickered and healed. His recovery speed surpassed even Naruto's. Both adult Sasuke and Naruto possessed the ability of instant self-healing through wood release. Adult Sasuke's recovery rate had already exceeded that of Tsunade's creation rebirth. Naruto's recovery speed was even faster. They had believed Naruto's healing speed was already extraordinary, but Sasuke's current rate demonstrated a dimensional strike. Sasuke smirked. Finally. You all noticed my regeneration. It's been quite the challenge. With a swift motion, adult Sasuke, taken aback, retreated to create distance and assess the situation. Suddenly, a force pushed against his back. Be more careful, you might bump into someone, Sasuke taunted from behind. In his astonishment, adult Sasuke collided with a long blade, which this time pierced through his throat. Heavenly hand power. As adult Sasuke was wounded, he exchanged positions with another fragment of stone near Naruto. With a swift motion, Sasuke teleported in pursuit. This thrust, Sasuke aimed to pierce through too. As the grass-cutting sword pierced through the waist of the adult Sasuke, it was abruptly seized by a wooden hand extending from Naruto's shoulder. Almost simultaneously, Naruto formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a spherical wooden shell around the adult Sasuke. 1 meter thick. Intricate carvings of wooden dragons adorned this wooden structure. Sasuke intended to withdraw his sword and continue his assault, yet Naruto's chakra-infused hand exhibited an unfathomable strength. Despite exerting all his might, Sasuke could merely induce a tremor in Naruto's grip, unable to free himself. 3 days prior, when Sasuke activated his God of War armor, he wielded a power comparable to Naruto's Sage Mode. However, that had been during the day, and now it was night. Was he truly at a disadvantage in strength compared to Naruto? Damn it! This underwhelming Uchiha. Although his life level had ascended, his numerical values had scarcely improved. His panel statistics had indeed been surpassed by Naruto, who had integrated Hashirama's cells. If they were to compare raw power, Sasuke would be compelled to reveal the secret of his 6 eyes. Yet, at this moment, he felt no necessity for such a revelation. Since he could not prevail in a contest of numerical values, he resolved to engage in battle using his abilities instead. Whoosh! Naruto unleashed a furious punch aimed at Sasuke's chin, demanding, "What on earth are you thinking?" The force of Naruto's punch shot through the night sky like a cannonball, traveling dozens of meters. Unfortunately, Sasuke stood 100 meters away at that moment. "Naruto, I wish to inquire, how well has the adaptation to Hashirama's cells been going?" He taunted. "Isn't that your ninja way? What's the matter? Can you not endure it any longer?" After exchanging 3 remarks, the cooldown for his space-time ninjutsu had elapsed. It appeared that in future battles, it would be wise to engage in more banter, as it would obscure the cooldown limitations of his teleportation. Crack! The wooden sphere enveloping the adult Sasuke began to split open, revealing him unscathed. "Naruto, I shall borrow your wood release to craft my armor." Through the use of wood release, adult Sasuke transformed Naruto's wooden sphere into a wooden dragon armor strikingly similar to Susanoo. Naruto's wood release surpassed adult Sasuke's in all aspects of strength, even exceeding that of Hashirama himself. Adult Sasuke had tested this. His Chidori sword, when infused with all his strength, could not sever the wooden construct created by Naruto. It was akin to an ordinary person striking a rolling pin with a machete. While wood may not rival steel implements, it was certainly not easily severed. Furthermore, this wood possessed formidable regenerative capabilities. Sasuke's power was formidable. He could no longer reclaim the grass-cutting sword. Naruto then fashioned several more tightly woven wooden dragon armors to envelop Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Guy. Is that so? This is no trivial matter. After all, such a fine weapon is not something I can afford to lose easily. Sasuke slightly opened his right hand and clenched it into a fist, invoking the Flying Thunder God technique, summoning. In an instant, the grass-cutting sword in Naruto's possession reappeared in Sasuke's grasp. Since his return from the alternate space of adult Sasuke 6 months prior, he had begun to study the reverse Flying Thunder God technique, which allowed him to teleport marked objects to his side. Yet it can only manifest within the same space-time continuum. Naruto reminisced about the memories of being overwhelmed by Sasuke and couldn't help but smile faintly. Indeed, Sasuke was not so easily dealt with, and I am certainly not adept with the sword. In the next moment, Naruto found himself enveloped in wooden dragon armor, with 2 wooden staffs extending from his hands, each over 60 centimeters long and 3 centimeters in diameter. The staffs were intricately carved with wooden dragons, and their tips bore dragon heads. 3 wooden arms sprouted from his shoulders, while a chakra fox head emerged from the right shoulder of the armor, and 9 golden chakra tails sprouted from his lower back. As soon as the head appeared, it spoke. "Naruto, I sense he may be concealing more power. Given that the recent instantaneous movement was a capability of the Rinnegan, it must undoubtedly have its limitations. It was imperative to launch an all-out assault to expose his vulnerabilities." Naruto nodded. "Understood." Sasuke tilted his head slightly, deep in thought. The voice of the fox head conversing with Naruto resembled that of Kurama from the original narrative. Remarkably, Naruto had transformed the Sage Mode into a form reminiscent of Jiraiya's. Thus, the synergy between one man and one fox could be labeled as true co-battle. Observing the four wooden hands, it was evident that Ashura's abilities had not only awakened but evolved. Whoosh! In an instant, Naruto traversed 100 meters, arriving before Sasuke. This speed surpassed that of Sage Mode by several folds. Sasuke, bolstered by the dual enhancements of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and the ability to perceive the world, could barely react. It was difficult to fathom that at this level of strength, one could still achieve exponential increases in power. Naruto's augmentation mirrored Sasuke's own enlightenment with the Susanoo while facing pain. Although wood release did not directly enhance speed, the significant boost in strength naturally led to an increase in velocity. Let us not forget, the effect of wind releases instantaneous movement intensifies with greater strength. In that fleeting moment, Naruto had escalated his speed to an entirely new echelon. While it had been anticipated that Naruto would surpass the pinnacle of Hashirama, none could have foreseen such a vast leap. Sasuke estimated that Naruto's current attributes were at least on par with the Sage of Six Paths from the original tale. Naruto wielded the wooden staffs, attacking Sasuke's torso from both the front and back. Two tails above his head coalesced into spiraling orbs, sealing off Sasuke's retreat. The remaining four wooden hands grasped at Sasuke's neck, elbows, and the Kusanagi sword. The leftover tails encircled Naruto's form, preventing any surprise assaults from Sasuke's instantaneous movements. The oppressive aura Naruto exuded in close quarters was unprecedented, if not unparalleled. God Moon breathing, fifth form, Moon Spirit Cataclysm before Sasuke could swing his sword. Swirling crescent slashes materialized around his body. These strikes were accompanied by countless irregular crescent blades. Clang, clang, clash, clang. In almost an instant, a cacophony of impacts erupted. However, they utterly failed to breach Naruto's defenses. For the first time, Sasuke's swordsmanship met with a stalemate. Just as the wooden staff was a mere centimeter from Sasuke's chest, fixed distance, instantaneous movement. Bang, 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 maintaining the state of the five elements moonlight disaster vortex. Sasuke suddenly reappeared beside his adult self. Regrettably, the irregularly sized crescent moon blades could only leave faint scratches upon the wooden dragon armor of his adult counterpart. The swirling strikes merely carved out shallow fissures, 3 to 4 centimeters deep, in the armor. However, the wooden dragon armor rapidly healed the inflicted wounds. Inside the wooden dragon armor, the adult Sasuke was enveloped in flickering arcs of electricity. Although he had practiced for just a day, his Raijin armor had already reached a rudimentary stage of mastery. Coupled with the defensive and offensive prowess provided by the wooden dragon armor, his melee capabilities surged significantly. He raised his blade, aiming for Sasuke's arm. TCH. Sasuke was displeased. Whoosh. At that moment, Naruto reappeared half a meter behind Sasuke, using the Flying Thunder God technique. This time, Sasuke instantaneously teleported 300 meters away. The adult Sasuke understood that this was the spatial fluctuation of the Flying Thunder God. His teleportation likely had a time constraint. Naruto then formed hand seals once more, instantly creating over 1,000 wooden clones at the level of Kurama's mode. These clones swiftly spread throughout the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Sasuke's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Was he truly using wooden clones as if they were shadow clones? In the original narrative, Hashirama, at his zenith, should have been able to contend with the Ten Tails for a time. Yet, the current Naruto, Sasuke felt that the Ten Tails could not match Naruto's might. Absurd. Amidst the spreading clones, all of them transformed into a six-armed state, employing the wood-release transformation technique to become indistinguishable from Naruto himself. At that moment, discerning between the real and the fake Naruto became a challenge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every Naruto within a 300-meter radius surged forth. The adult Sasuke trailed closely behind the Narutos but did not plunge into the heart of the battle. Instead, he maintained a distance of 50 to 60 meters, ensuring acute spatial awareness and timely communication of instructions to the Narutos, whom the adult Sasuke was no longer the easily jealous youth he once was. He naturally embraced the role of support. Shinra Tensei. Bang, bang. The repulsive waves from the encroaching Narutos sent them flying several hundred to over 1,000 meters away. This visual spectacle was exhilarating. Yet the Narutos did not suffer any fatal injuries. The area within a radius of 100 meters around Sasuke was cleared, and the ground bore a spherical depression 10 meters deep. However, in the next moment, The Narutos surged forth again. Sasuke instantly pushed his war god armor to its peak state, sprouting 2 Susanoo arms from his shoulders. These arms, along with his left hand, wielded brilliant white Chidori blades. Against these wooden clones, Sasuke had to unleash his full strength. A moment's hesitation would only result in severely wounding them. However, even severe wounds would allow the wooden clones to heal swiftly. As the multitude of Narutos pressed their assault, Sasuke unleashed his Shinra Tensei. But during the cooldown period of those few seconds, he was compelled to use the Flying Thunder God to shift his position. Shinra Tensei, Flying Thunder God, Shinra Tensei, Flying Thunder God. The battle dragged on for a minute in a tense stalemate. Suddenly, amidst the myriad of clones, the true Naruto struck Sasuke squarely in the face. A resounding crack echoed as Sasuke's cheekbone fractured. With a swift motion, Sasuke was propelled downward, crashing through the ground. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported from the bustling streets of Konoha to the Eastern Gate, carving a deep trench several kilometers long in his wake. Had he been defeated? How immensely powerful! Despite being unable to perceive the battle clearly, the sheer destructive force was astonishing. What manner of conflict was this? Had Naruto truly saved Konoha from that man? Naruto was the hero protecting Konoha. The numerous ninjas and villagers within the protective barrier of Konoha stood in awe, their admiration for Naruto surpassing that of the Hokage. Atop the Hokage building, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Guy, though somewhat prepared, were nonetheless left dumbstruck. Guy exhaled in relief, realizing that he need not open the 8 gates. The vibrant green leaves were flourishing even before the red leaves had fallen. Jiraiya, regaining his composure, chuckled heartily, remarking, "Well, he is my apprentice after all. Such excellence is to be expected." Tsunade rolled her eyes at Jiraiya, retorting, "Shouldn't we credit the Sasuke from another world in my grandfather's cells for this?" Jiraiya, stubborn, insisted, "But my teachings played a crucial role as well." Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of Konoha, Sasuke's fractured jaw had healed by the time he was sent flying. Lying in the deep pit, he fell into deep contemplation. His purpose for coming to Konoha was to instill an overwhelming sense of dread, facilitating the Sound Ninja's subsequent missions, ensuring Naruto wouldn't interfere at every turn. He had initially thought he could easily dominate. Had he truly been forced to reveal his Rinnegan so soon? He had believed such measures were only necessary when facing Kaguya. Naruto, how had he become so astonishingly powerful? And yet, he remained so thoughtless and carefree. Wouldn't it be better to effortlessly achieve invincibility and attain perfection? Why did these natives resist so fiercely? Suddenly, from beneath him, several massive tree roots surged forth, entangling Sasuke. In the distance, numerous Narutos and an adult Sasuke rushed towards him. Witnessing Sasuke ensnared, the Narutos were momentarily perplexed. This wood-style technique was merely intended as a distraction, yet it had yielded such remarkable results. In unison, the group of Narutos and the adult Sasuke halted 10 meters away from the bound Sasuke. "Naruto, Sasuke, there is still time. Return to Konoha," they urged. Sasuke lay motionless, contemplating destruction rather than retreating to Konoha. Naruto paused, acknowledging, "Although I have always desired to defeat you, I never wished it to be under such circumstances or for such reasons. In the Hidden Leaf Village, your adversaries have long since vanished. Why do you still not return? Even in the event of the Akatsuki clan's arrival, the strength you and I possess is sufficient to confront them." Sasuke smiled faintly, remarking that besides you, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi, no one truly accepts someone like me. Their acceptance is merely a facade, based on your goodwill. I am fundamentally divergent from the path of the leaf. Wouldn't you agree, dear uncle from another world? The adult Sasuke fell into silence. In his own realm, he always felt out of place within the leaf, a sentiment that lingered even after several years. This was one of the reasons he had spent so long away. Naruto interjected, "Sasuke, are you lonely out there? Why do you continue to immerse yourself in solitude?" Indeed, the adult Sasuke felt this way. He had shared many heartfelt conversations with Naruto, partly to facilitate Sasuke's return to the leaf. Sasuke chuckled, "Loneliness? I am nothing like him. He is blind, but I am not. Naruto, do not presume I have but one friend." He looked disdainfully at the adult Sasuke. "Uncle, did you not once claim that Naruto was your sole friend? What of Suigetsu, Karen, and Yugo, who have nearly lost their lives due to your reckless impulses? They have faced death repeatedly for your sake. Do you not consider them your friends?" A jolt of realization struck the adult Sasuke, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sasuke's expression turned serious. "Naruto, do not mistake me for someone of his ilk. To me, each of my comrades holds an equal place. Thus, it was imperative for me to inform you of the repercussions against the Sound Village. This serves as my warning. Naruto's face fell, barely concealing his disappointment. Sasuke, must it come to this? Is your destruction not already sufficient? The two stood on similar ground. Should Sasuke truly annihilate many of his comrades in the Leaf, Naruto would find it intolerable. However, Naruto might resolve to accompany Sasuke to his demise. With this thought, a shiver ran down Sasuke's spine. Naruto, perhaps your overwhelming emotions would be better directed towards Hinata. Naruto's expression froze, caught off guard. In the next moment, Sasuke's body disregarded the roots that bound him, rising slowly. Naruto gasped, while the adult Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. What is this? Is it Obito's Kamui? Wait. Was the technique Sasuke used to return from the alternate dimension also Kamui? Just as the adult Sasuke grappled with this revelation, black threads appeared on Sasuke's forehead and cheekbones. And suddenly, his eyes flared open. Naruto and the adult Sasuke were both taken aback. Once the adult Sasuke regained his composure, he was startled anew. The first shock was the sight of Sasuke with 6 eyes. The second was the realization that the additional 4 eyes were all Sharingan. Among them, 2 possessed the dual Kamui of Obito. The other 2, based on Sasuke's experience in vanquishing Danzo, can be inferred to be Shursue's Kotoame Tsukumi. Goodness! An overwhelming shock coursed through the heart of the adult Sasuke. How did this Sasuke manage to gather these 2 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan? Has Obito been eliminated? Sasuke deliberately concealed the rank of the other 4 eyes, thereby evading any suspicion from his adult self regarding his absorption of Kagaya Otsutsuki's power. After all, the dual Kamui of the Rinnegan is of a cerulean hue. Like a specter, Sasuke seamlessly passed through all the roots. Slowly drifting towards Naruto, you inquire whether I am sufficient. For vengeance, at the very least, I must obliterate an equivalent creation. As for other adversaries, I shall impose interest. However, given our bond, this time, a mere baseline will suffice. Considering the total area of Orochimaru's multiple base divisions, I must annihilate the entire Konoha. Do you still intend to impede me? Naruto's pupils contracted, but he found himself at a loss for words, resorting to force as a means of obstruction. As Sasuke raised his hand, whoosh, Naruto's punch passed through Sasuke without inflicting any damage. What is this? Naruto appeared utterly bewildered. The expression on adult Sasuke's face darkened. Naruto, this ability is known as Kamui. He can transport his body into an alternate dimension, evading all physical and ninjutsu assaults. He can only be touched when he himself initiates an attack, or sustained assaulting him for over 5 minutes will inflict harm. There exists another method, which adult Sasuke refrained from mentioning, Jinjutsu. However, neither of them dared to meet Sasuke's gaze, thus rendering Jinjutsu moot. Sasuke revealed a sinister smile. Perhaps, if I were to disclose to adult Sasuke that I can phase for 80 minutes, he would be unable to comprehend. Wouldn't he? I truly am a benevolent soul. Under the veil of night, even if Sasuke opened merely 2 eyes, his total ocular power equated to the sum of 6. Previously, to avoid exposure, he had only utilized the power of 1 pair of eyes. Now, Sasuke was genuinely curious to see just how formidable the power of 6 eyes unleashed in Shinra Tensei could be. Flying Thunder God, fixed point teleportation, both teleportations were executed almost simultaneously. Sasuke instantaneously appeared 600 meters above the center of Konoha. This is troublesome. Would release, Advent of the Trees. Would release, Flower World. Adult Sasuke and Naruto unleashed 2 large-scale environmental creation techniques. These techniques possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. As for the distinction between Flower World and Advent of the Trees, it lies in their density. The trees in Advent of the Trees are primarily vertical to the ground, spaced apart from one another. In contrast, the roots of Flower World spread like vines, horizontally covering the area comprehensively. The techniques unleashed by the 2, one horizontal and one vertical, formed a superior defense. Let all return to nothingness. Shinra Tensei. In less than 3 seconds of charging, Sasuke emanated a luminous glow. Boom. A translucent repulsive wave surged outward at supersonic speed. Suddenly, countless colossal trees and vines erupted from the earth of Konoha. The towering trees surged upwards, reaching heights of 100 meters, while the vines expanded horizontally as they ascended. In less than a second, the entire village transformed into a magnificent forest reminiscent of a fairy tale. However, this forest had only just manifested when crack, the upper halves of the immense trees in the core area of Konoha shattered, and flew off into the distance. As the trees propelled outward, the force of their displacement continued to devastate the trees further afield. Simultaneously, the dense layers of vines below were violently compressed against the ground. The once 60 to 70 meters thick layer of vines was squished down to just over 20 meters. Buildings that exceeded this protective layer were obliterated by the shockwave and swiftly ejected from the village. Moments later, the terrifying shockwave began to subside. Within the verdant layers of vines, many buildings remained intact, and the earth itself had not suffered severe damage. Sasuke gazed down at Konoha, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome. Despite his ocular power being undeniably stronger than Naruto's chakra, he could only yield such results. The crux of the matter was that while the technique, Shinra Tensei, exhibited formidable destructive power against the environment, its lethality against resilient individuals was somewhat diminished. This was also the reason why Madara and adult Sasuke rarely employed this technique in later stages. Engaging in a battle of ocular powers offered little advantage in the short term. Contesting with chakra would yield an even more awkward outcome for the time being. He was no match for Naruto. It seemed that he would have to resort to mechanized combat. Suddenly, 6 colossal wooden dragons, each measuring over 30 meters in girth, surged from the vines, spiraling skyward from various directions. These wooden dragons bore a multitude of Narutos upon their backs. Since I cannot directly attack you, I cannot allow you to continue wreaking havoc on Konoha, one of the Narutos bellowed. Following this, hundreds of Narutos began forming hand seals, Senjutsu, wind release, vacuum sphere. A torrential barrage of vacuum spheres rained down upon Sasuke from all angles. The gaps within the attack were so minuscule that even a sparrow could not escape. Suddenly, Sasuke vanished from the sky, reappearing at the eastern gate of Konoha. His body sank slightly as he grasped the sword sheath with his left hand and caressed the hilt with his right. An idea struck him, and he declared, "This next move shall be called Shinjutsu no Koki, Shinj no Kata, Weak Dangitsu." Just as the Narutos and adult Sasuke turned their attention to the eastern gate of Konoha, they witnessed Sasuke execute a swift draw of his sword. The crescent slash emitted by the draw was exceedingly thin and of a pale hue. The range of the crescent gradually expanded in proportion, consistently encompassing a 150-degree arc before Sasuke. Though it appeared slow, it traversed Konoha in the blink of an eye. The entire motion was remarkably agile, devoid of any obstruction or sound. As the slash passed through, Konoha remained seemingly unchanged for a moment. Yet Naruto, the adult Sasuke, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others with exceptional insight were rendered speechless. On the massive trees surrounding Konoha, the ninjas on the battlefield found themselves engulfed in confusion. Why was there not a single sound from that strike? The members of the Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan activated, gazed in bewilderment until they suddenly comprehended. Was this the ability of spatial slicing? In the next moment, all objects in Konoha at a height of 1.2 meters simultaneously underwent a shift. Vines, colossal trees, structures, rocks, and even the Hokage rock were all smoothly cleaved in half at that height. A thunderous rumble ensued, and Konoha began to collapse. The Hokage rock was utterly shattered this time. Aside from the eastern side, where there was no change, the massive trees in the other 3 directions began to topple. Countless villagers were thrown into chaos. Subsequently, all ninjas hurried to evade amidst the falling branches of the giant trees, escorting the villagers to safety. In the sky, the adult Sasuke recalled his previous battle against Kaguya, when Kakashi had temporarily obtained the power of double Kamui and unleashed Kamui Raikiri. That technique had effortlessly inflicted severe injury upon Kaguya. The spatial slicing power that disregarded defenses, the intangible assault of Kamui, coupled with the elusive ability of instantaneous movement. This individual had become invincible. Naruto, in this conflict, we must strive to protect all villagers and comrades. It had been a long time since adult Sasuke had felt despair, yet at this moment, it washed over him once more. However, even if victory was unattainable, surrender was not an option. Naruto solemnly nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He had anticipated the challenge of defeating Sasuke, but he had not expected it to escalate to this extent. With a grin, Sasuke raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand, cautioning, "Be careful. This sword is extremely dangerous now." The Chidori blade enveloping the Kusanagi had turned black. It was the Kamui Chidori. Initially, Sasuke had merely intended to give Konoha a free demolition and depart. However, Naruto's would release piqued Sasuke's interest. Naruto's would release surpassed that of Hashirama. If he could acquire Naruto's cells directly, this trip would prove immensely profitable. As Sasuke prepared for battle, An intuition struck him. Naruto, be cautious. He may have his sights set on your body. Naruto was momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over him. This. Adult Sasuke, though perplexed, elaborated. He is certainly eyeing your wood release. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, his fear dissipating. He had thought adult Sasuke was saying something else. Flying Thunder God. Fixed distance instantaneous movement. In an instant, while still conversing with adult Sasuke, Naruto's left arm was severed. With a thud, Naruto's severed arm gradually transformed into wood. Sasuke was not particularly surprised. Although Naruto often appeared somewhat daft, he was quite clever in reality. What had been conversing with adult Sasuke was merely a wooden clone. With a swift motion, the wooden clone shot forth, unleashing several vines that ensnared Sasuke. The vine passed through Sasuke without any sensation. Sasuke sidestepped, wielding his blade upward. With a swift motion, Naruto's clone was cleaved in half. To Sasuke, it felt as though he was not even perceiving the existence of anything. The Chidori blade had become so sharp that it bore no tactile feedback. He surveyed the thousands of Narutos in the hidden leaf, letting out a silent sigh. How troublesome. Although Naruto was not his adversary, resolving this situation was hardly a simple task. More importantly, being perpetually deceived by clones was quite humiliating. Therefore, in an instant, Sasuke's own arm was severed. Since Naruto was a mere illusion, obtaining an adult Sasuke's arm would suffice. Unfortunately, bang, the adult Sasuke transformed into a mere wooden figure. Meanwhile, the original remained hidden, shrouded in mystery, or perhaps transformed into something else. The wood release, a bloodline limit, was indeed a nuisance when it manifested in an opponent. The formidable techniques aside, even the mere wood clones and wood transformation were exceedingly bothersome. The wood clone possessed vitality, rendering the perception of the real body and the clone nearly indistinguishable. Only by possessing wood release himself could one discern the difference with ease. Currently, reclaiming the cells of Hashirama was a daunting challenge. Of course, if one were to threaten Naruto with the lives of the Leaf's citizens to surrender an arm, that should not be too difficult. Yet, such despicable tactics were reserved for dealing with equally vile and reprehensible individuals. Never mind. It was merely an enhanced version of wood release. Sasuke retracted the Chidori blade and withdrew the Kusanagi sword, feeling quite pleased with his recent gains. Thus, this encounter would conclude here. However, even the smile of the Buddha has its limits. Sasuke's expression gradually turned cold. Should you continue to obstruct me? Next time it will not merely be a matter of demolition. A transparent vortex slowly manifested in the space around him, just as Sasuke was about to vanish. Suddenly, a Naruto rushed over, dragging Sakura along. It was utterly perplexing. What was Sakura thinking to be so unreliable? How could this Naruto genuinely bring her here? Sasuke. As Sakura approached, she was horrified to discover that Sasuke had sprouted 6 eyes, causing her face to blanch and her body to tremble instinctively as she took a step back. Sasuke chuckled. I told you, you do not truly understand me. Do you now have a compelling reason to see me? Sakura had initially intended to engage in verbal sparring with Sasuke, but fear rendered her speechless. Sasuke openly mocked her with a smirk. If you feel inferior due to the disparity in strength and choose to cower in the shadows, I would deem that somewhat acceptable. Yet you inexplicably thrust yourself into the fray. Even Tsunade, the Hokage, understands that she lacks the qualifications to intervene. Truly, it must be you, Sakura. A mindless woman, oblivious to her own ignorance. As the vortex dissipated, a brief silence enveloped the scene. The Narutos gazed at Sakura, wishing to offer comfort, yet uncertain of how to articulate their sentiments. Indeed, the disparity in strength is an undeniable reality. No matter how diligently Sakura strives, she cannot hope to match even a single shadow clone of the two. In the aftermath of this calamity, the residents of Konoha have felt the looming threat of death. Sasuke arrived, wreaking havoc upon Konoha, and then departed freely. This year, many believed that with the new Hokage, everything would change. They thought that with the addition of Jiraiya-sama, Konoha would once again flourish. Especially with Naruto's newfound strength, all were convinced that Konoha was on the brink of a true resurgence. Yet, what has changed since 6 months ago? The sense of security within many hearts has once again been shattered. Some families have chosen to leave Konoha altogether. For those who remain, the path ahead lies in the reconstruction of the village. The remnants of Konoha are strewn with collapsed structures, rubble, colossal trees, and vines. Rebuilding is far more intricate than simply starting anew on barren land. After nearly an hour of deliberation, the reconstruction plan was set into motion. First, the adult Sasuke unleashed a celestial sphere, gathering all the refuse of Konoha within its confines. Subsequently, Naruto employed wood release, conjuring thousands of towering trees. Each tree trunk bore numerous hollows, each spanning several hundred square meters, divided into various rooms. It was a natural high-rise dwelling. Konoha had transformed into an expansive forest, where all inhabitants lived like ethereal beings within the tree hollows. Not only was it uniquely styled, but its defensive capabilities reached astonishing heights. The following day, news of Sasuke's devastating actions in Konoha spread throughout the ninja world. Villages that had witnessed Naruto's prowess felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Meanwhile, in an obscure underground lair within the ninja realm, a middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle was bound to an X-shaped wooden frame, deeply unconscious. The floor of the cave was inscribed with an intricate array. Nearby stood a short, white-haired man performing hand seals for a technique known as the ghostly flower technique. Suddenly, the man with the explosive hair lifted his lifeless eyes, his blood seeping from his skin and slowly merging with that of the white-haired individual. At that moment, a black hole materialized within the cave's confines. Following this, 3 cloaked figures emerged. One wore a spiral orange mask, another bore a face half black and half white, with a pitcher plant growing from his shoulder, and the third was a towering figure with long black hair cascading to his waist. The white-haired man in the array was startled and prepared to interrupt the ghostly flower technique. The masked man spoke softly, "There is no need to halt. We bear no ill intent. I am called Akatsuki, and these are Zetsu and Chunin." The white-haired man, slowing his fusion yet remaining vigilant, inquired, "What organization are you? Why have you sought me?" The man who identified himself as Akatsuki scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. Let us see. We shall call our organization Burrow. We recognize your potential and have come specifically to invite you to join us. Here lies a treasure trove beyond your imagination, such as the Sharingan and wood release." As the conversation approached its conclusion, a pair of crimson 3-tomo Sharingan emerged from the holes in Akatsuki's mask. Simultaneously, Akatsuki produced a petri dish containing 2 more 3-tomo Sharingan. Bellowa's pupils constricted in disbelief. Chunin grinned, stretching his neck and cracking his joints. "If you refuse, I shall end your life." Bello narrowed his eyes slightly, finding this organization rather intriguing, yet uncertain of your strength. Chunin's fingers crackled ominously, urging, "Hurry and complete your technique. I can hardly wait." Moments later, as the last drop of blood merged into Bellowa's body, he moved with incredible speed. Whoosh! In an instant, Bello appeared before Chunin, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated, yet Chunin merely scoffed. "Is that all you've got? Allow me to demonstrate the true meaning of a fist." Steel release. Just as Chunin's fist was about to connect with Bellowa's face, a metallic sheen enveloped Bellowa's visage. However, clang! Poof! Bellowa's face was distorted from the impact, blood and teeth flying several meters away. Boom! Bello was sent crashing into the mountainside, buried several meters deep. The blow left Bello utterly bewildered. This was steel-infused. In a flurry, he formed a seal. Countless vines suddenly erupted from the surrounding mountainside, slowly pulling Bello back to the trio before Akatsuki. Akatsuki remarked, "Surviving a single punch grants you the right to be our companion. Yes?" Chunin chuckled, "Indeed. I am quite satisfied with this companion chosen by Lord Akatsuki." Regaining his composure, Bello cautiously inquired, "What is the primary purpose of our organization?" Akatsuki replied, "To liberate the world from suffering entirely." Bello was taken aback. Akatsuki couldn't help but recall Sasuke's visage, yet there remain obstacles in the current shinobi world. "We must amass strength and only act once we have achieved true transformation." Overwhelmed by the revelation, Bello followed the trio into the black, hole-like portal. In the land of the moon, at the hidden dream village. After numerous attempts, Sasuke became increasingly familiar with the Orochimaru. Tonight was the moment to attempt the lunar journey. Snap! A pitch-black portal appeared in the space. Taking a step forward, Sasuke transitioned from Earth to the surface of the moon. His demonized form instantly reverted to that of a human. The portion of the moon visible from Earth was the sunlit hemisphere. However, the universe within this two-dimensional realm was equally wondrous. Here, the temperature was not drastically different from Earth, and the air contained oxygen and other elements vital for sustaining life. Before him lay an endless expanse of gray terrain. The Earth is riddled with pockmarked craters. Although nothing appears to be amiss from the lunar surface, Sasuke senses a profound energy fluctuation emanating from within the moon. Upon entering a human state, he has already activated his dual Mangekyou Sharingan, moving like a phantom toward the moon's interior. Shortly thereafter, He arrives at an artificial world nestled within the moon. This realm boasts a vast cavern. At its core lies an artificial sun. This synthetic star bears no influence on the state of transformation into a phantom. As Sasuke ventures deep into the core of this artificial sun, he discovers a colossal golden rinnegan. This eye, though somewhat smaller than its cinematic counterpart, is destined to become his secret base. Since this rinnegan is to be utilized for illumination, it must not absorb light. However, an illusionary barrier can be established around it, endowing the artificial sun with the capability of projection. After making the necessary preparations, Sasuke departs to continue his search for the descendants of the Uchiha clan. Before long, he observes two factions engaged in warfare upon the earth. One side, marked by a banner depicting a black moon, is none other than the Kurotsuki branch family. They have created a purple rinnegan approximately 1 meter in diameter. Through subtle chakra perception, Sasuke is somewhat disillusioned by the strength of these individuals. He had expected them to be on par with the likes of Chunin from the films, yet most are merely at the elite Chunin level, with only those of captain rank or higher reaching the level of a Kage. Their Kurotsuki bloodline has long diluted, placing them just a tier above the high Ga clan on Earth. The Kurotsuki Chunin is a rare genius, but alas, despite his high blood purity, he was born without dual eyes. Just then, the purple rinnegan of the branch family begins to gather energy, releasing a violet beam in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke appears at the heart of the battlefield, utilizing his Preta Path abilities to single-handedly catch the beam emitted by the purple rinnegan. As the brilliance fades, all members of the Kurotsuki clan stand dumbfounded. "Who are you?" The leaders of both factions exclaim in astonishment. They fear that Sasuke may be a hidden master from the opposing faction. Sasuke slowly unveils his sixth rinnegan, and the crowd gasps in horror. They realize he has materialized from Earth. Sasuke hovers above, surveying the assembly. You seek to annihilate Earth on one hand while professing to protect it on the other. Yet, you are utterly unfamiliar with the life forms that inhabit this planet. You lack the understanding of whether these beings are worthy of protection or if annihilation is truly necessary. Furthermore, in terms of strength, you are neither capable of protection nor destruction. The Kurotsuki Uchiha and Kurotsuki Yui have long since perished. There is no necessity for you to continue existing under the pretense of a mission to protect or destroy Earth. You ought to live for yourselves. If existence is contingent upon having a mission, then submit to me. At an unknown moment, the visage of the rinnegan appeared upon the artificial sun. This was the manifestation of the projection-type Genjutsu barrier that Sasuke had previously established. By gathering a pair of Kodo Amatsukami, one could implant their will upon a target within a designated area. Coupled with the projection of the artificial sun, the reach of Kodo Amatsukami extended to encompass the entirety of the lunar world. However, these individuals possessed a longevity far surpassing that of Earthlings. Their experiences must be abundant, and their thoughts likely profound. The effects of Kodo Amatsukami could not be guaranteed entirely. Fortunately, Sasuke could sense that the release of Kodo Amatsukami had indeed borne fruit. Following a brief silence, the heads of the branch families and a few captains hesitated momentarily before resolutely reaffirming their stance. Earthlings, even in death, we shall honor the legacy left by Lord Yumura. Attack. At the command, only the head of the branch families and a handful of captains stepped forward. This outcome was unexpected for the head of the branch families, and indeed surpassed Sasuke's anticipations. The difference was that this expectation was far more favorable for Sasuke. Perhaps it was due to their lack of exposure to the Earth environment that their thoughts remained rather simplistic. The efficacy of Kodo Amatsukami was surprisingly effective. Though only a few were willing to act, they charged towards Sasuke with unwavering determination. Sasuke's right hand, appearing slow yet swift, grasped the hilt of the Kusanagi. To ask you to relinquish your convictions would indeed be a challenge. Thus, you shall retain your fervor and withdraw forever. There was no fierce battle. In an instant, Sasuke stood just behind several of them. The next moment, a fountain of blood erupted from their necks, soaring several meters high. Sasuke turned to the head of the main family. From now on, you shall lead these two clans. Compile the population and strength data of your kin. Understood. An hour later, all the information regarding the Akatsuki clan on the moon was meticulously gathered. At that moment, only one individual from the Akatsuki lineage, Sharon, remained unaffected by Kodo Amatsukami. Consequently, Sasuke drained Sharon's blood. Sharon inherited the pure bloodline of Akatsuki Yumura, infused with a portion of chakra fruit power. Upon absorption, Sasuke felt his physical prowess augment slightly. Next, it was time to absorb the purple rinnegan. The purple Rinnegan was a fusion of the eyes of countless deceased branch members, possessing ocular power rivaling that of the Rinnegan. With Sasuke's 6 eyes now exposed, there was no need for concealment. Thus, his commonly used eyes during the day were replaced with the dual Susanoo. Sasuke decisively fused the purple Rinnegan with the dual Susanoo Rinnegan. During the fusion, the bloodline power of Yumura resonated with Sasuke's own Kekkei Genkai. The Mangekyou Susanoo transformed into a passive state, yet the iris shifted to a cerulean hue. The duration of the intangible Susanoo reached 100 minutes, and the transfer speed of the left eye doubled. These eyes not only possess the ability to see through but have also been enhanced. The images perceived during this clairvoyance transform into vibrant colors, and an additional magnifying capability has been acquired. As the focal point enlarges, one's control over chakra simultaneously improves. This ability may seem trivial at first glance. However, its actual effectiveness is profoundly unsettling. Sasuke endeavored to manifest a black rod using chakra. As his vision expanded, he discerned the voids within the rod. Whenever a gap appeared, Sasuke would fill it with chakra. As he continued to magnify, even finer crevices emerged, which he promptly filled once more. Thus, the density and strength of the black rod metamorphosed at a visibly accelerated pace. After a minute, Sasuke's vision had sharpened to the point where he could perceive the bacteria floating in the air. Remarkably, the surface of the black rod remained impeccably smooth. Being a unique entity forged from a fusion of various chakra natures, its weight exhibited negligible change. To test its strength, he needed to engage in strikes and collisions. Consequently, Sasuke grasped the black rod in his left hand, wielding the Kusanagi sword, enhanced with Chidori, in his right, and forcefully brought the two together. Clang! The sound echoed like metal meeting metal, and the surface of the black rod bore not a single scratch. Sasuke then entered the state of the god of war armor for further testing. Clang! This time, the black rod emerged unscathed, but the Kusanagi sword suffered a slight chip. This sword was now fit for gifting. Sasuke stowed the Kusanagi and its fragments, transforming the black rod into a black straight blade. With a swift motion, he activated his Rinnegan. The intricate patterns in his eyes had evolved into the 6-pointed blue Rinnegan, endowed with all the abilities of the Samsara Eye, including the capacity to create chakra balls. At this juncture, the magnifying function of his vision reached new heights. Sasuke continued to infuse the black blade with chakra for nearly 2 minutes until he arrived at the pinnacle of his ocular power. Alas, the chakra balls could not be wielded in their normal state. Otherwise, the blade's material would have constituted ultra-dense chakra. Even so, this black blade has become the sharpest weapon in the ninja realm, without exception. With it, even without the addition of Kamui, Naruto would not withstand its might. This rekindled the thrill and joy of battle for Sasuke. Henceforth, it would be known as the God of Lamentation. This was the true name of the sword wielded by Kokushibo. Sasuke stood up, his spirits lifted. Shortly thereafter, he made his way to the temple of the Akatsuki clan to partake in the ceremony. During the ceremony, Sasuke imparted breathing techniques and a modicum of blood from the abyss to the attendees, officially becoming the new leader of the lunar Akatsuki clan. Subsequently, he established a spatial passageway to Earth using his golden Samsara Eye. The other end of the passage led into an inconspicuous well within the hidden village of dreams. Upon returning to the ninja realm, Sasuke tossed the Kusanagi sword to Mizuki. He then granted the 12 Kazuki access to the lunar base. The entire ninja realm fell into a profound silence. On the surface, it appeared tranquil, yet it was merely the calm before the storm. All ninja villages were exerting their utmost efforts to bolster the strength of their shinobi. Most of the Jinchuriki were concealed in obscure locations. Sasuke was not taken aback by this. A series of narratives and articles concerning freedom and equality were composed and subsequently disseminated by individuals masquerading as monks throughout the shinobi world. Those who encountered these tales began to engage in profound introspection and contemplation of existence. However, a complete awakening for them remained a distant prospect. In the land of the leaf, the adult Sasuke gradually mastered the chakra absorbed from Orochimaru and his associates. He further delved into chakra research and acquired the techniques of breath control. Shortly thereafter, the core ninja of Konoha commenced their own training in these breathing methods. A year later, the adult Sasuke unlocked the pattern, and on the same day, Naruto did as well. In the ensuing days, more individuals, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Guy, Kakashi, Boruto, and many others, also activated this new ability. Their powers surged significantly, Yet before they could revel in their newfound strength, they discovered that their bodies were beginning to deteriorate at an alarming rate. If this decline continued, they would not survive beyond 3 days. Tsunade, taken aback, hurriedly initiated research and analysis, ultimately uncovering that without a remarkably robust constitution, activating the pattern would lead to a premature demise. In a desperate measure, Tsunade extracted cells from Naruto, diluted them, and transplanted them into the others, thus averting this crisis. Consequently, the strength of Konoha surged once more, with even a single J-nin surpassing the former prowess of Jiraiya. At this juncture, Sasuke's role as an adult diminished significantly. Eventually, he and Boruto returned to the future, their temporal journey yielding extraordinary insights. Thus, the shinobi world enjoyed another year of relative tranquility. One fateful day, news erupted from the Rock Village. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Akatsuki, unable to endure the shackles of captivity, escaped from a Mangekyou. Nations watched with bated breath, pondering whether Akatsuki would be hunted down. Remarkably, 6 months later, he thrived unscathed, prompting the various ninja villages to gradually lower their guard. Mangekyou, in conjunction with Konoha, extended invitations to all ninja villages for the Chunin exams, with Naruto and the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki from Takigakure accepting. In the Moon Palace, the 12 demon moons convened, and seated upon the throne was Sasuke, holding an invitation letter. Musing that he still appeared to be a mere genin by the standards of ninja advancement, Orochimaru, with a sly grin, flicked his tongue across his lips, noting the implications of this hierarchy. Conan remarked, "Is Konoha deliberately luring us into action? Could there be a trap?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, "Indeed. They seek to provoke us." Now, aside from the Three Tails, all other Jinchuriki have re-entered our field of vision. As for traps, Nagato interjected, "For us, their traps hold no significance." Sasuke set down the invitation, declaring, "Since Konoha intends to draw us out, let us present ourselves for their viewing. Moreover, I must also elicit the emergence of Obito and the others." As night fell, the hunt commenced. The group quickly allocated their targets among the tailed beasts, with Nagato and Conan assigned to hunt the Five-Tails Jinchuriki in a Mangekyou. Kumaru and Jugo were tasked with hunting the Eight-Tails and Two-Tails Jinchuriki in the Cloud Village. Suigetsu and Kabuto were assigned to capture the Six-Tails Jinchuriki in the Mist Village. As in the original narrative, Deidara and Sasori set out to hunt Gaara in the Sand Village. Haiden and Kakazu were to pursue the rogue Four-Tails Jinchuriki, the old man known as Tsutsuki. As for Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Karen, they headed straight for Konoha to hunt the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Since Konoha had extended its hand, it was time to deliver a resounding blow. At this moment, numerous foreign ninjas were queuing to enter Konoha. From a distance, they beheld towering trees that seemed to reach the heavens. As they approached, the sight grew even more awe-inspiring. Before they had even crossed the threshold, these ninjas felt a sense of humility. 3 individuals representing the Land of Water's dream hidden village had just passed the entrance examination and entered Konoha. Among them were 2 boys and a girl, all seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. The tall boy on the left was gaunt and pale, appearing gravely ill. The girl on the right wore red glasses and had cascading black hair. The boy in the center donned flat glasses, his countenance exuding modesty and approachability. As they stepped through the gates, surrounding ninjas questioned whether they were indeed ninjas. These 3 were none other than the disguised Orochimaru, Karen, and Sasuke. Karen gazed curiously at Konoha, exclaiming how different it was from her last visit during the Chunin exams. Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke. "No worries. This time you will witness it firsthand." Suddenly, Karen's expression shifted as she sensed something. Sasuke, the chakra of Konoha ninjas. It seems to be fused with a breathing technique. Moreover, they all appear to possess cellular components akin to Hashiramas. There were as many as 237 ninjas at the shadow level and 21 at the super shadow level. Orochimaru smirked. "No wonder they dared to summon us." Sasuke focused on a particular area in Konoha, noticing 3 chakra signatures that had eluded detection. Karen paused. "Could it be?" Sasuke replied, "Yes. Those 3 have mastered the realm of transparency." Orochimaru and Karen were momentarily taken aback. Among the 12 demon moons, only Kumaru and Jugo had attained mastery over this realm. Achieving the realm of transparency necessitated an exceptionally pure will and belief. Yet, most individuals are burdened by complex thoughts and emotions, making it impossible to awaken this ability. Were it not for the uniqueness of the blue Rinnegan, Sasuke would have struggled to detect Naruto, Guy, and Lee. especially Naruto. Through Sasuke's microscopic vision, he discerned that all the plants in Konoha were channeling absorbed sunlight to Naruto. After absorbing this light energy, Naruto's cellular structure began to amplify in density and strength. By day, Sasuke's physical prowess already surpassed the conventional limits of the Kurotsuki clan. However, when facing Naruto, even in his demonic state, he found himself slightly outmatched. The hardness of Naruto's bones is surprisingly comparable to Sasuke's black sword, an astonishing revelation. It is truly beyond comprehension. I had thought that Naruto's antics had reached their zenith, and that any further enhancement would merely involve merging the chakra of the nine-tailed beast to unlock a six-paths mode. However, what a revelation it is that this most exquisite wood release has undergone a form of mutated photosynthesis, enabling Naruto to evolve akin to Superman. Indeed, this is Naruto's ultimate trump card. The most terrifying ability bestowed upon Naruto through the fusion of wood release is evolution. Hello, may I ask if we could be friends? Suddenly, a girl's voice called out from a distance. Sasuke and the others turned to look. The girl had, and was dressed rather revealingly, her already short skirt featuring slits on both sides. She was none other than Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails from Mangekyou. The young man addressed by Fu appeared wary and retorted, "What is wrong with you? Do I know you?" Without waiting for Fu to respond, he hurriedly departed. Fu remained undeterred, turning to another individual nearby and extending her right hand. "Hello, may I ask if we could be friends? Is something wrong with you?" This person too hastily distanced himself. Behind Fu, two slightly breathless young men appeared, exclaiming, "Hey, Fu, if you approach people like that, no one will pay you any mind." "Indeed, Fu, let us quickly find a suitable inn together." "I refuse. I must make 100 friends." Fu deftly evaded the two men, finally noticing Sasuke and his companions observing her with calm expressions. She felt a surge of joy and rushed towards the trio. "Hello, may I ask if we could be friends?" Orochimaru licked his lips, while Karen pursed her lips in disapproval. Noticing the silence from the other two, Fu turned her gaze to Sasuke. With a gentle smile, Sasuke extended his right hand in greeting. "Of course, I would be delighted to. My name is Iki Kageyama. Pleased to meet you." Karen, with a slight smirk, stepped forward and grasped Fu's hand. "I'm also pleased to meet you. My name is Karen." Orochimaru, not extending his hand, smiled broadly. "I am Orochimaru." Fu beamed with joy. "Wow, this is wonderful. My name is Fu. I sensed you were extraordinary from the very beginning." "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Sasuke flashed a bright smile. "We traveled here from a small ninja village, and your warmth has unexpectedly alleviated our initial anxiety." Fu's cheeks flushed slightly. "Oh, really? I'm so glad to have eased your tension." Sasuke slightly adjusted his glasses, one lens reflecting the sunlight. "I must apologize. I had concealed something from you earlier, but seeing your enthusiasm, I have decided to be forthright." Fu, filled with curiosity and confusion, inquired, "What did you conceal?" Though Sasuke's smile remained unchanged, a calmness in his other eye startled Fu. "My name is not actually Iki Kageyama. My true name is Uchiha Sasuke." "Oh, so your name is Uchiha Sasuke?" Fu exclaimed in surprise. With a smile, Fu responded, but as soon as she finished uttering the name, she suddenly realized. At that moment, Sasuke's left hand had already rested upon Fu's shoulder. "Kimui, the capture is complete." In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed. Suddenly, several Leaf Village ninjas erupted with chakra, surrounding the trio of Sasuke. They had originally been tasked with discreetly protecting Fu, but to their astonishment, she had vanished in the blink of an eye. The surge of chakra instantly heightened the vigilance of countless individuals. In the blink of an eye, over 100 ninjas from the Leaf Village surged towards this location at an astonishing speed. The other ninjas from different villages were left in awe by this imperceptible velocity. Over 100 people. Could they all be of the caliber of a Hokage? Indeed, among them were a few whose speeds were even greater. Yet, ordinary ninjas remained oblivious to their presence. As soon as the Leaf Ninjas unleashed their chakra, the silver-haired Kakashi and the watermelon-headed guy appeared. Within a mere 2 seconds, Naruto had traversed several thousand meters to arrive at the scene. Upon seeing the three individuals before him, Naruto instinctively focused on Sasuke. "Sasuke?" Sasuke feigned a casual glance around, questioning the absence of that old man. Upon hearing Sasuke's indirect acknowledgement, the Leaf Ninjas felt an immense pressure. "Naruto, he has indeed returned to our world. Are you truly going to proceed with that plan?" Sasuke lifted his gaze to the crescent moon on the horizon. Although the sun had yet to set, the moon had already made its appearance. Though he remained silent, Sasuke's intentions were unmistakably clear. Kakashi remarked, even though he has returned. The Leaf Village of now is not the same as it was 2.5 years ago. A chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips. Growth is not limited to just you. As he spoke, Orochimaru and Karen dispelled their would-release transformation technique. The 12 Kazuki possessed would-release abilities on par with Yamato's. Their fusion of would-release was aimed at utilizing transformation techniques and wooden clones. Orochimaru, Kakashi exclaimed, taken aback. Guy became increasingly vigilant towards Karen. Kakashi, did you notice? Orochimaru, and that girl bear the numbers 4 and 1. Following Guy's gaze, Kakashi indeed observed that one of Orochimaru's earlobes bore the number 4, while the other displayed the number 1 on Karen's earlobes. Though the specific meanings remained unclear, it was evident that this girl would not be easy to handle. Sasuke gently removed his glasses with his left hand, crushing them into dust that scattered with the wind. He then swept his left hand through his hair, restoring his strikingly handsome visage that captivated countless women. As his eyes reverted to their original blue with the Kamui patterns after dispelling the transformation technique, the ninjas of the leaf looked on in astonishment. Is that still the Sharingan? A black fissure emerged from Sasuke's left hand, from which he summoned Void, crying, God, does anyone dare to impede my path? Regrettably, it is too late. Kakashi's expression turned grave. We never intended to hinder you in any way. However, your act of abducting candidates participating in the examination compels us to take action. Kakashi, Naruto, and others were acutely aware of the limitations of the Kamui ability. Yet, even if Sasuke could not utilize Kamui for teleportation while in his intangible state, he could still employ the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat instantaneously. The group found themselves at a complete loss against Sasuke. Nevertheless, it was imperative to demonstrate Konoha's stance to the ninja villages of all nations. Oh, Sasuke chuckled. Since you insist, I shall enact half of our agreement and offer you a partial lesson in suffering. In an instant, both Sasuke and Naruto moved almost simultaneously. Sasuke swung his blade towards Kakashi's left arm, while Naruto reached out to grasp Sasuke's right hand and neck. Should Sasuke transition into a physical form to strike Kakashi, he too would be vulnerable to Naruto's counterattack. The black blade pierced Kakashi's left arm, but inflicted no harm. Similarly, Naruto's hands passed through Sasuke's form without making contact. It was only then that Kakashi reacted, taking a step back. Sasuke, I will keep my eyes on you. Sasuke moved at high speed. Yet Naruto remained steadfastly at his side, shadowing him effortlessly. In terms of sheer velocity, Naruto surpassed Sasuke by a considerable margin. Absurd. However, Sasuke's capabilities were beyond Naruto's reach. Is that so? Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at a fortunate spectator daring enough to meet his gaze. Illusion technique. Chains of enchantment. Let it not be forgotten that Sasuke's Genjutsu was augmented by the abilities of Kuruma Yakumo. Suddenly, a nearby leaf ninja collapsed, his limbs riddled with piercing wounds. What manner of attack is this? The onlookers, including Naruto, were taken aback. Sasuke's form remained intangible. How could he have executed such an attack? The crucial question arose. If he could strike, why not target himself or Kakashi and the others, instead of an ordinary Anbu ninja? Kakashi furrowed his brows, contemplating. Perhaps this is a peculiar secret technique that can convert illusionary damage into reality. Everyone, do not meet Sasuke's gaze. What? The ability to transform illusionary harm into actual injury. Is there truly such a contravention of natural law? The crowd was stunned, their disbelief palpable. Sasuke feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, as expected of my former team leader. You grasped it with just a glance." Upon hearing Sasuke's acknowledgement, Kakashi's expression grew more serious as he explained to the others. Red once entrusted me with the care of a student named Kuruma Yakumo. I never anticipated that Sasuke would possess a similar capability. Any genjutsu from Sasuke could prove fatal. Everyone must avoid direct eye contact with him. Ignoring Naruto before him, Sasuke abruptly assumed a stance to draw his blade. Naruto's pupils constricted. The last time, Sasuke had severed all of Konoha with this very technique. Although uncertain of Sasuke's intentions this time, Naruto nonetheless activated would release. Divine Moon Breathing, 13th form, Void Moon Slash. Would release, Arrival of the Grove. In the next instant. In an instant, Sasuke vanished before Naruto and reappeared beneath the Ninja Academy. At that moment, the blade draw was completed, unleashing a translucent crescent slash that surged toward the opposite side of Konoha with a deceptive swiftness. Almost simultaneously, countless saplings erupted from the ground, propelling the startled citizens to varying heights. Just as astonishment gripped them, a crescent slash swept beneath their feet. In the next heartbeat, everything beneath them was silently cleaved in two. Yet, the severed edges of the saplings and the colossal tree began to mend at an astonishing speed, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Despite the ferocity of the strike, the resultant casualties were minimal. With a resounding crash, Sasuke witnessed Orochimaru and Karin being sent flying by a single punch from Naruto. Though their power was formidable against others, none could withstand Naruto's strength, except for Sasuke. At that moment, thousands of Naruto's shadow clones surged forth, dispersing throughout Konoha, with dozens of them hurtling towards Sasuke at several times the speed of sound. Flying Thunder God technique, summoning. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru and Karin materialized before Sasuke, both bearing blood at the corners of their mouths. Their expressions filled with disbelief. They had not anticipated that anyone could inflict such grave injuries with a single blow. Although it was not yet night, it seemed that the daylight limited their options. After this exchange, they would retreat. God Moon breathing, 14th form, fierce change, divine full moon of divine might. Sasuke swung his blade, conjuring numerous colossal crescent slashes within a several-kilometer radius, each accompanied by a multitude of varying-sized circular blades. Unlike his previous techniques, these slashes and blades were all black and imbued with the spatial cutting ability of his divine might. The residents of Konoha were situated in the upper portion of the Great Tree. This attack targeted the oncoming Narutos, along with numerous other candidates, and Konoha's law enforcement ninjas. In this dire moment, they unleashed various defensive and escape techniques to save themselves, but against the densely packed divine might slashes, their efforts proved futile. Everything was silently shattered into fragments. Those attempting to burrow into the earth found that the ground offered no refuge against the onslaught. In an instant, thousands of ninjas perished, and dozens of colossal trees had their trunks severed, beginning to topple, plunging Konoha into chaos. At that moment, several Narutos appeared several meters behind Sasuke, and the others from another direction. Gritting his teeth, Naruto exclaimed, "Sasuke, how can you harm the innocent?" Unfazed, Sasuke turned back, replying, "You should be grateful for my mercy. Had I not issued a sufficient warning, your deaths would have been far more catastrophic when you inevitably resisted. Therefore, refrain from any underhanded tricks or wordplay in my presence. Even though I may find myself at a loss against you during the day, there are countless strategies to confront Konoha. Moreover, night and day are perpetually entwined in their cyclical dance. Should you appear beyond the borders of Konoha, the village will face utter obliteration." Whoosh. Naruto, filled with rage, struck through Sasuke with a punch that bore no physical contact. Sasuke and his companions had transformed into phantoms, vanishing from Konoha. Cursed be the invention of the flying thunder god. Naruto fumed. Shortly thereafter, Konoha began to tally the casualties. The shinobi from various nations were nearly decimated. How shall we account for this to the other nations? The higher-ups of Konoha were beset with anxiety. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the other four nations were on the brink of an even graver crisis. Before long, the sun finally dipped below the horizon. In the Wind Country, at the outskirts of Mangekyou, several stories high, the protective walls stood steadfast as hundreds of sand shinobi held their ground. At this moment, a sand ninja wielding a telescope surveyed the distant desert. Suddenly, he spotted a colossal white bird soaring 2 kilometers away in the sky. Perched upon the creature's back were 2 youths clad in black adorned with red clouds. One boasted a shock of pink hair, while the other had golden locks, with bangs obscuring half of his face. Most astonishingly, the golden-haired boy revealed white eyes. He gazed back at his observer with a playful expression. Slowly raising his right hand to his mouth, as if forming a hand sign, he beckoned. "Look, what is this?" Suddenly, the sand ninja heard his companions murmur in confusion. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he hastily retracted the telescope, only to behold a faintly glowing, translucent bird soaring through the air. "This is bad." Huh. 2 kilometers away, Deidara issued a command. Boom. An invisible explosion erupted against the defensive wall of Mangekyou. The hard rock was instantly shattered by the shockwave, sending debris flying. Countless fragments hurtled toward the heart of the village. 2 kilometers away. "Brother Scorpion, I believe this time I shall avenge you splendidly. Humph. You ought to thank Lord Sasuke. Had you adhered to your previous methods, your clay would surely have run dry." Deidara smiled faintly. "Ah, indeed. Thanks to Lord Sasuke, I can now craft an array of different explosives. Alas, in Mangekyou, there's naught but sand and fierce winds. This battle shall rely solely on air bombs. As he spoke, Deidara's hands, which bore mouths, inhaled ravenously. Explosive clay. C2, transparent flying dragon. Moments later, two glowing, translucent dragons erupted from the mouths in his hands, soaring towards Mangekyou. As they flew, the diminutive dragons rapidly expanded. Mere seconds later, the two great dragons entered the village from opposing directions. The earlier explosion had already alerted Mangekyou to the impending threat. Gaara had long since prepared defenses with sand. Suddenly, the dragon careening straight into the village developed fissures upon its surface. The next instant, boom, a powerful air explosion struck, transforming the sand into a formidable thrust. Countless grains of sand shot forth like a myriad of arrows into the distance. Fortunately, the sand remained under Gaara's control. After flying several hundred meters, the grains gradually lost their momentum. Indeed, the opponent is remarkably formidable. Gaara's inner spirit, Shikaku, cautioned. 2.5 years prior, when Naruto revealed the Moon's Eye plan, both Naruto and Gaara had already forged a friendship with Shikaku. Gaara's current strength was now several times greater than in the original narrative. He nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, I understand. This marks our first genuine battle side by side." Just as Shikaku was about to respond, the tail of the second flying dragon above Mangekyou began to disintegrate into countless fragments. These fragments swiftly transformed into miniature flying dragons, darting towards Gaara from various directions. Just as Gaara intended to defend himself, the front half of the giant dragon plummeted directly towards Mangekyou. "This is bad." Gaara's expression shifted, and he hurriedly commanded a large amount of sand to form a protective layer above the village. Shikaku was not idle either. He quickly extended his sandy form to shield Gaara's body. Boom, boom. A series of deep explosions echoed. The sand walls above Mangekyou were blasted into gaping holes. Countless grains of sand penetrated the village's structures, leaving deep scratches in their wake. Some ninjas standing on rooftops were caught off guard, killed outright by the onslaught of sand. Gaara was also feeling the pressure. Although Shikaku's form possessed a density far superior to ordinary sand and exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities, the penetrating force of the air vibrations was overwhelming. Gaara's sand armor cracked under the impact. At that moment, Gaara and the villagers of Mangekyou spotted another white dragon soaring through the distant sky. Standing atop, it were two young men, instantly recognizable to the ninjas who had once besieged Sasori over 2 years ago. Soon, Chiyo appeared on the rooftop of a nearby building, exclaiming, "Sasori, are you truly intending to strike Mangekyou?" On the dragon, Sasori gazed down at Chiyo and the elderly Aizo with indifference. "Old woman, Mangekyou does not require my intervention just yet." Deidara, standing beside him, smiled slightly. "Sasori, may I borrow some water?" Sasori raised his left hand, and a high-pressure stream of water erupted from his palm. However, the water was promptly consumed by the mouth in Deidara's hand. Moments later, Deidara stepped forward, positioning himself atop the dragon's neck. "The water resources here are exceedingly scarce, so allow me to present the clearest art. Explosive technique, C3, clear number 18. The mouth in Deidara's palm opened, releasing a water-formed puppet that descended vertically with its arms crossed before it. Gaara's pupils constricted. "Shikaku, protect the village with all your might." This explosion was unlike the previous ones. The sand wall, released with all of Gaara's strength, was instantaneously permeated and shattered by the terrifyingly explosive water flow. The massive sand wall transformed into a muddy mass, crashing down upon half of Mangekyou. Wind release, drilling wind. Wind release, great sickle. Water release, water formation wall. Countless ninjas expended their entire chakra in a desperate attempt to resist the cascading debris. Yet, the efforts of these sand ninjas appeared exceedingly insignificant. Boom. The earth trembled violently as the mud and sand struck the hidden sand village with minimal resistance. Numerous structures were obliterated, collapsing into the ground, while countless individuals were grievously injured, rendered motionless and breathless. Above, Gaara gazed wearily at the hidden sand village, his countenance grim. He had not anticipated that his alliance with Shikaku, despite their utmost efforts, would prove so vulnerable. Shikaku's remaining left hand shielded Gaara protectively. But out of the corner of Gaara's eye, a faintly glowing little bird approached baying. A faint sound of air bursting echoed. The proximity of the air bomb was devastatingly potent, directly incapacitating Gaara and plunging him into unconsciousness. Whoosh! A colossal dragon accelerated, ensnaring the unconscious Gaara with its tail. Capture complete. Is the hidden sand village so frail? Deidara inquired curiously. Scorpion, slightly displeased, scoffed, "Can your hidden stone village withstand such a fate?" Deara recalled several faces, sighing. I hope the elder and his companions possess some discernment. At the border of the land of Earth, within a dense forest, there lay an expansive grassy area. In this clearing stood a unique manor, accompanied by a crystal-clear stream. By the riverside sat a red-haired man clad in purple. He was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z. Distantly, two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds halted their steps. Old Z turned to observe them. Both individuals possessed striking white eyes. One wore a mask and was entirely wrapped in fabric, while the other sported a white slicked-back hairstyle, featuring a circular red pattern encasing a triangle on his chest, and carried a conspicuous black scythe. Old Z expressed surprise. "You are members of the Akatsuki? All from the Hyuga clan?" "We are Akatsuki, but not of the Hyuga clan," Haiden stated, scratching his ear before adopting a serious demeanor. "I wish to discuss something with you." Old Z grew wary. "What matter do you wish to discuss?" Haiden replied. "Could you kindly abandon your resistance and surrender?" Old Z's forehead pulsed with a vein, realizing the absurdity of Haiden's request. "Prepare yourself. Lava release, scorching river rock technique." Whoosh. Just as Old Z began to form his hand seals, Haiden charged forward. The outer blade of his scythe was poised to strike Old Z's hands in that instant. Old Z transformed into his tailed beast form, enveloped in a thick magma armor. Splurt. Blood erupted as Old Z's final hand seal was interrupted, and his left wrist was nearly severed. Whoosh. The four tails behind Old Z lashed out towards Haiden. Haiden grinned widely, quickly retracting his scythe and licking it. In the next moment, the tails of molten lava ensnared Haiden. Yet HSS. The burns inflicted upon Fade One simultaneously manifested upon Laozi. A sharp cry escaped Laozi's lips as the magma-encased armor swiftly receded. After decades of mastering the art of molten escape, he found himself astonished at having sustained such burns. In terror, Laozi gazed at Fade One, who bore intricate tattoos of black and white, and within moments, the burns on his body nearly healed. Just a few seconds later, he was completely restored. However, Laozi's injuries remained irreparable. Fade One grinned widely, exclaiming, "This is the true power of a deity." Yet, the speed of this healing from burns still lags considerably. A manic expression soon danced across Fade One's face, as he declared, "For one is unwilling to cooperate as you. It would be best to simply sever your limbs." In the next instant, he drew a black dagger with his left hand and aimed it at his own legs. Laozi, witnessing Fade One's impending self-harm, felt an unsettling aura enveloping the scene. Suddenly, with a sickening sound, both Fade One and Laozi's left legs were severed. However, within 4 or 5 seconds, a new leg sprouted from Fade One's severed limb, a feat beyond Laozi's capabilities. The Four Tails watched in shock, pondering whether such feats were indeed possible for humans. Laozi had no time to respond when, with another sickening sound, Fade One severed his right leg, followed by his left arm. After indulging in this grotesque enjoyment, Fade One utilized several black rods to string Laozi's limbs onto his shoulders. The battle concluded. Kakuzu approached, stitching Laozi's wounds with black thread, remarking, "Fade One, you have wasted an additional 3 minutes of my time. You owe me 300,000, and I shall remember this." Fade One's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Are you extorting me?" Amidst their bickering, they dragged Laozi into the distance. The Four Tails hunt was accomplished. In the land of Earth, within a Mangekyou, a pristine white paper airplane soared gracefully through the sky. Unnoticed by anyone, it drifted towards the window of the Tsuchikage office. Inside, Tsuchikage Noki was accompanied by Kurotsuki and Akatsuki. Curiously, Kurotsuki approached the incoming paper airplane and grasped it. Noki, with a vigilant expression, cautioned, "Don't go near it. Prepare for defense. Let us wait and observe." Kurotsuki, puzzled, replied, "Old man, you're being overly sensitive. This is a Mangekyou." Akatsuki emphasized, "Kurotsuki, trust Lord Tsuchikage." The weight of the titled Tsuchikage was palpable. Yet, Kurotsuki seemed to disregard the warning. Akatsuki sighed lightly, reflecting that this individual was rather similar to Deidara, always addressing him as old man or grandpa in formal settings. As the three remained on high alert, the paper airplane unfurled on its own, transforming swiftly into a flat sheet of white paper. They beheld a drawing upon it, depicting a mountain peak where a man and woman stood, gazing down upon the entire Mangekyou. The pair was clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. As Naki's expression shifted, a sudden tension enveloped the atmosphere. The two figures within the painting abruptly turned, their pale eyes rendering the scene particularly unnerving. A startled scream escaped Kurotsuki while the other two remained silent, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. In the next moment, the two figures emerged from the artwork. Nagato and Chunin, upon stepping forth, returned to their normal forms. Nagato, having been guided by Sasuke, no longer relied on corpses for combat. In homage to Yahiko, he had altered his hairstyle to resemble Yahiko's. Noki and his companions were profoundly shaken. Quietly, Noki redirected his chakra. "Are you preparing to invade Iwagakure?" Nagato's indifferent white eyes scrutinized the trio. "Chunin, seek out the five tails." "Understood." With a nod, Chunin transformed into sheets of white paper and drifted out through the window. The ear of the earth, inscribed with "and," hinted at a possible ranking within their organization. Naka's countenance grew grave. The likelihood was substantial, yet why did they all possess the Byakugan? Suddenly, Nagato invoked Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. A translucent cube materialized around him. Strangely, Noki had not performed any hand seals. At that moment, the figure seated in the Tsuchiki's chair slowly transformed into a clay clone, while the real Noki rose from beneath the table. "No matter your strength, you must vanish now." The translucent cube suddenly radiated light. After the illumination faded, Nagato remained unmoved, enveloped in a spherical light membrane, a manifestation of the hungry ghost path sealing technique. Nagato's bloodline technique was straightforward. It utilized the full capabilities of the Rinnegan, developed into a bloodline skill that surpassed its origin. During the day, he utilized the Azura Path's abilities to transform into a mechanical body akin to Sasuke's, with his core preserved within, thus maintaining a ghastly state throughout. He could also wield the powers of the six paths. As for Nagato's Rinnegan, it had been entrusted to Sasuke for future resurrection of Madara. Noki and Akatsuki were astounded. Could dust release truly be ineffective? Nagato scoffed. Even the shadows of great nations resort to such unrefined tricks. Earth release, rock fist. Akatsuki summoned rocky gauntlets on his right hand and charged at Nagato with ferocity. Earth release, giant rock technique. Noki's clay clone conjured a colossal rock giant that burst through the Tsuchiki's office, instantly alerting Iwagakure to the disturbance. Numerous shinobi hastened towards the scene as the rock giant forcibly evacuated Kurotsuki. Seizing the moment, Noki unleashed super heavy rock technique. Just as Akatsuki's fist was about to collide with Nagato's face, he imposed a weight 100-fold greater. Noki was confident that even the five tails could not withstand the force of this blow. However, in the next instant, as the fist of earth drew within mere centimeters of Nagato, it suddenly came to a halt. Immediately thereafter, an unparalleled wave of repulsion erupted from Nagato's being. The current incarnation of Shinra Tensei had fused with the ability of Geto, significantly enhancing both defensive and offensive capabilities. Boom! The Tsuchiki's building vanished in an instant. The shattered walls transformed into dozens of supersonic projectiles, indiscriminately bombarding various locations within Iwagakure. Numerous ninjas caught in the onslaught were effortlessly pierced by the debris, resulting in devastating casualties from the very first encounter. The closest to Nagato, Inoki and the Earth user were propelled away at a speed comparable to that of the flying rubble. Both coughed up blood, their bodies riddled with fractures, particularly Inoki, whose already aged vertebrae had shattered. The excruciating pain rendered Inoki unable to move, hunched over in agony. At that moment, Nagato, hovering in place, conjured 5 clones. This was no ordinary shadow clone technique. It was a bloodline technique known as the 6 Paths of Pain, usable exclusively at night. Each clone possessed the abilities of the original, with the exception of the singular power of the Rinnegan, while all other elemental jutsu and physical techniques mirrored those of the original. Should any one of the clones perish, its 6 Paths power would automatically transfer to another clone. Consequently, Nagato, imbued with multiple abilities, could swiftly resurrect any fallen clone. Therefore, unless all 6 Nagatos were eradicated in an instant, he would remain invincible. This was the essence of his formidable strength as a member of the Akatsuki. Furthermore, in the past, Nagato's energy had been limited. He had primarily focused on developing the powers of the Deva Path, rendering it seemingly superior to the other 5. Yet, in truth, the capabilities of the 6 Paths held no inherent rank. It merely depended on the level of development of the original. Each clone possessed the consciousness and thoughts of the original, facilitating the maximization of their respective abilities. Whoosh! The Azura Path Nagato, with mechanical arms sprouting from its shoulders, accelerated towards the Earth user, while the Hungry Ghost Path soared towards Inoki. At that moment, more IWA ninjas surged towards Nagato, with two groups specifically targeting the Earth user and Inoki. In a certain location within Iwagakure, a resounding explosion echoed. Amidst the blast, a massive white paper slowly coalesced into a human silhouette, while on the other side, a colossal white beast with 5 tails appeared, none other than the 5 tails, Mu. The hell path descended from the sky towards the location of the 5 tails. As for the multitude of surrounding IWA ninjas, the animal path Nagato gracefully descended from the heavens, assuming a stance reminiscent of the 8 trigrams palm, initiating the 8 trigrams, summoning 1024 palms. With his palms glowing with summoning seals, he struck towards the IWA ninjas from a distance. Bang! The first unfortunate observer was sent flying several meters, yet miraculously survived the encounter. As he curiously looked down, he noticed a rune inscribed upon his chest, only to be overwhelmed by agonizing pains surging from within, eliciting a cry of despair. A piercing scream erupted abruptly, and suddenly, a centipede several meters long burst forth from the chest of the unfortunate ninja. It goes without saying that his body had been torn asunder, leaving a gruesome scene in its wake. The surrounding ninjas were left aghast, their scalps prickling in horror at such a brutal demise. At that moment, the beast path's Nagato unleashed his palm technique with the rapidity of a Gatling gun, striking down hundreds of individuals every second with his summoning palm. Within mere moments, those unfortunate souls were reduced to lifeless husks. Earth release, earth barrier, earth release, earth flow castle, earth release, earth dragon bullet. The ninjas hastily invoked various techniques in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, the summoning palm unleashed by the beast path met the rocky defenses with the same devastating effect, causing bizarre summoning beasts to erupt from the stones. These summoned creatures then charged towards the rock ninjas with relentless ferocity. The mere presence of the beast path was more than the hidden stone village could contend with. In the distance, at the lust, the speed, strength, and physical resilience of the Azura path were further amplified by the inherent Akatsuki physique. In a single encounter, the ninjas trying to protect the lust were cleaved in twain or crushed to pulp before they even caught sight of their assailant. In less than 2 seconds, the lust was decapitated by Azura path's hand. Damn it, they were indeed far too formidable. They should have accepted the presence of the Leaf Village troops from the beginning. Since this foe can absorb chakra, it would be prudent to eliminate the others first. Super, original world severing technique. Noki, unable to move, hunched over and poured all of his chakra into the jutsu. In the distance, the Deva path and human path had enveloped an area of several hundred meters in a colossal transparent cube. Suddenly, Noki felt a sharp pain as a black rod pierced through his chest. In that instant, his chakra was disrupted. The dust release technique, which required all of his chakra, was forcibly terminated. Damn, how infuriating. I can't even take one with me. Noki's consciousness began to fade, and he could only see a shadowy figure approaching him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 5 tails, Mu, had just been grievously wounded by an explosive paper blast when he spotted a red-haired man soaring towards him. Humph. Will release, unmatched strength. The 5 tails summoned all his might, unleashing a surge of power as he charged at Nagato. As he drew near, he aimed to impale Nagato with the sharp horns atop his head. Hell Yama. A gigantic figure materialized around the body of the Hell Path, resembling the Yama from the original tale, but now it bore a striking resemblance to a complete Susanoo. Yama extended its immense left hand, seizing the 5 tails by the nape of the neck. Suddenly, the 5 tails felt his body slipping from his control. Bang! In the next moment, Yama's right fist struck the back of Mu's head with tremendous force. The 5 tails exited its beastly transformation, revealing a formidable figure clad in armor. As the 5 tails completed its capture, just as Nagato and Konan prepared to withdraw, Kurotsuki shouted angrily from the ground, "You heartless fiends! Why have you attacked our Iwagakure?" Kurotsuki, akin to the original Tsunade, insisted on stoking the flames. Nagato, gazing down from the sky, regarded Kurotsuki with a hint of disdain. "Your village has previously collaborated with our Akatsuki. Yet, when you covertly struck against numerous ninja villages, did you not consider yourselves heartless?" He continued, "Moreover, during the conflicts instigated by your great nations, have you ever spared a thought for the feelings of smaller nations? It is always your great powers that wage war, while it is the small nations, struggling for survival amidst your strife, that endure the most suffering. They have done nothing wrong, yet are inexplicably slaughtered by your whims. Do you truly believe you can masquerade as victims? Your ability to utter such words indicates that the pain you have endured is still insufficient. As the Deva path began to gather power, Konan nestled herself within a sheet of white paper caught in Nagato's collar. After 5 seconds, she declared, "Feel the anguish." Shinra Tensei. Boom. A visible repulsive wave erupted from Nagato's form at supersonic speed. The wave first made contact with the earth directly beneath him. Upon contact, the ground sank deeply, resembling a sponge. The repulsive force then rapidly expanded outward. Structures composed of solid rock crumbled before the wave like fragile foam blocks. Countless ninjas and villagers, along with debris and various objects, were violently propelled away by the force. Moments later, Iwagakure was no more. The land lay eerily pristine, save for a massive pit hundreds of meters deep. Even the nearest mountain to the Tsuchikage's office was violently displaced, shattering and taking smaller peaks with it. The fate of Iwagakure was far more tragic than that of Konoha in the original tale. Here, the abundance of rocks transformed into even deadlier weapons under the influence of the repulsive wave. The survivors were nearly non-existent. Meanwhile, in the land of water, at the edge of a cliff in Kirigakure, 2 white-haired men donned in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stood. The land of blood mist. "I can scarcely recall what it looks like," said Suigetsu, tilting his head in an effort to remember, revealing a fong. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, remarking, back then. You were still quite young. Lord Orochimaru was indeed ruthless." Suigetsu shook his head. "I have no ties left here. Speaking of which, Orochimaru seems to have a penchant for abducting orphans like myself. He doesn't appear as cruel and terrifying as he seems. In this chaotic era of ninjas, isn't the chance to grow stronger what orphans yearn for?" Kabuto smiled but remained silent, then gestured with his hands in the air. To their astonishment, the space around them was sliced open by his fingertips. With a gentle push, the spatial portal opened like a door. On the other side lay the rooftop of the Water Shadow building. The 2 individuals stepped through the portal and directly arrived at the terrace of the Water Shadow building. Beneath their feet, within the Water Shadow office, Ching suddenly caught sight of 2 figures materializing from thin air atop the terrace. Upon closer inspection, he noted that they were clad in trench coats adorned with cloud patterns, unmistakably the Akatsuki organization that Konoha had previously warned about. Ching's expression grew grave as he reported, "Water Shadow, the Akatsuki has appeared on the rooftop of the Water Shadow building. Their chakra far exceeds that of the tailed beasts." Kazuki-mei, taken aback, swiftly followed Ching's pointed direction and formed seals, unleashing the water-style, water dragon bullet technique. A tremendous force erupted, causing the villagers of Kirigakure to witness a colossal water dragon, several meters in diameter, breaking through the rooftop. Jur, wielding the Hiramakiri, swiftly materialized in front of Kazuki-mei, soon joined by more mist ninjas surrounding them. Mizuki, observing the Hiramakiri in Jur's grasp, remarked, "Oh, you have inherited my brother's Hiramakiri?" Upon hearing this, Kazuki-mei and Ching turned to look, noting the striking resemblance between Mizuki and Mangekyou. Noticing Jur's puzzled expression, Kazuki-mei spoke up, "You are indeed the brother of the Ghost Lantern, Mangekyou Mizuki, aren't you?" Mizuki slowly drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, a smile of excitement gracing his features. "Excellent. It seems you haven't forgotten my brother. However, I wonder how much of your current strength remains." Chin, observing the characters inscribed on the earlobes of Mizuki and D, quietly cautioned, "Water Shadow. They have the numbers 5 and 6 inscribed on their earlobes, which could indicate their ranking and strength." Kazuki-mei concentrated intently, indeed noting the 5 on Mizuki's earlobe and the 6 on D's. "Mizuki, I'll handle this one. You all be careful with the one wearing glasses." Swoosh. As soon as Kazuki-mei's words fell, Mizuki charged towards her at breakneck speed. Jur reacted swiftly, unleashing a chakra slash with the Hiramakiri. Mizuki, undeterred by the impending strike, pressed on. In the following instant, thud, Jur's chakra slash passed through Mizuki, nearly causing a splash of water. A water clone? When did that happen? Jur wondered in disbelief. Suddenly alarmed, Kazuki-mei attempted to warn Jur. But it was too late. "You have disappointed me," Mizuki whispered as he appeared beside Jur, swiftly drawing his blade. This was the water transformation technique. Jur's water clone felt the blade graze his neck before losing the Hiramakiri. Half a second later, splash. Jur's head was propelled several meters high by the gushing blood. The remaining ninjas gasped in astonishment. That speed is astonishing. Kazuki-mei and Ching were equally taken aback. Mangekyou. No, even the second Water Shadow, Mangekyou Getsu, did not exhibit such fluidity. Boil release, skilled mist technique. With a swift series of seals, Kazuki may expel a cloud of boiling, highly acidic gas. This technique could even overwhelm a standard Susanoo. However, Shueisha smiled mysteriously, invoking the blood demon technique. Blood breathing, fourth form, hot-blooded ripple dance. In an instant, Shueisha's speed surged dramatically, vanishing before the eyes of the assembled ninjas. Effortlessly, he evaded Terumi Mei's assault. Moreover, Shueisha's movement was not only exceptionally swift, but also remarkably subtle, akin to the sound of droplets falling upon a tranquil lake. Drip, drip, drip. Again, the faint sound of water droplets echoed. Drip. After another swift maneuver, Shueisha returned to his previous position. In the distance, Orochimaru adjusted his glasses, feigning reproach. Just dispose of them effortlessly. Why toy with them? The mist ninjas were perplexed by the significance of Shueisha's actions. Terumi Mei gestured for Ao to observe with his Byakugan. Byakugan, activate. Ao. We all have sustained minor wounds of 1 or 2 centimeters, but his technique is so refined that we hardly felt any pain. At that moment, the others began to faintly sense a twinge of discomfort within their bodies. Shueisha licked his sharp canine tooth and slowly extended his left hand towards the crowd. I merely wish to make the land of blood mist a fitting title. Blood demon technique. Hot-blooded manipulation. Sizzle. The surrounding mist ninjas suddenly felt the temperature of their blood escalate alarmingly, with the blood at their wounds even beginning to evaporate. The mist ninjas desperately attempted to resist the boiling blood with their chakra, but to no avail. In an instant, their fighting capabilities were obliterated. Even Terumi Mei's entire body was suffused with crimson, as if her blood were on the verge of bursting forth. As long as the temperature of their blood remained elevated, in less than a minute, all the Jonin would perish. In under 2 minutes, Terumi Mei would also meet her demise. This was merely Shueisha's playful manipulation. His demonic blood had infiltrated their wounds. Shueisha could now elevate the temperature of their blood to an unfathomable 1,000 degrees Celsius. A sly grin crept across his face as he looked in a certain direction. Six Tails Jinchuriki, you seem to have arrived a tad late. They are on the brink of death. Originally intending to launch a surprise attack, the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, had no choice but to reveal himself. You merely wish to capture me. There is no need to torment them. Shueisha slowly sheathed his blade. Then come with us. Yugao cast a glance at Shuin and the others, silently bidding them farewell before approaching Orochimaru. As he drew within 3 meters, Yugao suddenly unleashed a surge of blue energy, attacking Orochimaru. Orochimaru, with his right hand adjusting his glasses, swiftly made several gestures in the air with his left hand. In an instant, dark fissures appeared within the space around them. Yugao was instantly cleaved into several fragments by these obsidian rifts. Bang! Orochimaru disdainfully held up Yugao's severed head. Do you intend to use me as a hostage or seek your own demise? However, you are incapable of achieving either. Immediately thereafter, Shuin and the others were astonished to witness Orochimaru reassembling Yugao's body. The previously severed parts seamlessly aligned once more. However, Orochimaru deliberately jumbled Yugao's body, causing it to resemble a grotesque human-faced spider. Immediately thereafter, a black rod was forged, piercing through every limb of Yutaka, completely immobilizing any movement he could make. The capture of the Six Tails was complete. In the land of lightning, within the village of the Cloud Shinobi, 2 figures clad in dark robes adorned with red clouds hovered above the clouds. One possessed pale hair and 2 crimson dots between his brows, while the other, with tousled orange hair, appeared more robust. They were none other than Kimimaro and Jugo. Without uttering a word, they shared an unspoken understanding and simultaneously plummeted towards the village in a free fall. Midway through their descent, the village sensed the impending ambush. On the rooftop of the Reikage building, a resounding crash echoed as the furious Reikage shattered the ceiling and leapt onto the rooftop, closely followed by the 8 Tails, Killer Bee, and Darui. Damn it, these bastards, this is Akatsuki? Killer Bee exclaimed, his expression grave. These scoundrels must not return. Darui, prepare to deploy the chakra cannon. The Reikage commanded. The dark-skinned secretary, Mabui, paled at his words. Reikage, the technology for that cannon is not fully matured. Deploying it from this position may impact the village. Then you must issue the command more swiftly. The Reikage barked. Mabui's expression turned serious as she hurriedly utilized the body flicker technique to vanish. At the same time, more Cloud Shinobi arrived at the Reikage building, including the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, Yujido. A few moments later, A powerful surge of chakra erupted from the summit of a mountain within the village. In the next instant, a blue beam of light shot skyward towards the two small black dots, gradually becoming discernible. No matter how formidable Akatsuki may be, those who dare invade the village must face consequences. The Reikage exuded confidence in the Canoness' might. Killer Bee remained skeptical. Is it really that simple for them to be struck? In the sky, the two figures remained unfazed. Jugo accelerated his descent, entering a cursed seal state. As the colossal chakra beam made contact with Jugo, the terrifying energy was entirely absorbed by him. Jugo's cursed seal now possessed the ability to absorb chakra, and its efficiency and method surpassed that of the Hungry Ghost Realm. Unlike the Hungry Ghost Realm, which required active absorption, Jugo's cursed seal enabled passive absorption of chakra. It could be said that he had become immune to energy-based ninjutsu attacks. Only physical attacks stood a chance of harming him, provided their strength exceeded the hardness of his cursed seal armor. After approximately half a second, the chakra beam vanished, leaving behind a gentle breeze. Like whispers in the wind, Kimimaro and Jugo landed on the ground beneath the gaze of the Reikage and others, without a trace of kinetic energy from their rapid descent. How is this possible? They are completely unscathed. The Cloud Shinobi were utterly astonished. Jugo regarded Killer Bee and Yujito with indifference. If you come with us willingly, the damage to the Cloud Village can be minimized. I have no desire for senseless slaughter. The Reikage was enveloped in thunderous armor, dashing towards C.H. May in an instant. His right fist aimed fiercely at C.H. May's face. You shall not belittle the Reikage of the Cloud Ninja Village. Yet, with a resounding smack, C.H. May effortlessly caught the Reikage's fist in his left hand, squeezing it in his palm. Lord Sasuke had once proclaimed that delivering a swift death to one's opponent was the ultimate mercy. You. The Reikage began to retort in fury. Meanwhile, Killer Bee and the Wooden Man rushed to his aid with great haste. However, with a sickening crunch, the Reikage's head was obliterated by a casual punch from C.H. May. The splattered blood and viscous matter caused Killer Bee and the Wooden Man to halt abruptly. No matter how cautious they were, they had underestimated the strength of Akatsuki. No one could have anticipated that the Reikage would be so easily dispatched. After a moment of stunned silence, both Killer Bee and the Wooden Man came to terms with the grim reality. They simultaneously transformed into their tailed beast forms. The remaining Cloud Ninjas, brimming with fury, charged towards C.H. May and Kimimaro. Kimimaro nonchalantly extended his hands and flicked them. Death to all Thousand Bones. Dozens of gray sunbon pierced through the ranks of the ninjas. Under normal circumstances, even a lowly ninja would only grit their teeth when struck by sunbon. Yet, in this instance, they found themselves immobilized in an instant. Moments later, apart from the two-tailed beasts, the expressions of the other Cloud Ninjas deteriorated at a visible pace. A few seconds further, their faces drained of color and their bodies crumbled like parched earth. Indeed, Kimimaro had evolved to the level of death to all Bone of Ash. However, the rate of decay was somewhat slower than that of Kaguya. With a soft thud, C.H. May approached the two-tailed beasts, gripping one by the neck. With a slight squeeze, C.H. May rendered both Killer Bee and the Wooden Man unconscious. The capture of the two tails and eight tails was complete. Meanwhile, within the depths of the moon, beneath the Sun Palace, Sasuke, Orochimaru, Karen, and Fu awaited. Fu, with a curious gaze, examined the outsider golem behind her, which had now opened its eyes. Apart from the seven tails sealed within Fu, the protocol dictated that the weakest tailed beast should be sealed first to gradually activate the golem and hasten the subsequent extraction process. However, with the immense chakra of the group, even sealing the nine tails could be accomplished swiftly. Thus, Orochimaru directly sealed the nine tails from Minato's body. At that moment, Sasuke sensed through mental transmission that the hunting of the other tailed beasts had been completed. Flying Thunder God summoning. Several seals around them suddenly illuminated. Subsequently, all members of the 12 Kazuki appeared. They first awakened the Jinchuriki. Sasuke extended an olive branch, offering them a chance to live if they would become demons and submit to him. Yet, as 10 seconds passed, apart from the seven tails Fu and the elderly purple-haired one, none were willing to yield. Minutes later, the seven-tailed beasts had all been successfully extracted, leaving 5 corpses on the ground. The following day, a shocking event reverberated throughout the entire ninja world. The only known Jinchuriki left was the 9 tails from Konohagakure. The others had been hunted down. On that very day, a gathering of surviving shinobi from various villages began their journey towards Konoha. 3 days later, The survivors from all nations arrived at Konoha, hoping to form an alliance under its leadership to confront the Akatsuki organization. In the Hokage's office, amidst the canopy of the great tree, a tense discussion unfolded. If we truly confront the Akatsuki, it will undoubtedly provoke Sasuke's wrath, leading to even more severe retaliation. The risks are exceedingly high. Yet, if we do not intervene and Sasuke releases Kaguya, what sanctuary will remain in the ninja world? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the gathered leaders. Indeed, should Kaguya be unleashed, our circumstances would become utterly precarious. We are at a critical juncture for the survival of the entire ninja world. They may soon unite to target us in Konoha, preparing to hunt Naruto. In the office, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and other astute jonin engaged in fervent debate. Suddenly, Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, silencing the room. In this war, we can only emerge victorious. Defeat is not an option. With her resolve firm, the ninja alliance was finally established. Taking advantage of the early morning, the allied forces set off at great speed towards the Rain Village. As noon approached, the allied shinobi reached the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. The survivors from various nations were originally the elite of their respective villages. Yet now they were exhausted and breathless. They had no choice if they did not reach the Rain Village during the day to mount an assault. The chances of success would diminish significantly by nightfall. Jiraiya gazed at the vast forest along the border of the Rain Country, a place that had once been devoid of such greenery. Naruto, this is a wood release technique on par with Sasuke's future abilities. It appears Sasuke has indeed acquired the cells of the first Hokage. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, reminding everyone to remain alert as they would soon enter this forest. The group nodded in agreement, the atmosphere thick with tension and unease. After a brief rest of about 10 minutes, the allied forces began to infiltrate the forest ahead. As they set foot in the dense woods, apart from Naruto, the others felt their chakra being swiftly devoured by the roots beneath them. At this rate, after just 2 kilometers, the chakra of the ninja from other villages would be completely drained, resulting in significant depletion for Konoha's shinobi as well. Would release grass sandals. Naruto conjured a pair of grass sandals for everyone using his wood release technique, effectively halting the draining of chakra. Indeed, confronting them was not a simple task. Fortunately, Naruto possessed a more potent wood release. Among the crowd, someone expressed relief. Kakashi, Naruto, it seems Sasuke is quite confident you won't intervene. Otherwise, such defensive measures would not be so rudimentary. Naruto, since Sasuke has set up defensive measures, perhaps, now is the pivotal moment, and we must accelerate. The group nodded in agreement. Whoosh. Thousands of ninjas suddenly increased their speed. Minutes later, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto led the group as they finally burst forth from the forest. However, everything before them was unlike anything Jiraiya remembered. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. This should have been within the territory of the Rain Ninja Village. Kakashi, with a grave expression, remarked that according to Lord Jiraiya's earlier words, they should indeed be within the precincts of the Rain Ninja Village. It seems this must be some kind of spatial transfer barrier. We are not in the Rain Ninja Village at present. Kakashi inquired if the environment here resembled any place familiar to Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya surveyed the area carefully. It was utterly unfamiliar, a place he had never encountered before. Although he had traveled extensively, his overseas experiences were limited. Perhaps this was an unnamed island. The group exchanged glances, realizing the situation had become precarious. Suddenly, Naruto looked up at the sun in the sky. His physical form could normally draw energy from sunlight. Although the power gained through his physical form was still feeble at this moment, for some unknown reason, he could not absorb even a trace of solar energy. An ominous premonition began to take root in Naruto's mind. This was more than just a precarious situation. The group gasped, awaiting Naruto's further words. Perhaps, this is not Earth. What? How is that possible? Then where could this place be? The group was astonished, struggling to comprehend. I am uncertain as well. Naruto slightly lifted his gaze, pointing towards the sun in the sky. But that object was certainly not the sun. The group followed Naruto's gesture towards the celestial body. In the next moment, a rift opened in the center of the sun. Following that, thousands of Akatsuki clan members emerged. At the forefront were the 12 members of the Akatsuki. Finally, they gradually made way, revealing the illustrious Sasuke. Sasuke floated to the front of the army before coming to a halt. Naruto's side was utterly shocked. They had never anticipated that Sasuke would command such a formidable number of followers. Moreover, Even the weakest among them possessed strength surpassing that of the Kage. Naruto. Why have we arrived at the brink of war? This will inevitably lead to tremendous casualties. Sasuke raised a finger to his lips, signaling Naruto to be silent. You are mistaken, Naruto. In the forthcoming battle, only I shall take the field. Casualties will only befall your side. At this juncture, I must admit, I am a failed leader, allowing my subordinates to merely spectate. Orochimaru licked his lips. It is unavoidable. The Master's power is overwhelmingly formidable, and his techniques are exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to our demise. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. As for the Konoha side, while they were aware of Sasuke's immense strength, they still felt that the reactions of these individuals were rather exaggerated. Although Sasuke's Kamui attack possesses an overwhelming power that is nearly impossible to defend against, the village of Konoha has adequately prepared over the years. The core ninjas have mastered the technique of creation rebirth from Tsunade, and with the innate physical talents of wood release, they can withstand being severed in two or even decapitated, merely enduring the pain. In just a few seconds, they can regain their combat capabilities. Thus, this war is merely a grueling war of attrition. They believe that, with Naruto's strength, victory is ultimately within reach. Sasuke observes all their reactions with a disdainful smile, and dark lines begin to manifest on his face. Suddenly, the realization strikes. Sasuke has managed to enter the six-path state in such an environment. Naruto's heart races, and he urgently shouts for everyone to avert their gaze from Sasuke's visage. Indeed, in the next moment, all six of Sasuke's Rinnegan eyes open wide. Unfortunately, the vast majority of the Ninja Alliance are caught off guard, witnessing Sasuke's horrific appearance. What? 6 eyes, all of them Rinnegan, 3 Tomo, and a blue 6 Tomo? The crowd is utterly astonished, caught completely unawares. Sasuke's lips curl into a slight smirk. Illusion. This place is not illusion, Shiranui. Illusion, Shiranui, is a mental attack illusion that forces the target to passively endure the torturous agony of being burned alive. Under the control of the 5 senses, the mental attack manifests as an intangible flame. Thousands of targets ensnared in this illusion show no signs of fire on their skin, yet their bodies visibly char at an alarming rate. A cacophony of anguished screams erupts simultaneously. The surrounding allies are filled with terror. If it were actual flames, they could assist in extinguishing them. But how does one combat an unseen fire? Quick, incapacitate them. Kakashi's commanding voice brings many back to their senses, promptly knocking out their comrades ensnared in the illusion. In merely a second, those rescued ninjas have been reduced to charred remnants. Just a single glance was enough to threaten the lives of over 1,000 individuals. Many among them possess strength rivaling that of a Kage. How terrifying. What a formidable power this is. Whoosh. Naruto can no longer hold back. If Sasuke continues to unleash his might, more lives will be lost in an instant. Naruto's speed is blinding. At this moment, the members of the 12 Demon Moons cannot perceive his movements at all. Even in broad daylight, Sasuke can only see him but cannot keep pace. However, at this moment, Sasuke is in his demon form. Their speeds and strengths are nearly equal. Just as Naruto's Rasengan is less than half a meter from Sasuke, Sasuke spreads his hands wide. Kamui, Chidori flow. In a split second before contact, Naruto's body unexpectedly begins to fracture. The wooden clone, struck by the black lightning, is effortlessly torn into countless shards. Just as Naruto steps back, Sasuke extends a single finger. Kamui, Chidori, black lightning. With a swift motion, Naruto narrowly evaded a direct black arc of electricity. However, Sasuke responded with a cruel smile, his fingers shifting laterally. The black lightning instantly swept through the ninja coalition. In the following moment, tens of thousands of ninjas were abruptly bisected, their agony beyond description. Except for the Leaf Village ninjas endowed with wood release and self-healing abilities, the coalition from other villages was annihilated in an instant. This included figures such as Meitarumi, the Mizukage, and Kurotsuki from the Stone Village. Even the Leaf Ninjas, the majority of whom could not heal from such grievous wounds, were not spared. Naruto's expression was one of shock. He had not anticipated that Sasuke, in this state, could match his speed so closely, flawlessly executing various techniques fused with Kamui. In a single exchange, the entire ninja coalition vanished. The scene was utterly devastating. The number of surviving coalition ninjas barely exceeded 200, a stark contrast to the tens of thousands present just a minute prior. Sasuke, with an impassive demeanor, remarked, I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you are already collapsing. Naruto, do you now feel despair? Have you begun to blame yourself? Indeed, remember this. All the casualties are a result of your choices. I have given you countless opportunities, yet you chose to oppose me for inexplicable reasons. With a flourish, the ninjas of the leaf, possessing the ability of creation and regeneration, began to recover from their injuries. With a clap, Hinata rushed to Naruto's side and gently slapped him, saying, Naruto, the slaughter is not your doing. This outcome only underscores our need to triumph over Sasuke. Jiraiya added, Hinata is right. Naruto, if we fail, everyone still alive will meet the same fate. A spark reignited in Naruto's eyes. Indeed, this battle must end in victory. Tsunade affirmed, yes, that's the spirit. Do not forget, you aspire to become Hokage. Familiar faces among the ninjas gathered around Naruto. Just then, a hum resonated as a black vortex slowly emerged from an open space. Sasuke's expression brightened slightly. Kakashi, observing intently, grew increasingly anxious. Could reinforcements be on the way? Moments later, several cloaked figures stepped forth from the black vortex. Upon seeing them, the ninjas from the leaf and beyond felt a surge of despair. The newcomers were none other than Obito, with half of his face distorted, Zetsu, with his black and white visage, Itachi, with his crimson eyes, Kisame, with his shark-like features, the youthful-looking Obito, and lastly, Shin Uchiha. Obito turned to Naruto, reassuringly stating, Fear not, we are here to assist you in confronting Sasuke. The leaf ninjas remained skeptical. Kakashi, upon seeing Obito, was overcome with emotion, exclaiming, Obito, you. Obito glanced at Kakashi's left eye, remarking, It seems you truly cannot protect anything. Kakashi's expression faltered, plunging him into silence. Sasuke regarded Itachi among Obito's group, questioning, Will you also stand against me? Itachi, Sasuke, your obsession has become excessive. As he spoke, Itachi quietly unleashed the Jinjutsu. Crow, one of the crows adorned with a square pattern upon its left eye. However, just as this crow opened its eyes, poof, its head vanished into thin air. Only a few witnesses observed the distortion of space in that fleeting moment. Obito's expression turned grave. Such was the speed of the Kamui's transfer. Sasuke let out a sigh, utterly baffled by the thoughts that occupied your minds. Itachi, it seems the optimal scenario can no longer be achieved. In light of this, whatever you intend to prepare for, I can only stand by your side now. Poof. Just as Itachi's words fell, a black straight blade pierced through his chest. Sasuke had appeared behind Itachi unbeknownst to anyone. Obito and the others were taken aback. Sasuke's power had reached such an exaggerated extent. They had believed that after the scientific enhancements bestowed upon them by those two, they would be more than capable of overwhelming the shinobi world. Yet unexpectedly, even Itachi found himself with no opportunity to resist against Sasuke. In truth, Obito and the others had already augmented their physical prowess to the level of the 12 Kazuki's upper ranks. Regrettably, their strength paled in comparison to that of Sasuke and Naruto. At this moment, none dared to draw Sasuke's attention lightly. Emotionless, Sasuke passed through Itachi, standing before him. The instant you attempted to utilize Kotoame Tsukumi against me, the last vestige of our bond has dissipated. I no longer require your allegiance. Before your demise, let us converse about something else. Have you ever heard the term, praising to death? It signifies that excessive adulation leads one to lose self-awareness, thereby engendering arrogance that invites a fatal blow. Hisashi claimed that by the age of 8, you possessed Hokage-level thinking. Did that lead you to believe you had attained the intellectual stature of a Hokage? I suspect that your disdain for your peers and kin began at this juncture. Did it not? You believed that only Shursui could be your equal in terms of vision and wisdom, dismissing all others, including your father Fugaku, as beneath you. Thus, you ceased to trust your father and abandoned earnest, equal exchanges. You perceived yourself as different, viewing the familial consciousness of others as foolishness. And possessing the mind of a Hokage, you felt justified in eradicating the ignorant Uchiha clan for the sake of peace in the village. However, there is no rationale in this world that dictates one group must perish for the survival of another. What is the true essence of truth? People gather together to ensure a better existence for one another. Therefore, slaughtering the Uchiha to achieve peace in Konoha is merely a means to solidify Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. They cloak their selfish deeds in the guise of noble cause. Believing oneself to be intellectually superior, you have unwittingly transformed into an exquisite tool for their selfish pursuits. all due to these illusory concepts. In what manner do you excel as a tool? Your superiority lies in the fact that the other Uchiha clan members possess the three-tomo Sharingan, rendering them incapable of contending with you. With the activation of the Mangekyou Sharingan, your father, whose true power remains inscrutable, cannot bear to strike you down. Indeed, you are a flawless instrument, allowing them to eliminate the greatest thorn in their side without bearing any blame or pressure. Amidst Sasuke's lengthy discourse, Itachi remained silent, closing his eyes early. Yet, even with his eyes shut, Sasuke could perceive everything with clarity. Itachi's closed eyes concealed tears of regret that he struggled to suppress. In truth, after joining the Akatsuki and with the passage of time and experience, Itachi gained profound insights into the political landscape of the ninja villages. He had long since realized that he had been deceived by Danzo. This realization only intensified his psychological wounds. Despite any physical discomfort, he refrained from seeking care. Instead, he found a perverse solace in subtle self-inflicted punishments, such as standing in the rain. More tellingly, during the Chunin exams, when Konoha sought to assert its dominance, Itachi had already begun to regard Sasuke's significance as surpassing that of the entire village. Had Itachi, at the time of the massacre, been the same, he would never have threatened Konoha. If Sasuke's life was in jeopardy, he would have merely opted to sacrifice himself. Yet, had Itachi perished then, no one would have borne the weight of blame, ensuring Sasuke's survival. Sasuke paused, inquiring if there were any final words Itachi wished to impart. Slowly, Itachi opened his eyes, revealing a natural, serene smile. I am at ease. Following this utterance, blood trickled from the corner of Itachi's mouth as he gradually succumbed to his final breaths. Sasuke placed his left hand upon Itachi's shoulder. Fire style, great fireball technique. Suddenly, a surge of dark flames enveloped Itachi, consuming him entirely in an instant, leaving not a single hair behind. Hearing these dark conspiracies, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. He had never fathomed that the massacre was so intricately complicated. Though he was aware that Itachi had annihilated their clan for the sake of Konoha's peace, he had not realized that the truth was not genuine peace, but rather a consequence of manipulation. In a sudden rush, a pink figure dashed towards Sasuke from behind, brandishing a kunai aimed at his heart. In the name of peace, to prevent further casualties, let me personally eliminate Sasuke. Such thoughts coursed through the mind of this pink figure. With a start, Naruto and Kakashi's pupils constricted. How dare she? At that moment, no one dared to move recklessly. How could Sakura dare to ambush Sasuke? With no other choice, Naruto rushed towards Sasuke in haste. Sasuke cast a detached glance at Naruto, and then, with the mere tip of his index finger, conjured a small orb of black flames that flickered into existence. He flicked his finger toward the back. Sakura, witnessing the matchstick-sized black flame, made no attempt to evade it. Instead, she resolutely prepared to ambush Sasuke with her kunai. Meanwhile, Naruto charged at Sasuke, only to be suddenly halted by a wall of black fire that materialized before him. Just as he was about to withstand the onslaught with his chakra cloak, Obito erupted with a speed only surpassed by Naruto and Sasuke, intercepting him in the nick of time. This Amaterasu was imbued with the power of Kamui. There was no way to resist. What? Naruto gasped in shock. At that moment, the matchstick-sized black flame made contact with Sakura's left shoulder and effortlessly penetrated through her flesh. In that fleeting instant, Sakura felt no pain. Immediately thereafter, she passed through Sasuke's body, and the black flame had already spread to half of her chest. Yet, at that moment, she still felt no sensation of agony. Sasuke gazed at Sakura, pausing the advance of the black flames. Almost simultaneously, Sakura was struck by excruciating pain. Looking down, she was horrified to find that a quarter of her torso had vanished. The edges of the disappearance were still engulfed in black flames. Desperately activating her creation rebirth proved futile. A suffocating dread of death filled Sakura's heart in an instant. It seems you are not yet prepared to embrace your demise. Sasuke's indifferent gaze bore no trace of emotion. In her daze, Sakura glimpsed a vision of her own complete disappearance. Sasuke, she is your comrade. Sasuke, stop this at once. Naruto and Kakashi hurriedly circumvented the wall of black fire, rushing towards Sasuke and Sakura. Boom. The black flames that had just paused erupted suddenly, akin to flames igniting in a gas-filled chamber. In a flash, Sakura vanished entirely. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Sakura possessed strength rivaling that of a Kage. Yet, she had disappeared in the instant the black fire made contact. Sasuke, my 6 eyes are not mere decorations to instill fear. Once, The influence of day and night on Sasuke was primarily reflected in the surge of his numerical values. Now, it manifests in the fusion of rule-based abilities. Is this Amaterasu fused with the power of Kamui? Naruto, Obito, and the others were profoundly astonished. The Black Flames now possessed the rules of Kamui. The distortion and cutting power of space had transformed into absolute destructive force. They could incinerate any object without obstruction, and their speed rivaled that of oxygen combustion. Even the strongest regenerative abilities were rendered ineffective against the Black Flames. The only viable strategy was to avoid contact with them altogether. Once contact was made, one had to sever the affected limb before the flames consumed the entire body. However, just how terrifying were Sasuke's Black Flames? The people of Konoha had come to understand this all too well. Could they truly evade such a wide-ranging attack? At that moment, they realized why Sasuke's subordinates were deemed unworthy to engage in this battle. Indeed, aside from Sasuke being true to himself, anyone else encountering this Black Flame would vanish in an instant. This war, from the very beginning, there has been no glimmer of victory. The Ninja Alliance bears expressions of utter desolation and despair. How infuriating. How could this be? All my patience and sacrifices, what do they amount to? Obito glared with his pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, bewildered and indignant. Having concealed his identity for so long, orchestrated so much, endured life-threatening scientific experiments. Not only had he acquired a superhuman physique, but he also regrew his left Mangekyou from split cells. At that time, possessing dual Mangekyou led Obito to believe he had reached an invincible state. All he needed was to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails to completely establish himself as the strongest in the ninja world. Even that leader who aided his scientific enhancement would not be his adversary. At that point, he could realize the Eye of the Moon plan devoid of suffering. Yet, the reality is harsh. Faced with such a Sasuke, there is no opportunity whatsoever. The endurance of all this time suddenly feels laughable. Sasuke formed a seal with his left hand. Bang! The outer path golem suddenly emerged from the midst of the Tsutsuki army. I am now merely 3 tails away from fully awakening the 10 tails, and the vessel for Kaguya has already been prepared. Zetsu, are you truly not considering joining my ranks? A sudden jolt. Zetsu was taken aback. Indeed, the Sasuke is fully aware of his own identity and true intentions, although puzzled that Naruto appears to be just fine. The eye at the center of the golem has indeed opened, even more unexpected. This Sasuke knows his true purpose and is willing to unseal his mother. What? Unseal Kaguya? Obito was also taken aback, then looked at Zetsu with caution. What does this mean? What relation does unsealing Kaguya have with the Eye of the Moon plan? Naruto, Obito, it seems you remain oblivious to these secrets. The Eye of the Moon plan is, in fact, a grand deception. This entire scheme has been orchestrated by Black Zetsu, who manipulated Madara, and then through Madara, manipulated you. The so-called pain-free Eye of the Moon plan is merely a guise to unseal Kaguya. Simultaneously, infinite Tsukuyomi would transform everyone into puppets akin to White Zetsu. In truth, Obito, Rin's death was neither an accident nor coincidence. It was all meticulously plotted by Madara to test you. Obito felt a chill run down his spine, as if his very soul were caught in a colossal vortex. He even momentarily forgot to breathe. What? After a moment, Obito glared at Zetsu with murderous intent. Is this all true? Whoosh. Zetsu suddenly darted towards Sasuke. Just as Obito prepared to ensnare Zetsu in the realm of his Mangekyou. Bang! A sound only Obito could perceive echoed in his mind. The Mangekyou he activated was forcefully interrupted by Sasuke. Naruto also seized the opportunity to eliminate Zetsu. However, he was repelled by Sasuke's dark flames. An unperturbed Anrin approached Sasuke. Lord Sasuke, Obito is now the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Naruto and his companions appeared around Obito. Obito, you cannot fall into Sasuke's hands. Flee quickly. As he witnessed his comrades from Konoha and Naruto willing to risk their lives to protect him, Obito's emotions became profoundly complex. In the next moment, he made a resolute decision. If you lay a hand on Konoha again, I shall end my life, ensuring the complete disappearance of the Three Tails. Sasuke smirked disdainfully. There is a technique I find quite contemptible, yet I am not entirely incapable of employing it. For you, I believe this method is rather fitting. Sasuke slowly formed several hand seals. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. The onlookers beheld as a wooden coffin rose from the ground beside Sasuke. He gently flicked his index finger. Bang! The coffin lid shattered instantly, revealing a girl within. Obito and Kakashi's pupils dilated. Rin? Despicable. Shameless. Sasuke, how could you stoop to this level? Sasuke, how have you become this way? The Konoha crowd cast scornful glances at Sasuke, and even Kakashi and Naruto felt a sense of indignation at his actions. Sasuke laughed. Are so many of you outraged on Obito's behalf? Haha. Firstly, I do appreciate your fearless attitude toward death. However, I am curious. Have you all experienced the Nine-Tails rampage? The crowd fell silent. This man was the orchestrator behind the Nine-Tails incident. Shocked, they all quieted down, casting doubtful looks towards Naruto and Kakashi. Both Naruto and Kakashi did not deny it. A chill enveloped the crowd. Sasuke continued, Naruto, he was a student of your father. Your parents never wronged him. Yet when your mother bore you, he forcibly extracted the Nine-Tails and affixed explosive tags to you, causing your parents' demise and the devastation of countless families in Konoha. Do you still intend to forgive him? A lack of principles and boundaries in forgiveness is not kindness. It is contemptible. I can no longer bear to witness your continued degradation. Therefore, I must take action to halt you. God Moon breathing, 16th form, void flame moon slash. Suddenly, a phantom crying god manifested in the palm of Sasuke's left hand. The blade enveloped in flames of annihilation. He then executed a swift draw, declaring, would release, advent of the tree realm. Naruto, taken aback, hastily summoned trees beneath the feet of the leaf villagers. Just as the trees elevated them a few meters off the ground, the black crescent swiftly engulfed the survivors of Konoha. Half a second later, the area swept by the crescent was rendered void. Aside from the fortunate few, all other injured and foreign ninjas had vanished. In the distance, half of the dense forest silently disappeared, while trees along the edges were left halved, one side intact. Naruto stood frozen, memories of his comrades flashing through his mind. Jiraiya, Hinata, Tsunade, Shikamaru. In that fleeting moment, they were all gone. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared before Naruto. Super-tailed beast ball, multiple spiraling shuriken. However, Naruto reacted in time. Fueled by an overwhelming rage and a resolve to perish alongside Sasuke, he concentrated nearly all his chakra. With just a pulse of chakra, the ground within several kilometers abruptly sank over a meter deep. The earth beneath Naruto and Sasuke plummeted by several dozen meters. The terrifying power had yet to fully unleash, but the members of the Akatsuki army in the distance were already considerably harmed. If this force were to erupt completely, it could potentially reduce half the planet to dust, let alone the moon on which they currently stood. The 12 demon moons, including Kisame, Hoshigaki, Shinran, and Zetsu, were taken aback. Naruto's strike was sufficient to obliterate them all in an instant. Yet, Sasuke calmly remarked, impressive power, indeed, stronger than my own explosive force, but this is before I employ my ability to manipulate the rules. He then casually enveloped Naruto's spiraling shuriken in a layer of black flames. In the next moment, the black flames rapidly shrank, and the spiraling shuriken vanished entirely. Naruto stared blankly at his empty hand. Sasuke, do you regret it? But Naruto felt no response, only an overwhelming sense of insignificance and helplessness. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from above. Evening elephant. What? Could it be that his companions were still alive? Naruto's heart surged with hope as he looked up. There, several hundred meters above, stood only 3 figures, Guy, Lee, and Kakashi. A sinking feeling gripped him, evidently. The others had perished. As Guy's shout reverberated, a column of air, distorting the very fabric of space, surged towards Sasuke. Sensing the immense pressure, Sasuke felt a thrill. Oh, just this technique can warp space? The power of the 8 gates is exponential. The stronger the base, the more terrifying the final explosion. In the 12th month of the ghostly season, even the weakest of the 12 Konoha ghosts, Kage, found himself overshadowed. Yet, upon unleashing the 8 gates, he surpassed even the mightiest Naruto. At the second speed, Kage shifted his position mid-air and unleashed a column of air towards Sasuke. Third speed, a third column of air emerged. Fourth speed, a fourth column followed. Fifth speed, utilizing the 4 air columns to confine Sasuke, Kage suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Sasuke's head. In the blink of an eye, Kage's attack passed through Sasuke, inflicting no harm. The spatial abilities were still in play. Was this degree of spatial distortion insufficient? Kage was momentarily astonished, only to be propelled over a kilometer away. Meanwhile, Obito observed in bewilderment. Gazing at the spatial distortion caused by the air columns, he pondered, if it were applied to himself, his Kamui might have already faltered. Yet, Sasuke appeared unharmed. The potency of Sasuke's blue Rinnegan was far superior to his own Kamui. Naruto too was taken aback, never expecting a mere human could achieve such mastery over space through taijutsu. After being sent a kilometer away, Kage found his limbs on the ground, realizing he could only resort to his final technique. Night Guy. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Kage's small frame, surpassing even the fearsome energy Naruto had emitted moments prior. This aura was not merely a fluctuation of chakra. The crimson steam enveloping Kage swiftly coalesced into a dragon's head of blood-red hue. Whoosh! In the next instant, propelled by the blood dragon, Kage surged towards Sasuke with lightning speed. Sasuke made no additional defensive maneuvers, maintaining only his intangibility. Bang! Kage's kick struck Sasuke's chest. Crack! Sasuke's body was shattered into countless pieces of flesh and bone, his head and limbs scattering chaotically through the air. Success! Kage, Kakashi, and Obito exchanged glances of elation. This formidable fiend had been vanquished. However, in the very next moment, the onlookers beheld Sasuke's fragmented form in midair, rapidly extending tendrils of nerve. These nerves converged, beginning to coalesce at an astonishing pace. At this rate, within a second, Sasuke might fully recover. What? He can heal from this. Even with his head detached, he remains unaffected? The crowd was left in utter shock. As Sasuke's head soared through the air, he pondered deeply. Indeed, he had managed to transcend the limitations of the intangibility technique. This was not merely a feat achievable through sheer strength and speed. It was a remarkable display of taijutsu, truly befitting one who has inherited the legacy of the Eight Gates. Buzz. At that moment, Naruto swiftly conjured a tailed beast bomb Rasengan shuriken and hurled it towards Sasuke's dismembered body. As the Rasengan detonated, Sasuke smirked, the power of causality. Puff! The scattered remnants of Sasuke's form abruptly vanished, only to reappear intact at the position he occupied before Kage's strike. In a state of utter weakness, Kai suddenly erupted. His entire form shattered into dozens of fragments, reminiscent of Sasuke's earlier plight. The onlookers were once again struck with astonishment, sinking deeper into despair. What sort of ability is this? How could his body be reduced to so many pieces yet still reflect all the damage back onto the assailant? They had presumed they could swiftly eliminate Sasuke while he was momentarily unarmed, but it turned out that this was merely Sasuke's way of toying with them. With a mocking expression, Sasuke mused, I suppose this is what they call empathy, isn't it? Naruto, how could you forget such an exceptional quality I possess? Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke implied that he could not possibly forget his crucial, causal force, ocular technique. Indeed, although Sasuke had never utilized this technique before, his adult counterpart had. Sasuke's right eye mirrored that of his older self, suggesting he should possess this ability. He should have anticipated this sooner. How infuriating. He had let his guard down. Angry, Lee sought vengeance against Sasuke, but was firmly restrained by Kakashi. Determined, Obito resolved to take his own life, declaring that if that were the case, he would never obtain the three tails. Sasuke snapped his fingers, and Rin, resurrected through the technique, slowly opened her ethereal eyes. A jolt surged through Obito's heart, halting his suicide. Rin gazed at Obito, tears streaming down her face. Obito, you have no right to threaten me. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life. Suddenly, a green light enveloped Rin. Under its influence, the paper-like markings on her face vanished, and her body reverted to its original form. She had truly been resurrected. Obito, Naruto, and Kakashi were once again astonished. Sasuke had genuinely brought Rin back to life. Reviving others with the Rinnegan required the caster to sacrifice an equal measure of their own life force. Even if the caster's strength far exceeded that of the resurrected, they too would forfeit part of their lifespan. It was astonishing that Sasuke seemed utterly unconcerned. However, before Obito and the others could revel in this miracle, bam! Sasuke delivered a punch that obliterated Rin's head, blood and white brain matter splattering onto the ground before Obito. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he felt neither anger nor hatred. Merely dropping to his knees in a daze, gently caressing the warm, viscous liquid, Sasuke then continued, Now, you must make a choice. Either I ensure she cannot live nor die, or you hand over the three tails to me. Obito knew he posed no threat, yet escaping was proving to be a complicated endeavor. This was precisely why he had devised such a scheme. If it were anyone else, he could simply have taken action to seize it. Regaining his composure, Obito stood up in a fury, yet felt powerless. Very well, I agree to give it to you. Rising, he first approached Naruto, resting a hand on his shoulder. Naruto, I am sorry for what I have done to you and Konoha. As he spoke, Obito discreetly transmitted the consciousness of the Three Tails and a small portion of Chakra to Naruto. Subsequently, Obito approached Sasuke. Of course, this subtle movement was clearly observed by Sasuke's cerulean Rinnegan. However, there was no need to expose it just yet. The priority was to obtain the Three Tails first. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. The entire moon trembled violently, a reaction to the immense force striking it. A sense of foreboding washed over Sasuke, prompting him to teleport directly in front of Obito, prepared to seize the opportunity. Although Obito could have evaded using Izanagi, he chose to relinquish his resistance at that moment. Yet, as Sasuke appeared beside Obito, a swirling black vortex materialized between them. From within the vortex, a pale arm extended, blocking Sasuke's path. Just as the thought of incinerating the hand flickered in Sasuke's mind, bang! He was struck by an unknown attack and sent flying several kilometers away. In the midst of his airborne trajectory, a formidable force obliterated half of the moon into dust. The true sunlight of the cosmos illuminated every corner of the moon's internal world in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke's four eyes slowly closed, and he vanished from sight. When he finally came to a halt, Naruto, Obito, and the Outer Path's golem had all disappeared. The 12 Kazuki and the Tsutsuki army, akin to Sasuke, realized that the golem had been taken by a mysterious figure, and just as they contemplated an attack, they were struck by an inexplicable force. Although Sasuke had been propelled backward moments earlier, the Byakugan's abilities allowed him to see clearly. The enigmatic figure was none other than Tsutsuki Kinshiki. How infuriating! The ominous entity from Boruto had resurfaced. However, it was clear that Tsutsuki Kinshiki had been lurking on Earth all along. It should have been anticipated. Even more bizarrely, this Kinshiki bore a resemblance to the one Sasuke had encountered prior to his journey. This Kinshiki had two horns atop his head, and both eyes were Byakugan. With a shuriken-like eye on his forehead, he had undergone some form of transformation. The Kinshiki from Boruto could be compared to the strength of the top 3 members of the Upper Moon. Yet, the power displayed by this incarnation was far beyond mere appearances. His numerical panel surpassed Naruto's, coupled with a mysterious counterattack ability. The situation had grown increasingly complicated. Sasuke considered attempting the Flying Thunder God technique, but the Outer Path's golem showed no response. It seemed they were no longer in the same space. Sasuke spotted Zetsu lurking in the shadows. Whoosh! In the next instant, Sasuke materialized before Zetsu. Do you have nothing to report? Zetsu sensed Sasuke's murderous intent and began to relay information. The individual who appeared so suddenly is named Shin Uchiha. Obito and I had been relentlessly searching for individuals with extraordinary abilities to gain power. By chance, we encountered someone named Amato. He possesses research skills rivaling Orochimaru's and subsequently introduced us to Shin. This Shin is profoundly mysterious. His own strength is unfathomable, and he provided us with exceptionally powerful cells, which Amato then assisted us in transplanting and merging. However, similarly, Obito has also provided the wood release cells. Obito and his associates should currently reside within the independent space created by Kaguya. Although Zetsu reported this information, it was merely a futile declaration. It seems that this individual now believes that Sasuke has lost everything and is inclined to side with Kaguya. Sasuke smirked mockingly. Do you truly not know his true identity? Zetsu appeared astonished. Could it be that Sasuke knows his real name? He is known as Kaguya Tsutsuki's superior, Tsutsuki Ishiki. In the past, your mother betrayed the Tsutsuki clan to protect the earth by plotting against him. The Outer Path's golem fell into his hands, and your mother should be unable to resurrect now. Zetsu was taken aback. He indeed knew Ishiki's true identity and was the only one among them aware of it. However, Ishiki had previously claimed it was to save Kaguya, as they belonged to the same clan. Had he been deceived as well? Sasuke, do you recall anything more useful now? Zetsu hesitated for a moment, then, why do you want to unseal my mother Kaguya? You have seen my abilities. Night and day are not on the same level. I merely require a small portion of your mother's blood to perfect my physique and capabilities. Sasuke gestured with a C shape. After a brief pause, Zetsu slowly began. Tsutsuki Ishiki has always concealed a millennia-old immortal corpse. This corpse is known as Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Ishiki refers to him as the god of Tsutsuki. A jolt ran through Sasuke's heart at this revelation. It seemed he had heard of the god of Tsutsuki before his journey through time. He had even researched the name, but back then, the internet only held various speculations, and he had yet to appear in manga or anime. Thus, he was unaware of his specific experiences, strength, or abilities. The wood release cells provided by Obito were implanted within Kinshiki's body by Ishiki, gradually awakening the vitality of this vessel. Afterward, Ishiki somehow reincarnated through this body. However, although the reincarnation was successful, the adaptation period was exceedingly long. Currently, aside from possessing a superhuman physique, only two abilities have awakened. One is the Eye of Insight, and the other is Counter. The Eye of Insight can see up to a distance of 9,000 miles, while the specifics of the Counter ability remain known only to him. So, what shall we do now? Zetsu appeared more anxious than Sasuke. Either find the spatial coordinates of that world before Ishiki completely eliminates your mother, or wait until Ishiki has finished her off and then confront him when he arrives on Earth. Zetsu's expression turned grim. He never anticipated the situation would become so complicated. Such a powerful mother was facing a life-and-death crisis. The main issue was that both Ishiki and Sasuke's methods were utterly outrageous. It is inconceivable to believe whether the immortality of Kageyama truly grants her invulnerability. Observing the intense urgency in Sasuke's demeanor, he then turned his gaze towards the other side, where both Hiruzen and Shinon appeared noticeably tense alongside the impassive Kisame. The former two expressed their willingness to join his ranks. Sasuke briefly glanced at Orochimaru and Kabuto, assessing their capabilities to assign them suitable positions. Meanwhile, the blue-skinned Kisame remained motionless, devoid of any reaction. Sasuke, your village of mist is in need of a new Mizukichi. Would you be interested? Kisame's small eyes narrowed slightly, indicating his submission to Sasuke upon inheriting the village. However, given the current circumstances, this might indeed be the best outcome. Kisame cracked a slight smile, pondering the notion of becoming Mizukichi as rather intriguing. On the other side, the remaining Lee of Konoha glared fiercely at Sasuke. We are. Yet before Lee could finish his sentence, Kakashi covered his mouth, insisting that the others from Konoha were entirely innocent, pleading for their release. Sasuke, you must persuade them. I can only grant you 1 hour. After delivering this final notification to Kakashi, Sasuke surveyed everyone once more. The base had lost its significance, and all were returning to Earth, for the ninja world was currently quite desolate. The group moved with remarkable swiftness, and within mere seconds, only Sasuke remained on the moon. He floated towards the golden Rinnegan at the center of the moon, commencing the absorption of its powers. This formidable strength surpassed even that of the original purple Rinnegan. Following tradition, Sasuke concentrated this power into his dual Kamui Rinnegan. Moments later, his 6-tomo blue Rinnegan transformed into a 9-tomo blue Rinnegan, elevating the spatial tier of Kamui. His capabilities in all aspects were tremendously enhanced. With a flick of his hand, an infinite gravitational pull drew meteors from the void of space, completing the moon's surface, rendering it devoid of any life. Shortly after everyone returned to Earth, Nagato amalgamated the nations of fire, rain, moon, sound, grass, waterfall, river, and hot water. Ascending to the position of the 6th Hokage, Konoha was remodeled into a modern urban style. Almost simultaneously, Deidara succeeded as the Tsuchikichi, while Scorpion became the Kazekage, and Kisame inherited the title of Mizukichi. The Land of Lightning fell under the management of Hiruzen and Shinno. Essentially, the entirety of the ninja world was now under Sasuke's dominion. However, Sasuke himself exhibited little interest in the administration of such matters. Under the governance of these individuals, the ninja world experienced a significant reduction in constraints, accelerating its development at an unprecedented pace. A week later, stone puppets resembling terracotta warriors suddenly emerged throughout the ninja world. The combat capabilities of these puppets were comparable to those of average Nin, yet the troubling aspect was their invincibility. They could resurrect indefinitely, relentlessly advancing forward. At this juncture, Konoha received a task delegation from the Land of Demons. To the astonishment of many, Sasuke unexpectedly undertook such a task himself. In truth, a particular detail suddenly resurfaced in Sasuke's mind. He recalled watching the film The Death of Naruto, where the female protagonist, Cheyenne, possessed the ability to foresee the future. However, Cheyenne had clarified that her power was not, in fact, the foresight of the future, but rather the ability of her soul to traverse back in time. This constituted a form of time travel. Although it was merely her soul, there was no denying that the chakra within Cheyenne was imbued with temporal attributes. If this power were to intertwine with the dragon vein, could it not facilitate a physical reincarnation? Sasuke felt a surge of curiosity. Glancing at the map, He gradually vanished into the swirling space. Simultaneously, in the land of demons, within the priestess's palace, circles of transparent whirlpools abruptly emerged in the air. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke's figure slowly materialized from the vortex. At that moment, Cheyenne remained soundly asleep. Just as Sasuke was about to snap his fingers to awaken her, Cheyenne suddenly opened her eyes, glowing with a violet light, exclaiming, "Sasuke, you have finally arrived." Although he had anticipated this moment, a sense of unease washed over Sasuke. The familiarity she exhibited upon their first meeting was undeniably peculiar. This must be what it felt like for a native of the Hidden Leaf Village upon encountering him for the first time, he mused. "Since you know me, you should also be aware of the transaction I wish to propose," he stated. Cheyenne nodded, affirming, "Yes, I am prepared." Just as her words fell, Sasuke swiftly removed the bell from Cheyenne's left hand and simultaneously bit into her shoulder. Within seconds, Cheyenne's body withered, resembling that of a desiccated corpse. In the next instant, Sasuke infused her with demon blood, causing her shriveled form to rapidly regain vitality. Moments later, Cheyenne was restored to her former self. Now, she appeared as a delicate maiden, yet possessed the same constitution as the 12 Kazuki. Furthermore, she retained memories of breathing techniques and ninjutsu training. From this moment forth, "You shall no longer require others to perish in your defense," Sasuke declared. Cheyenne's pupils constricted, his words resonated deeply within her. At that instant, 4 men suddenly appeared atop a nearby mountain outside the palace. Clad in white garments, they approached with unbridled intent. Without needing a prompt from Sasuke, Cheyenne had already perceived them through her Byakugan. The 4 intruders unabashedly surged toward her chambers. With a whoosh, hundreds of guards armed with bows and arrows sprang into action. One of the intruders, a burly man, effortlessly deflected the arrows with his arms. Just as the other 3 prepared to strike down the guards, Cheyenne emerged outside the palace. "Commanding, halt. Why should we heed your command?" retorted one of the shorter men among them. Just as he finished speaking, Cheyenne's presence vanished from their sight. "Be careful," a companion's warning echoed, but before he could react, Cheyenne clumsily delivered a punch that shattered the man into countless pieces. The onlookers were left in utter shock. "Is this the Shrine Maiden, Cheyenne?" Even Cheyenne herself felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "Withdraw." The leading man, seizing the moment while Cheyenne was bewildered, hastily urged the 2 companions, Stir and another, to retreat. However, before the trio could make their escape, an almost imperceptible blade of energy sliced through their necks. Thud! The heads of the 3 fell in unison. With a soft thud, Sasuke emerged from the sleeping quarters. Knowing that astonishment in battle is fatal, one must act swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly. The guards were taken aback. Who is this person? How did he manage to get in? Subsequently, Sasuke engaged in a practical training session with Cheyenne for an hour before departing from the land of demons. In the process, he also grasped Cheyenne's unique abilities. Cheyenne's soul traversing capability bears a striking resemblance to the time rewind feature in games, serving as a formidable supportive ability. Originally, Cheyenne's soul could traverse back a maximum of 1 week. However, by combining it with the time rewind ability, Sasuke could extend this to 3 months. Yet, there is a prerequisite. The earliest time point for traversal can only be at the moment the merging of the traversal abilities occurs. To put it in gaming terms, the moment of merging these abilities marks the beginning of the game. Within the next 3 months, one can traverse to the present, but not to a time preceding the fusion of Cheyenne's abilities. Thus, the events concerning Naruto and Ishiki are beyond alteration. At this juncture, one can only hope that this chakra imbued with temporal properties truly activates the dragon vein. In the next moment, in the land of sand, at the ancient city of Lulan, the site of the dragon vein ceiling, a transparent vortex suddenly materialized in the vast expanse. Sasuke found himself at the dragon vein once more. The previous traversal utilized the power of the dragon vein, but this time, Sasuke needed to infuse the dragon vein with chakra-carrying temporal attributes. If the prior traversal could be deemed a public expense, this one was self-funded. Moments later, Sasuke indeed sensed a surge in the power of the dragon vein. This is promising. Sasuke felt a rush of exhilaration. From now on, he would be able to traverse at will. Moreover, he discovered that self-funded traversals possessed an additional advantage over public ones. The time point was exceptionally clear. An hour later, the dragon vein had finally accumulated sufficient energy. With a hum, the long-stored chakra erupted into a radiant beam of chakra. It enveloped Sasuke and then vanished almost instantly. Sasuke had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. The traversal was a success. The time point for this journey was October 1st, year 68 of Konoha. This time frame was the optimal point Sasuke had deduced. It is known that the Fourth Great Ninja War concluded just in time for Naruto's birthday, which falls on October 10th. The Fourth War lasted a mere 3 to 4 days at most. Prior to the war, Naruto was training on Turtle Island. The duration of Naruto's training coincided closely with the time Sasuke underwent the transplantation of Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. Although the original narrative does not specify the exact duration, it is estimated that this transplant in the ninja world requires approximately 1 week for full recovery. As such, Sasuke and Naruto's parting in the Land of Iron should occur 1 week prior to the Fourth Shinobi World War, precisely during the time of the Five Kage Summit. With a mere touch of his finger, Sasuke summoned a series of black portals that rippled through the space like waves on the surface of water. Stepping through, he arrived in the Land of Iron, where he immediately spotted the leaders of the 5 great nations taking their seats in the conference hall. A few kilometers away, in a parallel world, Sasuke led Team Hawk towards this very location. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Soon, he would encounter all the familiar elements from the original narrative. This sense of familiarity was quite pleasant. To avoid alarming Zetsu and jeopardizing the Moon Eye plan, Sasuke intended to act discreetly. Thus, he transformed into a masked warrior of the Land of Iron and stealthily blended into the conference hall. This position was the only path leading from the hall to the Great Bridge, which was also the site of the battle between Sasuke and Danzo in the original story. A minute later, Danzo's attempt to use a forbidden technique against the leader of the Land of Iron, Mifune, was swiftly discerned by Ao. As the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, Sasuke and his companions infiltrated the Five Kage Summit building just as depicted in the original tale. Initially, the infiltration went smoothly. However, White Zetsu suddenly appeared before the Kage and betrayed Sasuke's whereabouts, alleviating the tension in the conference hall. The Reikage furiously charged towards the lower hall, with Gaara, the Kazekage, hastily following suit. The Tsuchikage and Mizukage regarded Danzo's hasty exit with a sense of amusement, although Danzo was merely an acting Hokage. His retreat under pressure garnered their respect. After navigating several corners, Danzo and his companions finally reached the exit, only to be obstructed by an ordinary warrior. As Yamankei's prepared to cast a jutsu to eliminate this hindrance, the warrior merely glanced at the trio and stepped aside. Danzo and his companions expressed disdain, looking down upon someone who would not dare to act in the face of formidable foes. Yet, in reality, the moment they locked eyes with the warrior, they were ensnared in a jinjutsu. The warrior then brutally extracted Danzo's right eye, yet strangely, Danzo showed no reaction or resistance to this violent act. The warrior was, in fact, Sasuke himself. The jinjutsu of Akatsuki's Yakumo could manipulate the 5 senses, making the suppression of pain an effortless task. Thus, when Sasuke placed a glass orb into Danzo's eye socket, Danzo remained blissfully unaware of the entire ordeal. Out of goodwill, Sasuke also performed restorative medical techniques on Danzo's eye. At this moment, Sasuke, at the cost of his internal injuries, incapacitated the Reikage's left arm and stormed into the conference room. In a critical moment, Obito appeared to rescue Sasuke. Observing that the time was drawing near, Sasuke first transformed into a button and landed in the pocket of Oil Girl Tsurugi. He then released the Jinjutsu controlling Yamankei's and Tsurugi, retaining only the visual alteration on Danzo. This was primarily intended to prevent Tobi from suddenly realizing that his right eye could perceive nothing. In the next moment, Obito abruptly appeared before Tobi and his companions. To buy time for Tobi to unseal his right arm, Kamizuki Izumo and Oil Woman Takigawa engaged in battle with Obito. However, they were swiftly dispatched by Obito's Kamui. Takigawa was drawn into the Kamui dimension, unbeknownst to Obito, who was unaware of the terrifying presence concealed within her pocket. Meanwhile, the main Sasuke remained unhurried to reveal himself. Moments later, the parallel Sasuke and Kinshiki within the Kamui dimension were transported back to the real world by Obito. It was then that the main Sasuke slowly emerged and transformed into Obito's likeness. Outside, Sasuke had left a wooden clone at a distance to observe the battle. Every classic moment of the fight was transmitted to the main Sasuke. After several minutes, Sasuke finally triumphed over Tobi. Seconds later, a whirlpool suddenly appeared within the Kamui dimension. Subsequently, Obito emerged, carrying Tobi. Suddenly, a call reminiscent of a dog's bark echoed from behind Obito. What? There is another living person in my Kamui dimension? Obito, filled with shock and fear, quickly turned around to find a man adorned with an orange spiral mask, dressed in a black cloak decorated with red clouds. This man's attire was strikingly similar to his own. A dreadful premonition gripped Obito as he barked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Coughing slightly, the main Sasuke feigned a clear throat and, using Obito's voice, declared, "I am Madara. But my true name is Uchiha Obito." "What?" Obito's pupils contracted in disbelief. "You?" With a sudden movement, the opponent revealed his left hand, which unexpectedly held an eye. In an instant, Obito realized that his field of vision had diminished significantly. A piercing pain radiated from his right eye socket, signaling the loss of his eye. What? How is this possible? So powerful. Shock was intermingled with terror as Obito instinctively took a step back. The main Sasuke sneered, recognizing that maintaining distance was only effective when there was a minimal disparity in strength, but now, suddenly, Obito found himself unable to perceive anything. Yet his right arm was in the grasp of the main Sasuke. In the next moment, Obito felt an excruciating pain as his arm was torn from his body. The main Sasuke waved the severed limb, stating, "As long as I wish, I can easily break any part of your body. It's truly unfortunate. I do not have time to play with you now." Just as the main Sasuke prepared to bring Obito to the brink of death, a rift opened within the Kamui dimension, drawing inward. As Obito prepared to escape through this opening, a colossal purple arrow, measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, pierced through Obito's body, pinning him firmly to the peculiar ground of the Kamui dimension. Is it the arrow that Kakashi transferred to Sasuke? Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire abdomen pierced through. Obito's conjecture proved correct. Beneath the external bridge, Sasuke confronted Kakashi. Just as Kakashi delivered a harsh remark, Sasuke activated his purple half-complete Susanoo and shot an arrow at Kakashi. The speed of the arrow was astonishing. Kakashi had no time to employ the body flicker technique and could only use Kamui to transfer the arrow. Unexpectedly, this resulted in the inadvertent death of Obito. Fate's cruel jest indeed. After a moment of astonishment, Sasuke shook his head and smiled, recognizing the irony. Obito met his end under their combined assault, a fitting retribution for past deeds. At that moment, Obito, mustering all his strength, attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, he could only spew blood, unable to articulate a single word. Moments later, Obito succumbed to death within the realm of Kamui. After securing his right eye, Sasuke utilized Kamui to teleport to Obito's secret base. There, several white Zetsu were on guard. Upon seeing Obito's sudden appearance, they expressed no surprise. Thus, Sasuke seamlessly took Obito's place without anyone being the wiser. Upon releasing Danzo's corpse from the Kamui space, Sasuke feigned searching for Shirsue's left eye. Within just a few minutes, a white Zetsu hurried over to report, "Madara, Sasuke is in trouble. It's Kakashi and Naruto." Furthermore, Kakashi's use of Kamui was becoming increasingly adept. He was able to transfer even the arrow shot from Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke said nothing. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from the eye hole of his mask, drawing in the nearby white Zetsu. Within the Kamui space, the white Zetsu beheld a massive purple arrow embedded in the ground, its front half piercing deep into the surface. The white Zetsu, astonished, wondered if this was the power of Susanoo, capable of such depth. Sasuke regarded the purple arrow, contemplating Kakashi. It seemed time to reclaim that eye and sever any ties to the past. The white Zetsu were slightly taken aback by Obito's reaction, indicating he was ready to sever all connections. However, it remained uncertain whether Obito would implant the left eye of Kamui. If he refrained from doing so, it would imply that Obito truly intended to follow Black Zetsu's predictions, attempting to implant the Rinnegan in place of Madara. Beneath the mask, a smirk played on Sasuke's lips. The perceptions and thoughts of the white Zetsu aligned precisely with what Sasuke wished them to contemplate. After they reached their conclusions, Sasuke's subsequent actions would not arouse Black Zetsu's suspicion. Channeling power through his right eye, another spatial vortex materialized within the realm. In the next moment, Sasuke and several white Zetsu appeared on the surface of the lake beneath the bridge. At the scene, parallel Sasuke's eyes were on the brink of total blindness. Opposite him stood Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura. Above on the bridge, Kagaya remained injured and unable to move. Sasuke remarked, "Sasuke, I told you to rest, didn't I? Though you joined Akatsuki, it doesn't mean you should capture the Nine Tails in this condition." Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura remained vigilant against Sasuke. However, the level of vigilance was not particularly high. Primarily, Obito had not exhibited any aggression in their presence previously. The parallel Sasuke showed no reaction to the inquiries from the main Sasuke, choosing to disregard them entirely. To be frank, the main Sasuke struggled to comprehend the personality of his original counterpart. Despite being acutely aware of his inferior strength and his dependence on the other, he displayed an irritable temperament, as if everyone around him were his subordinates. Meanwhile, Naruto ignored the provocation from the main Sasuke and stepped forward confidently to address the parallel Sasuke. Sasuke, do you recall the words you spoke to me at the Valley of the End? The parallel Sasuke lifted his gaze to meet Naruto's, awaiting the continuation of his thoughts. Concerning the discourse on elite ninjas, it is said that if one is indeed an elite ninja, a mere clash of combat would unveil the thoughts of the opponent. Through direct confrontation, we have come to understand one another profoundly, signifying that we have both ascended to the ranks of elite ninjas. Sasuke, have you discerned the genuine sentiments of my heart? Should we engage in battle, both our lives would be forfeit. If you intend to attack Konoha, I shall be compelled to intervene. Let us reserve our hatred for that moment. When the time comes, I will bear all your animosity upon myself. Only I can endure your hatred. At that time, I too shall carry your resentment and perish alongside you. The parallel Sasuke's anger intensified with each word. He sought vengeance against Konoha. Why did Naruto insist on a mutual demise? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. What is your true intention? Why are you so relentless in your pursuit of me? Naruto replied with a smile, because we are friends. And I have yet to abandon the hope of bringing you back to Konoha. If we are to perish in the end, there will be no Uchiha, no Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. There will be nothing to bear. In that world, we can truly understand one another. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Naruto's golden hair, and the atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. The fury on the parallel Sasuke's face began to dissipate. The main Sasuke, who had initially intended to eliminate Naruto and his companions, found himself lost in thought. During the battle within the moon of the main storyline, he had grown increasingly cold-hearted, determined to annihilate all enemies, Naruto included. Yet, witnessing Naruto's words to Sasuke stirred something within him. Naruto was indeed an exceptionally rare friend. Would he truly have no regrets about killing him? The main Sasuke fell into contemplation for 3 or 4 seconds before deciding against making a choice. This was a parallel world. The fate of this Naruto would be left to the parallel Sasuke to decide. As for the Naruto of the main storyline, that would be addressed later. For now, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Parallel Sasuke, I harbor no intention of mutual understanding with you. Nor do I wish for death, such a fate belongs to you. Naruto's words possess a modicum of merit. The primary Sasuke can still lend an ear. Yet, the words of parallel Sasuke lack substance, rendering them unbearable after a mere utterance. Thus, the main Sasuke steps forward decisively, stating enough. Silence yourselves. You lot have droned on far too much, showing me a flagrant lack of respect. Parallel Sasuke, visibly displeased, retorts, Hey, you interrupted me. Kakashi, with a piercing gaze fixed upon the main Sasuke, readies a kunai in his right hand, poised for immediate retaliation. Naruto, too, adopts a more cautious demeanor, as they have yet to witness the true extent of this Obito's prowess. The main Sasuke scoffs disdainfully and questions, and then what? Are you, on the verge of blindness, truly considering an attack against me? Have you forgotten that Itachi's Mangekyou is still in my possession? A moment of silence falls upon parallel Sasuke. How infuriating. This wretch dares to stoop so low. Parallel Sasuke counters, but in your current state, you would lose a formidable ally wielding the eternal Mangekyou, wouldn't you? Regardless of your strength, what use is it if you cannot exert control? Moreover, having observed you for some time, I find your potential rather unimpressive. Naruto and his companions are left utterly perplexed. This Obito is actually quarreling with Sasuke. Hiss. Parallel Sasuke is momentarily at a loss for words. Consumed by fury yet hesitant to retaliate. Should Obito truly abandon him and deny the transplant of Itachi's eyes, it would spell trouble. For now, he resolves to bide his time. Once he has acquired Itachi's eyes, he will eliminate this Obito. In this moment, parallel Sasuke falls silent, while the main Sasuke scrutinizes Naruto and his team. The timeline of the main world lags a few months behind this one. Hence, parallel Naruto and Sasuke are slightly older than himself. However, their strength pales in comparison, barely reaching a fraction of his daytime prowess. Engaging them in battle necessitates careful calculation. In the original narrative, Obito struggled to overcome Naruto and Kakashi prior to the transplantation of the Rinnegan. Therefore, it is imperative that he displays a formidable combat capability not present in the original Obito. As for whether this might incite caution or suspicion from Kaguya, the truth is that the original Obito was perpetually wary and on guard against her. Kaguya is well aware of this. Thus, it is not unfathomable for Obito to conceal some of his strength. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Obito managed to deceive Madara momentarily, escaping the control of both Kaguya and Madara. However, he was ultimately reclaimed by them. Therefore, it is vital to strike a balance, ensuring that Kaguya does not perceive Obito as completely free of control. Otherwise, the emergence of a butterfly effect could lead to unforeseen complications, such as Kaguya escaping or discovering another means to counter him. That would be quite exasperating. As for how to gauge this balance, the main Sasuke believes it best to slightly develop his capabilities based on Obito's configuration in the original narrative. Obito's body was imbued with the cells of Hashirama. Given such a remarkable physique, it would not be unreasonable to acquire Tsunade's monstrous strength, would it? The combination of Kamui with Super Sage level taijutsu, this level of power should fall well within the comprehension of Kaguya, wouldn't it? Furthermore, these self-proclaimed superior beings tend to undervalue physical combat. In fact, should he exhibit Sage-level taijutsu, Kaguya might even feel more at ease. Mastering taijutsu demands considerable time and effort, thereby leaving little room for the study of the more esoteric arts, making it increasingly difficult to usurp Madara's place. Resolute in his determination, Sasuke slightly twisted his neck and other joints. Suddenly, Kakashi fixed a glare upon Sasuke's left eye, the tomo within his gaze morphing into a trio of scythe-like patterns. Kamui. Kakashi's combat experience is commendable, allowing him to strike preemptively. However, a brief moment of disorientation washed over Kakashi's mind. This was the backlash from a failed activation of Kamui. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Yet, what astonished him more was that the space-tearing Kamui had faltered. Sasuke, when both parties possess spatial abilities, the outcome hinges upon the hierarchy of those abilities. Tension coursed through him as he prepared his stance, remaining vigilant without a moment's respite. In an instant, Sasuke materialized before Kakashi. His unparalleled speed rendered onlookers momentarily stunned. Kakashi's Sharingan merely caught a fleeting shadow. Naruto, still not in Sage mode, was even slower to react than Kakashi, though obscured from view and unable to match the pace. Kakashi's extensive combat experience allowed him to remain poised. He infused his kunai with lightning chakra, extending its reach. Should Sasuke continue aiming for Kakashi's Sharingan, his own heart would surely be pierced by Kakashi's kunai. In the next moment, Kakashi's kunai plunged into Sasuke's chest without any sensation. Likewise, Sasuke's hand, reaching for Kakashi's left eye, passed through Kakashi's head. Following this, their forms separated from their overlapping state. While Kakashi's initial counterattack was timely, Sasuke's pursuit was significantly swifter. If all proceeded as anticipated, Kakashi would be swiftly vanquished by Sasuke. Yet Naruto, despite being slightly slower than Kakashi, had caught up and instantly entered Sage mode. In truth, Naruto had prepared shadow clones at Mayaboka Mountain even before arriving in the Land of Iron to seek out Sasuke. In this moment, Naruto's overall prowess surged dramatically. Bang! Sasuke's left hand, reaching for Kakashi's neck, was intercepted by Naruto. Snap! Sasuke's wrist twisted mid-motion, deftly capturing Naruto's hand. Naruto attempted to struggle, only to discover that his opponent's strength surpassed his own. Alarmed, he thought, how swift is this guy's reaction? Such precision in movement. And how could his strength be so formidable? Nearby, Sakura was equally astonished. At the outset, Sakura observed keenly as Naruto battled pain, effortlessly hurling a colossal summoning bull, towering at 30 meters, into the sky. A sharp crack resonated from Naruto's wrist, the result of Sasuke employing joint manipulation techniques, which caused Naruto's right wrist to fracture. Although Naruto was ultimately defeated in this skirmish, the brief encounter was sufficient for Kakashi to pivot. It seemed Kakashi had anticipated this. As he swiftly turned, his right hand grasping a kunai imbued with lightning cutter, executing a horizontal strike aimed at Sasuke's torso. Meanwhile, Sakura, albeit a beat behind, summoned her formidable strength to deliver a punch aimed at Sasuke's head. Naruto and Kakashi expected Sasuke to evade the attack by phasing out. However, to their astonishment, Sasuke unexpectedly advanced toward Sakura. Alarmed, Naruto and Kakashi realized that if their assaults did not diminish in speed, they would inadvertently strike Sakura. Their attacks faltered momentarily. Unbeknownst to Sakura, her right fist, having passed through Sasuke, was now directed at Kakashi. Although Kakashi's reflexes kicked in, his body lagged behind. Naruto quickly reached out to intercept Sakura's blow. Should Sakura's punch connect with Kakashi, it could potentially devastate him. With precision, Naruto grasped Sakura's wrist and spun her around, dissipating the force of her strike. Yet, a sudden cry of agony escaped Kakashi's lips. Naruto turned in shock and fury, just in time to witness Kakashi's left eye being gouged out by a beetle lurking behind. Sasuke seized the opportunity, vanishing beneath the water's surface. His descent was unlike ordinary diving. The lake remained disturbingly still, devoid of splashes or ripples. Despite Naruto's frantic effort to amplify his spiritual awareness, he sensed nothing. His expression darkened. "Kakashi-sensei, are you alright?" Kakashi gasped for breath, reassuring him that he was fine, stating that if Obito had intended to kill him, he would have perished moments ago. Emerging 10 meters away from Naruto and Kakashi, Sasuke resurfaced, holding the crimson left eye of Kamui. "This eye is wasted on you," he taunted, meeting Naruto's furious glare, who was about to unleash a verbal counter, only to feel a stirring sensation in his abdomen, as if something alive was surging toward his throat. "What? When did I fall victim to a technique?" Naruto was perplexed and astonished. Sakura and Kakashi shared in the bewilderment, questioning the phenomenon. Suddenly, Naruto's mouth stretched to the brink of rupture, and out popped the head of a black crow. To their astonishment, one of its crimson eyes bore a pattern resembling a four-pointed pinwheel. Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto expelled the crow with a forceful retch. The moment the crow emerged, it prepared to unleash ocular techniques against Sasuke. Swift as lightning, Sasuke adeptly appeared before the crow and severed its head, securing both the dual Kamui and the dual Kotoamatsukami of this parallel world. This is precisely why the choice to traverse to this moment in time was made. For here lie the four supreme kaleidoscopes. Itachi had once set the condition for the crow's activation, to initiate Kotoamatsukami, when in direct eye contact with the Sharingan, thus safeguarding Konoha. Fortunately, Naruto had never made eye contact with Kakashi while he was in the awakened state of the kaleidoscope. Otherwise, this crow would have appeared long ago. And as Sasuke, holding two crimson orbs in his hands, emitted an excited laugh through his mask. It turned out that the left eye of Shursui was concealed within Naruto's abdomen. What an unexpected acquisition, although everything was within the plan. A gesture of acknowledgement was still necessary. Kakashi and the others, along with the parallel Sasuke, were momentarily taken aback. This is the most powerful Genjutsu eye of Shursui, Kotoamatsukami. The parallel Sasuke, filled with anger and jealousy, glared at Naruto. Why would Itachi give you Shursui's eye? Naruto, somewhat bewildered, suddenly recalled the circumstances after a brief moment of reflection. This must have been during the time before Itachi's decisive battle with Sasuke, when he had taken the opportunity to slip it to him while casting a Genjutsu. He entrusted this to me before your confrontation, likely hoping for your return to Konoha. Alas, now this eye has been seized from him. Kakashi, it is said that Kotoamatsukami can alter a person's will. It seems Itachi had long anticipated that you would pose a threat to Konoha, thus hoping to change your resolve in this manner. Everything Itachi did was aimed at bringing you back to Konoha. Do you still intend to annihilate it? The parallel Sasuke was momentarily rendered speechless by Kakashi's inquiry, unsure of how to respond. Hehehe, the main Sasuke interjected with a derisive laugh, indicating that his current choices were no longer solely his own. Whether to remain blind or reclaim Itachi's legacy, this decision should not be difficult, should it? The parallel Sasuke, lost in thought, appeared significantly calmer than before, resolutely declaring, I will destroy Konoha. Itachi's choice was misguided. In full view of everyone, the main Sasuke carefully stored away the two kaleidoscopes, and then turned his gaze back to Naruto. The Eight Tails had already begun its hunt. It was now time to capture the Nine Tails. The calm tone of the main Sasuke caused Naruto and the others to tense up. Following their brief skirmish, both sides had gained insight into each other's strength. The forthcoming battle would undoubtedly be more perilous. It seemed increasingly difficult for the three of them to retreat unscathed. At that moment, a dire and unforeseen incident occurred. Naruto's skin began to turn a shade of purple, and his nerves and limbs began to numb. What? This is bad. Sakura's pupils dilated. Her purpose for coming to the Land of Iron to confront the parallel Sasuke was to eliminate him. Therefore, she had applied poison to her kunai in advance. However, during the battle with Sasuke, he had seized the kunai from her. Later, just as she was about to be killed, Naruto had intervened to save her. But in the process, Sasuke had slashed Naruto's face with the kunai. Thus, Naruto had already been poisoned. Had he not entered Sage mode, he would not have been able to endure until now. Although this poison cannot completely incapacitate Naruto in Sage mode, its effects are quite troublesome. An antidote must be administered promptly. However, will the adversary grant such an opportunity? Sasuke is well aware of Naruto's poisoning. He is merely biding his time until Naruto succumbs to the toxin, allowing him to strike without revealing his full strength. Slightly tilting his head, the primary Sasuke glanced at his parallel counterpart, mockingly stating, "Oh? Sasuke, your intent to kill them is rather pronounced, employing such underhanded tactics as poison." Obito chuckled, Lord Madara, that poison was not utilized by Sasuke. Rather, it was a result of the little girl's attempt to slay Sasuke during a counterattack. The primary Sasuke realized, so that is it. I thought it strange for Sasuke to resort to such measures. Their banter only deepened the frown on the face of the parallel Sasuke. What exactly is Sakura plotting? She must have intended to kill him with the poison, yet hesitated during her earlier actions. Indeed, she remains as she always was, merely a filler in Team 7. Whoosh. Naruto, this is the antidote. Sakura rushed to Naruto's side, tossing the antidote over her shoulder while attempting to momentarily impede the primary Sasuke. Kakashi, despite having only one eye, positioned himself beside Naruto as a shield. Unfortunately, with a sudden clap, a sound of an object being caught echoed behind Sakura. Upon focusing, she realized that the primary Sasuke had vanished from his previous position. My apologies. But your speed in delivering the antidote was simply too slow. I couldn't resist intercepting it. Upon hearing the primary Sasuke's voice behind her, Sakura swiftly turned around. Meanwhile, both the sluggish Naruto and Kakashi hastily redirected their attention toward the primary Sasuke. However, their speed was utterly eclipsed by him. The use of Kimetsu was unnecessary. With mere agility, he retaliated against the three of them while evading their attacks. Bang! Thud! In an instant, Sakura and Kakashi were effortlessly sent flying by the primary Sasuke's punches, suffering multiple broken ribs and shattered internal organs. While Sakura could utilize her creation rebirth to recover somewhat, Kakashi had already lost all combat effectiveness. If he did not receive timely medical attention, his life would be in jeopardy. With a swift motion, the primary Sasuke seized Naruto's left wrist, pulling and pushing in one fluid movement. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand was flung far away onto a distant bridge. A second later, boom. The bridge's base was blasted open, creating a spherical cavity 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Due to the numbing effects of the poison, Naruto was unaware of the pain from his fractured right wrist. He instinctively drove his right elbow toward the primary Sasuke's throat. Bang! The primary Sasuke caught Naruto's elbow strike with one hand, while his other elbow collided with the back of Naruto's head. With a dull thud, Naruto's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Sasuke, dragging the unconscious Naruto, glanced back at the parallel Sasuke and the white Zetsus. Today's harvest was bountiful, and it was all thanks to Sasuke. Just as the main Sasuke began to relocate with a few individuals, he spoke. Obito's secret base. Sasuke, based on your performance this time, I am now able to transplant Itachi's eyes to you. However, I must also place a curse mark upon you to prevent any sudden betrayal. The parallel Sasuke felt a weight in his heart. Although reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce. All right. The main Sasuke smiled faintly as he began the transplant of the Mangekyou Sharingan, infusing a trace of cursed blood. Yet, should the recipient resist the infusion of this blood, success would be challenging. This was deliberately set up for a reason. The bestowal of cursed blood served two primary purposes. First, it was a slight compensation for the parallel Sasuke, for he would remain unconscious for an entire year, thus severing his chance to awaken the sixth Tomo Rinnegan. Second, this parallel world would require both Sasuke and Naruto to confront the Tsutsuki clan in the future. Lacking spatial abilities would be detrimental. Therefore, the main Sasuke was not implanting Itachi's eyes, but rather Obito's dual Kimetsu from this world. With the cursed blood, even without a blood relation, perfect inheritance was achievable. Moreover, the main Sasuke directly covered the original Amaterasu and Kagaya's abilities with the dual Kimetsu. Henceforth, the parallel Sasuke's eyes would embody the eternal dual Kimetsu, far surpassing Kakashi's version. Next, the main Sasuke feigned the transplantation of his own Mangekyou. With Hashirama's cells, the procedure took only a few minutes. Moments later, the main Sasuke donned a white mask with two eye holes, distinct from the one in the original series during the Fourth Great Ninja War, lacking any additional patterns. Observing this, Black Zetsu found it hard to believe. A person who had endured so much darkness could remain untainted. Despite his disbelief, Black Zetsu felt a sense of relief. This was indeed better. The forthcoming tasks would proceed more smoothly. Black Zetsu cautiously inquired, "What is your next move?" The main Sasuke replied, "The 9 tails is prepared, and the 8 tails should be captured shortly. It is time to resurrect him." "Oh, you wish to revive him now?" Black Zetsu felt a twinge of awkwardness. Recently, he had clandestinely led Madara's corpse to Orochimaru, harboring concerns that Obito intended to usurp Madara's position, thus leaving a contingency plan. Now, Obito was outright preparing to resurrect Madara. Without even a moment to transition, the main Sasuke observed Black Zetsu's silence, sensing something amiss. "Are you scheming behind my back?" After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu decided to reveal half the truth. "It was my error. For the sake of Lord Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, I had to ensure absolute security. Hence my precautions against you. I entrusted Lord Madara's corpse to a ninja named Orochimaru. At this moment, he is likely developing a unique sacrificial offering that can unleash the pinnacle strength of Madara." Sasuke, too, fell into a moment of silence after years of collaboration. "Today we can finally speak candidly. Indeed, your wariness is not unfounded. I once entertained thoughts of usurping Madara. However, throughout the years, I have gradually unearthed certain truths. The ugliness inherent in human nature is inescapable and cannot be eradicated. This holds true in any realm. I have grown indifferent to the Moon Eye plan. Once my objectives are achieved, I only need to journey to the Pure Land to accompany the true Rin." After 2 millennia of scheming, Black Zetsu surprisingly exhibits a flicker of empathy. "Obito, you are a remarkable individual, and I shall forever remember you." In this moment, their relationship transcended mutual suspicion to one of unilateral deception. Indeed, as Sasuke spoke these words, he utilized the Rinnegan's ability to influence Zetsu's will. This time, Black Zetsu was thoroughly ensnared. To truly resurrect Madara, his Rinnegan is still required. After murmuring to himself, Sasuke began to slowly fade away into the spatial vortex. In the Hidden Rain village, atop the tallest edifice, a sudden distortion manifested in the air. Following this, Sasuke emerged from the vortex. Not far ahead, Konan, with her azure hair, seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Her expression was as cold as ice. "Madara, what brings you here?" Sasuke replied, "I am not Madara. I am not so weak." Startled, Konan exclaimed, "Then who are you?" At this moment, Sasuke's voice carried the essence of the original. Hearing his tone, Konan discerned that he was much younger than herself. "A name is merely a moniker. I will eventually depart from here. Your inquiries are meaningless." Observing the enigmatic nature of their conversation, Konan summoned a pair of paper wings from behind her. With a flutter, hundreds of explosive tags were launched toward Sasuke. Yet, he regarded them with indifference and approached unperturbed. In the next instant, the paper tags passed through Sasuke's form without any sensation. Boom! A series of small explosions erupted. Yet Sasuke emerged unscathed from the smoke, standing before Konan. "You possess that fellow's phasing ability as well." Konan gasped, hastily preparing to flap her wings and flee to the sea beyond the Hidden Rain village. Unfortunately, Sasuke was not Obito. In an instant, he materialized beside Konan, delivering a swift blow that rendered her unconscious. Through memory probing and clairvoyance, he located the long-hidden body of Nagato within mere seconds, effortlessly erasing Konan's memories of the past few minutes. After retrieving Nagato's 2 Rinnegan, Sasuke returned to the location where he had previously encountered Orochimaru. Now, Orochimaru had transformed into the ghastly figure depicted in the original narrative, engrossed in the study of Hashirama's cells and Madara's corpse. Unbeknownst to him, the suddenly materializing Sasuke and Black Zetsu were entirely undetected. "You have truly worked hard," Sasuke suddenly remarked. "What?" As the pupil contracted, D instinctively leaped several meters away and then turned to face the newcomers. Upon recognizing Kurojitsu and the masked member of Akatsuki, he relaxed his vigilance slightly. The 2 parties were still in a cooperative relationship, and it was unlikely that they would eliminate him. Furthermore, D reassured himself that his current strength was sufficient to confront any member of the Akatsuki organization without fear. With these thoughts, he lowered his hat slightly and remarked, "Your sudden appearance startled me, which may impede the progress of my research. Lord Sasuke, it is no longer necessary for Madara to be resurrected through the Edo Tensei technique." With a snap of his fingers, Sasuke summoned another white Zetsu from the ground. D's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized, "Is this the Rinnegan?" Indeed, the white Zetsu possessed the same purple Rinnegan as Nagato. Without further ado, the white Zetsu formed several hand seals and unleashed the outer path, Samsara technique. A vibrant green light emanated from the white Zetsu, which then enveloped Madara's aged corpse. Under the illumination of the verdant glow, Madara's decrepit body rapidly regained vitality. With the naked eye, his withered muscles and fat began to rejuvenate at an astonishing pace, and his once pale hair transformed into a lustrous black. A minute later, the white Zetsu had manifested a pair of intact Rinnegan, while Madara's body resembled that of a desiccated corpse. Suddenly, movement. Madara's chest exhibited signs of a heartbeat, followed by the fluttering of his eyelids. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. His composed expression gradually morphed into one of madness. Haha, Hashirama. The world believes you have triumphed over me, but in truth, I have emerged victorious. In his frenzied laughter, Madara stood and took a few steps, finally resurrected. The sensation of having a body, it was simply exhilarating. Once his emotions stabilized, he turned his gaze toward Zetsu and Obito. To be honest, Madara found the ease of his resurrection, along with the intact Rinnegan, almost surreal. He had not anticipated that Obito would harbor no desire for the Rinnegan. Moreover, Obito's demeanor was remarkably composed. Madara felt a sense of uncertainty and tentatively inquired, Obito? You have matured, it seems. Time has certainly passed. How far have other matters progressed? D, observing from the side, felt both anxious and perplexed. Obito? The Obito who was once the underachiever among the Uchiha? So, it was Obito who operated behind the scenes in Akatsuki. Lord Sasuke has already declared war on the ninja world. The outer path golem has been activated halfway. The 1 tails to 7 tails have been absorbed. The 8 tails is currently being hunted, and the 9 tails exists only in half. Half, Madara echoed. Yes, when I sought to capture the 9 tails from Konoha, the 4th Hokage divided it into yin and yang halves. The current host of the 9 tails contains only the yang half, while the yin half has been sealed by a forbidden technique. Indeed, the forbidden technique is quite troublesome, but it matters little. It merely slows the evolution of the 10 tails. Tobi's demeanor was rather subdued, yet he remained cooperative. Madara temporarily set aside some of his wariness. As for Kabuto, he was entirely disregarded by Madara, treated as if he were invisible, unworthy of inquiry or understanding. However, Sasuke had matters to discuss. Kabuto, how well versed are you in the methods of unsealing the corpses as devised by Orochimaru? Kabuto replied. Lord Orochimaru had been researching unsealing methods ever since he was sealed by Hiruzen, and indeed, he obtained some information. Yet, the true method of unsealing is known only to Lord Orochimaru himself. Unfortunately, Lord Orochimaru is now Master Sasuke. Orochimaru is not so easily defeated. Kabuto interjected. During Sasuke's battle with Itachi, Orochimaru emerged from the curse seal. Although the curse mark on Sasuke has been completely removed by Itachi, Orochimaru likely has a disciple still marked by the Heaven's curse. Kabuto's eyes lit up, resembling a lost youth who had just found his way home. Are you referring to Akatsuki's Red Bean? If we find him, can we resurrect Lord Orochimaru? Precisely, Sasuke confirmed, then turned to Madara. We need not squander time. Let us make a swift visit to Konoha. Upon mentioning Konoha, a cold smile graced Madara's lips. Establishing the battlefield in Konoha is indeed an intriguing idea. With a swift movement, Sasuke activated his Kimyui, transporting the 4 of them instantaneously to the Hokage Rock of Konoha. From this vantage point, they gazed down upon the village, still in the throes of reconstruction. Master Sasuke, I shall go assist Kisame in retrieving the 8 tails. I leave this place in your hands. Without waiting for the other 3 to respond, Sasuke soared into the skies above the Turtle Island off the coast of the Land of Lightning. In the original tale, just prior to the 5 Kage Summit, Killer Bee had clashed with Kisame. At that time, the Raikage had fortuitously located Killer Bee, and the two had swiftly dispatched the transformed Kisame. Kisame, in his true form, had since infiltrated the body of the Samahata, biding his time for an opportunity to seize the 8 tails. Although Naruto was absent now, Killer Bee was still on Turtle Island, sheltered by the Cloud Village. The defenses here were exceedingly tight, with numerous deceptive paths. Yet, all efforts were futile before Sasuke's keen sight. Within seconds, he spotted Killer Bee composing lyrics beside a waterfall. In the next moment, he silently emerged from behind Killer Bee. Unaware of the presence behind him, Killer Bee remained oblivious, but Kisame, concealed within Samahata, could see everything. Realizing that Madara had come personally, Kisame decided to cease his concealment. With a sudden surge, Samehada became animated in front of Killer Bee, and then it opened its maw, expelling the weakened Kisame. Startled, Killer Bee rushed towards Kisame, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, as he charged at full speed, he suddenly felt an immense force upon his shoulder, pinning him fiercely to the ground. Cracks instantly spread across the earth for several meters. Kisame was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Madara's stunning display of power. Madara? Killer Bee was taken aback, slowly turning his head. It was then that he noticed a man, clad in a white mask with two eye openings, had appeared beside him. Sasuke, he said, slightly shaking his head, I apologize for deceiving you for so long. In truth, I am not Uchiha Obito. Before long, I shall no longer exist in this world. You may now refer to me as Obito. Huh. Kisame was momentarily stunned. What is truly real in this world? Just as Killer Bee prepared to strike Sasuke with his tail, a resounding punch from Sasuke sent him back to his original form. The Bija cloak shattered, and his cervical vertebrae were broken. Now, he could only speak and breathe. He was rendered utterly powerless. Impressive. Both Kisame and Killer Bee exclaimed in astonishment. They were acutely aware of the strength possessed by a Biju's transformed body, yet they had not anticipated being defeated by a single blow. Kisame, in this world, one must discern what is true and what is false for oneself. Sasuke activated the power of his right eye. Kisame made no attempt to resist, as they were instantaneously transported to the Hokage Rock in Konoha. Nearby, Kabuto was assisting Orochimaru in emerging from the neck of Anko. Daytime Tiger. Boom. A deafening roar erupted within the Konoha district. The village had transformed into a heap of ruins. Amidst the debris stood a colossal blue giant, but suddenly, a massive white tiger lunged forward. With a ferocious pounce, the blue giant was pushed back over 100 meters. Within the forehead of the blue giant, Obito expressed mild surprise. Oh, such power from merely the seventh gate. However, to face me with only the seventh gate is truly an underestimation. As his words fell, the towering blue giant grew even larger, its armor becoming more defined. Moments later, the blue giant had reached a height akin to a mountain, adopting the form of a war deity, with details as finely chiseled as a sculpture. The chakra emanating from it had solidified into a formidable presence. This sight left all onlookers, including Sasuke, utterly astonished. As the dust settled, Guy gasped for breath, having exhausted his strength to maintain the seventh gate. If he were to continue fighting, he would have to forcibly open the eighth gate. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Guy resigned himself. It seems the time has come. Eighth gate, open. Boom. A violent surge of crimson chakra erupted from Guy's body, its overwhelming force creating concentric depressions in the ground around him. Obito's eyes narrowed. Oh, is this the blood-red steam of the eighth gate? Its power is indeed remarkable. First speed. Boom. Guy unleashed a punch, generating a column of air that sent the blue Susanoo reeling back 300 or 400 meters. The already solidified complete Susanoo exhibited faint cracks on its surface. Obito was taken aback. The disparity between the seventh and eighth gates was indeed vast. Second speed. Boom. At some point, Guy had appeared beneath the blue Susanoo. A vertical column of air struck the blue Susanoo, propelling it into the sky with immense force. Swiftly. Boom. Another pillar sent the Susanoo soaring higher still. In an effort to spare Konoha from further devastation, Guy exerted every ounce of strength to launch Madara into the heavens. With this final strike, he could release his ultimate technique with confidence. Speeding through the motions, the 5 strikes concluded, and the blue Susanoo had ascended to an altitude of over 2,000 meters. Now it lay in ruins. Night Guy. Roar. Suddenly, a colossal blood-red dragon manifested on Guy's surface, soaring directly towards Madara above. The dragon flew with astonishing speed, rivaling that of lightning. Even before it made contact with the Susanoo, the latter had already shattered completely. Boom. Before Madara could make any further move, the dragon crushed him in a single bite. On Hokage Rock, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Kisame stood in astonishment. Could such a formidable Madara truly withstand this assault? Was the explosive power of the 8 gates truly this terrifying? Initially, Sasuke had harbored concerns that Guy might annihilate Madara outright. After all, in the original narrative, even the Sage of 6 Paths was nearly defeated by Guy's might. Though Madara now possessed the Rinnegan, he had yet to attain Sage mode. However, this very fact led Madara to avoid a direct confrontation. Seizing the moment of the Susanoo's destruction, he utilized a wood clone, leaving Guy's full force strike to land only on the clone. As Guy fell freely, Madara's true form appeared before him. Guy's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with regret. He had not anticipated that the final blow he delivered, at the cost of his life, had merely struck a clone. Madara, both fearful and relieved, acknowledged that he had been compelled to employ such tactics for survival. In terms of taijutsu, he would deem Guy the strongest. Thud. Just as Guy was about to crash to the ground, Madara used wood release to cushion him slightly, ensuring he remained whole in death. The remaining experts of Konoha had all faced Madara's wrath, yet the actual death toll was minimal. Ironically, it was the strongest among them, Guy, who fell. With the battle concluded, Madara lost interest in the current Konoha. In a few swift movements, he returned to Hokage Rock. What should be done next? Madara looked toward Sasuke, who in turn gazed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, our next objective is to proceed to the Uzumaki clan's shrine and retrieve the death mask. The shrine lies at the outskirts of Konoha. After a brief moment of spatial manipulation, the group arrived at their destination. Minutes later, Madara directly sealed the 8 tails, the Yang 9 tails, and the Yin 9 tails within the outer path's demonic statue. The speed of this sealing process left Kisame utterly dumbfounded. Previously, it had taken the Akatsuki a relentless 3 days and nights to seal a single-tailed beast. During the sealing, Sasuke injected a small amount of cursed blood into Naruto. Akin to his parallel self, it would be approximately a year before he awakened. Boom! An unfathomable surge of terrifying chakra erupted forth. The powerful fluctuations of chakra resonated across the landscape, causing even the distant Konoha to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. The 10 tails, having gathered all 9-tailed beasts, underwent a transformation into its third state, the final and most grotesque form before evolving into the divine tree. In a fit of rage, the 10 tails opened its maw, preparing to conjure a beast ball resembling a droplet of water. Truly, this creature was filled with fury. Madara, in a series of swift movements, appeared atop the 10 tails' head and performed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, several tendrils emerged from the 10 tails, connecting to Madara's back. Almost immediately, the colossal form of the 10 tails began to shrink, rapidly merging into Madara's being. Concurrently, Madara's chakra and appearance began to evolve. Just as in the original narrative, Madara commanded the 10 tails as effortlessly as one would control their own limbs, without any impediment. Thus far, everything unfolded with an uncanny smoothness. Although he could distinctly sense an unimaginable power surging within him, it felt dreamlike, almost unreal. A subtle sense of discord and unease lingered in his mind. Yet, pondering the situation, he realized he had become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the second sage of 6 paths. Who in this ninja world could possibly pose a threat to him now? Perhaps he was merely overthinking, attributing this discomfort to the rapid amplification of his power. After approximately a minute, the immense 10 tails vanished completely. Suspended in the sky was Madara, his skin a luminous white. A white, headband-like horn adorned his forehead. Was this the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? Clad in a white robe emblazoned with a tomo, he wielded the staff of the sage and had orbs of truth floating behind him, exuding an ethereal aura. This power, transcending ordinary dimensions, captivated Madara deeply. However, he did not lose sight of his lifelong ambition. After a brief moment of enchantment, he began to ascend further into the depths of the sky. Minutes later, he was nearing the outer atmosphere, gazing down at the earth, which now appeared as a sphere. With a snap, Madara broke off the white material from his forehead, revealing a third, crimson Sharingan with 9 tomo. He formed hand seals, and in mere breaths, dusk enveloped the ninja world, giving way to night. The sun in the sky was quietly replaced by a blood-red moon. Infinite Tsukuyami. The scarlet moon suddenly radiated a brilliant light akin to the sun, casting its glow upon the entire land of ninjas. In an instant, the eyes of every inhabitant of the ninja world became entranced, transforming into the vacant state of the Sharingan. Madara felt a surge of excitement. A beautiful world devoid of war and suffering was finally within reach. Yet, prolonged hypnosis could prove detrimental to the bodies of the people. An auxiliary sage technique was necessary. The divine tree descends. Countless colossal trees erupted from the ground across every corner of the ninja world. These massive vines enveloped all living beings. As Madara slowly descended back to the earth, he found himself surrounded by the tendrils, with only Kaguya, Obito, Orochimaru, and Kabuto remaining ensnared. Ban glanced at Obito, initially harboring some reservations about him, but never anticipated that the encounter would unfold this way. Well, within this dream, he would no longer have to contend with someone like me. The shinobi world has finally attained peace, Ban. At that moment, Kurotsuki stealthily approached Ban from behind, unnoticed by him. Alas, it is a pity that Hashirama is no longer here, and I am unable to enter such a dreamscape. Kurotsuki suddenly let out a laugh, questioning what made him so special. Ban was abruptly struck by an ominous feeling. In the next instant, Ben felt a piercing pain as Kurotsuki drove his hand through Ban's heart from behind. Ben struggled to turn around, bewildered as he faced Kurotsuki. What is happening? You are my will. How could you betray me? Kurotsuki smirked mockingly, stating that a manifestation of will would indeed not betray its master. But I am not your conscious embodiment. What? Ban was aghast, and an unsettling sensation coursed through him. If that were true, then had he been manipulated? Does that mean infinite Tsukuyomi was a deception? What have I truly done? Could it be that I have destroyed my own world? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became. Who exactly are you? Kurotsuki replied with pride, I am the embodiment of the chakra progenitor, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Suddenly, a chakra of a level transcending Ban began to materialize. Ban beheld a translucent female figure gradually manifesting in the sky, becoming increasingly solid and distinct. Simultaneously, his own body was swiftly slipping from his control. Even if Kurotsuki ceased to control him now, he found himself immobilized. A sudden laughter echoed from within a sphere entwined by vines, revealing a myriad of emotions such as anticipation, excitement, and impatience. Strangely, Kurotsuki too felt an unsettling sensation. Then, both witnessed Obito emerging unscathed from the vines. What? How could this be possible? Their eyes widened in disbelief. Without the Rinnegan, how could he be immune to infinite Tsukuyomi? Ha ha, ah ha. Sasuke's laughter grew increasingly maniacal as black flames ignited around him. After the flames subsided, Sasuke returned to his original form. Ban, Izuna? Zetsu, Sasuke? Sasuke, regaining his composure, retorted mockingly, it's merely the Rinnegan. Is it so difficult to awaken? He gradually opened his 6 eyes. A gasp escaped them. 2 pairs of purple 3-tomo Rinnegan, and 1 pair of blue 9-tomo Rinnegan. They were utterly bewildered. Ultimately, in this state of confusion, Ban was completely possessed by Kaguya. This is dire. Kurotsuki had once been exceedingly confident in Kaguya's power, yet this Sasuke clearly came prepared. Perhaps there truly exists a means to contend with Mother Kaguya. However, Kurotsuki need not remind him. The moment Kaguya opened her eyes and beheld Sasuke, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The body of the main Sasuke emanates a complex aura and fluctuations. It bears the essence of Kaguya, the bloodline of the Tsutsuki clan, and even the presence of Tsutsuki Kaguya's descendant. Who are you? Kaguya inquired cautiously. Sasuke scrutinized Kaguya from head to toe. Noting her appealing appearance, albeit with excessively long hair, 2 millennia without a haircut is quite understandable. Furthermore, her attire was rather lengthy as well. How audacious of Sasuke to jest at Kaguya's expense. Kaguya was momentarily taken aback. Black Zetsu seethed with anger. You insolent boy, the Lady Mother is your ancestor. Sasuke's expression turned impassive. This was indeed a rather unpalatable topic. Although he had yet to make a definitive decision, his immediate consideration remained Kaguya of the main world. Only if Kaguya from the primary world were to be consumed or slain by Ishiki would Sasuke contemplate bringing back Kaguya from other parallel worlds as his consort. In truth, Sasuke found himself with no better options. The only being worthy of the title of Ancestor of Demons was none other than this progenitor of Chakra. Although Kinshiki had always harbored affection for Sasuke, the disparity in their standings was insurmountable. Sasuke could not possibly relinquish his inherent abilities to elevate her status. For one such as Sasuke, who prioritized strength above all, emotional considerations and preferences would only come into play once primary conditions were satisfied. Hence, his approach was simply this. Should he decline the other party's affections, he would remain aloof, refraining from any insinuations or tacit approvals, and would resolutely reject any confessions. More crucially, the potential and prowess of offspring would vastly differ depending on the union. Nevertheless, no matter how one viewed it, Black Zetsu's presence was indeed a hindrance. From Sasuke's demeanor, both Black Zetsu and Kaguya sensed an intent to kill. The instant this murderous intent registered, Kaguya's first instinct was to flee. However, Black Zetsu grew even angrier. Do you truly misunderstand the situation? Do you really intend to kill me? I am concealed within the sleeve of the progenitor of Chakra. How could you possibly slay me? Black Zetsu was indignant, ready to provoke further. Suddenly, Sasuke extended his hand in a grasping motion. With a rip, Kagaya's sleeve was abruptly torn apart. Black Zetsu, concealed within, found himself ensnared within Sasuke's palm in an instant. In the next moment, Black Zetsu realized he had been captured alive by Sasuke. What is happening? Hadn't Sasuke merely raised his hand? How did he appear before me and seize me so effortlessly? This is impossible. Mother, save me. Even Kagaya stood frozen in place. Although she instinctively sensed the danger posed by him, she never anticipated it would escalate to such an extent. In reality, during the night, even a Shiki from the main world would not dare confront Sasuke directly. Previously, he had only launched a surprise attack and retreated. Now, as Kagaya gazed into Black Zetsu's pleading eyes, an immense power suddenly surged forth from her. Joint kill of gray bones. Several meters-long gray bone spikes erupted from Kagaya's body, piercing through Sasuke. However, there was no sensation. Sasuke's grip tightened slightly. Boom. A flash of black flame erupted. Absolute despair vanished instantly. Furthermore, the gray bones surrounding Sasuke within half a meter exhibited an exceedingly smooth severance. Rabbit hair needle. Kagaya manipulated her hair to shoot towards Sasuke like a gentle rain. Countless fine needles vanished upon contact with a thin layer of black flame. This time, Kagaya finally discerned the truth. Could it be the power of space? Typically, Kagaya would not be so startled by ordinary spatial power. The primary reason for her astonishment lay in the absolute destructive force of space merging with the flames. Such an absolute annihilation imbued with rules was terrifying. Sasuke, have you finally comprehended? Even a being reincarnated from Akatsuki Kagaya's body dares not confront me head-on. Do you still wish to continue this battle? Kagaya's pupils constricted. Akatsuki reincarnation? Has Akatsuki perished? Or has he attained the legendary realm and ascended? Yum is still alive? He has even reincarnated using Akatsuki's body. What has transpired over these 2 millennia? Kagaya had long feared the vengeance of Akatsuki. As for the likes of Momoshiki and Urashiki, Kagaya felt less apprehensive after consuming the fruit. There are too few vibrant planets in the universe. Planets as powerful as Earth are even rarer. It is challenging for others to have opportunities like hers. Yet now, these changes elicit a mix of sentiments. However, this individual claims that even such a being is not his opponent. It is somewhat understandable. This black flame is beyond the capability of anyone to handle. Kagaya, what is it that you truly desire? Sasuke licked his lips. I desire you. Kagaya's face flushed, but more than that, she felt anger. You wretched. Blood. Sasuke added. Suddenly, a hollow bone tube extended from Sasuke's palm. This bone bore a striking resemblance to Kagaya's, also gray. Kagaya gasped. Yomi's path. A black portal appeared before Kagaya. Suddenly, a tube shot forth from the black portal, piercing directly into Kagaya's heart. Immediately, Kagaya sensed her essence blood flowing away rapidly, and her strength began to wane swiftly. Kagaya intended to close Yomi's path directly, using spatial cutting power to sever the gray bone. Yet, Yomi's path showed no response. Kagaya was both astonished and apprehensive. What was happening? Master Sasuke, it's quite simple. For this is my creation. In truth, Master Sasuke replicated Kagaya's actions. He merely created another layer of door upon the surface of her black portal. Visually, it appeared as a door. Sasuke stepped through the black portal, arriving directly before Kagaya. Kagaya wished to struggle. Uffed. The bone tubes piercing Kagaya's heart suddenly extended like a hedgehog, sprouting dozens of finer tubes. Kagaya could not help but emit a cry of despair. These bone tubes immobilized the joints of her body. Even though Kagaya was unafraid of pain, she found herself unable to move. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of taking your life. You are still my candidate for queen. A chill ran down Kagaya's spine. This individual appeared to be quite serious. Minutes later, Kagaya's chakra and other attributes plummeted to the level of 6 paths Obito. Though her stats had diminished, the essence of her life remained indestructible. All her abilities were intact. At this moment, Sasuke withdrew the bone tubes. Meanwhile, the other 4 purple Rinnegan eyes had transformed into the coveted Sharingan. Not only that, but Sasuke's physical strength, recovery rate, and various attributes had ascended to an entirely new dimension. All of Kagaya's powers were now his as well. Was this the perfect demon form? Sasuke, feeling a twinge of anxiety, waved his hand slightly. The pitch-black night sky reverted to the previous dusk. Sunlight flooded the shinobi world in an instant. Blinking, he noticed that the 6 eyes remained unchanged. and his demon form showed no signs of alteration. Humph. Haha. Ahaha. It's finally perfect. Sasuke laughed exuberantly, while Kagaya dared not interrupt. After several minutes of wild laughter, Sasuke returned to his normal state. I cannot say whether I will return here in the future. However, the impending crisis for this world cannot be allowed to exist. You may rest assured. Follow me. Sasuke's invitation left Kagaya with no choice but to comply. In the next moment, the two arrived at a sealed secret cavern. Inside the cave, parallel versions of Sasuke and Naruto lay there. Kagaya felt puzzled, initially thinking that the main Sasuke and this Sasuke were twins. Without a moment's hesitation, the main Sasuke infused the two with a bit of demon blood, transforming them into sun demons, inheriting the breathing technique within their memories. Moreover, their configurations evolved. The parallel Sasuke's eyes became Rinnegan, while Naruto acquired the Akatsuki physique and the rebirth eye. This would suffice to safeguard the shinobi world. The core objective of this traversal had been achieved. Awakening them now posed no issues. Seconds later, the parallel Sasuke and Naruto slowly regained consciousness. They gazed at the main Sasuke, bewildered and uncertain of how to greet him. Through the memory transfer from the demon blood, they had learned much, including details about the main Sasuke, the Akatsuki clan, and Kagaya. Additionally, although almost all of the chakra from the sun's 9 tails had dissipated, the essence of its soul lingered deep within Naruto's consciousness. The Akatsuki Kagaya had vanished from this world, and Ishiki had failed to acquire Kagaya's body. Regardless of whether I return in the future, the safety of the shinobi world will remain secure. Naruto, regrettably. Sasuke now faced considerable difficulty in returning to Konoha. The parallel Sasuke had already caused quite a stir at the 5 Kage summit and had hunted the 8 tails under the guise of Akatsuki. The 4th battle has concluded even before its commencement. Parallel Sasuke has been deprived of any opportunity to redeem himself. Consequently, there exists no justification for Sasuke's return to Konoha. Otherwise, the village of the Cloud Ninja would inevitably declare war on Konoha. Parallel Sasuke, it matters not, even if the ninja world permits it. I could never reside permanently in Konoha. The universe has orchestrated events such that the main Sasuke has returned to the primary timeline through the dragon vein. Initially, Sasuke contemplated traversing to the future of Boruto, but the uncertainty surrounding the specific timeline of Boruto dissuaded him from such endeavors. Instead, he instantaneously reappeared in the new Konoha. Upon his return, Black Zetsu introduced a familiar face before Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. However, this incarnation of Naruto was notably different from the one Sasuke had previously known. Naruto's right eye bore the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan of Obito, and the resolute gleam in his gaze had vanished. Before Black Zetsu and Naruto could utter a word, the main Sasuke inquired, "Obito has perished? Did he sacrifice himself to allow you to escape with his right eye?" Naruto's countenance was laden with sorrow, to which he simply affirmed. A few days prior, Ishiki had captured Naruto and Obito, intending to feed them to a juvenile 10 tails. The consumption of Naruto, Obito, and the outer path golem would facilitate a swift evolution. However, having realized he had been deceived, Obito was unwilling to remain ensnared any longer. Unfortunately, neither Naruto nor Obito were formidable enough to contend with Ishiki. Each time they contemplated an attack, they were met with inexplicable counterstrikes, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. Indeed, before long, Obito was on the verge of succumbing. The wood release cells within him could only heal at an accelerated rate, unable to regenerate. Once certain organs perished or vanished entirely, recovery was impossible. In such dire circumstances, Obito, striving to thwart Ishiki and atone for his past transgressions, resolutely removed his right eye and bestowed it upon Naruto. Simultaneously, he activated Izanagi with his left eye to afford Naruto a fleeting chance of escape. As Naruto accepted the eye, he was engulfed in profound anguish. The unwavering ninja way of not forsaking his comrades echoed incessantly in his mind. Ultimately, after enduring Obito's relentless persuasion, Naruto managed to flee. Though this was Obito's voluntary decision and a form of inner redemption for him, Naruto felt yet again that he had faltered before reality. The once indomitable spirit he possessed had dimmed. It became evident that many matters cannot be altered solely by sheer determination. After acclimatizing to the transplanted eye for a few days, he finally returned to the ninja world. Upon his return, Naruto surveyed the rejuvenated realm of ninjas, overwhelmed by a tide of emotions. The former Jinchuriki, the 4 tails, and the 7 tails had survived despite having their tail beast powers extracted. The survivors bore a striking resemblance to their former selves. It became clear that as long as Sasuke was not provoked, there was no inherent danger. Reflecting on the struggles of recent years, Naruto felt a deep sense of regret. Had he not obstructed Sasuke from the outset, perhaps Sasuke would have already achieved his aspirations. The ninja world would never sacrifice so many lives. Although it was Sasuke who committed the murders, he too is, in a way, an indirect instigator of these tragedies. Sasuke, lead the way. We shall retaliate. Black Zetsu felt a surge of joy. How dependable Sasuke has become. Naruto was taken aback. This alternate space resembles the one Sasuke visited in the future, where there is no night. Could it be? I have traversed to the past and stepped into the future. Both experiences have greatly benefited me. Sasuke smirked mockingly, gradually unveiling his 6th Tomo Rinnegan. A jolt. Naruto's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. What is happening? After just a few days apart, how has Sasuke suddenly grown so powerful? The previous emergence of the 6th Rinnegan was equally perplexing. How on earth has he achieved this? The past? The future? Has Sasuke also mastered the art of traversing dimensions? Observing Naruto grasping the crux of the matter, Sasuke's smile widened. Has he finally understood? Naruto was stunned, realizing, I could never win from the very beginning. Sasuke retracted 4 of his auxiliary eyes and nodded, indeed. Now, let us proceed directly. Naruto steadied his mind and subsequently opened the Kimui space with his right eye. The moment Sasuke and Black Zetsu entered the Kimui space, they discovered the Three Tails was also present. Oh, the Three Tails is still here, which means Kaguya has not been completely consumed, and there is still a chance for salvation. Black Zetsu was overjoyed. This is splendid. In the next moment, the trio arrived in the alternate space. Almost simultaneously, several thousand kilometers away, Kaguya Tsutsuki noticed Sasuke and his companions. Shortly after, a black vortex appeared a few kilometers in front of them. As the vortex materialized, a figure emerged from within. Kaguya Tsutsuki raised his head slightly, looking down upon Sasuke. I have observed you for quite some time. Your flames that can scorch space cannot be utilized during the day. Moreover, even if your black flames are formidable, they cannot reach me. Ultimately, you are merely foolish humans, harboring the delusion of challenging the Tsutsuki. You remain profoundly irrational. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. Is this all you have to say in your dying words? Kaguya appeared indifferent, ignorant. You cannot even conceive the thought of attacking me. How can you hope to defeat me? Then watch closely. Sasuke extended his right hand, and suddenly a ball of black flame appeared in his palm. As the black flame materialized, it gradually elongated into the shape of a long sword. Kaguya was taken aback. This black flame, can it be utilized during the day? In the next moment, Sasuke remained composed, invoking the technique, Shinjutsu, Shikishin no Kata, Mugen. Without even swinging his sword, an overwhelming sense of despair and terror emanated silently from Sasuke, enveloping the surroundings. The domain covered by this aura appeared to others in shades of black and white. Everything in this world seemed strikingly indifferent and heartless. All sounds seemed to vanish. In the minds of Ishiki, Naruto, and Jiraiya, a sense of resignation and a desire for death emerged without resistance. Following this, Sasuke gently waved his hand. The inky black flames, akin to a silent mist, penetrated the body of Otsutsuki Ishiki. This technique was a fusion of the 3 ocular powers, Kodo Amatsukami, Kimui, and Indra's arrow. Initially, Kodo Amatsukami's derivative technique induced a realm of despair, rendering the opponent devoid of the will to resist, regardless of their strength. As long as they craved death and refrained from opposition, contact with these black flames would spell their demise. It was a lethal technique, and even though the specifics of Ishiki's rebound ability remained unknown, it would not activate if he chose not to use it or resist. After Ishiki was cleaved in two, Sasuke finally lifted the despairing illusion of Kodo Amatsukami. At that moment, Ishiki, Naruto, and Jiraiya regained their senses. Ishiki was rendered mute, and Naruto and Jiraiya were filled with dread. In truth, during the battle on the moon, Sasuke had been without the moon's influence. However, he had not anticipated Ishiki's capabilities allowing him to escape. In the next instant, Sasuke appeared directly before Ishiki, extending 2 bone-like protrusions from his palms to pierce Ishiki's eyes, beginning to siphon the entirety of Otsutsuki Ishiki's essence. The energy of Otsutsuki Kaguya was indeed formidable, and Sasuke absorbed it relentlessly for several hours, unhindered by Ishiki's control. Meanwhile, Naruto relinquished the Three Tails, enabling Kaguya's consciousness to awaken within the juvenile 10 Tails, akin to her resurrection through Obito's body in the original narrative. Unexpectedly, perhaps influenced by the juvenile tales, Kagaya's appearance transformed into that of a girl aged 15 or 16. Sasuke surveyed her and nodded slightly, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be my queen." The youthful Kagaya glared at Sasuke, indignantly inquiring, "Who are you to speak to me so? I am not here to negotiate. This is a statement of fact." Suddenly, Sasuke unveiled 6 Tomo-riddled Rinnegan, unleashing a terrifying surge of chakra that altered the very fabric of the space around them. Just as Black Zetsu prepared to caution Kagaya, Sasuke cast a glance, and with a thunderous boom, Black Zetsu vanished in an instant. Though brief, Kagaya felt the destructive power capable of incinerating space itself. Her anger quickly subsided. Meanwhile, Naruto stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unconventional proposal. Sensing Naruto's thoughts, Sasuke turned to see him isolated, musing, in due time. "I shall wed. A celebration for all. Having too few witnesses and acquaintances is not acceptable." Before Naruto could respond, the three had already returned to Konoha. The outer path, Samsara technique. In an instant, countless blades of green light cascaded from the heavens like spring rain. In the Battle of the Moon, all those who were swiftly vanquished by Sasuke now slowly gather around Naruto, gazing upon him, revived. If one were to ponder what constitutes the most beautiful aspect of existence, it would undoubtedly be the joy of reclaiming what was once lost. Naruto, overwhelmed with emotion, weeps tears of joy. Sasuke, indeed, is not a villain after all.